We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, 'cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to said. Good things we harder said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing along. It won't be long before they're singing a song. Cause you're right and I know, but I don't wanna think about it. We are who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
这个周末有什么期待呢？那必须是滔博对阵微博，谁不喜欢看全明星大乱斗呢？这场 BO3必须拉满。
我期待的是 LNG 确认收获以后，会不会磨合得很好，打出更精彩的比赛？不会有人不期待三冠王吧？不会吧？
哈哈哈哈！哟，这一波打得漂亮啊！这样的表现也宣告着 UP 这赛季将强势归来。
一个队伍浑身都是梗，这样的 UP 怎能不期待？
只要比赛足够精彩、足够刺激，我都期待。别整个一场比赛3次击杀就成。
LPL 准备用自己的方式来满足各位观众的期待。我们周末见。
Welcome one and welcome all to yet another beautiful Super Saturday here in the LPL. I am Mazel and I'm joined by Dagda here for the first series of the night. As it's nice to be casting with you again, buddy. Few and far between, but at least it's the second time we get to conjoin. You feeling okay?
Yeah, good to be back. Had to lower my chair a bit as I was cutting off my forehead a little. But yeah, delighted to be back. And it's been a hot minute, Mazel. I mean, it's been a while, so delighted to be here. LNG versus LGD. We'll have to see how this one pans out. But I'm not going to lie, I'm ready for the ride regardless.
It's all about the ride here at the LPL. We got to talk about that ride, though, because yesterday we did not go the full distance all day long, but we did have some fun series to cover. It was EDG taking a 2-0 victory over Thundertalk Gaming. And then the second series, it was a close one. It was a nail-biter. Anyone's Legend had us in the first half, but V5 came out swinging and won a 2-1 victory over the Anyone's Legend.
Anyone's Legend making sure that was a bumpy ride for V5. I'm just saying that series, I actually thought for just a moment that I could believe Anyone's Legend were going to win. But V5 able to bring it back and still looking pretty hot with Dream in the roster and 6-0. Still waiting on Rookie to be back. There's still a lot of good things coming the way of V5.
I love new talent, and I love seeing Dream step into the shoes that are so legendary as rookies and still be able to perform with a team as legendary as V5 at this point with the roster they put together. But as we look at the standings, I know you were frustrated a little bit because the standings haven't moved that much, Dagda, but we have had a little bit of movement. There's still huge clumps to be dealt with here at the LPL, though.
Yeah, I think you were kind of pointed out, like FPX, their first
they
win
got their first
on
win.
The board. They did it. V5 overtaking JDG as well with the more confident game difference, making sure that they get up into that first place spot. But as you say, a lot of clumps, a lot of those teams that we're still kind of looking at to pop off. RNG still kind of settling in the midst of the pack just because they haven't played as much games. But we'll have to see how they are going to do in the future and see if they can join the top dogs that we're kind of looking at for our world's teams like V5, JDG, Top, and EDG.
Yeah, it's that like 5 and down that just seems to be a knockout, drag-out fight, right? At this point. We still have a lot to be left played here at the LPL, so a lot left to be decided. But as we look forward into today's matches, we do have a full slate of 3 best-of-3s ahead of us. We have the LNG LGD series that we'll be covering here, me and Dagda. Then Dagda will be stepping away. Lyric will be stepping in for the second series of the night. It'll be FPX versus JDG. And then our match of the week tonight, Dagda, Ashin will be stepping in for me, and Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports will be a banger. You cannot miss that matchup.
Yeah, a lot of chopping and changing to try and get us into today because Munchables is unfortunately ill.
He is.
So
I hope he
Mazel
feels
very
better.
kindly covering him, and then Ushin is going to cover later on. But Munch may be ill. Ox, we'll have to see if he will be slightly mentally ill after that FPX JDG game because he's a bet that FPX is going to win that series. So we'll have to see if he's actually going to be able to come out on top of that.
What is he betting here? Is there
I don't know. I
actual
think
stakes?
it's just pride. He did say on the
come
podcast.
on. We
he
don't
said on the
bet pride.
He did say on the podcast that if he loses, that people are allowed to message him. So I don't know.
Right.
He's kind of it's an open
Get those
invitation
DMs
for
ready.
abuse, which I don't know if I approve of, but we'll have to see.
I guess we'll find out. But we do got to get into our first series of the night. It is LNG versus LGD. And when you look at this matchup, there could be a lot of things said for both sides. The trajectories a tad bit different between the two. But when you're looking at LNG, there's a big question that has to be raised with a lot of our analysts. I already know Lyric's answer, but if LNG were a hotel, you checking in, you checking out, Dagda? What's going on?
Look, I'm a bit of a fan of The Simpsons, you know, Dr. Nick, and I'm checking it out because I'm not done with this at all. I cannot get on board with LNG. Like, whenever I look at this team, it's like, look, their early game just doesn't exist realistically. The objective control is a bit trash. Their ability to actually like set up between the lanes is completely gone. And especially when you look at this team on paper, like when this team came out of the woodwork, we were like, oh my god, this team looks insane, right? You've got a really strong mid jungle. You've got a side lane in Allah who likes to play carries and does well with a little bit of resources. You've got a bot lane in Light who always pops off whenever he gets resources. And you gave them Doomby. It was like, hey boys, here's your resources. Here's a guy who's willing to play towards you. And then you look at what's happened. It's like, oh, well, you know, we can only really win games if we're on Corki or, you know, a little bit of Swain. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me that the fact that, like, the champion that you want to put Doomby on is something that doesn't roam at all. Like, the whole game plan seems to be going out the window for LNG. And even the fact that you have Doomby, in one of the clips we put out in the LPL channel today as well, struggling, maybe falling back into D2 and solo queue. Everything's going wrong for this team, Marcel.
The train's coming off the tracks here, but you got to look at the objectives when you look at LNG. At least you would think you would. But for them, it seems to be a little bit subjective here in terms of when they decide to actually pull the trigger on those.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, that the whole game plan for LNG should be like focused on this early game, moving as a squad, getting these early dragons and rift heralds, but we're just not seeing that. And as a result, like, their first tower percent is super low. They have some presence around the rift herald, but oftentimes it just kind of feels like Tarzan has found a window to get that one for himself, rather than like Light and Lumer or Light and Iwandi actually moving up towards that objective and not really getting much help from Doomby, which is a big surprise to me. And oftentimes they end up going for these crazy late game scaling compositions with things like the Corki that we already highlighted that give them some presence around the Baron, but it does mean that their average game time is insanely long because they're kind of waiting to pick up speed in that later portion of the game. So for LNG, I really want to see them get better control around these neutral objectives, because it's not only the fact that they very rarely go for them, but it also feels like when they do actually try and take these neutral objectives, nobody really seems on the same page. You've got people coming in from a ton of different angles, people are late for fights. It's an absolute disaster, Marcel.
Yeah, and as we look into the LNG series in particular and take a couple snippets from that one, I think it's an interesting conversation to have, because when you look at this mid-jungle duo, you already talked about, you know, you got all the pieces you could ask for. I would love to see this mid-jungle duo thrive in terms of dominance around those objectives, but it's few and far between. You see some of the things that can come to light for LNG, but also some of the things that can bite them.
And this is the thing, right? You can see it in this fight where you go for the engage with Doomby hopping over the wall, but Light, short-range Aphelios, never actually gets into this fight. So OMG just get to set themselves up beautifully, able with a great play over the wall. But, I mean, LNG kind of separating themselves in the fight and not actually giving themselves an opportunity to go in aggressively. You can see in this clip, Tarzan having to flash over the wall to get into the Rift Herald pit because, again, they're all separated. They don't really know, is Tarzan going for a steal? Are we going for the fight? Like, oh, and then again, OMG end up winning. Like, there's so many of these fights at neutrals where they just never really seem the same page, or key members getting picked off right as the fight is about to start.
Yeah, and even against top esports, right? It's a little bit of a fish in a barrel type situation there at the end, and it seems like LNG find themselves in those positions more often than not, and it's definitely not something we would want to see from them. So expectations, as said at the beginning, a little bit different for both these teams. We're looking for LNG to solidify themselves as these would-be top teams, and LGD, on the other hand, we're just looking for something. We're looking for a spark. We're looking for at least a little brightness, maybe a little bit of shadow, because shadow's shadow in the term of Shadow and Jin Zhao around the map is what makes the gears tick for LGD.
Well, it's the attempting to get the gears to tick. This
right,
is the thing, right?
When you look at,
when you're looking at the jungle proximity, you can see here, like, this is Shadow has the highest jungle proximity in the league, and a huge amount of that is because he's linking up with Jin Zhao. I mean, 31% is absolutely insane. Most of the time you're looking at a lane that gets played around heavily, maybe 22% or something along these lines, maybe 20%. Like, the factor of 31% is absurd, and you can see that it's not because they're playing around the 80 carry. I mean, you nearly have half the jungle proximity there percent when you look at the actual 80 carry role. It's instead these two trying to roam around the map. But when you look at the bottom right corner of your screen, you're seeing that it's not reflected in the actual results for a Shadow. Kills and assists aren't crazy high. His goal difference at 15 isn't absurd. Like, his XP difference as well is not that high. This is not a Shadow actually finding big results off the back of Jinzhou's play. And it does mean that when we got Asum in the bot lane, he kind of gets left to his own devices a lot of the times, which can hinder LGD when they're trying to contest objective fights. And it's not that this team never works. It's just that you can see clips like this, right, where they're trying to make these plays happen, but they don't have the confidence to go for it. They don't have the lane set up. Sometimes it does actually work out. We can see here against OMG where they actually do find these moments to look for invades, but an awful lot of the times it feels like they're just roaming around the map. And then, as you can see here, you've got Shadow and Jinzhou linked up in mid. No actual gank pressure there because Haichou is resetting, but it means that Asum doesn't have presence bot lane. You've no presence in the mid lane either, and LGD still try to take this fight and get absolutely decimated by OMG.
Yeah, and I love, and I know we already took the stats off the screen, but the duality of both of those sides of that stat graphic, right? Like the fact that you do have these crazy numbers that I feel like aren't necessarily normal in terms of the jungle percentage, or at least proximity, and then you see the fact they still don't find those advantages. And I think when you're looking at LGD, things can be said, you would have loved to see more progress and growth from a lot of the players we see on the roster, especially from spring into summer. But that is where the reinforcement matters, and that is where the summer reinforcements for LGD in Haichou and Asum, I think, can be a nice little Kickstarter for them, at least trying to find something to grab onto in the summer split, and it could be a little bit of development.
Exact, and that's the key word for me, is development, something for them to grow with on LGD, because for the longest time it's just been the Shadow show, and we kind of needed something to fill in around that. And now that you've got Haichou and Asum coming in, I think Asum in particular has been someone that I think can step up a lot on these late game scaling picks like the Jinx and provide that late game damage tool. As you can see here, he looks absolutely great when he's able to have this strong front to back style that can actually work out. But I think when we look across at Haichou and honestly at Asum as well, some of the position can be a little bit questionable when we get towards team fights, because they are still learning how to progress from the LDL into the LPL, and that's why I prefer particularly Haichou on picks like the Galio that you're seeing here, where he's able to have a much more facilitator role and kind of be more of a setup for Asum to provide these backline damage. Because as you can see here, Haichou sometimes mispositions that smidge, which means that he gets caught out when he tries to move in towards these fights, and it means that then it can start to fall apart for LGD. So I think having a more facilitator role for Haichou at the moment, while he's still trying to get used to the pace of the LPL mid lane, will work out quite well.
Yeah, it's always about adapting. It's about finding comfort. And I know we've talked a lot around the jungle and especially objectives for LNG, but in particular for LGD, it's looking at the draft. It's trying to find something that, you can feel confident going against the Tarzan in the jungle, at least for Shadow, and find other comforts for Shadow to have around him, as well as we do see the LNG team right in front of your face. Wonderful, wonderful smiles, wonderful faces, but it is LNG that, to me, in this moment, this is where they step up, right? Like, this is where they need to knock down LGD and say, no, we are a cut above LGD. There is no similarities here.
Yeah, and I think the big question mark for me is if they can do that in the early stages, because definitely feels like if Shadow is able to get this early presence on the map, start to play down towards Asum, especially if he's on these late game scalers like we talked about with the Jinx, that seems to be the big issue for them. So, or could be a big issue for LNG. And I know that you're kind of going, oh, well, LNG, they like to play with the core keys and the late game scaling there for Doomby, but I really do think that LGD, if they can get their fingers in the early stages, could cause issues, but we'll have to see, because I think I agree with you. Like, if this game is a rough one for LNG, I don't know what hope they have, because there's already a lot of question marks around.
You're already checking out of the hotel. I don't know what else you can do. Maybe I'll end up checking out. Who knows? I'm still hanging out. I'm getting the late checkout time at this point. I want to see what happens, because I do think that LNG have a lot in the tank. And you look at the team they've put together, right? And like the bits and pieces that did fail in spring, coming into summer now, trying to find some adaptation in that fact. The meta feeling like it adapts to them a little bit more, but they haven't been able to grasp onto it. And I think that's where like the differentiation in the draft is going to come through. And I'm hoping to get some spicy picks tonight from Doonby, but also some tried and true picks from LNG just to make sure that they can have a handle on this series itself. But we're still feeling out the meta here. I feel like we're still getting a lot of picks. We're getting the Amumu. We're getting a lot of differences in the drafting picks, at least in priority tag day.
Yeah, and we had a chat about this actually in the podcast yesterday. Just if we had the big durability change, which was a massive patch in and onto itself, then the next patch that we had on 12.11 was this massive patch that was like, okay, well now we're going to try and fix a lot of the prevalent or the stronger picks that we're seeing coming through thanks to the durability patch. So we saw things like the terror damage getting nerfed again and all these kind of things. And now we have 12.12 coming out soon, which is another massive patch that has a hot fix included as well. So there are a lot of changes that are coming at a very quick pace, which is a little bit unusual when you look towards the how the meta tends to kind of at least have 1 to 2 big patches a year and then steady out. And they tend to be away from the competitive landscape. But we're kind of seeing what shape this is going to take. And I think we are going to see a little bit more of the tendency, at least if we look across at places like LEC, towards the later game scaling champions. Because I think especially with how strong Belveth is in the coming patches, she tends to like a late game carry, be set up as a late game carry. You look towards things like the Twitch and Yumi and these kind of enchanters that I think could start to creep back in, even Senna, Seraphine, all these kind of things coming in. It feels like we're going to start leaning towards that late game again.
I don't like it.
No.
I don't like it, Dagda.
It scares me.
Soraka's
going to be meta. Soraka's going to be meta with previous wounds.
Don't bring your cursed technology in
sad.
here, right? Don't do that to me. I don't want that. I don't want that. Even though I was
it could work
looking
out
for
well for Iwandi. Iwandi, the old Jana one trick, the 73% top of Korean solo queue players. So it could work out for Iwandi if it ends up going back towards that. Just Jana Soraka every day, just making sure he's all fine and dandy. Who knows?
Hey, I said I wanted some crazy picks tonight between these two, but again, I want to go back to a lot of the things that we're looking for in this one, and a lot of it does come with map control, and we, especially looking at Tarzan versus Shadow, the early picks in the draft, finding that kind of onus to do something is what I'm looking for, right? And looking to see if we get the tried and true Viegos, right? Most played for both of these guys, and I wonder if we get the bans through there, or if Viego becomes a mainstay here, as ban picks are finally ready. So we're going to be getting into it and see just how this first game, the first draft of this best of 3 is going to pan out between LNG and LGD. As LNG on the blue side, they will ban away the Renata and the Nautilus. We get the LGD ban of Wukong to start it off.
Yeah, so going to be looking at kind of bog standard red side bans. I think there are a few baits in the current meta though. Lucian being one of them, like 38% win rate. He has not been looking so hot. A lot of people have found answers to that Lucian on the bottom side. Also, I know you kind of mentioned there, I feel like despite the fact he's one of our most popular picks, I think Viego's a bit of a bait. Okay. I think he doesn't offer as much in the early stages, and when the problem is if you fall behind early, he can't get the resets and the fights that he needs to be as valuable. Shadow's still going to go towards him here because it has been kind of standard, but I think the biggest problem is that if you start to fall behind with Viego, there's very little you can do to come back.
And I mean, Zeri made it through. I feel like Zeri is ridiculously strong right now. The fact that she makes it through the draft, easy first pickup for LNG. The response from LGD was that Viego, as you said, but then also the Corki locked in for Hai Chao.
Yeah, it feels like a big takeaway from Doomby. We've actually started to see the Corki ban creep up against LNG because it's been so popular for Doomby, but I'm not going to be able to get his hands on that this time around, so we'll have to see what his answer is going to be. But things like the Swain are still up and available for him if he wants to go towards that and provide that kind of backline threat. But LNG going to go towards Iwandi's Rakan alongside the Zeri, so pretty aggressive bot lane. And Allah going to get his hands back on the Gnar. I've been a mixed bag on Allah's Gnar, to be honest, because I feel like oftentimes he ends up trying to play side lane too much rather than focusing with the team. But a Sejuani means he'll definitely be focusing with the squad.
So we have very obvious decisions being made by both teams. As you had mentioned earlier, LNG with the longest average game time in the league. We are going to scaling, baby. We are going to late game if we can make it there. I mean, there's some snowball potential, I feel like, but I would expect both teams to round out the drafts with a lot of that scaling, with a lot of that late game focus. Obviously, LNG have a huge win condition now with Light on the Zeri. We'll see what LGD's answer is, and it will be the scaling option of Ornn.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what LGD's game plan is, because one of the picks that does incredibly well against Rakan is the Lulu. So I'm curious to see if we end up going towards something like a Lulu Twitch or a Lulu Kog'Maw, which is why they're kind of going, okay, well, we'll take the Ornn and make sure that we're getting this really strong front-to-back team fight. Because if you've got Corki with the late-game poke and the damage that he can provide, plus you've got one of these late-game scaling AD carries, it could work out super well for you. Even if you wanted to go for someone like a Jinx Lulu as well, that can always work out at 2.
You had a couple bans coming through here for the second phase. Fiora banned away by LGD. Draven by LNG. Don't want to give that to Asim at all. And potentially more of those ADC pool, more of that ADC pool going to be banned away a little bit. LGD obviously have the focus towards the solo lanes here, though. Trying to get a decent matchup in the top side, maybe, as they do ban away the Gnar as well. That was hovered by LNG before.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they aren't going for a Gwen ban. Ala loves that pick, very strong in the current patch, and does incredibly well into the Orange. So I feel like a Gwen setup here is probably going to be your best bet, especially if you're opting in towards, as we were talking about, the kind of attack on hit focused AD carries. Gwen can do really well just in providing that front line, getting a ton of DPS off and making life really uncomfortable for them. But we'll have to see, that is going to be the Jinx ban, something Aston has brought out a lot. But I still think you can go for a lot of these late game scalers, but actually going to be a bit of a different take on that.
A little respect here from LNG. All 3 of the champions Aston has played banned away in the last 3 bans there for LNG at least. But I love this pickup, as you were kind of alluding to, for LGD. Giving the Senna over, giving some more scaling, but making sure to tie the team composition together with those reinforcements we talked about.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what the game plan is, though, because I think their thought process was, oh, well, if they've got the Zeri, maybe Doomby's going towards some... I know he doesn't play a huge amount of it, but like a Zoe, or maybe an Azir or something along these lines, and they might go for like some sort of poke composition, so having the Senna there to try and alleviate that can help, but I think you're taking away a decent chunk of your late game. I think I just wanted more damage to be coming from the AD carry role, but we'll have to see exactly how it ends up turning out. We talked about the potential here for a Gwen. We're actually not going to see it with the Sejuani locked in, so I think the Volibear going to be heading in towards the jungle. We will get the Sejuani top here, and there's the Tam Kench to round it out on that bottom side.
The King of the Jungle making sure to have the King of Lightning? I don't remember exactly the exact lore of Mr. Volibear, but LNG have a very scary composition nonetheless. I love the instant lock-in of the Tahm Kench, the tried and true duo of the Senna Tahm Kench to make sure there is safety down in that bot lane. But we got to pick apart these compositions a little bit, because I just feel at this point you've opted into LNG's style for LGD, and it's all about execution from here, and there's a lot of execution to be had.
Yeah, I think so for LNG, for LGD, this is going to be a tough one. For LGD, they are much more focused on, hey, we're just going to take it easy in the early stages. I mean, even with the Viego pick in there, like everything screams late game in this composition, but unfortunately not an awful lot of it screams early game aggression. You don't have a bot lane you can play around the Semi-Time Kench. They want to take it easy. You got an Ornn top side, King of the weak side. You've got the Corki mid as well, who just wants to chill. Like, you actually don't have a huge amount of pressure, which is why I was kind of looking at maybe we can swap the Sejuani into the jungle, just because there's no lane pressure there that actually like warrants you to kind of worry about any sorts of invades or anything like that happening. But when you look across at LNG, having Doomby on the Silas, you actually have some opportunities to try and look for these early fights kind of off of 1 to 2 items. You've got a decent early jungler as well in the Volibear, so I expect quite a bit of action towards this mid lane to see if you can get on towards the Corki in the early stages, and then maybe see if you can spread that around the map as well.
But I think that's the most interesting point, is what we were saying, looking at the reinforcements for LGD, there were some particular picks we wanted to see, especially for Haichao, the Galio, trying to find some influence with the team, right, and the mobility out of mid lane. I think with the Corki, you can get that to some extent if everything gets volatile in the mid lane, but it's not necessarily one of those picks I would have been looking for. I would have loved to see the Galio come through again for Haichao, but this is another bar of execution for him in terms of looking for positioning. You are one of the main carries here. You are going to be the transition in damage for LGD, and it's going to be a tough test to say the least, going against Doomby.
Especially when they're kind of deviating away from the style that we talked about with Shadow and Jinzhou working together, because with Jinzhou and the Tahm Kench, he's more than likely going to be farming, because although farming Senna is viable on this patch, we've still seen teams go for the fasting Senna, so I think you're just not going to have that link up between Shadow and Jinzhou in the same way, and that could mean that you're not actually able to get as much control over the map as LGD would like.
And as we hit the rift for the first time of Super Saturday here in week number 4, LNG versus LGD. It is about control. It is about macro decisions, and it is about potentially objectives. It's all looking at the early game. It's looking at where these junglers will be pathing to, where the resources are going to, and all eyes on Shadow and Tarzan. As it does look like we'll get opposite side starts this time around, Dagda.
I'm going to give you a very painful statement here.
What you got? I'm ready for the pain. I'm gritting my teeth.
I think this is going to be a slow early game.
No way.
I really don't see this
way.
popping off. Like,
That's out of
LGD's
left
composition.
field, dude. I need you to calm down. All
right. Yeah, I just, like, LGD's composition just doesn't do anything in the early stages at all. And realistically, I think Tarzan has some places to make plays, but it's really hard to get onto a Senna Time Kench. You have some maybe plays to make around mid, but even then, Corky's pretty good at avoiding that. So I don't know.
I want to ask.
I feel like this is going to be a lot of like staring intensely, menacingly at each other across
Until
the
you
rift.
see the whites of their eyes. Nobody pull the trigger. But yeah, that's where I do want to ask, like, where do you think the mindset for LGD comes into taking a game like this into LNG, taking something that necessarily we wouldn't want to see from LGD and something that LNG feels confident in, but trying to use that against them, trying to use some of their own poison? What do you think the mindset is and why they approach this series that way?
I imagine they're going, hey, look at all the stats that Mazel and Dagda put up at today.
They're definitely doing that.
Oh, these guys, they don't play early game. Like, there is very little interaction between the lanes. There's very little interaction between how they want to set up for objectives and these kind of things. So, hey, let's just go all out in the late game scaling. Let's put the question to LNG going, can you boys actually get it together in the early game so that we can try and look for some sort of early gold advantage that you can actually play through? And looks like LNG going to try and answer that.
An early dive here. Tarzan, Ala trying to get Chalisa, but it's a nice double knockup. Ala has to get out of there. They have to abandon and flash the dive on top lane.
No.
That's huge.
I thought Ala was going to have an L orange charge coming through and he's going to go down, but I agree. Massive. This is why I was kind of going, hey, LNG, what are you going to do? Because that play was not really going to work. It's really hard to dive an Ornn because you've got the ability to dissuade a lot of that early CC thanks to Bellows Breath. You got knockups galore like that. And even though towers are slightly weaker, they still hurt. So Chalitza just totally fine to chill underneath the tower.
Shadow will be going for a bit of invade here as he's going for the Krugs. Light not resetting. Iwandi went ahead and did pull the trigger on that. Light is all by himself at this point. See the first plate at least go down, I would expect here. Tarzan on his way down, but will not find his Krugs. A little bit salty about that one as Shadow makes his way out through the mist.
And he will go off into the night calmly. But yeah, again, I mean, this is kind of what I was saying. Tarzan doing his damnedest to actually make some early plays happen, but I just don't really see a world where you're able to get much through that top side at the moment for Tarzan. I really do feel like you have to try and move through this mid side.
I can appreciate the early attempt, at least with the Sejuani passive, to try to get something, but yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, hey, if you're trying to, like, work through that, and like using the Sejuani passive, I think your best bet is trying to look for topside skirmishes. Like this 3v3 could work out really well for LNG around things like the Rift Tower, just with the amount of melee champions you have to actually proc that Sejuani passive. And the fact like every single one of these guys brings momentous amounts of CC to the occasion.
Yeah.
Like it's the wedding gift that LGD really don't want.
Yeah, I feel like those are rare, but yeah, I'd say at this point I would accept that one. I find it interesting that, we get this bottom lane, obviously looking to late game. You get the Senna, that's an obvious farming lane. You get the Zeri, not really a champion, so you can get a little bit further along. Yet Asim and Jinzhao are doing some work down there and keeping the aggression lane and letting Shadow kind of make his way around the map at this point. I think it's at least something for LGD early on.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that. Oh, hang on, as you say that, they actually go in again. That usually in these lanes, the time gauge starts to fall behind because it's just like, oh, damn, we're getting so much poke, we can't really do anything. But as you say, like, Asim doing a good job to keep Jinzhao topped up. They're actually finding really good engages. Iwandi as well, stopping the reset there. So LGD are going to get the first dragon. And this was one of the things that I actually thought LNG might have been able to play for. Like where Tarzan maybe tries to make them play bot, they lean that over into the Dragon, but not having any sort of presence here means that LGD just managed to pick that one up out without much discourse coming through from LNG.
Well, apparently LNG subjectively decide not to take the first objective. It will be the Hextech Dragon going over to LGD. Ala is in a little bit of transition here, trying to catch Hai Chao. Does land the Glacial Prison, but Hai Chao flashes away. Now Ala needs to be careful. The Rockets. Oh, not enough, Tarzan. He's trying to body block at this point. He's doing nicely. Shadow, you're going too far, man. You're going too far. Doinby takes the Heartbreaker and breaks Shadow's heart with first blood.
I mean, it was a prayer going in onto that one, Shadow. That wasn't really going to work out. Hai Chao, very low in mana. Big wave under the turret that he doesn't want to leave. And honestly, at that stage, you just let it go.
Let it go,
Shadow,
man. Let it go.
You know what? The funny thing is, Shadow should have let it go, and he ended up frozen because he didn't.
Hai Chao's just sitting there screaming like, bruh, like, come on. I got out of a dive
did such a
at
good
level
job.
6.
Like, the fact that Hai Chao actually turns this around is like, that's it. This is what we're talking about. Hai Chao, you've got the LPL blood in you, man. You were born for this. But yeah, Shadow, ever so slightly short. Ala with a good sidestep. And yeah, Frozen is now
looks
Shadow's
like I just
name.
ate a lemon. Dagda. I don't like.
Yeah.
Oh, that feels bad. That feels bad. But hey, early transgressions aside from LGD. Got a little bit of an outplay, a little mechanical hands there from Hai Chao. We were talking about the development. I love to see it at least, but see if they can bring back a little bit of calmness into this game where we were saying, you know, it's about scaling, it's about longevity, and at this point, LGD seemed like they want to throw a wrench into the works on that one.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, when you look at LGD, even with that kill going across, they still have a decent lead. You've got a big CS advantage going over towards Shadow, so even though that kill did go the way of LNG, LGD are still in a good spot. As well, bot side, 2 turret plates already taken for them. You got 1 turret plate taken for Chalitza in the top side as well. Like, this early game is actually going very well for LGD right now.
Let's see Shadow up towards this top side. Seeing if Ala wants to go a little bit aggressive to get priority for Doinby in the mid lane. So this will mean Rift Herald number 1 for LNG. A bit of control of the map and the plates to come up next.
Yeah, I think this is a good call from LNG trying to force a play around this objective in the top side. Because as we talked about, their skirmish between the 3v3 is incredibly strong if they can get it to work. Especially when you can see like Doinby having access to things like Chalitza's ultimate to really start fights off. So I like that LGD didn't actually try and contest that. Just let Asim and Jinjiao continue to punish on bot side and continue to try and take more of these turret plates.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary to give Doinby that Ornn ulti. See where that gets the trigger pulled a little bit later on. But honestly, been pretty okay, at least with the way that Chalitza has been doing in the top side, because the fact that we do see the Ornn gameplay coming out, you obviously have a little bit more of that weak side propensity, but Ala has been trying. We've seen Tarzan attempt to dive earlier on. And so far, besides Shadow overextending, LGD have had their umbrellas up and they've been bearing the storm at least.
Yeah, and one of them is a Hex umbrella as well, because when you look over at Hai Chao, the fact he's able to get that Hex drinker nice and early is super nice, because you think of Tarzan, normally you're like, oh yeah, Volley Bear hits me a lot, that's physical damage, but actually a lot of Volley Bear's kit is surprisingly magic damage focused. You got Doomby's magic damage focused, Ala who is the same as well. A huge amount of this top side of the map is AP damage, so the fact that you actually get the Hex drinker nice and early here means it's going to be so much more difficult for them to try and go for these plays onto Hai Chao, who already is just like, why are there 4 people in my lane? I know you're here, go away.
At this point, the Ornn Horde does come through for Doinby just to be a pain. As will go ahead and use that TP to mid lane, provide a little bit of at least recompense for LNG's presence there. Another plate falls in bot lane, but there's the lightning crash. And guess who else is crashing? It's a tidal wave onto LGD's bot lane. The rest of LNG have shown up, and LGD doesn't have much to say about it. Abyssal Dive will go through, but that's a fried catfish. Asim gets out with a flash, but here comes the bear, and here comes a double kill for LNG's Light.
Greedy by LGD's bot lane. They stick around for the turret plate, but you saw LNG leaving the mid lane and they get caught out by it. So kills going across to LNG, whereas you'll end up with 2 turret plates, one in bot, one in mid going for LGD. Definitely not a worth trade, especially with this Rift Herald going down.
Indeed, indeed. It'll be a lot more resources funneled into this bot lane where we said, Light is going to be in late game win condition. At this point, with all this gold, it's going to be a little bit closer to late game. As I think we had a bit of an issue there. I don't know. I don't think it charged when it was supposed to.
Yeah.
But, we'll figure that out. I'm sure we'll come back to our wonderful faces in shock and awe as, that's not supposed to happen, Dagda.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to definitely need a bit of a chrono break on that one because that tower should 100% be dead. I'm not really sure what happened there, but I got to say, though, I like that at least we're starting to see the lanes moving about for LNG, where we actually have Ala consistently trying to move down and towards this mid lane to find plays for Doomby. Like, this is something that we kind of talked about, is that there's a lot missing on LNG side in how they try to approach the early game and the movement between the lanes. So the fact that we don't actually have that, the fact that we have that now at least looks a little bit more positive, I would say, for this squad.
Yeah, I want to do a holistic check-in so far, because I will say, besides the early thing that happened, that's what we'll call it, I've really, really liked this early iteration of LGD, the iteration they put out for us today, right? The fact that we do have Chalitza coming in here for Fearness. We have, the summer reinforcements that we had already talked about, Haichao and Asum. And I think we've seen some moments from each one of them, be it, Chalitza trying to stop the snowball from happening in top lane, doing so nicely. And then we're seeing some mechanics from both of the other laners that we've been talking about, in the fact that Asum is pushing up on this Senate, is playing aggressive still in this lane that should be waiting a little bit longer. We see Haichao able to get out of these crazy circumstances in the mid lane that LNG is putting so many resources into. And I just had to do a little check-in. We got pause. I want to check it because I think LGD has shown up, and I love this iteration of it.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've been really impressed with Haichao and the fact that he's been so aware of how pressure can be coming towards the mid lane. Like, he got out of the first gank incredibly well, but you can see when Ala again came down to try and put pressure onto this mid lane, Haichao respected it massively, did not go near the tower because he knew he was going to need help, and waited until he had not only the support of his jungler, but also potential TP coming through from Chalitza as well, before he tried to get up towards that wave. So I really think you're seeing a good understanding of LGD in general, of how to bypass a lot of what LNG are doing in these early stages. The only problem that you're seeing is that, like, once one domino falls, LNG are picking up a lot more. And a lot of that is to do with, like, how we saw that bot lane go for LGD, where they have gotten 3 plates, but then they overextend that little bit. We had the Rift Herald instantly go down, not charge, but should charge. I'm going to have to see exactly what the plan is there. But, like, these should be moments where you are respecting that LNG could be there, but we're just not getting that from LGD. So we're almost getting a really good play from LGD where they are holding on to control, but we're just not quite getting it fully.
And hopefully, for everyone watching, obviously we had a little bit of an issue with the game. Hopefully we'll get the information on what exactly will be coming next, exactly how we're going to fix this issue. But just hang with us, hang tight with us as we continue to work through this one. And go back to, are you checking back in at all from this early game, Dagda? Did you want a little bit more rest time at the LNG hotel? Like, are you looking to get the spa amenities at this point? Do you think?
Do you know what? I've taken photos of the LNG facilities. I've not been impressed. I've posted my review on Yelp.
Oh, no.
I've checked into a different hotel.
Oh, God.
It's actually, it's
But they got the
shared
Rift
hotel
Herald.
with
Come
V5
on.
and anyone's legend. Where V5 provide the room service, that's absolutely spectacular. Anyone's legend provide the gym because those lads are chatted, jacked as all hell.
True.
This is where I actually am,
I can appreciate that one for sure, but I still, you get a little bit of that control. You can see where Tarzan has been looking in the early game. We've already seen him try multiple times, at least in the solo lanes, and I think that's what you're looking for LNG. Maybe not necessarily that top lane gank that happened, but it was something to throw off LGD a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that LNG are trying to get the pieces into position so they can actually play it through this mid game. Because you look at, like, the Zeri, very good at 3 items, don't get me wrong, but certainly a champion that has an earlier spike than, say, something like the Senna, who has that great late game scaling thanks to her passive. You've got like super tanks coming in the Ornn, even the farming time Kench becomes incredibly difficult to deal with, and it's not like you've got things that can do amazing stuff into that, like Silas, not exactly a tank killer. Same when you look across at things like the volley bear falls off a cliff in the later portion of the game. So you're heavily reliant on basically just this Zeri to be your late game damage. And that's not going to be enough against how many tanks are set up on LGD side, especially because the build that you traditionally like to go on a Zeri is your Immortal Shield Bow, Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge. But now you've got to try and slap an early Lord Dominic's Regard in there to try and deal with these tanks that are on the side of LGD. So it's going to make things a little bit more difficult. So if LNG aren't hitting the mid game well, it's not going to look good as this game goes on. The fact that you've got early dragons already going the way of LGD, now there's not this big gold lead or even starting to swing in favor of LNG, can be an issue. And I'm curious to see what the plan is for LNG as we come back into live.
Oh!
And
wait.
Oh.
Okay, I guess we're back.
Well,
the Rift Herald
sucks.
didn't get anything. So we just got an update. There was Doonby who reported an in-game issue that they were investigating, and here we are back into the game. The Rift Herald didn't get the tower bot lane, but apparently that's okay.
Oh, that's just kind of sad for LNG, to be honest. Like, that was what I was going to say, is that the one thing they had come for them was this early Rift Herald, which was going to give some gold across to LNG's bot lane and have Light kind of accelerated. And maybe you get the opportunity as well to look for a little bit more, but looks like we're just going to hop into this, just a replay on this bot side. But yeah, Jinjo and Asum overextending for that bot wave. We already talked about it, where LNG just end up roaming down off the mid lane play, and this is just greedy. Like, the fact they kind of needed to have the maybe Abyssal Dive come through a bit sooner, but even then, the ability to just turn off the tower like you see just makes this so difficult to actually deal with here on LGD side.
My eyes just got a bunch of eye candy thrown at them in the middle of your very nice analytical statement, because that Stormbringer, the directed cam on that was insane. Hey,
yeah, I didn't
glad
even know
they could
that
get
TT
something put
was on
together in the
today.
pause at least, right?
Yeah, I didn't even know TT was on today, because that was some T-Taurus. That was actually, that was nice. That was looking slick.
It was indeed. But let's zoom back into this game a little bit. Feel out where we're at after that little bit of a pause. Did get a lot of pressure from LNG as they had gotten the first blood on Shadow. Now they have transitioned that into a Rift Herald charge in bot lane, punishing Asum and Jin Zhao for their overextension. We still have LGD marking up those dragons. A nice win condition for them in a Mountain Soul coming up after a while, but it's still a late game win condition for them. And both teams trying true on their marks at this point, getting to the late game.
And here's the thing, your chances are you're going to end up seeing the Rift Herald spawn about a minute before that next dragon. So I feel like if LNG are again able to play through this three-man squad on the top side, pick up the Rift Herald, they might be able to use Rift Herald mid to get priority, get themselves into a position for dragon. And if that's the case, I do give them a pretty good opportunity. I think if you're able to quickly dive onto everyone from this position in the game with a ton of CC from Ala, Tarzan, Doomby, even Iwandi, I think you can take the fight against LGD because of how much late game scaling is in their composition, and maybe that's your window into the game.
Would be a window. Speaking of windows for LGD, I'm gonna try to find a window through Ala up here. He does dodge out the first little bit, but he'll go into the alcove, buying time for his teammates to get up here to redeem him. But I don't think they're gonna have time. Dawning Shadow came across map there to help out, but it will be LGD on the board here, as well as first tower for the LGD squad.
Yeah, because Iwandi was roaming up here meant that Zeri was by herself, so Light forced away from the tower, and Chalitza might be the same.
Yep, your buddy Shadow got out. You did not get so lucky. Started the back a little bit late and will pay for it with his life.
Unfortunate there, Chalitza just not respecting again the fact that LNG just linger around that bit longer. So Doomby will end up getting the first tower of the game in favor of LNG. So nice to kind of get the goal going over towards Doomby. And looks like Doomby's actually going for something that he's been a very big fan of, which is the Crown of the Shattered Queen. He ends up building it a lot on champions rather than going for the Everfrost that we traditionally see on the Silas. But I think it's really not the spot to go for the Crown of the Shattered Queen here, because realistically, you've got a ton of poke in LGD that can actually get rid of that. Crown of the Shadow Queen passive quite easily, to be honest.
Well, another Rift Herald goes into the pocket of Tarzan. I don't see it in the inventory, but we'll figure it out when we come back from this one. This was unfortunate for Chalitza.
Yeah, Chalitza, like, this is actually, well, I was going to say, it's a nice setup from Shadow. Chalitza kind of just misses everything.
Yeah.
Like, throws down the Q, doesn't connect, goes for the ult, Ala dodges it, then tries to go for the knock-up on the wall, then misses that one as well. So Shadow's just like, all right, well, look, either way,
It's
I've got a
his
ton of
first
damage.
game of the season, all right? Come on. Let's give him some time.
No. It needs to be perfect
you're
right
against
now.
Allah. It is make or break this moment.
Yeah, this is what decides whether LGD goes to Worlds
His
or not.
career
And
lives or
Chalitza
dies from
whiffed.
this moment. Literally.
But now, this is what we're talking about, right? You had basically the Rift Herald spawn a minute before the Dragon. Rift Herald goes to LNG. So now they want to try and see if they can use it in this mid lane, but LGD keeping firm grasp on the mid lane for the moment.
They do, and you may wonder why LGD still have a little tiny gold lead at this moment when they're 4-1 in the deficit, at least in kills. And that is because Shadow has been farming up a literal storm at this point, and he is so far ahead of Tarzan. It helps fluctuate that gold a little bit in LGD's favor. That's not going to be so for long if LGD can't find anything else on the map.
Yeah, it looks like LGD might just give up this Dragon and instead look to take the mid lane turret, which I think is honestly your best call here. Again, I think this is where LNG are strongest. The fact they haven't gotten any of these early Dragons means realistically, like, you're looking, what, 30 plus minutes before you actually have to worry about a third Dragon or a fourth Dragon. So for LNG, just trying to play the map state is LGD, excuse me. It's better to play the map state. So they get mid tower, they rotate up off this wave as well, and they should be able to get this top lane turret as well off this play with Haichao there. So honestly, great trade for LGD. This is exactly what you need to do when you have the later scaling composition.
Yep, exactly that. Playing to the win conditions here. I love to see it, even with the early slip-ups. And it's still a very tightly contested game at 17.5. We'll see a lot of pressure from LNG in the mid lane, though. Trying to get this mid tower knocked down. Would be on his way as well. This is a full 5-man stack there. Rift Herald also utilized, while Haichao still in the side lane, does have TP if they want to pull a trigger on a fight here. Ornhorn comes out from Doinby. It's going to be LNG moving forward under the tower. The tower falls, and so does LGD, but not just yet. Jin Zhao gets out with a smidgen of health. The Rift Herald will not get another charge off, and nice defense from LGD.
Yeah, LGD will end up losing their mid tower in response, so that's all 3 outer towers down on both sides. But the nice thing for LGD, at least in that case, is that you look at this top lane, a massive wave was lost for LNG. The Herald was used as well, so the fact you're keeping pace when LNG got both Rift Heralds this game is actually working out relatively well for LGD. The slight kill lead, but with the gold that they picked up from turret plates, from the CS advantage we talked about from Shadow and everything else, honestly, I'm not seeing LNG really get a big enough lead at the moment to really be that much of a threat for LGD if we get to the 25-minute plus.
So that's the next thing we got to talk about here then, because we talked about scaling, both teams opting into it in terms of the way they want to go, but at this point we got to start asking the question, who comes out on top in that scaling discussion? Because I'm seeing Light go on 2 items now. He's working on his 3rd. We're still waiting on Asip to really get those stacks up and get the souls under his belt to feel good. Haichao still waiting on his Manamune. There's a lot of questions to be asked. Who do you think comes out better in the end if they do make it to 30, 35 minutes?
It's LGD every time. Like, it's not even close. Tarzan just isn't relevant to the late game. You've got this Senna who isn't even opting for the lethality build that we generally see, going for the Kraken Slayer option instead. They're going to be incredibly strong late game. Corki, we always talk about how strong this pick is late as well. Like, pretty much everything on LNG kind of starts to hit hard now. But even when you look at, like, when you look to 3-4 items, like, Ala isn't as tanky as Chalitza, Shadow outscales, like, everything on LGD just comes out on top.
I'll love to hear it. LGD, I'm sure we'll love to hear it as well. LNG looking mid, though. Glacial Prison perfectly onto Asum. Lightning Crash here, as we do have the flank coming in from Iwandi. This is a beautiful play from LNG. Doesn't matter if you get a 5-man Ornhorn knockup. It's a double kill for Light.
LNG have been playing around this vision control they've put in topside so well. So Ala getting the pick on towards Assam with the ultimate forces Jin Zhao out to use the ult early. But Iwandi's just sneaking around in this topside jungle because LGD haven't contested any of the vision control that's up there. Now LNG are onto the Baron, and Shadow is still around. So it looks like LNG won't be as confident and will back away.
A little bit of respect from LNG. I think it's the right call in this situation, right? You got package available for High Chow. You also had, as you said, Shadow around with the smite to try and steal it over the wall. LNG are fine, riding the wave that they have created for themselves, the ripples, at least at this point, that has turned into a wave for LNG. And it comes off the back of just great decision-making, and that is where we look at the difference between both these two teams. The expectations for both these two teams. The quick decision-making, you better bet that's on LNG's side.
I think you're starting to see the problems with having a newer player trying to provide the support role when they're used to playing AD carry, right? Because you can see here, Assam steps up to try and get some vision control down. He gets caught out, but there's zero vision pretty much at all on the map for LGD right now, which is why you're seeing this like slow push forward with several members of LGD to try and establish that from the mid lane. But it just means that LNG have so many different routes and angles of attack which LGD get caught out.
Look at that damage. Oh my god. I know we usually talk about Ezreal with the buffed up numbers because the poke and the prod that he does provide, but at this point, I don't know if those are buffed up numbers or if that's just Light having a great time at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely him being able to provide a ton of that damage, and this is what we talked about, right? It's the Light is going to have to be.
Oh, here we go. UNB pulls the trigger. Jin Zhao gets caught. Nice Epscon up Dark. Max range there. The Ultra Shock Laser does a decent amount of damage. Iwandi's coming back for it. They have found Chalitza, but he gets eaten up, devoured by Jin Zhao. Now LGD will find themselves safe yet again, but a lot of ultimates used in terms of safety. The Devour and the Dawning Shadow as Dragon on the table for LNG.
You have to be so careful. Alice still has that ultimate and Tarzan as well. We're going to get a fight here, Mazel.
This could be second Dragon already taken, though, by LNG, and they could just get out of here. They don't need to stay for the fight. LGD are too slow to come in and stop them from taking the objective.
Yeah, I mean, LNG managing to get the second Dragon for themselves, so nicely done, but LGD, they're pushing mid and threatening position on this Baron. I don't think they're actually going to be able to take it, though. I think it's more about getting vision control in that area and trying to remove some of the wards that LNG already have established. But again, you're seeing that LNG making the plays.
Yet again, it's the trigger pulls every time, Dagda. Doesn't matter if it's coming from Iwandi, Ala, or even Doinb. It is the trigger pulling that has been executing LGD.
And you're just seeing that every time LGD not establishing themselves front to back. Assam twice now caught out in the front line by Ala's ultimate, when realistically that should never be the case. Now LNG going to start up this objective as Jin Zhao will cancel the reset. Aichau's top side. Can we get the steal?
Without Assam, the damage profile just isn't there. And look, again, the entire team almost in sync goes over the wall. Nice knockout from Chalitza, Devour from Jin Zhao. But it's all she wrote here for LGD. They're getting wiped clean as 2 more kills for Light. He has just been racking up the double kills left and right.
And we said we needed to get to 25 minutes plus for LGD to be relevant. Well, LNG have come alive at the 20-minute mark, making sure they're finding pick after pick. 6-0 for Light, as you called out, Mazel. That's going to be the Infinity Edge completed very early for this Zeri, and it means now you can start to get to work on that Lord Dominic's Regard as soon as possible as well, having picked up your 3 core items. But we'll see it here.
Good.
Way too far forward. Why? I don't know why you're trying to contest this wave, but this is what we're talking about with the new members of LGD. They need time to adjust the pace of LPL, because that was them getting caught out by a veteran of the LPL.
Yeah, I will say, even with all the new faces on LGD, I think you see Chalitza in those kinds of moments. You still see a little bit of shining light in that terms of like trying to navigate these fights, right? When you're looking at the fights, even if they are one-sided at this point for LGD, it's about picking apart what looks good in those fights for LGD. And I think High Chow sitting at 0-0-0, probably not the scoreline he'd want to be at, but I would say it's better than having given over a bunch of kills in the mid lane to Doinb. As LNG have started up the Baron yet again, you would expect it's just a bait if LGD try to come, but that's the thing about baits. If you don't call it, they'll just take it.
Yeah, it will be spotted out by the Squires ward there. Shadow
They're just going to all go over the wall again, right? Like they could just rinse and repeat what happened last time. It's literally just going to happen again. They're just getting pulled into the fight. Ornhorn across, but isn't going to do anything. Glacial Prison on the Jinzhou. Jalitza's in a 1v5, and he finally dies. There's a nice little triple root from Asim. Dawning Shadow is not going to do enough. He's starting to scale up, starting to stack up, but it will not be in time. LNG just pushing forward as 5.
LGD, though, still relatively healthy, but hasn't been able to heal people up. I mean, Chalitza actually doing a lot of work, and you can see how much damage it takes to take down the Ornn in this composition. Light!
Light's looking for it. He sees a big outplay potential here, but he won't go for it just yet.
Yeah, again, though, just slightly picking off members of LGD means that LNG are starting to push into about a 3,000 gold lead. Bit by bit, they're getting this gold that they need, and slowly but surely eking their ward line forward just by constantly starting up this Baron. But you need to be careful because Doomby doesn't have TP, relatively low in health as he pushes in this top side, and we'll need to reset now with a minute until the Dragon. It feels like, again, LNG are just going to try and burst this one down, or maybe look for a pick before LGD get there.
We have 3 items now for Light. He'll be out on the map. We also now have 3 items complete for Doinby, who just completed the Demonic Embrace. So a lot of health damage coming out there from the Silas in mid lane. Kind of interested in that build of the Leandries plus Demonic to start it off, but they're starting off the Baron here in LNG yet again. This is rinse and repeat for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, I mean, they're just using Ala as this engage tool with Iwandi. Shadow trying to push forward.
They all have tools to just go over the wall. That's what I love about this LNG composition. If they want to go, they go. And here goes Iwandi, the AoE. It's too dang much, Dagda. I don't know if I can even continue watching this. Tarzan Stormbringers into the back. It's a double kill for Doinby. It's about to be a whole clean ace. No, he doesn't get him. Shadow gets out by the skin of his teeth. LNG will turn back onto the Baron, and it is just time at this point that is the enemy of LGD.
I mean, it's 4 kills for LNG, 2 neutrals for LNG and Baron and that Dragon, and 1 limping member of LGD that escaped. I think LNG are going to be pretty damn happy with the way that one went. And as you say, I mean, the mobility on LNG's side, so clean here. And Asim once more just getting caught out in the mix means that he goes down instantly, and LNG punished. We'll see it here. We have 0 vision control, realistically.
He didn't grab the package.
Oh, Haicho left the base.
He didn't grab
He left the base
package.
without the package.
Oh,
no,
I don't know
Haicho.
what to say about that. Like, oh, no. Well.
Especially since it would have got him here faster as well.
Yep.
And might have been in a good spot just as this engage came through. But again, Asim just way too far forward. Flash in from Iwandi to stun up the AD carry. And Haicho can't really carry these fights solo. Great flank here from Tarzan to cut off the escape route as well. Just everyone except for Shadow and LGD ends up falling.
There's a bit of unfortunate news for LGD as they are still with the 1 kill they found in response earlier. It'll be 3 dragons back to back to back for LNG, secured 1 away from the Mountain Soul. Look at that damage chart there. It's been Light all game long. His percentages are going to be insane when we get to that last stat graph.
I mean, I think at this stage, definite MVP coming through from Light when it comes towards the damage, but the engages from Ala have been incredible. The follow-up from Tarzan as well. Like, this is a much more coordinated LNG, and something that I think we are kind of hoping to see a little bit more of, because we talked about how LGD kind of posed the question to LNG, like, how can you play through the mid-game LNG? How coordinated can you be? And they've been insane.
Yeah, they really have. Now they're just pushing forward again. And going back to the holistic conversation at the beginning of this, right, we said there are different expectations for these teams looking into the rest of the season. This should be a series that LNG come out and prove that they are one of the top dogs. They deserve to be at the top of the table. LGD just looking to be the underdog story, looking to find something on the season, find that development that we were talking about. And here, this is exactly what we would have expected from the top of the day coming into this one.
Yeah, I think from LNG, the fact that they are taking this nice and easy is definitely a plus sign. But I think from LGD, oh, hang on.
Oh, it's the double Ornhorn. They both don't really get much there. It's just a little bit of show, a little bit of fireworks before we get to July 4th.
I mean, we still might be getting a bit more.
They got rockets.
They're looking to bring it early.
They're trying, but they don't do any damage. There's 3 mountain dragons already, and they're losing their inhib tower in the top lane.
And the problem is that because LGD
Oh
are behind,
my
they're not really
God.
getting the magic
What?
pen they need. That's the
That
Zeri
was an
poke.
Ultra Shock laser. That was a basic ability. Light is kiting away. They've gotten one. Tai Chao is down, and the rest of LGD. That's a big old stolen Dawning Shadow coming across. They have not found a single kill back after that one. Another double kill for Light, and LNG will round out game number 1 in dominating fashion. 18-1, 10,000 gold in the lead. They say, you want to bring a late game comp to us? Well, go ahead and bring it, LGD.
LNG gonna close out game 1 after a spectacular mid game where they take over against LGD.
What a way to win as well. Taking exactly what they expected from the draft, exactly how they wanted to play their composition, and execute it to a T. Early gift started by Shadow in the mid lane, and it was just a snowball from there.
Yeah, I mean, look, the mistake from Shadow definitely not helping, but honestly, I think that this was a lot of mistakes coming through in the mid game as to vision setup, being able to play around your composition properly. Like, the fact that Asim got caught out twice by Allah, just overstepping in that mid lane, caused way more issues than I'll say Shadow did in the early stages.
Yeah.
Also, again, I think when you try to play a Senate composition, a lot of teams kind of overlook, and even I think a lot of viewers overlook, like the very different style you then have to play as an AD carry, because you're now the support. You're the one who has to make sure that you're getting the vision control down at the right time, in the right place, and making sure that's all working out correctly. But you can see that was a big struggle for Asim in this game. Like, Asim never really got the vision control that he needed down or in the right places. We saw LNG have a ton of control of pretty much all of the jungle of LGD, but all they really needed was that top side. And consistently, Allah was finding positions in to find flanks. Iwandi was finding positions to find flanks. And that was actually what caused the issue for LGD here, was not being able to set up for this front to back.
Yeah, and the front to back every time, right? Like the positioning that we highlighted in the beginning, specifically on Hai Chao in the A block earlier on today, definitely still needed to be assigned to Asim and the rest of the team, really, where you're seeing some of those positioning mistakes, even in Chalitza on the top side, playing weak side, having some difficulties up there. And I think it can be expected for a team that's coming together, that's still, getting new faces, right? First game for Chalitza on the top side. We're still trying to get Hai Chao and Asim used to the developmental cycle here in the LPL as well. And bright spots, but not bright enough to take down LNG, one of the top teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's so sad to see, because so many games that I've been watching from LGD, it's like, it seems like, okay, we're starting to get themselves into like a good pace at the right place, the right time, and then it's just these slight positioning errors that come through that end up costing them. So I wouldn't be surprised if we come back into this and LGD kind of drop the Senate pick, because I feel like just in this, Asim just wasn't able to control the area as much as they needed to. But looking at the positives for LNG, I definitely think that this was a team that did incredibly well when it came to how they wanted to try and coordinate themselves. Allah consistently looking for roams down to try and find plays in the mid lane. Tarzan linking up well. And then even as we got in towards the later stages of the game, the fact that Iwandi and Allah were consistently finding these engages through flank angle was just brilliant.
Light is 42.4% of his team's damage. That is insane. He's making everybody else look like chumps. Like that's going to be insane for Light.
And that's the thing. Oftentimes people look at that damage and they go, okay, well, that's nice, 42%. Like, the rest of the team just didn't do a huge amount of damage. That's why you need to look at the damage to gold. 224% is absurd. We rarely see people get above 200. And the fact he's well above that is absolutely insane.
And
so
he's not
you
playing
can
the
definitely see that. Yeah, Light was popping off in this one.
He absolutely was. I'm very excited to see the way that LGD bounced back into this one, because it's got to come through execution. At this point, the draft looked okay, but it came down to the execution on the Rift. We'll see if they have what it takes to take it to LNG as we take a little break here, and we'll be right back with Game 2 of this series.
谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住，翅膀 是雨点，拥着的如长卷，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次摔倒过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。沸腾血液，换来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。承受冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。剩多少次摔倒过，人独行总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼。沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不怨，流的泪受过的伤都会终结。被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇。每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
能从女娃身上学到的东西的话，就是打比赛的时候别着急吧，然后多稳一点，经验这方面也比较重要。因为上场对战老 LGD 嘛，他们辅助金角也是打了很久的嘛，所以说下场面对金角的时候要注意点对线打好一点嘛。
A little attention to Jin Zhao. Gotta love it there. It's definitely worked out in game number 1 for LNG as they did come out on top in a dominant victory, 18-1 in kills, but even more dominant across the map. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda, and we do have our MVP. Unfortunately, I was talking in the middle of it, so we'll see who it is. It's going to be a wonderful surprise for the both of us. So that's the second time I didn't hear it. It is Iwandi. So I'm just going to say that what I stated earlier in the season where somebody got on to people for voting not for supports for MVP works out because Iwandi over Light gets the MVP this time around.
Yeah, and I think it's great to see the fact that we are getting a little bit more of the appreciation for the supports, especially in this game. It felt like the unseen hand in the vision control was so good for Iwandi, like getting a ton of that control on the top side of the map, making sure you can find these flanks, allowing Ala to have basically free roam into these. And as you can see here, setting up a lot of these early plays that we saw kind of got the boat turning in LNG's favor, even if I don't know what happened to the Rift Herald after this one.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to talk about that. All right, we're just gonna leave that.
Yeah, but this is what I was talking about here, right? Like, you get so much vision control on the top side for LNG, great flanks position from Iwandi to follow up on Ala's engage, and that was kind of the thing here, was like, in so many of these fights, Iwandi was so smart in how he ended up using the quickness. You can see here, like, getting Jinzhou, almost, we'll see probably another clip, which is the last fight here, where he flashes on to Asim as well to get the knock up there. Like, really smart play from Iwandi, just to prevent LGD from ever getting these fights set up properly like they wanted to.
And the thing I love about that is they handled every situation that was thrown at them so well, right? Like, you had the early dragon stacking from LGD trying to set up their late game win condition. What do LNG do? They shift focus down there as soon as the soul dragons start spawning. You get 3 back to back to back, and they just make it so hard for LGD to set foot in any of the objective fights. That's what I think was so interesting, is like the second that LGD were in position to contest, LNG would just pull the trigger on all the mobility they had to engage a fight. And that happened 3 or 4 times behind the Baron pit, working out in LNG's favor.
Yeah, and just super nice play from LNG to kind of find that. We did say again, like the early game, a little bit slower paced from LNG. Again, like we could have maybe seen them play for these dragons a little bit earlier, but the fact that they were able to play off that strong 3-man top side of the map to get these Rift Heralds consistently worked out incredibly well for them. We'll have to see if they can have a similar game plan coming into game 2, as we'll be swapping sides for this.
We will.
LGD still banning away the Lucian. The Corki banned away this time, so not going to be picked up in that first rotation like they did on in the last game.
And the Zeri banned for LNG on the red side. They don't want to give that one over to Asim at all. The Fiora actually joining the ban table again from LGD's side as they banned it in game 1. Callista, the final ban for LNG. So I would say they know where they put a lot of focus on, and it's Asim in the bottom lane. That's a lot of bans towards the AD carry position, at least in the first 2 games here, as Viego, first pick by LGD.
It does mean that you just take the Senna and Tam Kench here, right, for Light and Iwandi. Maybe Tarzan just takes the Lee Sin, though, before you take the Tam Kench, but no. Nope. Yeah, so the option here now for LGD would actually, G being subbed back into the mid lane over Haichao is to go for a mid lane pick here. So you end up going, hey, we can find a ton of supports that can work into the Tam Kench. We're going to be totally fine. Let's go instead and get a good matchup for ourselves, because either Tarzan can't match the jungle pick and then he gets put out by the next ban phase, or we end up being able to ban away mid laners and set up G for a good matchup against Doombie.
And that's what I want to say. If you're going to sub in G after, some of the things that happened earlier on in that game, number 1, it's for a reason. It's to try to get something here, to try to get at least a ground to run on against Doombie in the mid lane. I still think it's going to be hard for G to do. Wow. As we get the Renata locked in alongside the Aphelios for LGD, it's the Gnar that shows its face for Ala in the top lane for LNG.
Yeah, I'm so surprised to still see LNG putting such high priority on the Gnar. Like, it's not that strong of a pick in the top lane. And especially when you're looking at Tarzan now, who can be banned away here by LGD, like the Lee Sin taken off the board, maybe something like a Xin Zhao as well, like that early aggressive junglers that can either be a bridge or even like fight against Shadow in the early stages. With them taken off the board, like what do you really do here as Tarzan? Maybe he just goes back towards the volley bear again, but yeah, you're kind of putting yourself out to dry here a little bit in the jungle role.
And I don't think that's something you necessarily want to do, especially with Tarzan had such control over the map last time around. But we'll see what they end up going towards, or at least gravitating towards. Because I do like the Silas ban from LNG, taking away a lot of the things that they chose themselves in game one, because they don't want to get any of their own medicine returned to them. Diana, the final ban for LGD.
Okay, surprised to see the Diana. I still feel like you can go towards the Xin Zhao here, maybe for Tarzan, or if you want to go towards the volley bear, at least something that can have that early game presence and try to play around Doomby. He's going to get that counter pick in the mid lane. Because I don't really feel like you want to do anything except make sure that Doomby's going to be comfortable here in this mid pool. And jungle just makes the most sense.
Oh, and they lock in the Nocturne. So a little bit more agency at that level 6 mark for LNG and Tarzan themselves. Would have loved to see maybe a little bit more sustainable pick coming through, but they want to go ahead and with the target selection that worked out for them so well in game number 1. Right now, the hover for LGD is the Gwen, still open and available, and still looking for the solo lane here for both of them, at least for mid and top for LGD.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if LNG are going to go for a Twisted Fate pick. Like, they're going to go for, like, the Nocturne TF as, like, dive buddies into the backline.
Or the Galio.
Yeah, I feel like that's what they're setting up for, but I'm not the biggest fan, because as you can see, Gwen now coming through for Chalitza. He can get away from, like, the follow-up from the Twisted Fate. You have the bailout as well with the Renata, and also the ultimate there to make sure that they're not going to be able to follow particularly well, too. So, LGD kind of preemptively picking the Galio, going, hey, look, if you want to go for the TF, go for it. We're going to be able to match you on sides, and then we're going to be in a good spot. But it does mean that LGD very much lacking on the engage potential. And this would be something that'd be super interesting. Doomby has not actually been a very big Azir player in the past. Has very few games on it. But he has actually been spamming it successfully in solo queue recently. So this is something that clearly he's been working on to bring to the table. Because he's only played it 16 times in his career. 9 wins, 7 losses. And when you think about like some of his top picks, like the Rise and the Victor that he has like 80 plus games on, you can see how little he's been willing to bring this pick out.
Yeah, and I think it's such an interesting conundrum here. I'm just gonna pour one out real quick for Hai Chao. They draft the Galio in game 2. They didn't give it to him in game 1. I would have loved to see him on that pick. Feel like it unlocks him a little bit more. But now they're relying on a little bit more veterancy in Yaji to communicate with Shadow. That mid-jungle duo needs to be on point if you're going against a combo like you are the way that LNG drafted this time around. The Nocturne throwing a little bit of spice into the works here, Dagda.
Yeah, I will say, though, it's not exactly like you've got a mid lane that works particularly well together, though. Because honestly, when you're looking at the Nocturne, generally you see something that wants to be paired with that can either follow up and invades the Nocturne's going for, or the potential to opt in towards like dives and side lanes, because you can have these super long range dive potentials with like a Twisted Fate and that Nocturne, or Galio Nocturne. And it felt like LGD kind of read LNG in the draft phase, taking that Galio and kind of going, hey, look, we can match a huge amount of this. And it means that for Tarzan, I just don't see where this Nocturne's going to be useful. It feels like no matter what you try and do, you're going to be matched by the Galio, and suddenly you're deep diving in towards a Galio who's ulting in on top of you as well. It's not like your team can follow up. Like, you have a Galio to buy space, you have the Renata to buy space, so this kind of semi-dive composition that LMG is set up for, I don't know how it's going to work out. At least they will have, like, decent range coming through from Doomby and Light to play around at the later point of the game, but it seems like a really odd decision here for Tarzan.
Indeed.
When we were talking about, you know, things like maybe a Xin Zhao or even something like the sorry, my brain is completely farted on what the volley bear that could potentially work out for them.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of an adaptation in that regard, a little bit of a difference in play style. But as we hit the rift for the second time of the day, LGD just want to find a way to make it to 3 here in the first series of the night. LNG want to make it a quick, easy night for themselves. even though they have drafted a bit of a longer composition. It's going to take a while to get there at this point. And I'm looking to see if we get the same amount of aggression from Light and Iwandi that we got from Assam and Jinzhao last time around on this matchup. It's a little bit different to go into the Aphelios and Renata, but I am highly looking at this LGD bot lane, and especially what we talked about earlier with LGD, the fact that they need to get Jinzhao and Shadow out onto the map together. And I don't necessarily know if that's going to come to fruition this time around, Dagda.
I think it's a little bit easier in the matchup that you have because the Tam Kench and the Senna are not exactly the most aggressive of bottom lane, so maybe we see Jinzhao roaming, but I'd actually prefer if instead they started to look towards plays on this bottom side instead. Okay. You know, you got decent dive set up with Yeji and Shadow, ability for the bailout, so if someone does end up messing up the terror dive scenario, you've actually got the ability to keep them alive and still standing. And even though traditionally, you don't want to try and dive a Senna Tam Kench because past level 6, they've got like the Devour and stuff, and that can make it a bit tough. I still think you've so much damage that can come through and so much CC. It should be okay for LGD to go for that play.
Yeah, it should be. And I think you have a little bit of anxiety in terms of early gameplay making for LGD. I will say they go a little ham sometimes. But I still think it could be a little bit of an advantage for them in this one. And you see Assam and Jinzhao keeping up the pressure down bot lane. Not anything like the matchup we saw in game 1.
You just got to keep shoving this hard. And this is kind of the advantage of having the double range against them. That like a Senna Tam Kench, you get to push them in. Not very much that they can really do against it. And Shadow, if you ever try to engage, you got to be so careful.
Shadow is looking for Tarzan, but Tarzan was willing to take the 1v1 because Doinby was on his way as well as Light. Shadow going for that early aggression again, but not able to really find anything. Not able to get any camps away. I'm just going to look to meet Tarzan on the top side of the map.
A nice timing window there from Shadow, though, because he went in right as Yeji's wave had, like, reset in the mid lane. So actually finding an opportunity to go and look for that invade as Yeji had an opportunity to try and catch up. But, yeah, well, I don't know if yeah, looks like they are going to be. I wasn't sure if it was just for the crab, but they want more.
They get spotted out on this. I don't know if Iwandi and Light are too scared at this point. They do have a TP coming in now. Double taunt from Yaji. Knockups aplenty, and first blood goes to Assam. Shadow flashing away from that one as it was Doinby who joined the fight, but it's nice that LGD get on the board first.
Great job from LGD, and that's exactly what we were talking about. The ability to try and play around this bottom side is going to be great, especially if Assam starts to get a lead in this lane. There's just very little that you can do as Light and Iwandi to answer, especially as you start to look towards things like the Rift Herald. When Assam gets control of this lane with Jinzhao, they get full agency as to whether they want to play for a full rotate for Rift Herald. Do they want to just leave Assam on a bot lane with red and white guns to maybe look for turret plate, even potentially look for a play onto Iwandi? But I love this from LGD. Great timing window. Again, Shadow moving into the mid lane to push in that lane so Yeji can rotate. And it doesn't matter that Doinby gets here, they're already out scot-free.
Yeah, I think it's a nicely timed execution for LGD. Obviously didn't get as much as they would have wanted to, but I think you come away from that just fine. And now Yaji has been consistently on the timers here, and that's what LGD were looking for when they brought him in to sub in game 2.
I mean, he's got the Predator up again if he wants to go for it. Just trying to decide which angle of attack he wants to move in on.
Looks like Ala will get baited here. He doesn't really have much, and Megadar is coming off here now. A little bit of damage. The taunt flashed out of. Nicely done from Ala. As the outplay comes through, he does have to burn his summoner spell.
Yeah, no flash there from Yeji because he'd already used on the bot side. So you do get Ala out of the equation, but it's not the end of the world. Ala actually had already planned on backing at this stage. Had to reset because he'd already got Chalitza off of his first reset. Now we'll be able to TP back to lane. So he won't lose out on too much, but it does mean that it buys space for Chalitza to continue to grow this CS lead in the top side. Push in again. He still has his TP as well. So Chalitza can now start to build this advantage for himself off of his items in this top side. And this is the problem with Gnar. Blind, I'm just not the biggest fan of it. Like, there's good answers to it. The ability to try and play around it well. And LGD are doing just that.
I'm just surprised to see the Gwyn actually come through, but with no big response in terms of it, because it does feel like a scary pick in the side lane, but as well as the team fight potential. When you're bringing the composition of LGD together in those objective fights, I think that's going to be really interesting to keep an eye on. but we do have first dragon on the board. We see Shadow on the bottom side going across the wall there, and we'll start up the first objective. This is how they started off last game. They got the early dragons, did not pan out for them, but they'll try to commit the same strategy this time.
Yeah, I still think that regardless, it's a pretty decent strategy. The biggest thing that we've kind of seen coming into this post MSI patch is some of the teams started to drift over towards the dragon, stacking more so because you tend to go towards late game scaling. But I still think that Rift Herald is probably king when it comes towards getting these early leads, where you can then snowball the game completely out of control before the late game really comes into play.
Yeah, I wonder, because both times we've gotten a lot of the, opt into the late game scaling, opt into what we were setting up at the beginning of the day for both these compositions, where you have the longest average game time for LNG, and they haven't done much in this series to change that all that often. And now we're seeing them get aggressed on by LGD here, and this is some early advantage for LGD that they've been able to push up that we didn't get to see exist last game.
And I think that's really smart and speaks a lot to the, surprisingly, G subbing in, the mid-jungle, how they operate here, because they've been incredibly good at making sure they can push waves properly at the right times to look for plays. And as you can see here, Shadow, right? Like, he's not actually going to get a gank on Doomby here. Still has Flash, still has the slide and glide as well, but what it is doing is opening up G to now look for roams, so they can, well, maybe look to invade on this blue buff, support the play here, get a good reset from G. Like, this is just a really good understanding of how LGD are using the fact that Shadow has a favorable jungle matchup, but also G can support him when Shadow gives him a little bit of help.
And I think that's a difference that we're seeing in this game for LGD, that when we were coming into the day, we didn't highlight that much because we saw so much, at least Shadow between Jin Zhao and Shadow himself, and the duo between the support and jungle. But now we're seeing this really work through the mid-jungle duo that I was calling out in draft, that I wanted to see come alive here, because you bring in Yaji for a reason. I think we've seen that difference making in this second game.
But if Shadow's shadowing G, and Shadow, does that mean that G is now basically the Kingdom Hearts villain? Is that what we're getting?
Exactly. It is exactly that. My big question when it comes to that conversation is, how many shadows can one person technically have, right? When you're looking at how many light directions you can have, there can be possibility for multiple shadows. So, he's got a team of shadows. He got some, shadow jujitsu going on here.
I was gonna say infinite shadows, but it feels like eventually just turns into one shadow because you've got so many different lights. But here we go. LGD trying to see if they can find the play. This is a really good spot for LGD. You've still got G here, waiting, pushing mid, has that ultimate to join in.
Asim is about to have the Gravitum here, be able to set up a route if he wants to. Rift Herald getting a little bit lower. It's changing sides, though. We'll see the engage, though, coming from Ala, but it's the back line they got to watch out for. Big Galio entrance there, but it's not enough to really change just yet. But LGD have found one now onto Tarzan, and LNG have to back away. The mist helping out here for light, but it's not enough. The resets coming through huge for Shadow, and that's 3-0 for LGD.
Oh, I don't think so. I actually think LNG stole the Rift Herald there, so LGD couldn't actually pick up the Rift Herald, despite Shadow looking like he was trying to get it. But still, great fight for LGD. 3 kills on the board now, a 2,000 gold lead, and this is just really smart from LGD. They know that they can just continue to poke, just take this nice and slow. And the second Ala engages, look at Chalitza. Hops in over the wall, gets the perfect positioning for the Galio ult, and separates out the team beautifully. So it means that you've now got Ala who's able to deal with the back line, G who's able to create a ton of space for LGD there, and it means that they're able to pick up so many kills in the back of this. So no Rift Herald obviously kind of sucks, but as you can see, it's not G's Rift Herald, it is LNG's.
Hey, at least they get something out of that one. They also only lose Tarzan in that situation. I think you can see a little bit of the sustain that will come out for LNG later on, but it's up to LGD to continue to put the pressure, to pedal to the metal rather, because at this point, it's looking pretty darn good. G from the mid lane has been incessant in his pressure around the map, and I think it's just LGD calling the shots nicely, something that we saw LNG do last time around.
I'm gonna have to see if they can keep this up, because they have
was
had
the
good games
mid-game.
like this in the early stages, but LGD's mid-game has kind of come back to fault to them. And again, this is a composition that doesn't really have tools to push, I was going to say push their advantages when it gets towards like team fighting and stuff like that. Because realistically, as you said, LNG outrange LGD. They don't have great engage tools. The reason that they're able to win that last fight was because Alo went in aggressive, right? But I think if LNG take these team fights slow and allow Light and Doomby to get the poke, LNG should be able to bring this back.
Yeah, and they are okay. I would say you wouldn't want to be given over this much of a lead, 2,000 early on, but they're fine, right? They've drafted the Senna, Tom Kent. They've drafted the Azir for Doomby. They've got a little bit of that scaling factor for them looking towards the later parts of the game. But again, we also said at the beginning of this series in totality that there is a propensity to snowball in some occasions. And I think 3 kills is nowhere near a snowball, but LGD would like to get more of a grasp on this game.
And I mean, the best way to do that is to continue to try and put pressure on this bottom side. But as I said, that G just trying to cover Tarzan. He's looking for the invades and any sort of maybe potential dive that might be going up towards that top side. But I think they're going to be fine. I feel like we're going to see Shadow visit mid lane once more here, try and push in mid, and again start to run down bot side. Because even look at the vision control that's been set up by LGD on this bot side. Like 2 pink wards in river and just in that curved brush as well at the back of blue. They've got deep vision as well to spot for when camps on bot side are respawning. Like, it feels like a no-brainer for LGD to try and look for these plays and punish the fact you've already got 3 turret plates taken on the bottom side.
And I love to see that Doomby sitting at the top of the gold chart there, right? You need to get a little bit more. He has the first strike as well to get a little bit more of that extra gold, but you're looking for these item completions for LNG to really have any say in the next objectives, right? Because you don't necessarily want to let LGD continue to stack up these dragons the way they did in Game 1. What worked out for LNG in Game 1 was to come in as the Dragon Soul dragons were spawning and force the hand of LGD around those fights. So I'm looking to see if we get a little bit more of that in this one. Shadow, being a little bit aggressive, does take over the blue buff of Tarzan. So Tarzan a little bit worse for wear in that jungle matchup. Does have the mythic completed now, though. First on the board.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a case of having the reset come through from Shadow.
No.
This is where we're looking for the dive. Here's the dive. We're going for Mazel.
We're going for it again. 13.5 minutes in. They just want to get all of the plates here. They're doing a wonderful job to try to do so. Moonlight Vigil comes out just to get some AoE there. They can't get the plates. They got about 25 seconds to get the rest of that tower. But Minion Wave will be coming in a little bit slower than that. As the,
it's a false start, Mazel.
It's
back
close
to the diving board.
Oh, they left it. No, it's doomed.
But yeah, at the LGD, you can see Yeji moving down towards that bottom side. Shadow was in a position, but again, it's just kind of trying to punish the fact that LGD have so much control and so much push with this double range lane. So Yeji now just going to be able to catch this wave. We've passed the 14-minute mark, so as you can see, the Unleashed Teleport's going to be playing a factor now. And maybe, just maybe, that means Ala can try and look for some sort of play onto the bottom side if they can get like deep vision set up here for LNG, because you know LGD are going to be putting pressure onto this bot lane turret. So I'd love to see Iwandi or Light try and get some sort of ward in behind LGD. So as they push up, Ala can try and TP in behind them, especially with Shalitza not having TP available.
Before we get to like the big monumental fights, the big game deciding situations here, I want to check in as we have been doing so far in the series so far in the Asim and Light conversation, because Light on the Senate this time around, what you were talking about in Game 1 was, it's a different ball game when you're an ADC and you have to take up this support Senna and be a supportive member of the team. How do you feel like Light's doing so far? Do you feel like he's that veterancy showing through here for Light compared to Asim?
I think it's kind of hard for Light in these early stages because you are consistently getting pushed in, and because you've got Yeji and Shadow who are looking for dives, you're kind of held to this bottom lane, so it's much more difficult for Light to try and move out, get vision control, like link up with Tarzan in the same boat. So it'll be more when we get to the mid game how that vision control starts to look. But you can see LGD starting up the Rift Herald, and Light correctly moving down here with Tarzan and Iwandi to see if they can actually get this turret plate, maybe fall back for the dragon as well, as LGD commit for this tower.
They should be able to grab this one. Yeah, G will back away. It'll be the trade. Objective for objective, but first tower for LNG on the bottom side. meaning that in about 40 seconds, not a lot of pressure going to be there for LGD. They're going to have to find some ground here if they want to get that sole point for themselves. They could also just let it go.
Yeah, I mean, you have Rift Herald here, 30 seconds to the Dragon. With third Dragon potential here for LGD, I imagine they're going to try and use that Rift Herald mid here as LNG are on the resets. G now in a position to start to rotate over and keep them covered if any sort of funny business happens here. But, I mean, a bit of a slow one from LGD where, again, this is what we're talking about mid-game. Not really certain what they're supposed to be doing.
And to me, feels like we're looking at like a mini timer. I wouldn't say it's like a doom clock timer, but I am seeing some iterations from LG that mean they feel pretty confident in this kind of situation. LGD just trying to push up the mid lane, get ready for this Dragon. LNG don't want to let that happen. We got Ala taking the topside tower. TP is available. Meganar just popped, but it looks like LNG will let this one go. Oh, nope, never mind. They're just a little bit late. They just didn't get the memo yet. As now they're coming in. Paranoia used. They're into the pit here. They can't get... this is absolute chaos, but who's going to get the Dragon? It's taken by Light. He gets the first one. Big Moonlight Vigil. Hostile takeover is not going to connect. LGD get the Dragon stolen from underneath their nose.
LNG playing the map out so much better. They remembered that Ala has that TP advantage that we talked about, so he gets the top tier 1, so 2 towers for 0 in LNG's favor. He then just about hits the Meganar that he needs as he TPs in, and great call from Tarzan. He actually goes on towards G, which makes it very hard for LGD to use this Galio ult offensively, so LNG just playing that so much smarter.
That's a real big pickup, at least not in terms of kills. They have taken the lead, and they have taken a confident advantage in terms of getting that objective. Stopping the stacking from LGD puts another 5 minutes on that Cloud Soul for them. And I think that'll be something LNG definitely will be happy to have, at least in their back pocket at this point. Now they're playing aggressive still, trying to whittle down this mid lane.
Yeah, watch here. So LGD don't really set themselves up properly to try and make this Dragon work. You've got Asum and... Asum completely separated on the back of the pit. You have G who's been engaged on the bottom side, so now he can't go in. But look at the damage Chalitza gets off. I feel like if you actually get the Jin Jiao ult out sooner here, and you get the Galio ult in on top, this actually could have been a one fight for LGD, but just so late on the final 2 ultimates, I think they were surprised by how much damage Chalitza churned out, and it meant that they kind of panicked and threw out everything else. And it was just a bit late off the start of the line.
Jesus, those damage numbers, man. That needlework did so much work. Oh, G gets scooped up into the tower in mid lane. Gets rooted up as well. Dawning Shadow across, but the shield is enough to save the day today. And LGD get away, surviving yet another close call in the mid game.
It does give LNG presence in this mid lane, though, as Ala pushes in on top side, so they should be able to crash this wave top in towards the turret. Then you have to be careful here that Ala doesn't sweep around, because G will try and match this turret top, so he may try and make a play mid here.
Might be looking for it. Almost stacked up to the Meganar as well. They do still have a full health tower here. Here comes Ala. He wants to get stacked up. He knows that he can get the double stun into the wall, but takes a lot of damage before he can turn.
Yeah, LGD all dissipating from the mid lane. Should be able to get this push in mid. Rift Herald is going to be placed in the jungle, but here's the TP.
Gravitum, Moonlight Vigil, they get the root down. They're trying to follow it up. The resets for Shadow will come through, and now on the backside, Chalitza, he's getting Tarzan down very low. The root going to connect onto 2 here, but LNG bite off a little bit more than they could chew, and Iwandi bites the dust again.
Yeah, and trying to look at where the Rift Herald is. Does get the charge off in that mid lane as LGD now start to wrap back up. And again, G held onto that ultimate,
What
so
are you
the
still
dive
doing here,
potential's still
LNG?
there.
Get out of here. You don't want to be here. The tower does eventually fall. It was a close call. I thought LGD might close the pincer trap there. They decide not to do so. Shadow's still playing pretty aggressive onto Ala. But LGD come out with more map control for themselves. LNG want to look for it, though. They're TPing. They got Iwandi on the back here. They're going for the pull trigger here, and they have the Paranoia. He's all by himself, but here comes the rest of the team. They will leave him out to dry, though. G goes down, and LNG, for the first time in 20 minutes, get a kill.
And LNG keep finding G separated from the squad, so it means that you don't ever get that backup coming through with that massive Galio to buy space, and LGD then can't really follow up because a lot of their composition revolves around G buying space for Asum, for Jinzhou, and setting up for Chalitza and Shadow to go in. So with that main setup gone, it makes these fights so much easier for LNG. So LNG going to back up now, go to these side lanes, push them out, and now we've got Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. Both teams going to be looking for it.
Again, in this situation, would be sole point for LGD. They've been working on stacking those dragons in both games so far, and so far LNG has stopped them. But we'll see if they can get that one extra, get that pressure around the map, as you do see Tarzan resetting at this point. We're getting the TP in a mid lane. The priority in mid has never been more important. I guess it wouldn't be as big of a deal in terms of this one dragon meaning that much, but for LGD, it does feel like a big deal. It feels like there's a lot riding on the momentum that comes with this objective.
Shadow trying to see if he can spot Iwandi. They're trying to see if they can buy time for Chalitza to get onto this bot lane turret. Chalitza wants to enter in a flank position because, as we've seen every time LGD have had a successful fight, it's Chalitza setting up for JDG to become that engage tool. So Chalitza, though, moving back to wrap around means that he won't actually have as good of a flank position as LNG start up the dragon, spotted by LGD.
I think LGD are a bit caught in a pickle here. They were looking to set up around the dragon. They don't get the dragon. They move towards the Baron. Now they started up, but you've got Chalitza trying to run up here now. LNG are on their way. This is a very, very tough touch-and-go type situation for LGD. They're committing here. They're staying in the pit. Shadow's getting his health bar drained down by the Baron, and here comes LNG now.
Yeah, G's waiting on the wings, though.
There we go, the engage, the taunt. Iwandi is caught out. Needlework is coming through here, but they can't get Iwandi. He's too tanky. Look at Allah. They knew he was going for the 5-man Mega Gnar ulti. They will not let it happen, but the split has caused some problems for LGD. Jin Zhao goes down, and LNG find purchase on the fight.
LGD just needs to be that little bit more patient, wait for more members of LNG to take the bait. Instead, LNG find a pick. They'll find this tower in the mid lane, and again we're watching LGD's mid-game fall apart with such a good start in the early stages.
I will say though, good in, like, I know it ended up in getting Jin Zhao killed. Good decision not to all go into that choke. They were literally all about to walk into a 5-man Ala ulti, and they decide the last second to split apart. And yes, it ends up in Jin Zhao getting caught out, but I think it's a huge piece for LGD to stay in this game.
Yeah, I mean here, the fact that you're engaging onto Iwandi, the farming Tam Kench, he's far too tanky to really deal with. Honestly, the tankiest member on the LNG squad. You just need to wait that little bit longer and see if you can get onto some of the key carries on LNG. But unfortunately, not going to be the case for LGD. And because you're all running towards topside, it leaves the mid lane exposed for LNG to take. So LNG, again, just finding nice engages, finding the opportunities to, like, kind of bait.
Oh, that's... Nope, nobody look. You didn't see anything. We're going to keep talking about the LPL because it's a great, wonderful league. And yep, tower goes down to the bot lane for LGD. That is, yeah, I guess I can't really gloss over. That's huge. Like, that is a very unfortunate situation because this flash is such an important part to the engage setup for the Viega. And at this point, that's the engage you're looking at.
Yeah. Well,
it is, you know, in the immortal words of I don't know who, it's just the saying I like to say, it is what it is, and it do be what it do be. And now we're here into this game where LGD had a lead. They had strength, but LNG, again, when it comes to the mid-game, the decision-making, just too darn good. And now LNG feel like they have a lot of control, but Allah might be caught in the side lane here. Chalitza does start off the fight. Mega Gnar nowhere to be seen. They're double TPing for this. Allah, he gets devoured immediately. Paranoia onto Yaji, and yet again we find ourselves in a position where Yaji is getting caught out. Here comes the rest of LGD. Bailout is not enough, and Yaji will fall. Do it be with the Emperor's Divide. The Shuriba Shuffle going the opposite way. Moonlight Vigil from Asum helps to back off LNG, but it's a chaotic series of fights here in the bottom lane.
I mean, for LGD, we kind of said they need to find ways to engage, but they just haven't been able to get it, and yeah, G's getting caught out every time. Ala, they're pushing in on this top side, making sure that he's able to get in a good position. Unfortunately, because he turned Mega, won't be able to get this top lane turret, but will still steal away a ton on this top side when it comes towards camps. And LNG slowly but surely getting themselves in the right position. And again, this late game for LNG starting to prove too much for LGD.
That is the tragic situation in this whole thing. It's not one thing, Dak. It's not like there's not an outright standout. It's like, yes, this is where LGD keep messing up in the mid game. It's a series of things, and it's a series of things that it just feels like they can't come back from. That LNG just have this inherent advantage in this game.
Yeah, I mean, gotta say though, Doomby a little bit unfortunate there.
Little bit.
With the wrong way in the streaming shuffle. We did say he doesn't play a lot of Azir. You kind of got to see it there. But we'll have to see if it'll be a little bit stronger here coming into the next one. Two Cloud Dragons for LNG, a potential third for both squads here. We'll have to see if LGD will be able to contest.
Look at the flank. They've got it. Yaji is over here on the side. Nobody knows he's there. He'll come around the corner. Everfrost there. Devour from Iwandi is buying so much time. Emperor's Divide is up again. And LNG survive the entire commit from LGD. And now they're chasing him down because Allah wants to chase him with the Meganar, but they can't get the distance on him. LGD have to run for the hills, and that just feels real bad, man.
And this is the problem. They had it. Oh, Allah.
He really
no
wants
flash
to force
available,
that
but
ulti. He's like, I got the button.
You had the engage from LGD with Chalitza providing those flanks. You can see how well it worked with Yeji then having a tool to actually assist in him getting that ultimate off. Then the taunt, Everfrost, knock up with the Justice Punch.
No way.
That was a much better decision. This may not be the best decision either.
Oh no, Paranoia is available. Shadow is already almost dead. He's gonna have to early smite or he needs to get out of the pit. Paranoia is coming in and it's still taken by Shadow. The health bars are not there though. Tarzan is almost dead already in LGD. They found this miraculous fight on top of the Baron, but Shadow needs to get out of dodge here. Root will connect onto Yaji. Assam is caught out here. The rest of LNG trying to chase him down. Heroic Entrance will come through. Knock up there, but Yaji might have doomed himself. The rest of LGD on the side trying to deal with Iwandi. The Root connects onto Assam yet again. They found one. They found two. And LNG even up the kills. And they even up this game in terms of them still dominating. Because Chalitza caught out. He's trying to help. His damage numbers will look good. But that's a double kill for Allah. And LNG come out on top yet again.
And just LGD throwing the Hail Mary and look caught, but fumbled right at the finish line. And now LGD gonna lose out on another dragon. But you'll see it here. Light providing so much damage over the wall, and this is where you really need to just engage as soon as possible. You're just taking too much damage from the long range in LNG. And even though LGD do get the dragon, and you start off this fight with a kill onto Tarzan, LNG just have too much as Doomby shows up as well. And again, no real engage set up with nobody going forward for Yeji. No way to really buy space. So I feel like here, Yeji just needed to ult, buy space for LGD to escape and sacrifice himself. But because he waited so long to actually use this ultimate, LNG were swarming all over LGD and pick up so many kills that they really didn't need to get.
Can I just say that Light has been landing these roots like it's nobody's business. Like, it is incredible. And most of the time, not really doing much, right? Like, it's just a one-off here. Somebody has to use the ability to go somewhere else. But he has been so integral in setting up a lot of these fights. We saw the dragon in the picture get taken. Meanwhile, Shadow in some trouble here against Allah. He gets the bailout. He survived. No, the Devour from Iwandi. Dawning Shadow from Light gets the kill onto Shadow himself. Allah gets over the wall, but Iwandi might be a little bit fried here. He's going to get Moonlight Vigiled to death, and Assam gets on the board. But bot lane, it is Destruction Town.
Yeah, second tower on that bottom side now taken. Mid is already gone. And with 3 dragons for LNG, it's looking likely that they're going to be able to pick up a fourth in 4 minutes' time. Allah finds company, though.
That's a Gale Force forward with the Gravitum. They're trying to chase him down. The needlework is finally finished here. As Allah about to have his Meganar. This is some trouble here for Chalitza. I would say, Assam, you need to get back here, buddy. Oh. You need to get back here to help your top laner. Allah will find out the short end of the stick here as he gets chased down by Jin Zhao, who gets the 1,000 gold. That is a bit unfortunate as the shutdown goes over to the support.
Yeah, I mean, LNG are still pushing everywhere, though. Tarzan is in mid. Shadow will be able to deny the mid lane inhibitor turret, but look at the bot side. TP now coming in. That's going to be definitely bot gone, and he just rotate towards mid anyway with the next waves pushing in. So LNG picking up so much for these plays.
Really incredible how quickly they can turn it on its head. They feel the aggression, and they buy into it wholeheartedly. Be an inhib looking to go down for LGD, but they put on the defense here. They've got a lot of bodies, and LNG don't want to overextend They might have done just that. Shadow gets the engage. The tower goes up, though, and LGD back away.
I mean, at least the good news for LGD is that both inhibitors stay standing, so there won't be any super minion pressure on this bottom side when the likes of Baron and that Dragon are up in 2 minutes time. So should make it a little bit easier to hold on to, but honestly, I think as LNG, just 5-man stack towards this mid lane, push it down, you can rotate over towards the inhibitor there, and honestly, there's not very much that LGD could do unless they're able to find some sort of flank position with Chalitza to actually gain entrance to the fight.
I think that's the hardest part, though, is the entrances into the fight at this point. We do have 3 dragons stacked up here, the Soul Dragons for LNG. We're going to take a look at the top lane skerfuffle that we got.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Shadow trying to see if he can get anything while this bot side's being pushed in, but I don't think he expected to find Allah. Means that for this play, though, they lose so much because they end up trying to fight their way out against the top laner of LNG. LGD, though, we come back to live. Pushing in mid, you've got a decent flank for Yeji. Again, though, I think this needs to be Chalitza on the flank.
Yeah, I just have wondered the positioning a lot of the times for LGD because it does seem like if they can find it, it looks good. But if it's not set up properly for them, it all falls apart. And Chalitza has had some great backline engages, some great heroic entrances layered on top for Yeji. But at this point, again, it's few and far between finding those entrances to the fight. And now LNG have so much pressure on the map that it's even harder.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about, though, right? 5-manning down this mid lane as...
Yeah, this is a bit rough. Chalitza is all tanking it up here, though. Paranoia comes through. Dawning Shadow is not enough to save Iwandi. And the resets start coming through for Shadow. A little bit stuck. The Abyssal Dive comes through. He has to flash away, or not flash, rather. And then we'll see that Shadow able to dip, dive, duck, and dodge, but keeps LNG from pushing in their base.
And now 30 seconds until Iwandi is up. Baron is available at the same time, but Iwandi doesn't have TP, so maybe some room here for LGD to try and make something happen, but it is only a tank down. They still have to be careful of how much damage is on LNG's side, as Doomby says, no, Allah, you go that way. I'm getting the wave.
Yeah, this is my wave at this point. Shadow is still looking for it, though. They're trying to catch out Light like they caught out Assam last time, but Light too quick on the trigger pull of the flash.
Flash down for Light is going to be massive, and again, you don't have the support of Iwandi, so if LGD just turn and try and burst down Baron, that could be the play. Force LNG to try and play into them and find a flank, but they don't have the mid control, they don't feel comfortable going for it, and it will buy time for Iwandi to come out of base and set up again for this 5-man stack. So LNG going to be on almost full power, but Flash is gone on both Doomby and Light. Maybe, just maybe, there's a window LGD can find the engage they need.
TP, they're coming in behind. Yeah, G has found an incredible flank. They have gotten it, but Allah is Meganar. He does have the ulti as well. He needs to use it, but the Devourer comes through here, and LNG reset the situation of the fight. They bring Doomby around the corner. He has the Shurima Shuffle, the combo available. One game-changing play could make the difference here. A Shadow caught out a little bit. A lot of damage returned there. You get the back completed for Allah, who has TP and comes right back to the fight. This is LGD's plan. They want to pull away the attention from the Dragon, and they're pulling it into the fight. Allah was trying to get Megadar up, but Doomby is already dead, and LGD turned right back onto the Baron.
LNG gonna give up the Baron now in favor of the Cloud Dragon on the bottom side. Maybe Tarzan looks for a steal, though, but with no vision in the pit, looks like it's going to be a full retreat from LNG. Yeah, G with the Everfrost to pick the mid laner of LNG and keep LGD alive.
What an incredible turn of events. They're going to push into the top lane as well. Dragon Soul goes to LNG. 4 Cloud Dragons back all the way up. And now they've got to get back to defend because they could lose their inhib here in the top side as everybody from LGD is on their way this way, except for Yaji, who has the heroic entrance if he needs to join the fight.
Yeah. Still, LGD pushing in the top side. Assam destroying this turret like it's absolutely nothing. Now LNG, can they actually find the fight they want? Doomby's up in 3 seconds.
Are they just trying to snowball this at this point? I mean, he could just put a lot of pressure at this top side of the map right now as the inhib does fall. A lot committed for it, but LGD find purchase on the map themselves where they take the gold lead for the first time in what feels like forever.
It's going to be so much harder now for LGD to find that engage again, because the next time these objectives are up, you'll have Flash for Doomby, Flash for Light. That was kind of like the perfect combination for LGD, where Iwandi had already used his Devour, and you didn't have flashes on key carries, but unfortunately for LGD, I don't think it's enough for them to have this Baron and try and push forward. Maybe they can do some good work on getting damage onto these outer turrets, but you're not really going to crack any more inhibitors off of this simply because of the range advantage that LNG have and the wave clear that they're able to bring to the table. And as you say, LGD, they were maybe looking to try and end there, but unfortunately knew they weren't able to. So they have to go back to the drawing board and again find some way to get on towards Lightning Doom.
Yeah, at this point, it seems like both teams are fine buying their time. LNG, you know, opting into the fact they feel more confident in these late game decisions, but it is LGD who have been able to find entrances in this game. That's something we said was super hard for them to find in the first place, but they find the Baron. They force the fight on LNG. The LNG aren't able to execute their composition in the way that Doonby gets caught out. And I think those are the kinds of moments that make the difference, right? Like, it doesn't matter, names off, gameplay off, like, the items matter to some extent, but it's also about your execution, your momentum in terms of these fights. I think LGD have found a little bit of something to walk off of as they take another tower in the bottom lane, and they're busting down the defenses of LNG.
And Chalitza trying to push in mid, so LGD trying to spread the love here. Big wave on this bottom side, but that's what we're talking about, right? The amount of wave clear Doomby and Light can offer here makes it really hard to keep these creeps alive. I1D now stepping up onto Chalitza to get him off this turret. Will the tower go down? One more shot. Should do it. There we go. So at least you're still getting a nice job here done for LGD with now just 2 inhibitor turrets in your way, but you've only got a little bit of time left on this Baron.
Only a little bit of time, about 10 seconds left, and LGD realized they'll be backing out now, as I'm sure they were looking for one last little push in the mid lane. Won't be able to do so as the Baron does fall. Nice little Baron power play for LGD this far into the game. As we're just at that 38-minute mark, it's going to be a little while till we get objectives. But the thing is, for these next objectives, you were talking about the timings for the flashes coming up for a lot of members, but it's also the timing of both objectives, right? You're going to have Elder Dragon and Baron buff on the table within 10 seconds of each other. And I think that either team is going to have to decide if they want to trade or if they want to commit to the fight. And we've seen the back and forth nature of some of the Baron fights that have not necessarily gone LNG's way.
And the thing is, you have a ton of late game scaling with LGD, with Chalitza and Asum, but it's about trying to find ways for these guys to get into the fights. And if not, like, it's so much easier for Doomby to just sit there, full build now, poke away, not really have any sort of issues with the needing the setup to actually get his damage down. He's just fine to just kind of keep moving these soldiers around. It's LGD who have to find creative flanks for Yeji. Maybe Chalitza, especially with Ghost, running into the backline and then delivering Yeji in. It's much more difficult for LGD to find ways to enable Chalitza and Asum than it is for LNG to enable their card.
Yeah, and I think that's something crazy. Is I do want to go back to, as we were talking about, the lead that Doomby has had, but checking in on item differences, right? You do have 4 items now completed with a stopwatch in pocket for Asum. Huge playmaking opportunities coming off that Aphelios now. The full build for Doomby, as you said. The strength that we're starting to see as also Allah is full build now. And it's crazy to think that LNG are this far ahead in terms of their items and in terms of their builds, but it is not making that big of a difference in the fights. It's all about those catch-out moments as Tarzan completes the force of nature.
And that's why I think LGD are trying to spread out the map here. They already have super minions pushing in that top side. Chalitza is incredibly strong. Like, no one can deal with Chalitza in a 1v1 right now on LNG's side. So that's why they're trying to see if Chalitza and the tempo advantage they picked up from Baron can maybe push back LNG, allow them to establish vision control. But again, very little vision actually being set up by LGD in LNG side of the map. And when you've got Elder up in 50 seconds, Baron up in 40 seconds, you need to have that control of the map. But right now, the defensive lines of wards for LNG is just so much stronger.
And we got to talk about a little bit before this next fight kicks off, as we're under that 30-second mark for the Baron. The next fight decides the game. If one team gets wiped, that's TPs into the base, that's game over. So these next moments are super crucial in setting up for these objectives, because you've got 2 big bad boys on the Rift in the Elder and the Baron.
Ala has to go to the top side though because of the massive wave that's there. Maybe this is the moment where LGD can find that flank before the TP comes in. A Zir turret established though in the mid lane makes it very hard for LGD to get control over mid lane to start to dip over towards both of these objectives. Elder Dragon will definitely be the main focus of both squads, and you can see LGD and LNG are already here as Ala, dealing with that top wave, is now grouping with his squad.
Yeah, he ran down immediately. Meganar did just fall off, so gonna need a little bit of time to recharge on that one. See if he does have the time to spare, though, as Tarzan Shadow the first to go to blows before this 5v5 kicks off, Dagda.
Yeah, Chalitza and YeG trying to see if they can find the flank. LNG know that he's there, but don't know exactly how to deal with him. Tarzan basically going to match here. Yeah, they're trying to match because Tarzan knows he can also ult into the fight if something goes awry, but Dragon resetting, it's so tense here.
It's so tense. The set up, though, Chalitza, and you have YeG on the side. They get the LNG backline here. They've got the resets for Shadow, but they get taken down one by one here. Look at the fight, and Tarzan on the back just gets blown up by Assam. Chalitza is against Ala. He goes down. This is such a back and forth fight. The Elder Dragon, it's going to go to LGD, and LNG back away immediately.
Both junglers fall as the dragon goes, but oh, Doomby trying to see if he can use this range here. They know that they still have an advantage when it comes towards how much damage they can do from afar. Light has rapid fire, Doomby's got a ton of range, and LNG, they just say, hey, look, they actually can't fight us here. We've got turn if needs be, so they're gonna go for the Baron, and they will rip through this thing.
Shadow is nowhere nearby. He went back to base to reset, and there goes the Baron for LNG. We said what will happen when both big bad boys get on the rift, and well, we trade them back and forth.
And the big thing here as well, Elder Dragon doesn't last as long. You can see that you've got a little bit of a window here where the Baron buff is up, but LGD don't have that Elder. So at the moment, still going to see this game drag out a little bit longer. It feels like, honestly, we might still wait for the resets on both these two neutral objectives. But watch here, Tarzan matching YeG and Chalitza. But again, because LNG end up engaging on YeG, he doesn't get the ultimate off. Shadow doesn't really have a delivery service to buy space in this fight. Do you see YeG gets locked up? He goes into Zonya's, and that's when Ala gets this big gnarled into the wall. All three members of the LNG front line. So Tarzan tries to go into the back to buy space then, so LNG can deal with the front line of LGD, but it means that Tarzan, despite the GA, ends up getting caught out. Shadow manages to survive between the bailout and the GA, and now we're back to live with LGD pushing in here, trying to use the fact they've got that Elder buff for another 50 seconds, but it's so hard pushing against barred up creeps, and the fact that LNG, once this Elder buff goes in 40 seconds, will instantly turn to the aggressor.
I will say, though, talking about instances and being instant, Assam will instantly delete people if he gets onto you. This AoE, the damage that's coming out from the full build of Felios, they are pushing in this mid lane. They get the tower. They're looking at the inhib now. This will be the first inhib unlocked for LGD. They be careful getting out of it, though, because LNG are looking to pounce if they get mispositioned at all.
LGD would like to try and get this top inhibitor as well, but it's not going to be the case. As we said, 10 seconds now on the Elder buff, so LGD will back away knowing that now LNG get to turn to be the hunters. LNG, though, they are struggling to close this game out. We talked about LNG having a good amount of control in the early stages of this game, the ability to try and poke and use their range, but they haven't been able to get as easy control as they would like. Now, though, with 50 seconds on the Baron, they have basically one wave here and a dream to try and crack open the inhibitors on the bottom side for our mid side for LGD, but you can see there just isn't enough to go against them. So I think we're back to stalemate. I think we're back to waiting for these neutral objectives.
Don't tell me we're going to get I'm going to be a part of the next longest game in the summer split. I was already a part of the first one. Hopefully we don't get to the 50-minute mark at this point, but it's looking like it could be a possibility as Baron will be falling off in about 20 seconds. LNG not confident enough to push up in that moment, and we'll just get that stalemate that we love so much in the LPL. 45 minutes in. It's still crazy to me, though, because at any instant, this game can end. Like, somebody gets caught out, somebody laps focus for 1 second in a fight, the game's over.
The thing is, though, there's still growing room on LNG's side.
There is.
Like, you're looking at Light, who doesn't have his build fully complete yet. This is an AD carry that definitely going to have time to ramp up, just completing the GA there. Even if this game starts to drag on longer, Light can actually start to transition over towards, like, a Kraken Slayer build, this kind of stuff. Even the Soul is going to continue to come through, which means that Light is going to continue to scale. So this is where you've got to kind of be careful as LGD, because there is that infinite scaling that can come into play now with the Senna, the longer this game goes. Because 45 minutes in, and we're still waiting for these objectives.
We're still waiting. I will say 45 minutes in, it feels bad that, yeah, G's still on a full item missing in his build. But you know what? It's okay, because he's been there for the rest of the team every single time, and it's all about the setup for LGD. We've seen time and time again, they get the flanks. They have found it almost every time, even if it's a little bit wonky sometimes. All they need is Chalitza to get back there and for the heroic entrance to come down.
LNG trying to get control over mid lane. LGD trying to establish themselves around the Baron, which is going to be the second objective spawn. Allah, yeah.
Asim, though, does so much damage, and he's on the red-blue. Yeah, G yet again with the flank. Here comes the taunt. It doesn't really land. The Everfrost comes out, but look, Chalitza is on the flank there. They've already gotten the one. Again, the resets coming through. Abyssal dive now for Shadow, but LGD know where they need to strike, and it's to the heart of LNG. Could we be going the distance here, Dagda? 46 minutes, 45 seconds in. LGD are looking for the death rattle against LNG.
Yeah, Doomby doesn't have ult, but still has a ton of damage.
The
That
TP
tower is
stopped.
gone.
The TP got stopped. Tarzan almost down. Dawning Shadow not going to do much. Tarzan's GA will be popped. The focus is on the Nexus, and we're going the distance. LGD proves striking first is not needed.
It took a long while. You can see Shadow looking exhausted as he leaves the LGD training room. But my God, that's got to be hard for LNG. After having control of the early stages, after trying to find those fights, just one pick again on towards the LNG side, and LGD close it out.
In a way that only can be done by LGD. I think it's crazy the ups and downs we saw in that game. The fact that we were starting to see the LNG that we know can be dominant in the mid game, that can take over the game once those decisions start mattering a little bit more. But LGD every time just found a little bit of way in, found a little entrance into the armor of LNG, found the Baron, found a lot of strength, and then just pushed it up the middle to win the game. I think for LGD, this is a big win, because when we were coming into the day, we were saying, there should be a monumental difference between both these two teams. And today, LGD showed there's not that big of a difference.
Yeah, I mean, it took them a little bit of time to figure out how they wanted to try and make this composition work. But, I mean, consistently being able to find these picks onto Iwandi on the Tam Kench, making sure that then that safety tool for the likes of Doomby and the Senna were just off the board. And I don't know, it just felt like LNG honestly should have been able to take this kind of from their mid-game positioning, right? They had a good advantage, they had good dragon, didn't have good dragon setup in the early game, which again, kind of came back to bite them as we got to the later portion of the game. But realistically, like, a strong front-to-back fight should have sealed the deal for LGD, but it never really got together for LNG. They were always just taking that step too far forward that allowed LGD to find the pick.
And that's the conversation that has been around and surrounding LNG all season long. It's, when do you prove yourself? When do you show that this team is that next step above? Well, you have moments like this that knock it right back down to the beginning of the question. What happened to LNG in this situation? And I think it's just getting caught into the playstyle that LGD brought to the table.
Jeez, look at that goal graph.
Yeah,
that's
insane.
absolutely absurd. And there's the thing, LNG still won with the goal difference in their favor, right? Like, LNG, lost with the goal difference in their favor. But LGD, like, I think they eventually figured out how they needed to make this work with, like, Chalitza finding moments, Asim coming through, and as we said, like, once you close the gap here for LGD, like, Chalitza and Asim were going to be able to do a ton of work. It was about trying to, like, keep them at bay, keep them back, and make sure that LNG could find some poke and some damage initially. But every single time, you end up with Iwandi getting caught, which meant that LGD were able to find these moments to continue pushing back LNG, and then use these super strong short-range carries that they had.
Yeah, you look at some of the stats coming across, you see Doonby trying his darndest there. 40% damage percentage, the damage to gold ratio above that 200%. you could see that LNG, they had the composition that they, wanted to go for. They picked themselves the Nocturne, but it's all about, the little slip-ups, and especially LNG not being as holistically clean as maybe we would have wanted them to be. And we'll see if that does come back to bite them in game number 3, as we've got to take a small little break to get to the culmination of this first series of the night. Don't you go anywhere.
I think this game could be relatively slow, but then again, it's LPL. But when I see the drafts, I can see it being relatively slow. Like, how do you force action on JDG's side? Oh my god, never mind. Everyone is dead level 1. That is like the perfect clip for LPL. Never mind, guys. It's not going to be relatively slow. My bad.
The answer is they won't even try.
Wayward wants to find a mistake. What? Oh my days. See you later, Kadaya. My god. Jagular finishes off the Drake. That is going to be Salt Wayward on a ward this time. Oh, this surely is the end of Wayward. He's on a sweeper. He doesn't know that they know, but he flashes over. There's a blast cone. Can he get out? He just tries to turn it around instead.
Nice.
We're in replay city here, and we get to watch the bot lane play in full.
Yeah, so you can see here On does go in, but remember what we talked about, right? This is why you can't really go aggressive without the AD carry, because Mako just absorbs so much damage with that Unbreakable, and the entire time, right, like everyone's trying to hit on towards Mako, but you're just getting so much damage down as Viper throughout. The auto attacks are coming through gloriously.
我的妈呀！我要掉钻了！我要掉钻了！我急死了！
上面也是第一把，我们上次上面也是第一把。
我要掉钻了，米老鼠！我真的是想哭，我真的是想哭，我真的不想玩英雄联盟。啊！
这个猫咪到这个猫咪在吗？
我真不想玩。有人说别人失误一局你就一直说人家，你上把1-6怎么不道歉？我上把1-6，我队友1-8、0-10。
Especially not this specific build. We'll see how it does end up playing out. For now, though.
Oh, shall see. Just flash exhaust over the wall. He wanted it, and he literally wanted to taste the fear of Weiwei.
And I especially want to quickly hit on the top laners before we actually get into this draft, because we have two kind of weird top laners here, Doctor.
Yeah, we do.
They like to go for, right? Fly
Yeah.
Train with all kinds of wacky picks. Like last year, last split, he was playing Annie top, brings out
Really?
Vladimir all the time. Like a lot. We have two quite different top laners, but similar in that they're both a bit out of the.
Yeah, what do you think, Dagda?
Yeah, and I agree. And I think even when you look at 369 as well, like he's been one of the people bringing Set to the forefront as well. The Ignite Set as a counter.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
When like both these guys have their little kind of kooky champion pools that they're willing to bring out as counter picks, and I think that's where it's going to get super exciting.
Munch, do you have anything to add
like,
after
hey,
that?
look, how do you try and like
outmaneuver
your opponent? Because
Grace 选手觉得今天能够赢下比赛的关键是什么？
赢下比赛关键是什么？就我也不知道。你随便说一个。运气比较好，队友打得好，队友打得好，主要是让我打得太好了。
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. 'Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. sign. You need to stay cool. You feel the fact that you can't deny it. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels the fire, and you're pulling her close.
就是最近的话，都是大部分时间还是用来抓版本嘛，因为版本现在改的也快，然后每个版本都要尝试练一些新的英雄来运用到比赛里面，然后就是看谁的英雄那个更适合版本一些吧。就接下来对阵 LNG 的话，就是他们下路的话，就是现在打的也是非常好的，然后我们的话是刚刚磨合，然后就是希望我们能在比赛里面有更好的配合，然后能打出一点优势吧。
Welcome back to the LPL Super Weekend day. There you go. That's the right one. I'm Marcel, joined by Dagda, and we are into the culmination of our first series of the night, LNG versus LGD. But first, we got some rights to give away, and it is the MVP for Game 2. Yeah, G, coming up clutch. Sub it in for Hai Chow and coming out with the MVP. Don't look at the goal difference.
Or, you know, the KDA. Or
or any of it. No, just look at his beautiful face.
Or the
all right? Look at his beautiful face.
Yeah. Just look at the right-hand side of the screen. Ignore the stats behind the curtain.
But
this is not what you need to focus on.
It was set up a lot through the heroic entrances. Honestly, it was such a team effort for LGD. They knew their win condition in the fights, right? It was flanks. Literally flanks in all caps spelled across the training facility because they were constantly looking for it. Yaji's heroic entrances were huge.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the early stages, we talked about how G was actually setting up really well with Shadow, and LGD finding these good engages. Even here, this engage really was what sparked the comeback for LGD, so definitely the engage tools that G was bringing to the table were so incredibly crucial here. So, yeah, to get, like, whatever about the stats, this is where you can see that sometimes stats don't paint the whole picture.
Yeah, a dub's a dub, right? Especially for LGD against LNG, who, I remind you at the top of the day, right? This is a bit of an underdog. It should have been an underdog story here. It should have been a situation where LNG come out swinging and come out on top. But here we are finding ourselves in the third game where LNG got brought to death. Like, we were almost at 50 minutes when we were saying that LNG's big strengths are mid-game and late-game decision-making. They have not been able to pull that off in the second game, no matter how hard they tried. And as we go into the draft for Game 3, LNG on the blue side, LGD on the red side. Seems like blue side's having a little bit more fun today so far, Dagda.
Yeah, I just don't know how this game is going to go anymore. Like, you look at game one, it was like, okay, LGD opt in for super late game scaling. LNG hit the mid game. They look great. Game two, LNG start to get their mid game together, but crumble in the late game. Like, this is where I need to see some sort of consistency from LNG, because, like, even Ox was talking about, like, we've seen this against TT, where LNG just didn't look so hot. We've seen it from so many different times that LNG just haven't been able to get any sort of clean consistency together, and we'll have to see now as we get into game three if they actually can.
All right, we'll see the bans here. Renata is banned away, so is the Nautilus for LNG, so a lot of engage slash potential peel tools taken away from LGD.
Yeah.
As the Lucian, the Corki of the bans from LGD themselves. So still some high-profile picks left on the table so far.
Wukong, Zeri, Senna, all still on the board. So it looks like LGD. Okay, I was about to say you're going to try and trade it, maybe leave open the Zeri, but with Wukong banned, I think you ban the Zeri, leave the Senna over for LNG, and then you can kind of go back to what LGD did last game, which was just going for these late game AD carries in the Jinxes and the Aphelioses that can try and take over.
Yeah, I'm very happy that LGD read the room and banned that Zeri, because I wouldn't have wanted to see that again. I think Light was a little too dangerous on that one, but Viego picked up by Tarzan this time around, as we did get some ADCs through the ban table this time, as Asim was actually super hard targeted the first two games of the series. The Kalista finally makes it through. Maybe they want to go ahead and lock in their ADC here just to make sure they can get Asim something he can work with.
See, I'd actually rather that they didn't take the Kalista or the Senna. I know it's locked in, but I feel like, as we talked about, LGD has looked better when Asim's on a late game scaler. And we've seen the Aphelios Kaz come out as an answer to the Kalista, and I feel like you could have just gone for that style. Shadow, though, will get a very big comfort pick for himself with the Lee Sin. A great answer into the Viego. So now we'll have to see what LNG decide to go for. I imagine it will just be the Senna Tam Kench. Like, they're not going to be that worried about it. Or maybe they just take the Senna, because... whatever reason,
Could
they're
be
determined to have
pick.
Allah on this Snar pick. Yeah.
I mean, he was, besides some timing windows, I think he was pretty good on the pick itself. First of all, before we get the lock-in for LNG, I got to go back to the pick for Shadow. Lee Sin, Shadow, obviously hand in hand there as pick and player there. But the big thing when he plays this champion is the unique pathing that he can take. So we got to keep an eye on what he can do to kind of up in Tarzan's early jungling, because you've seen bits and pieces of that on his other picks so far in this series. And on the Lee Sin, he really gets enabled through his aggressive playstyle. So I'm definitely looking back to the Shadow Jin Zhao combination, see how that works out. But here you go, Dagda, a present just for you, because it's Christmas in July. And it's Gnar for LNG.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see what the game plan is going to be for LGD. Great. I really like this pickup of the Amumu. I think Amumu definitely incredibly strong at the moment. Going to get buffs as well. Works super well with the Kalista, because you get to go in with Bandage Toss 1, reset the play if you don't really find a good setup with the ultimate, and then you got a second Bandage Toss to try and basically rinse and repeat. So 3 potential engages essentially for this Amumu, which makes it way easier to find the big Curse the Sad Mummy. The only thing that I'm going to say, though, is I feel like for LGD, they're setting up for an Ahri pick. Lee Sin Ahri, an incredibly strong mid jungle. You're already banning the Silas, so I'm curious to see if LNG actually ban away the Ahri off this next rotation, or if they're just going to leave it open and LGD will pick that up in their next pick.
I do like the Gwen ban, though. Don't want to have that happen again. I feel like they might be confident in that Gnar pick, but that Gwen was scary. They also, on LGD's side, ban away the Silas and the Braum. So taking away the Braum-Ezreal combo there for my Wandi and Light, but still a lot left on the table here. And LNG have one more ban. Could expect it to go to one of these solo lanes, and they're going to go towards the Sejuani to give even more resources, at least in terms of bans against, for Ala in the top side.
It looks like Shalitza's just going to go back towards the Ornn. I was curious if they're going to go for maybe something like an Aurelia or something along these lines in the top lane, like go for a more carry-oriented pick, because you already have really good engage coming through from that Amumu. And you've got the Ahri that I imagine is going to try and be there for LGD as well. But yeah, okay, so not going to be the Aurelia, but going to take the Kayle on that top side. So looking to just try and scale, at least late game, have Chalitza as the backup, and kind of use this Kalista and the Lee Sin as that bridge into the later portion of the game.
Which I can, on paper, right, fits a decent style for LGD, I feel like, especially the way that Chalitza has been playing so far this game, or this series rather. I think it's been a very interesting first series for the guy, but in terms of finding some bright spots, I've seen a lot. And I want to see how he does with the Kale. It's a little bit of a different style coming to this one as the final game of the series to kind of throw something into the works here for them. But it is the Tahm Kench and the Taliyah that we finally get to see, and it will be piloted by Doomby.
Yeah, he's going to have his work cut out from here in the top side for Chalitza, because this Taliyah is going to be going top side. Yeah. You're not really going to be playing around Ezreal Tahm Kench in the bottom lane, so it's going to be a case of trying to punish this Kale in the top half of the map. Lissandra now taken for JDG to try and get that push and be another engage tool for LGD, which I think is a good shout. I think JDG definitely more of a facilitator style of player, so this Lissandra should work out relatively well. So I don't know. It feels very back and forth. LNG definitely looking to spike in the mid game, trying to snowball with Doomby playing towards this top side around Ala. And for LGD, they have a decent early game off the bottom half of the map where they can look for dragons, but late game, just because of this Kale, always going to stand with LGD.
Yeah, I got to go back to the thing that we perpetuated at the beginning of the series that was going to be super crucial, and it is, objective control generally around the map. That all focuses on Tarzan and Shadow. And I think in this last one, we'll see the iterations that they want to put on the Rip, but it's very different to me because you get a little bit of a change in style, at least. You get all that CC, you get all that engage potential for LGD, which I think on the Lee Sin, Shadow will have a ton of fun playing around with. And on the other side for LNG, you draft the Ezreal, right? It's something different coming into this series itself, but you're still trying to get to that late game. You're still trying to get to the, 25, 30-minute mark there for themselves.
Yeah, and I'm waiting to see if we actually get the success here for Assam on this Kalista. Yeah. I think the fact that we got an early game champion here for Assam is kind of a different path here. We have seen it from like 3 times. Has only won a single game. Saying we've got the Draven as well with a 0% win rate. That's why it feels like these early game champions the bot lane haven't really worked out for LGD, but we'll have to see as we start to move into game number 3.
We do. I'm excited to see some variations in this final game of our first series of Super Saturday. The Kale coming in here, the Lissandra changing up a little bit of the reinforcements for LGD, but we'll see if they can take down the potential top dogs here in LNG, if they can find the stride that LNG has found in the past, and this composition comes together. It's going to be a tight one. It's going to be a close one. Get buckled in because it's going to probably be a long one here, LNG versus LGD game 3.
I will say, at least in this game, we don't have as much crazy late game scaling. Like, you take the Kale out of the equation, everyone else wants to get off the bat nice and early. So I feel like we're going to see a huge amount, at least a bit more early
I love
presence.
that you immediately backed out your statement. You're like, it is LNG.
I said that and my brain was like, come on, bud, don't lie to yourself.
You remember that stat at the beginning of the day, the longest game average time for LNG? Well, hey, they forced teams into that, all right? LGD might not be a willing passenger in the long games. We'll see if they can actually get to that point as LGD going for a late invade here. They have all the CC. They have probably the multiple bandage tosses as well. Shadow going for the red buff down here. They're actually bringing Tarzan down to contest for this, as the red buff should reset after one more retarget. Tarzan's going to be right here to take the chicken nuggets while his red buff resets, and LGD back away with nothing. Oh no.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt from LGD. I mean, Jinzhou having the double bandage toss means that you inevitably have more CC to actually win out in these fights. But as you said, taking his nuggies very seriously. Tarzan hits level 2. He's a growing boy. He needs his chicken. And it means that then you don't have that level 2 spike for Shadow. So the advantage that LGD would have gained with Tarzan having the extra level outweighs the CC potential that LGD have. So actually going to set Shadow a little bit behind. And the fact that you don't get a clear or help on your clear from your team, and also you have to smite early on the blue buff, means that Shadow's going to be pretty low going through this initial jungle. So probably need to look for a reset before he actually tries to go for any sort of gank.
Yeah, I talked up all the aggression, the crazy pathing and the fun, right? But it could be a little bit detrimental there, as Tarzan should be farming away, and on this Viego will get very scary, right? Like, we have seen Shadow be very, very willing to pick up this pick so far. In last game, the resets were so huge. And that's why I wanted to put such a renewed focus on the jungle matchup in this last game, because it does feel like, at least in the early game, the early leads that we saw, it relies on these two guys, these two mainstays for both their teams, right? Shadow has been a huge part of LGD's growth over the last split, right? Like over summer, spring, and even a little bit further than that, right? Last split, last year. And Tarzan himself, a mainstay in the LPL, but still trying to maybe get his ground underneath him on LNG. Still showing the mechanics and the reason why we propped up this jungler so much.
Yeah, and I think LNG is a team that we've been expecting a lot out of because they did go to Worlds back in 2021 as our 4th seed after having that insane run. And we thought, oh, okay, maybe this stuff is starting to come together. We come into 2022, they've got some incredible names, but they can't get it to work yet.
They have not. They're bringing 4 bodies a bit late for LGD. Again, we said they had all the CC. They start off with 1 bandage toss. Is weighted to use, but Doinby puts out the rocks and nobody takes the bait. LGD with an early movement to mid lane, but with nothing to come up of it.
Yeah, and it means it's just wasted time for Astum and Jinjiao. You see now they have to move back into the spot lane with a slow push being set up by LNG. So LNG's bot lane should get a nice reset in, be able to pick up the tier, and that's something that's very much a luxury in this lane, although as I say that, maybe they don't get to, as Jinjiao will get a decent engage up, but I feel like the wave is just too big here. Shadow's in trouble.
No. Yaji's right here, but Shadow is not super healthy. Yaji will have to turn tail. Flash comes out from Shadow. That'll be a big cooldown to revisit.
I mean, that flash seemed like right on the edge to get him over the wall. So flash for flash, and at least you get a little bit of that CS back in your favor. But yeah, a little bit of a messy start here from Shadow. And a lot of this is kind of coming from that initial invade where he didn't get the level 1 that he was hoping for, which means that it kind of just set him behind. And Tarzan using that to his advantage really well to make sure that he's been able to keep Shadow just in a bit of an awkward situation. Level 4 to level 3 and a play on bot side.
Tarzan is here as a lot of damage back at Iwandi, but it's quickly returned in kind. First blood for Tarzan at LNG.
And that's just a bit unfortunate. This is the downside to the Mumu support. You're very squishy in the early stages, especially running this Glacial Augment. So having no real way back out of the fight when I want is engage, Jinjiao falls, and it's just a nice play from Tarzan to keep this jungle advantage rolling.
Yeah, now they get the resets there back onto the map. Dragon up on the table. Could be an early advantage for LNG, but it's not been something they go for. It's been LGD every single time. We'll get a replay of that fight in bot lane and a bit of overextension from Jinjiao. Let's see if the vision. Wait. Oh. Wait, what? That's kind of nutty. That's kind of nutty, Dagda. That's dirty. He didn't even use the invisibility. How did he get through there? I don't understand how that worked. My brain hurts right now. I don't know what to say, Dagda. He wasn't even invisible, and he just walked right by that sentry.
Yeah, I mean, perfect play from Tarzan there, managing to skip around it. And now we got to see, as Iwandi chases Jinja out, if this bot lane for LNG is actually going to be able to stay in good tact. I don't think we're going to get a huge amount more plays coming down here from Tarzan. I think there was more of an opportunistic gank. But we'll have to see if Shadow can try and match some of this pressure now, because realistically, this is the big advantage of Lee Sin in this matchup, is his ability to take the 1v1 skirmish, look for having higher damage output when he gets into like 2v2s or 3v3s. But because we haven't really seen the early game pan out well for Shadow, he hasn't been able to use that advantage. It hasn't been able to link up with Yeji in the mid lane like they were hoping, and it means that LNG actually going to start up and get the first dragon, it looks like, for the first time in this series.
Hey, some changes, adaptations. There you go. I like it. A little bit of early focus. All 4 of them going to be here. It's a little bit of a party in the dragon pit for LNG. The streamers go off. Dragon goes down. LNG get an objective on the board early on.
So finally, LNG kind of getting a bit of control in the early stages. And this, at least for LGD, isn't as big of a worry because you do have that big late game scaler in the Kale. But the problem is that the mid game is going to be so much stronger for LNG that if they actually get these early leads, they can start to snowball that. And again, a lot of that is going to be on Doinby. Just hit level 6 in the mid lane a little while ago, just hitting level 7. Has the Ionian Boots of Lucidity now to start getting as much CDR onto this ultimate as possible and start roaming around the map.
You saw Tarzan playing a bit aggressive there. Did take the blue buff from Shadow, so that'll be a nice little pickup in his area. But we'll see Shadow hovering around this mid lane. It's obvious where they want to put the focus, and it's definitely doing be early on. They don't have anybody else that they've brought up this time. It's just the Shadow show. If they can get something. But guess who else is here? And it's Iwandi. He doesn't have level 6, and he can't get to Do It Be in time, and Do It Be just dies. Shadow gets the kill. It'll be first kill for LGD, but now they need to try and get out of this one. Yeah, G's like, I'll try and help you, Shadow, but he's got Heartbreaker. He got Safeguard over the wall, but it's a flash from Iwandi. Tarzan is the one that actually gets the kill, and that'll be a nice turnaround for LNG.
Yeah, a little bit messy there. Shadow trying to see if he could ward hop over the wall, but doesn't quite get out. He's waiting on the cooldown on that Safeguard. It means he ends up falling with the flash over the wall from Iwandi. Now LNG will get the Rift Herald as well, although LGD might be looking to say something about that, but you've Yeji and base. This is a 2v2 for the moment with multiple members of LNG coming.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit tricky. Iwandi, the burn is enough. Let's see the double Naga, one Naga. At least nice. Jin Zhao stuns the curse of the Sad Mummy on 3. Now Doinbe's dead. Chalitza picks up the kill. That's a big divine intervention as well. Jin Zhao trying to get out of there. Shadow and Yaji flash. Allah is getting so low, but he will not go down. LGD strike when momentum is hot. They stop LNG from grabbing the Rift Herald, and that is a dub, my good sir.
The most clutch level up I have seen from, I think, anyone. Jin Zhao hitting level 6 off the initial kill means that they're able to buy enough time for Yeji to get to the fight, and they're able to win it out. That was so crucial here. So we get this initial play in mid lane, which it's a nice pick. Shadow, because the exhaust though, isn't actually able to get out as successfully as he'd want to. And here, look, he sticks down the ward thinking, oh, I can hop over, but instead decides to go over towards G, which means he takes that little bit more damage. But watch here, as we start to come in, you don't actually have level 6 hit for Jin Zhao, but because they get the kill on Iwandi, knowing there's no exhaust, knowing there's no play, Jin Zhao gets the kill, gets the reset, hits 6 in the ultimate, flashes forward, and gets all the CC here. And LNG are hoping that they can maybe just clutch out the fight, but Chalitza having that saving grace for Asim as well now means that they can't get the Rift Herald. That play, so incredibly clutch from LGD. The flashes after, I will say, suck.
A little sus.
Terrible idea.
A little sus. Emergency
just take
meeting.
The win. Look, you already had the divine intervention you needed. Don't get greedy, but it's still a good play from LGD.
I love that LGD, no matter what had happened early on, still find that advantage. The skirmishing potential that this team brings to the table is huge, and they're utilizing that, right? I think that's something that I find interesting LGD doing is actually finding execution on the comp they draft, right? Like, it's so interesting. They draft these very, very, I guess, obvious compositions in terms of what they try to want to accomplish, and we've seen, at least in the last couple games, that so far they're actually able to play to those win conditions.
Yeah, I will say messy from LNG though. Like absolutely. The fact that they end up taking so long to turn onto Asim and Jin Zhao, like they never actually pick up the Rift Herald after they kill it. It's all just kind of sloppy, and this is why teams just haven't been. Well, I mean, the casting team in general hasn't been happy to watch LNG because they just feel like it's so much wasted potential. This team doesn't really seem like it's going anywhere. If anything, they feel like they're worse than Spring. And with so many of our other teams in the league starting to step up, there are big question marks about, although LNG are like 3-2 at the moment, do they actually end up hitting playoffs?
I mean, they've got to turn it on now, and it's not going to start by a tough series against LGD of all teams, right? Like, LNG should have come away with this one clean easy, but it has not been clean and easy. They still have got a long road to trek as LGD are playing towards their at least benefits in terms of that skirmishing, that early catch out, that CC, and Iwandi, he's going to run away from the rest of his teammates because he knows he is just a dry old catfish out on a pier that just got fished up by LGD.
Iwandi is getting caught out a lot on this catfish, overestimating very much how much damage he can take. And now LGD will get the first dragon of the game, and we'll actually get to see what our soul is going to be. No Cloud Dragon, but Chalitza in trouble.
This is a nice little catch out here, Chalitza. Not much CC. Allah's just have a little bit of fun while he watches Tarzan try to take down Chalitza. TP's now going to be committed from Yaji. And I don't think LNG really can do anything about this anymore. Chalitza's getting low, but he does have a healing ability, and he will start to heal up a little bit.
Yeah, wave is gone, and because you've got the ultimate for Chalitza and JDG, there's a lot of invulnerability to deal with. So LGD force LNG's bot late away from the tower on the bottom side, and that means that they're actually able to get some turret plates for Asum. So Asum actually benefiting there from JDG's TP alongside Chalitza not going down.
Something that's really interesting. We're about to get towards the end of
Oh, we
plates
go
here.
again.
Yeah, they're trying again. Nobody has really gotten placed besides that bottom lane. Here, top side, though, Weaver's Wall coming out. And yeah, G, I think you know what's coming next. Ooh, he dodges out, though, of the seismic shove. He's going to go with the Frozen, and now he's still buying tons of time. Ala is tanking up a storm, though. Didn't even have Meganar at the end there. They get one. Fate's Call brings in Jin Zhao. I don't think they want to go for that one, as Asif does back away in the end. Shadow's down here as well, and the carousel keeps on turning here. And Shadow tries to go for it, tries to get the kick to devour.
Close.
Beautifully timed. Shadow, what are you doing? He's going for it. He got one. They're TPing. Light is down. Double kill for the jungler of LGD. Ala is trying to catch up to Asum here. He will find a little bit of damage. He'll get the procs here. He'll get a little bit more. Asum has to flash. Ala might have the jump here as well. Will not find the boomerang. And after a chaotic series of events, it's LGD who found themselves almost up 2,000 gold.
Yeah, nice kick from Shadow to get the knock up, and just waiting long enough for the Grey Health to disappear in the TK before he follows in. Means that now we get LGD getting back on the map. Shadow, though, getting some pressure from Ala. Does have the support of Yeji, so Ala will back away.
Nothing much there, just playing a little aggressive, a little bit of an annoyance there, but we'll look back at that bottom lane and the chaos that ensued after this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Jinjo missing that second bandage toss may honestly have saved him. Bit of a whoopsie there from Jinjo, but with Shadow coming in, you see it here, ward hop with the kick, it means that you get the double knock up, and the second he sees that the Grey Health is going to disappear, manages to get in and get the double set up there, tanking the tower beautifully as well, to make sure Jinjo could follow.
I got scared, all right? I got scared. But Shadow, hey, execution, and on the Lee Sin, that's why he picks this champion. The comfort, the execution is there. He is on the Lee Sin. As we come back to it, though, there's a bit of pressure in mid lane. It will be Rift Herald secured by LGD.
Yeah, I mean, LNG gonna see if they can make a play in mid, though. They know that they've got the Lee Sin on the Rift Herald, but LGD contesting the mid push nicely. And this is where LGD can actually start to snowball a nice little advantage for themselves. Mid tower's already gone. You've got a tower nearly dead on bot side, which Chalitza can happily pick up now that he's hit level 11. And maybe a dive in top lane.
Ala doesn't have Megadar here. I love that we see this much aggression from Shadow. Kick is back up, and Ala has 3 members of LGD on his doorstep, and Asum gets the kill.
And now you've got the Rift Herald. They can go for a second tier 2 tower as well. Like LNG, not in a position to defend this. Doomby's still a mid lane, so you'll get charge number 1, you get charge 2 as well, and then a great reset timer for LGD on the next dragon as well. Like, honestly, LNG, they're starting to struggle here.
They are indeed. The composition not coming online when they want it to, and they've still got to deal with the timer that is Chalitza. Second tier tower falls in top lane, and that is so much gold for LGD, as I'm sure they'll get resets off here. Tarzan is on their blue side, trying to be a menace, trying to get a little bit of farm back, and trying to get a bit of advantage for himself in this team. But I will say, back to the conversation of the junglers, we've seen so much rely on both Shadow and Tarzan aggression in this game.
Yeah, but it's never just jungle. It's always that conversation in mid jungle, and that's where we're actually seeing the difference for LGD. Doomby has made some plays to side lanes, but hasn't been that big impact that we're hoping from. The Talia hasn't really been making these roams work, and I mean, when you get to team fights, you'll have a lot of use out of the E for Doomby, being able to set up that gravel for Asum, for Shadow as well, Jin Zhao. You can get some nice stuns with it, but I mean, if LGD are just massively far ahead and we're still waiting for this KO to be that late game menace, I'm not sure if LNG are kind of picking up the pace fast enough as they need to.
I gotta ask, Dagda, what is your professional opinion on Doomby's love of the crown? Is it just because he's a king? Is that why? Or queen?
So I think in this case it actually makes sense. Because there's going to be like a ton of burst that can come through very quickly. But Asum, where are you going?
Oh, yeah, G tries to get him with the flash, does not find it. The CC needs to be the potential here. Chalitza is looking for a flank. You're not on a flank champion this time, buddy. You gotta be careful. Chalitza gets out with his flash. It'll be Dragon secured by LGD. Second Dragon of the game for them. TP now coming out into the mid lane for Yaji. And LGD still positioning here onto Iwandi, onto Ala. Iwandi is down early in this fight. That means LGD have the numbers advantage. They also caught out Ala, who's just completely separated from his team. Tarzan goes for Chalitza, but he has the Divine Judgment. He'll survive for a little bit longer. He'll get taken down. Now the reset for Tarzan, but look at Shadow. He's going on Doinby. Abscon abduct there is not, or the bandage toss rather. Doinby is chunking down Jin Zhao here and eventually gets the kill. I can't believe that after all of that, LNG are still looking for it. They're going under the tower here as Yaji gets, Doinby just makes up for all of it. A triple kill for the super carry.
LGD just keep over chasing on these plays. They got the kill, they got the pick onto Ala at the end, and you just call it quits. You got everything you needed to, but that inexperience on this roster showing its head, where LNG managing to find the kite back into the kills, and now they get the mid lane turret, and what had started as such a good play for LGD completely falls apart. We'll see it here. Like, this positioning from LGD was great. They use Yaji, TP into the mid to find multiple different angles of attack, but they separated completely here. So LGD jump on towards Ala, but you've actually got Chalitza separate. But now you call it quits. Chalitza dies, you don't need to follow up. But they tried to get the play onto Doomby, who flashed off the wall, and now you're gone. Like, Assam can't follow up. Yeah, G has already used his claw to get in position, and Tarzan and Light are still full health in this fight. You needed to just back away at that stage.
I can't believe that Doomby comes in here at the end as well and gets the double seismic shove onto them and gets the kills. Everything working out for LNG off the back of some maybe not needed aggression from LGD. I will say it started off with Chalitza, though, on the side, going for like a flank angle on the Kale, having a flash over the wall, and then LGD just felt like they were losing everything from there.
Yeah, I mean, look, you still get the Dragon for LGD, which is going to be great. I think this composition, especially if you can stack a couple of Mountain Dragons, it's going to be really good because of people like Chalitza, but Shadow, lucky.
They really just want to kill Iwandi at this point. Weaver's Wall is coming in, though. Doinby is coming as backup. Jin Zhao, you're a little bit out there. He's got to get away. Still is the tankiness, though, from the Amumu build, and they'll back away. Almost a good engage for LGD.
Yeah, they do get the Weaver's Wall out of Doomby, though, which is actually a pretty big win for LGD, because they would have struggled at the moment to push in sides and contest mid with no TP on Yaji, and just buying space for Chalitza to actually farm up on a side lane without having to worry about Doomby showing up randomly on the Weaver's Wall or anything like that is going to be super nice. So again, I know that looked a little bit funky from LGD, but I think burning these side lane tools for LNG is going to be very important.
Will indeed. As we do see items coming up here. We're working on our third item at least for Doinby will be Zanya's there, so that'll be a nice little power up for himself. Yaji on the other side, though, still only working on the second item here, and that's a little bit of a difference that LNG have found is the gold advantage, at least on certain champions, right? Like, you've got second item now completed for Tarzan. They'll feel a little bit more comfortable moving up in aggression as we have another dragon coming up in a minute and 20 seconds. This will be soul point for LGD. Chalitza is getting closer and closer to that level 16 mark. It's just all about farm and things, even though we've seen chaos, for this moment are calming down, but win conditions still in line.
Yeah, and I think this is where we're going to start to see the struggles for LNG come through, as Chalitza does get up towards the later point of the game. Again, because we don't have that great objective focus from LNG, you're not under pressure as LGD to suddenly start to look at these dragons. You can just leave Chalitza at the side lane as you give maybe a second dragon over towards LNG, but that should give you enough time as Shadow.
There's a lot of people here, and Chalitza is right behind him. True Shot Barrage going to do even more damage. Weaver's Wall now coming up. It's back up, Dagda, and now they've cut off LGD. Chalitza is by himself. Divine Judgment is available. He'll buy some time, but not much. And LNG find a big pick, utilizing the tools at their disposal.
But I don't understand why LGD are here. Like, why is Shadow face checking in on that bot side? You should just be using these minutes to get the farm onto Chalitza. Instead, you're trying to make plays around Chalitza, and he ends up dying before he can actually get any of the CS or any of the gold. So LNG now, with the Dragon up, are going to be able to get a ton of control here and be able to get that Dragon, but you don't get that counterplay from LGD where you actually get some farm on the rest of your team.
A little bit dicey here for LGD. They do give up another objective, the second Dragon of the game for LNG. They continue towards their stacking game. Still have to keep that watch out for Chalitza, but it's going to be a little while longer until we get that next big fight with the inclusion of hopefully a level 16 Kale. But it still is, looking back at what I was talking about earlier, third item completed now for DoinB. A lot of strength coming through this mid-jungle duo of Tarzan and DoinB. And even if Iwandi's been getting caught out, he might be a fish, but he's playing a little bit of bait here. As long as you set up for the carries, it's all fine and dandy.
I have to see how they are going to manage that. I think definitely the team fighting tools that LGD have are still going to give a good amount of control to them in fights, but it's just about actually setting it up. It feels like Shadow's just jumping the gun every time when he doesn't need to, trying to make plays when he can just let the rest of his team do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, again, they drafted all the CC you could ever ask for, it felt like. And yes, they've utilized it a few times to get some big catch-outs, but they've also not been able to find the big team fights and a lot of the setup that they were wanting to find. And I think when we were looking at the differences between this LGD comp and what we've seen so far from them, there were some questions rising, putting Chalitza on this late game carry, putting all the resources in that basket in a player that's coming in today, right? And being able to see how this pans out. Is this a carry potential top laner? Is he going to be resided to the tanks? What do we see come out of this series here? Because it's been such a back and forth one so far, Dagda, and even 25 and a half, or almost 25 minutes in, it feels like we have a long way to go.
Yeah, it feels like the neither team really has full control. You can see that reflected in the gold lead, like just 1,000 gold separating these two dragons apiece. Towers are slightly in favor of LGD, but it's not really a big factor to write home about. And again, I mean, this Kale is just slowly farming up. Now, I will say at the moment, LNG are getting control over the areas like this. Baron right now is they're grouping up as a squad, but in small quarters like this, you need to be so careful of Jin Zhao's ult.
Wall coming out. Look at Allah. He's on the flank here. Chalitza there just in time for the Divine Judgment. Though Jin Zhao's getting dragged out. Shadow finds the engage there on the side against Allah. He has to get away though, and it's not looking good for LGD. They found one onto Iwandi, but again, he's just bait. Now Tarzan's getting the resets. He'll connect, and he'll find another one. That's another soul to bite as LNG will move mid lane. Oh, Yaji goes gold, or actually stops the seismic shove there for just a little moment. Goes golden, buys even more time, but still dies. You can buy all the time in the world, but the end is eventually coming for you, LGD.
I mean, this is just messy from LGD. They're getting caught out consistently by these map movements. They're not really getting vision control down, and I mean, LNG, nice job to punish that with DoinB coming in on the Weaver's wall. And now, as they hop over the wall, they should get the Baron. And LGD, that clock that is ticking in the top has not actually come up in time because the alarm clock is already ringing for LNG.
Ding, ding, ding. Baron is secured by LNG. 3 minutes on that timer. We'll get a replay of the start of that fight. LNG, again, showing their decision-making, their shot calling, always next level.
But look at where Shadow is. He's so far up in that mid lane. Like, trying to find a flank that he really doesn't need to go for. You just need to be making sure that you're protecting Asum in this case, and Chalitza to get to the late game. But because Shadow's so far away and Allah ends up flashing to the side, they don't get that kick that Shadow was looking for. You've got DoinB who's managed to separate out the squad as well. And now it's just panic stations for LGD. Like, try as much as possible to stay along as live as possible until Shadow can come back up, maybe Asum can come back up and you can defend. But the Baron is already gone. A minute until Dragon means that this should now go over to LNG as well as they push mid, can fall back relatively easily to get vision on bot side jungle and also to get into river with this Baron up creep.
And at this point, I know we always talk about the Kale, and we talked about it a lot in this one. But I don't know if it makes that big of a difference at this point. It's up to execution in the fight, right? Like Chalitza's positioning when he gets to that level 16 mark. Because you can't have a wonderful powered up Gundam suit, but if you don't know how to pilot it, well, it's not going to look too good. Now LGD are moving back into their base, back into a defensive position as LNG look to take down this side lane tower.
Yeah, and again, it's all about establishing that control for the 30-second timer that's on the top left of your screen. You have Chalitza very close to hitting level 16, but unfortunately, he's just not quite going to get there. He's trying to share XP in the mid lane, which is never going to work out. And it feels like you're going to have to give over this objective now as LGD, putting LNG onto Soul Point.
Look at this. They're bringing him top.
Yeah.
They're bringing him top to try to get the level, but they still have Baron for another minute. LNG can push the pressure here. They've got 2 cannon minions down here to push in this inhib tower. They've also got it crashing in top. I understand you're going to get level 16, but you might lose even more of your base.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely will. And this is the problem. Remember what we said? Like, trying to play around Chalitza rather than Chalitza just being allowed to farm up. Ale has hit the level 16, but Chalitza is still lagging behind because he hasn't been left to his own devices and side lanes. Now you can see him desperately trying to get the Raptors, clear up whatever jungle camps he can, just to hit the level 16. But LNG, they're already going to get the bot inhibitor. They'll get the dragon. And yes, the level 16 is wonderful for the Kayle, but you still need the items to kind of come in behind it as well. And you're not hitting that third item just yet. The level 16 not quite there. It still feels like you just don't have enough in the tank here with Chalitza, even if he does hit the level 16.
And I want to go back to, the main focus that we put on for this game.
Oh, never mind. He bought a full GA.
He did. He got the full GA. He was saving it. He wanted to get the level 16 mark as he got the purchase. Didn't really work out for him. But what I love here is in this third game, we have seen the jungles be a big part of the reason why this game has gone so chaotically, and we'll see that continue here as the fight. Jin Zhao wants it. He goes in. Shadow was waiting the whole time, and they just kill Iwandi before he can do anything.
Jin Zhao is low, but still has the ultimate available. Same with G, so this could actually be a big moment
Weaver's
for
wall.
LGD.
He's trying to catch out Asim here. Doesn't do so. We'll start seeing the kiting here. G taking some damage. Jin Zhao goes over the wall, but gets dragged back for the face call. Double ult into the sad mummy, but we'll see it turned around now. Chalitza is doing work with that Divine Judgment, and it's backed off by LNG. That will be a close one, but you're starting to see the power of LGD come through here. But it's all about that execution still, and almost Chalitza getting caught out by the seismic shove.
Yeah, 2 kills for 1 there for LGD. A lot invested on both sides. Yeji's flash gone down. Jin Zhao not having flash now as well, especially in the 4-minute window before Dragon ends up spawning. These are actually pretty big spells that you would like to have available. And even though LGD technically come out with the kill lead, LNG still get the tower top. Their tower mid is gone. Inhibitor bot side is gone as well. Like, LNG still own this map. And it's always going to be LGD fighting from a deficit.
He's level 16 now, Dagda. We'll take a look at that fight. Jin Zhao here, though, is the architect of the masterpiece that LGD are trying to put together.
Yeah, Jin Zhao doing a really good job of being smart on when he uses his ultimate. So just use the bandage toss with Shadow being able to get the kickback onto Tam Kench. So it means that when you find this engage here from Jin Zhao onto Doombi, you actually have the Fate's Call. Then you can use that ultimate on towards Light, as you see here. Double lock up there from Jin Zhao. He will end up falling. I think the flash a bit ambitious there from Jin Zhao to try and survive, but it does give the team fight at least a cross. But again, LNG now still in a really good spot when it comes to their map presence. It's just a case of can they deal with Chalitza, who now 3.5 items strong, has a ton of damage. And Shadow still hunting for these picks on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, he's just been constantly looking, but a big factor to a one-sided fight in this situation is Tarzan getting resets. He is 7-0 on this Viego, and if you start getting the kills early for LNG, it all goes down for LGD. But that's where they've been really, really good at picking out the quick kills and backing away, not letting Tarzan live in those prolonged fights and find those resets. Shadow still looking, still on the prowl. In the shadows, if you will, Dagda.
There's no vision. They haven't actually spotted Shadow here, so he's going to be seeing if he can try and make a play here. He has to try and play Secret Agent, though, because what he wants to do is try and dodge the waves, get into behind LNG as they're going for the Baron, which is about to spawn, but there is that one Scryer's ward that you can see there that will spot him if he tries to go.
Oh no, the Weaver's wall, they're TPing in. Shadow gets the kickback onto Doinb. The Fate's Call as well. They're trying to get Doinb down. They're trying to, but they can't do it. He goes golden. Now Chalitza is in the fight here, though, and it's a 5v3 in this situation. The Fate's Call brings Tarzan over, but gets over at least. And now Shadow gets the flash play, the outplay, and LGD's win conditions are online here, Dagda. It is incredible to watch.
they are going to get the Baron. Like LGD, we're saying that LNG have control of the map, but LGD are the ones that, if they can find the right fight, have that damage available, and they show it right there. Baron now in their favor. Allah's trying to just clear out the minion wave so they can't get as much as possible out of this, but look at the objective bounties as well. They've just gone. So it means that LGD definitely equaling up on the gold, equaling up on the deficit they have, and with Baron now in their back pockets with 55 seconds till the Dragon, they can look to play towards that. And this was Doomby trying to find the pick into Asim, thinking Asim was separated, but that bait with Shadow waiting in the wings. Now Iwandi is overextended. Doomby dies to Chalitza. Tarzan goes down, and LNG, they're just completely separated on this fight because LGD are throwing that pike straight through the middle of their heart of the team.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible pick-apart fight there. When LNG were the ones that pulled the trigger first on it. And now we're looking at Dragon spawning at 20 seconds. We're even close to the Elder yet, unless LNG can get in position, get this fourth Dragon for themselves. Tarzan's moving in, trying to take out some vision. But LGD have the strength to just burn it down once it spawns. Doomby and the rest of LNG are looking to push mid. The Baron buff still on for 2 minutes here, though.
Yeah, LGD looking a little separated though, so now they start to group up in this mid lane. Jinzhao has his flash back up and available, so this big ultimate from the Amumu could be enough. Zonya's Hourglass as well, so Jinzhao willing to go very deep on this play, but doesn't really need to. Dragon going to be picked up by LGD, 3-3, and now we get to see exactly how LNG want to play this.
LNG are playing towards the top side, trying to get some vision around as LGD and the rest of the company are in mid lane, pushing this one up. Maybe actually looking to get some resets off there. Trying to find Allah, actually, I think, on the side here, as he will be pushing that one in. Shadow all the way on the bottom side. A lot of mobility on the Lee Sin, but just trying to deal out some pressure against LNG and not let them have a free state of map.
Yeah, it does feel a bit weird to see Shadow the one pushing bot side, though. I feel like it should be JDG with the TP available, who is actually pushing in on sides, because even just from a level advantage, being able to match the ever-scaling Doomby, and also having someone that can very quickly join in with the team if needs be is going to be better, but they just want to keep JDG here, it seems like, for an engage tool, but you have Jinzhao there already.
Weaver's Wall
TP
coming through here. Allah's behind them, but Chalitza's coming right behind him, and Divine Judgment's still there. Allah doesn't even get Meganar. Goes down on Raveled Earth, not going to do much.
Shadow!
Here comes Shadow, looking for the flanks. The 3-man Dragon Rage kick, but it's just a little bit for show. As the entire team for LGD show up in mid lane, the back coming through, but Yaji has TP, and they still got Baron for about 20 seconds here.
There's the TP onto the wave to make sure they can actually keep that minion alive. They're looking to crack open the base here. LGD want to use this last 10 seconds of the Baron buff.
They've got a lot of strength with it as well. True Shot Barrage goes wide, but just trying to clear out the minions as much as he can. The tower will not fall, and LGD unsuccessful in their siege, but they've put a lot of pressure onto LNG, because now Shadow, that split push in side lane, working out so far.
Yeah, now they're going to collapse down with the rest of LGD. Tarzan needs to be careful because he doesn't know where LGD are over the wings. So pushing LNG right the way back, evening up essentially where our tower difference is, apart from that inhibitor turret missing on bot side in favor of LNG. But with 2.5 minutes now until both of these objectives come up, it feels like the Mountain Dragon is going to be so crucial for both of these squads.
Absolutely, and that fight in 245 is going to be crucial. We still have Baron up in 220 though, so it could be a little bit of a pre-existing fight happening before that Dragon comes through, as you know, the Baron is a safeguard to a lot of the siege that can come down from either of these sides. But since we have this little bit longer, the resets will come through for LNG. And I want to take a look at what we have in terms of builds, right? We're still lacking a lot on G at the mid lane, TBH. He's gotten Flame Horizon by Doomby. The resources have been all going to Chalitza, and I think you're gonna need to see that damage start to come through on all members, right? Because for the side of LNG, you're looking at almost full items across the board.
Honestly, I think from G's side, just build as much tankiness as possible now, because realistically, Chalitza's your carry. He is full build. He is totally fine. He doesn't need anything else. Probably gonna, like, the only thing he can get is a pot. So I think for your engage, just making sure G can look for it. Shadow also waiting in the wings, though. Does get caught
Shadow's walking across the Weaver's Wall there, though. They do catch Shadow out a little bit. Oh, Jinzhao Not exactly how you want to engage there, still pretty tanky, but LGD realized they might have pulled the trigger a little too early on that one. I just love that we're getting the 1v1s and decide for the setups between Tarzan and Shadow. It does not set this series up well enough in that regard because it has been such a drag-out fight between these two junglers.
I mean, literally, you just need one engage coming through from LGD, and if it can keep Chalitza safe, they will win this game. For LNG, that's why they're trying desperately to find picks. You've even got Tarzan going for the Anathema's Chain now that he's just picked up, because they just want to get one person that they can pick off and then force an uneven fight. But if Jin Zhao can get that ultimate set up, same when you look towards JDG, that's where you're really going to see the problems coming through for LNG.
Yeah, and I will say, we have a little bit of a fight getting set up here, but for both these teams, I think this is a nice refresher, right? Because the last series that they were a part of, they got both of them 2-0'd each. And I think going the distance, albeit really rough in terms of game time and length and stress, it's been really incredible to watch these teams leave everything out on the Rift. And speaking of, we're getting the setup for the last fight here. It seems like at least, or one of the last fights, Dagda.
Yeah, we were actually swapping to opposite sides of the map. No minion line for either person.
They started up the Baron here, though. Asum and Chalitza are just doing the Baron. Ala is going to go Meganar. Weaver's Wall has split LGD. The Shadow always perpetually looking for these flanks, looking for the Dragon Rage kicks. Tarzan not able to find the stun there as well. LGD moves into the blue side jungle of LNG, but they're still in front of the Baron pit, and Shadow is fine just waiting. He's just waiting for somebody to slip up on LGD, and it's Ala! He slips up and he dies. Asum gets it. Now Fate's call in. Curse of the Sad Mummy is there, and he gets them all. LGD! Their scaling came online, but they got to take the fight. Duinbi is still strong. Light is still strong, but they're taking them down one by one. It's still a 4v4. True Shot Barrage comes across. It gets the GA, but it's not enough to change the day. And now it's Baron for LGD.
But LNG can run over towards the dragon. Mountain Soul is going to last longer. LGD, I think they made the wrong call. I think they should have gone for the Soul here because that's the more permanent buff. Unless LGD can just end the game with this Baron buff, it's going to be the longer boon for LNG.
This is a bit of tradesies, but the Mountain Soul secured by LNG. The tankiness will be rampant for them. It's going to be very difficult to take down Duinbi now, as we've seen LGD love to try to focus. And I think the interesting part is how this next fight pans out, right? We have another while on this Baron buff. This is going to be the moment that, as you said, LGD need to look to end. But as we see LGD playing to their conditions, catching out Ala, that cannot happen if you're LNG.
Yeah, and then a great engage here from Jin Zhao, but unfortunately the follow-up just wasn't quite in time. Shadow as well tries to look for the kick on towards Light, but with the Arcane Shift just about coming up, Light's able to get himself to safety and get sniped off the back. But I think a bad trade. I really think you needed the Mountain Soul here for LGD. It would have been so good for you. And even just because so much of your damage from Chalitza is kind of bursting someone out with those initial few auto attacks, like having that Mountain Soul can actually make the difference here for LNG.
See, as push is renewed in mid lane, LGD still have the Baron buff, but the clearing is starting to get pretty strong from LNG. I guess it's been strong since everybody's pretty much full build at this point. And LGD are just poking and prodding with this Baron buff to figure out where they can put some pressure, where they can take down one of these big inhibitor turrets and get lasting damage on the Rift.
Assassin Shadow still on the hunt though. See if he can clear out some of this vision, get himself into a spot where maybe he can look for a flank opportunity. LNG now trying to contest the blue buff will actually go over the way of Duinbi, so great guy getting his hands on that. JDG pushing in boss, Chalitza top, LGD trying to use this Baron buff as much as they can, but as we said, with only a minute left, LGD haven't cracked the base, they haven't done anything with this Baron buff, but LNG got that Mountain Soul, so this is what I was meaning, LGD just making that wrong choice in the moment.
Indeed. It's going to come back to bite them. Absolutely. I mean, they haven't been able to find anything with this Baron buff. They've got 50 seconds left to do something. Tarzan may be caught out by the Fate's call. They've got JDG down here as well. This is a big catch out. Goes Golden. He's trying to buy time for the rest of his team. He's tanky. Gets away with the miss. The Heartbreaker over the wall, and he's a quick son of a gun. You can't get him.
No, but it does mean that he's able to get away. Jin Zhao!
Oh, Jin Zhao finds it. Curse of Sad Mummy. TPing from LGD. They might have overcommitted a little bit here. Yeah, G stuck, dragged back, can't really get to the claw, has to flash over the wall.
Oh, it's messy as all hell from LGD. I don't think Jin Zhao really actually wanted to take that one, but once he managed, he was actually on the bandage toss walled right. He just needed to ult to make sure that he could get out to safety. Messy, messy stuff from LGD. Bearing to flash on Yeji. Tarzan gets away. God, I don't know, Mazel. This game is going all sorts of funky.
I'm doing my long LPL game dance, but you can't see me because this is how we do it. We got to keep the energy going, Tactic. You're doing all right. Doing fine. This is the last game of the first series. Come on. Got this. It's just a little bit of give and take. It's a little bit of fun. It's we got to have fun on Super Saturday, all right? And LNG wanted to make sure that we go the distance. At this point, though, I'm a little bit scared for them because there's been some huge catch-outs. And again, back to the original conversation of the CC. Now that we're in the late game, now that everybody has all their items, the CC is that much more impactful because the amount of time you can't do anything with your champion matters all that more.
It's also just the fact that we've got that much CC available, and you're going to have both objectives spawning at the exact same time. So any catch out at all is going to be an absolute disaster, especially with LGD now keeping control over this bot side jungle. It becomes very hard for LNG to test this. They do have some decent poke, but it's so easy for LGD to pull the trigger if you overextend as LNG.
I'm loving some of the adaptations and builds, right? We got the Silvermere Dawn at least completed there for light, but I love to see, still committing a lot to some utility in terms of Tarzan's build as well with the Chempunk Chainsword. That's the wording. And see, I want to see if we do get some of those adaptations now that we've been at full build for a lot of these carries and seeing if they want to try to find different ways to approach these fights.
Still hovering in the fog of war. Jin Zhao?
This is scary.
Well,
The vision
Tarzan.
game.
Yeah, I mean, it's turning into a bit of a horror show at the moment, to be honest. I mean, both slightly in the gameplay and with LGD maybe looking to pick off LNG, but they do reset with a minute until the Elder Dragon is available. So they have managed to keep LNG relatively short on their defensive wards, and now they can look to push up mid and again see if they can find these picks or the opportunity to just fall back towards the Elder Dragon as it spawns.
Yep, it's so funny that we got this same kind of decision-making needed last game as well. Both objectives were coming up within about 10 seconds of each other, and we were seeing who's going to go where. We did trade it, and we'll see if it's going to be traded as this time around, at least, as Tarzan and the rest of LNG moving up towards mid lane. Again, look at Shadow. Look at Shadow. He's always looking. He wants to get there early enough to not be spotted out. Maybe have a little bit of vision there. TP is available for Chalitza, but it's more so about the angles here for Shadow.
And that's the thing. Shadow knows where he's safe to go because this video vision was already established by LGD. So he knows that at least the ward has been cleared out. So he assumes there's going to be vision at the back of the red buff. And the rest of LGD are going to see what they can do here. Claw threatening, pushing back LNG and buying space for LGD to push in mid lane.
Something that is scary, though, is we've seen a lot of times when LNG realize that Shadow is nowhere nearby, they pull the trigger on an engage on the rest of the team. The Weaver's Wall comes out. That they have to find the kills when they pull that off because Shadow has been playing very distant because he's trying to play the 007 style Lee Sin here and find those big flanks, but it also means he's going to take a little bit of time to get to that engage.
Yeah, I'm going to have to reset for the big wave that isn't topside. So now LGD are actually the ones with the advantage when it comes to the numbers. They see Ala on here, and that could be Shadow's button to go.
They're already onto it. Tarzan's going to have to find something, but LGD actually not confident because the TP from Ala is behind. He just wants to join his team. Chalitza needs to get with the rest of his team as well, though. He needs to be the main damage source. He needs to be in the front-to-back situation, and LGD aren't set up here until he gets around that way. Wandi on the side here. The Dragon is started by LNG this time around. Shadow's on the back of the pit. It's going to get re-aggroed here. Weaver's Wall coming across. They're trying to burn down the Elder Dragon before anybody can get to it. Look at Jin Zhao with the curse of the sad mummy. The kick of Do It Be back in. Assam is completely untouched on the side here. Iwandi goes down. Chalitza's firing away. The Divine Judgment comes through. And LGD have LNG running for the hills here. But Yaji is going to flash out. Meganar comes through for Allah. Tarzan is still alive.
Tarzan.
And LNG somehow turn it around. Look at the damage potential from Light.
But they keep turning to chase Tarzan. And Tarzan is running absolute rings around them every single time. And it means that LGD Shadow is trying to deal with 3 members of LNG. Asum and Chalitza are running around after Tarzan and don't get any damage off the entire time. So it's going to be a trade. Elder for the Baron. But this fight could have gone so much better. That could have been the game-ending fight for LGD.
It could have. They looked so good. They were landing. But every time, the question begs itself, where's the follow-up? If you're not in position, you cannot follow up all the CC that you have. And we see that happen here.
Jin Zhao goes in, gets the big ultimate. But it's all very separated where, G doesn't really layer his CC properly. And here, fight forward. Like, I know that Tarzan is behind you, but if he ever engages, you turn back onto him at that stage. But G is out of abilities. Jin Zhao is dead. Shadow has to get out of the fight with his flash as well. And Tarzan is just running rings around the back line.
And Light is terrifying at this point, right? Like, Ezreal is full build. He is doing some serious damage. He's like half healthing Yaji with 1 Mystic shot. We'll see them backed off of the mid tower, and that'll be an inhib going down for LGD.
Shadow, again, trying to look for the play. No flash, though. Yeah, Jin Zhao, no flash himself, but has the Fate's Call to try and get in. It's much harder for LGD to try and get this big engage that they're looking for. But as you say, I think you need to find your base is just in shambles now for LGD.
Yeah, and they've got a big old wave in this top lane. They just moved right up here. This Elder Dragon's too difficult to deal with. And there's no real easy in for Shadow. You might be looking for those picks, but so are LNG. Fate's Call had to be utilized. 1 little auto attack gets Chalitza down so far, and you're on the verge of getting the executions off. 45 seconds on that Elder Dragon buff here, and they really cannot fight this.
No, and I mean, you're going to lose your entire base. You can't actually just go for the end here for LGD. Like, it feels like LGD are going to have to fight their way against this Elder Dragon because LNG are going for it.
They're trying to not be the longest game in the LPL Summer Split, but they might not be able to finish it, and we might be going the distance here. They've got about 30 seconds to end the game before they become the longest game here. LNG trying to chase down Shadow. They finally found where he was, but now they're just renewing their push with the Elder buff still on about 10 seconds, but it'll be falling off shortly.
This game is never going to end, Mazel. You have LGD with the Baron buff, but now with every single inhibitor down, LGD are just going to be stuck to their base, and this is pretty much going to be the case for the majority of the next few minutes until they can maybe look to exit back out as these objectives spawn. But I don't know, like, it feels like there's no guaranteed win for LNG if they try to take the fight. Nexus turret still standing means that they can't really just brute force their way in. I think we're just waiting again until these objectives spawn.
The longest game of the split, we got it here. It's LNG versus LGD, and this is the second longest, longest game, I guess, of the split. I know we're early on. I guess we're about halfway through at this point, but very, very long game. Fitz LNG is at the top of the day. We were saying their average game time, the longest in the LPL. The way they approach the game, the later they look for the late game scaling. They look to execute in the mid to late game. And we find ourselves in a similar position here where LNG just got to cross their T's, dot their I's to finish the game.
Their average game time is 33 minutes, though. I'm not expecting 50-minute plus games every time LNG takes the rift, but they are going to start pushing in. I don't know if they can just brute force this.
They're going to try. They're going to split up. It's been just the Weaver's walls, but here comes the engage. He can't get it. He just has to go golden. There's so much damage coming down. Look at the re-engage there. And LNG are looking to take it right now. Doinby is tanking up a storm, and Chalitza has to back away. Shadow's so low, and here comes the end. They made you think. They made you regret the games they've given over, but LNG want to finish this one strong. LGD come out big, though. Shadow goes down, though, and Asum is going ham, but he's going to go down as well. Chalitza's back alive. What is happening? Oh, my God.
The minions are swarming in, though. They need to try and save the base. It's in absolute tatters as LGD will limp back to the safety of their base, and it was a messy engage, but once Chalitza gets into a spot where he's comfortable, he can actually take the fight. LGD will hold, and I told you, bud, we're waiting a minute until these objectives come up.
Oh my God. This one series is going over 3 hours, And it's incredible. We get.
I want to watch Chalitza here, though, as this fight starts, because Chalitza goes on to Doomby. Watch a little damage he does. This is the Crown of the Shattered Queen doing work for Doomby.
Exactly.
So he's able to turn on to Chalitza. So poor choice from Chalitza there. But once they reset and they know that they don't have those issues anymore, that's where JDG goes for the engage, opens up the front line to go forward. And Asim and Chalitza are able to get a ton of work done here.
They literally just have like the pincer attack going. One on the top side of the fight, one on the bottom side of the fight. And you have to deal with one, but they weren't able to deal with either. And I think that's something that LNG will regret themselves not being able to finish off the game there. But you look at that damage, and Doinby is coming up huge. He is making the super carry nomenclature work for this Taliyah as a last pick in their draft here for the final game.
The problem is you have no way of leaving your base here as LGD. A ward is actually in the base of LGD. Double TP available for LNG. Super creeps pushing in as well. If you actually try and contest these objectives now, it's over for LGD. So they have to find some sort of miracle play or hope that LNG messes up, but they're already on towards this Elder Dragon, and then that again becomes too big of an issue for LGD to deal with.
Yeah, and if they lose this Elder Dragon, there's no way they take a fight. And we've already seen everything going to hell in the handbasket for them. We'll see the TPs coming in just to try to get back to base, try to get into the saving position against Allah, who was pushing. But again, you've got super minions coming to the top side you've got to deal with. You've got an Elder Dragon now that will make these fights extremely one-sided. And this also means that LNG can force the hand, go for the Baron, easily cross the T's, dot the I's that they weren't able to cross before. And here they go on the Baron.
Yeah, this time on the Baron, though, does actually mean that their Elder Dragon isn't going to be around for as long, but LGD want to try and fight with the Elder.
You got double super minions in base right now. You got to watch that top side. Jin Zhao is completely caught here. Has to get fates called back. LNG actually a little bit scared to finish off the Baron, but they'll do so as the super minions begin to hit the Nexus. LGD can no longer put up a fight.
Well, here's the thing. LGD need to clear out these waves ASAP. Like, get these waves pushed back as far as possible, because I think it's LNG have realized, right, that they needed the Baron and the Elder to try and finish out this game, but because LGD don't push out the waves, now LNG get to collapse these waves very quickly, and there's still that minute on the buff as well, and with Baron, it's impossible for LGD to just clear out these minions. Shadow trying to see what he can do in a flank, but LNG again looking for it.
Yep, they're going to find the inhib in mid lane, even though the Weaver's Wall just used as a baiting tool here. It'll be another inhib going down in bot lane as well. Shadow was around the edge, around the flank, but can't do anything at this moment. It'll be yet another inhib going down. When was the last 60-minute game in the LPL? Do you remember, Dagda?
I mean, it's been a hot minute.
It's been a long time.
So. LGD though, 45 seconds. Jinja goes
curse
in.
to the sad mummy, but the Elder Dragon is still available, and he just gets the wings popped on him. Now, yeah, G is going to be the next to get executed here, and they still have damage from Chalitza and from Asim, but you're going against an Elder Dragon. You're going against a team that has the advantage, and the wings are a-flapping. LNG, they bring us all the way 56 minutes into the game, into the third game of this best of three, but LNG will still come out on top. And at this point, Dagda, I'm checking out too.
Yeah, I'm glad this series over, man. This was not a display of skill, particularly on either side. This is like, sorry, that's a bit unfair. This is kind of what we expect from LGD. Unfortunately, they're a team that hasn't had the most success as of late. They have massively been struggling, but you can see on the faces of LNG, they know that that was not a series to celebrate. That was very messy, sloppy team fights. Like, decision making was all over the place. And honestly, I think if LGD had made some better decisions in the mid game, like going over towards the Dragon, getting that Mountain Soul for themselves, preventing LNG from being able to get that kind of safety net with 3 Mountain Dragons and a Soul, like that really was, I think, the biggest blunder in this game. And that could have been the thing that changed the outcome of this.
There are so many things. I feel like they could have changed the outcome of this one. It was so back and forth. It was a lot of fumbling from both sides, I feel like, in terms of when they had control and giving that control away. Still, the composition for LGD, I liked it. I enjoyed watching them try to pick apart this LNG composition, but in some cases, it seemed like the miscommunication was really spelling their doom, right? And I love to see Shadow going for those flanks, going for those cool angles. I was saying, you know, the pathing is unique, but we got to see a lot of unique angles from him. But a lot of times it didn't really matter, right? Like the LNG composition was very strong when they were together.
Yeah, honestly, I just think the coordination between G and Jinzhou really was sucked. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It sucked. Like, you've got a Lissandra and a Mumu, you can do so well at locking up multiple members. Like, even if you have Lissandra like dive into the back line, lock up Light, Jinzhou comes in, he ults on the edge of it, you got this crazy CC train, Light dies, and you're just done. Like, that's it. Like, you don't have any sort of follow-up.
Yeah.
You can't even go and try and dive the opposition's backline because the Mumu ults so wide, he has a second bandage toss. Like, it's very easy to operate this composition, and it felt like LGD just never got the pieces rolling together. So I expect, and I think a lot of that actually does fall more so on the head of Yeji. I think his positioning in fights wasn't great. Like, not being able to find the flanks for claws over the wall to put pressure in the back line, like buy space for Chalitza, and that was never really there. So there was a lot that left to be desired. And I do agree with you on the Shadow point as well. I think Shadow didn't need to be the secret agent. Like, Shadow just needed to peel for Chalitza. Like, if Tarzan jumps on Chalitza, arse him, kick the guy out of the fight, you win the fight. Like, that was all you needed to do. So just weird decision making from LGD across the board. And for LNG, I haven't really got much else positive to say. It felt like there was they should have realistically lost this game, and it was those blunders from LGD that actually let them pick up the win here.
56 minutes. We were so close to an hour-long game in the LPL. We were over 100,000 gold as well. Everybody was pretty much full build at that point. It literally came down to execution, and that's where you can expect a win like this from. You should expect a win like this from LNG in those kinds of positions, right? They should be that head above. But you look at that gold graph, it was nowhere near the expectations we needed to see for LNG, and that leaves their future still up in the air.
I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. After this performance, I really don't have LNG getting into playoffs. Like, the fact that they picked up a win against LGD, they struggled against TT, they have a win against like BLG as they were starting to try and figure out stuff at the start of the split. Same with Anyone's Legend. Like, I really don't see them as the weeks go on having a better time. Like, if they play this game against IG, who's their next opponents, they will lose. They have JDG, resurging FPX, RNG, V5, like EDG, Weibo still to play. Like, this team is going to get battered and bruised. And it's so heartbreaking to see because they have such good players, and it just feels like none of them want to work together on the team.
I still will hold. I know we didn't get to see more of Haichao, and we were talking about the reinforcements for LGD. I have such high hopes for Asim. I know I'm going to get on my little positivity soapbox that I always like to get on, but getting to see some of the mechanics in the fights, and especially his positioning on the Kalista, you see why they banded away the first two games against him, because he does have those mechanics. He does have the possibilities to be a great ADC as the growth continues. You got to make sure the pieces are okay around him, that you have some stability in that fact. And the fact that we did see LGD fall apart there in the end, even if they had their win condition, it was still not playing to it, right? As you were kind of calling out earlier, it was the dysfunct communication, at least in terms of how they wanted to get their target selection and how they wanted to execute those targets.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that was because of Tarzan. I think if there is one positive that I can take away from this game for LNG, was that Tarzan had a great game.
True.
Really good in the early stages of the game. Really good target selection. And even when we got in towards those later fights, the fact that he was just playing ring around the rosy with LGD's backline meant that LNG had an easy time closing the fights because the two damage dealers were kind of just chasing their tails while the rest of their team is falling. So I definitely think from LNG's perspective, Tarzan probably going to be the MVP just because of how he was able to control the early stages. We talked about how he was like very good at after that initial level 1 invade failed from LGD, getting a big advantage over the Lee Sin and then turning that into a win there in the mid game.
Yeah, that was the interesting part is he took that early aggression for Shadow and said, you know what? I know exactly how to deal with this. I'm going to take the Raptor. You're not going to get level 2. You're going to have to back off. And it was a lot of control gain that way. They even, for the first time of the series, got the first dragon. Oh my God, that was a step in the right direction. And seeing them kind of change and adapt to the situation, even if it was an ugly performance, let's be outright correct about it, you still can see that, like, against these smaller teams, there is a reason why we were saying they should be that next level up. They shouldn't have gone the distance against LGD. They should be able to just put this one in the can and walk away from it. But it comes down to the decision making, and in terms of also seeing the changes, I guess, in the way that they approach their compositions during the game, right? Like, because we were looking at their draft, we were setting up compositions, especially in that third game where it just got wonky towards the end. It gets a little bit fuzzy when they're trying to like play towards their win conditions to some extent.
I mean, there was just, I think both squads really need to look at how they're actually going to start to play these games. Because it feels like, I just heard in my ear, I was
laughing really hard.
A session about him. I was about to curse on stream. Yeah, I was actually Doomby's MVP, and that is the most undeserved MVP I think I've ever seen. Like,
it's fine.
This, I don't know. Like, I love Doomby as a person and as a player, but this was not the one. Like, realistically, like Doomby getting absolutely no presence in the early stage, not really roaming at all. I don't know. This
the numbers. What do they mean?
This, you know what? You know what? I've been trying to hold him at tilt in this series for the entire time, and then it's just ruined. I'm over this. This series can just.
This is the straw.
Just get out of here. I'm done. Where's Lyric? Tell Lyric he needs to come in here. I'm out. I'm done.
I'm losing my analyst. You don't want me to be an analyst, all right? You don't want me to be. But it was a lot of setup. You know, the double kill quickly given to Doomby on the setup here off of this play. And you could see why some people would vote for Doomby. His stats were insane. He was getting a lot of big Weaver's walls to separate the team when they were looking for objectives. I feel like that might be what gets factored in.
Yeah, I mean, I just think Tarzan basically did all that, but I mean, without just having a giant door button to do. The biggest problem that I have with this is that Doomby should have been the one making plays in the early stages. Like, we should have never gotten to nearly an hour-long game. Like, Doomby should have been roaming in the early plays, playing up towards Ala, working with Tarzan. I didn't see a single Weaver's Wall that was that impactful in the early stages of the game. And the fact that, like, a lot of these plays that we're seeing, which are his MVP plays, are actually just overextensions from LGD that he turns around. So, I don't know. Like, I'm done. Let's just move on. I'm out of this.
I'm
Lyric,
glad
I hope
we
you're
have,
ready.
we
I'm
have
so
managed
tilted.
to tilt Dagda off of the face of the earth here with this first series. It's been about 3.5 hours since we went live, and it is all gravy as we continue to kick off this Super Saturday in the LPL week number 4. We'll be right back after a short little break. I'll have Lyric joining instead of Dagda, and we'll be covering FPX versus JDG. We'll be back.
Thank Christ.
As he tries to get out to safety, Devour actually going to work, and the Shy makes it happen. The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime.
The LPL are kings again.
Every player has heard the legend of the Shy, the prodigy who turned the top lane island into a top lane kingdom. A fearless warrior who ascended to the highest of highs and made his name known across the world. For the last couple of years, that legend has felt more like a myth, and we've been left questioning when or if we'd see those highs once again.
Wait, they're just gonna go for it. The Shy is looking to take a 2v1. He goes for the 1, he gets the response, the redemption arc is started.
But this year, it seems the wait may finally be over.
I am your salvation.
Hostile takeover, that's on all 4 members, and now the righteous judgment to save On's life. iBoy can't get excited, and Weibo move forward as 5. Yellow card connects, cleanse too early from iBoy, and he falls.
You make a normal tier list, and then you make 4 when you're facing the Shy. Because then you have to suddenly put a lot of new picks up towards the top where, we can't give him Jace, we can't give him this.
Which one do you give him? I always have to check my eyes when I'm watching his matchups, because he always locks in like Vladimir into these really bad matchups, like in the Jason Ryzen comes out with like favorable trades, solo killing at times.
Weibo, bring it back against RA. The Shy blind picks Kale, and he's able to pull it through this time as well.
When the Shy is on form, the whole world braces, because they know the king is coming for his crown. But standing in the way of the top lane kingdom is a man with ambitions of his own. He's trying to get LWX, fails a little bit here as Knight now TP's in. The Frost uses matches with Wayward with his flanking angle. The MVP we talked about from last series in the perfect place at the perfect time. It's Wayward and Knight stealing the show. While he might be a little bit low to that old mid laner, the top esports are still the ones to get blood.
Wayward and top esports have cut through their opposition thus far and continue their rise to the top. And if he can climb the mountain that is the Shy, his position as a top tier top laner will be cemented across this world.
The Baron start instead while he's still unavailable on the map. We'll see what top esports can do. Wayward currently running over.
Yeah, it's level 13 Gwen. Remember, this guy's been big in the team fight so far. It's FPX again. They shouldn't be in. Now making their markers. Speaking of the devil, the ult blinds the Baron pit and Hung has to get away. But Jacking Up takes him down in a close corridor. Wayward is having the time of his life. And top esports bringing blood to the parade once more. LWX the last sniff and Orcs. Man, close corridors really hurt FPX. That was Wayward all the way.
Na 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 na. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand.
其实对战牙狗，我说一段话的话，就牙狗其实现在表现蛮厉害的吧。然后希望我们也是就越来越好吧。
Welcome back to the LPL. It is the Week 4 Super Saturday. I'm Mazel, and welcome to the Tilt-A-Whirl. How fast can I tilt my analyst? We'll see as I have next contestant up. Lyric, how you doing?
Yeah, it is pretty phenomenal how done Dagda was with that series. But I totally understand that series is a bit of a mess. The fact that the show's already been going on for over 3.5 hours is pretty crazy. But Mazel, we got our own games to get to. Some actual bangers.
Yeah, some actual. Come on, that was kind of it was interesting. There you go, interesting. But it is FPX versus JDG. Yet another JDG series that I get to cast. They have come out on top in them, so we'll see how that all goes. But filling in for Munchables here as he is sick. Wish you well, Munchables. It is a fun series. It is a fun matchup because FPX, they got on the board. They hit the square on the target somehow.
Yeah, I mean, FPX, it was a matter of time for them to get a win, right? Because I feel like FPX, as a team, have looked better than their score has shown. They played a lot of hard teams, which we'll be talking about in just a minute. But they went up against Rare Adam. Dominating performance, especially I think coming out from LWX. Once again, he actually picked up a pentakill in the series. Khalid as well, able to come in, have a good game. He's been struggling heavily this split, but up against Rare Adam, it didn't matter because they know we just hone in on the bot lane. Aibo and Yuyanja dive them, find 2v2 kills, gank them over and over again, and they were very easily able to take down RA with a nice 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's good to get the first win on the board. It's good to have some of that team synergy built up. I think there were still some questions to be asked against RA, especially in a leading position. But I think you at least see the culmination of a lot of really hard weeks in FPX's win there, I feel like, Lyric.
Oh, of course. And, right, I feel like the hardest thing for FPX coming in was the fact to, not get tilted, not let your team be drowned out by the negativity in terms of your start with so many losses, right? And 0-5 up until they finally were able to pick up this win. And the fact that they weren't they weren't brought down by that. They didn't just keep losing or start losing to teams like Garatum, where, right, looking at them pound for pound on paper, you'd expect FPX to be the favorite, is quite promising.
Yeah, indeed. And I think an interesting conversation to have when you're looking at both FPX and JDG is their schedules. And I think it's been a very different affair for both of these two teams here, Lyric.
Oh, yeah. I feel like for FPX, we've already said it, FPX's schedule was incredibly tough. I feel like FPX actually only lost one series, which you could have looked at and been like, hey, they either probably should have won this or at least could have, which is when they went up against IG and lost 0-2. They put up a fight against EDG. They put up a fight against RNG. They put up a fight against Top. All teams that were towards the top of the standing last split. For JDG, I feel like we have a really good measurement of where they are because they've had a mixed bag, right? We've seen them beat EDG and Top Esports, but they've also played some of the lower tier teams, the TES, the LGDs, and a team like Ultra Prime and OMG, teams we expect to be in the middle of the pack. So that's why I feel like JDG is a team we have a lot of confidence in the LPL because their schedule so far has been like a nice spread of evenly distributed teams, and JDG look like, you know, the top dog right now.
Yeah, I mean, just V5 there in contention. V5 actually taking the pole position there because of their game differential, but still JDG, it's terrifying to go up against them, I feel like, because you look at this team, they look to control, they look to smash, they're just pressing the down smash button at a lot of points in the game, especially when they do find the early advantage. But, you have to give and take a little bit of JDG because I think sometimes you see they are a little bit confident, and that can come out in not the greatest ways. And for FPX, you're hoping for that because it's LWX or bust at this point. You got to find something against that bot lane for JDG.
Yeah, LWX, I feel like ever since the FPX kind of explosion, the rebuild for this roster has just looked great. Like playing alongside Hung. Hung's aggression is fit with LWX incredibly well. He has been the primary carry for the team. We saw in spring especially, it was all about funneling resources down towards that bottom lane, whether it was Beichuan at the time or when Clid came in, just constantly hammering home ganks down to the bottom side. I feel like they lost a little bit of that identity coming into this split. I feel like we haven't seen as much attention put on LWX's last split, but still by far like the primary carry of the team, still getting all the resources, and still a player that you can rely on.
Yeah, and love to see some of the good stats representing him, especially the difference in champions at least, and I think you get to see the flexibility that LWX brings to the table, but as well as something that FPX really need to light a fire around and need to be able to play around is LWX. And coming back to a little bit of that conversation in terms of looking back at their RA series, I think you could see where you get the early game for themselves and then you get the domination.
Yeah, and I feel like that's been one of the areas where FPX have struggled to split, and where they typically win out is their bottom lane. If FPX's bot lane is ahead, it feels like the game plan is just so much easier. You know to invest those resources, you know to look to dive the bot lane turret, aggressively pushing the enemy jungle, get the vision down, you can start stacking up Drakes, and that's why against RA they were successful, because LWX and Hung were able to find those kills. They were just outright winning in the 2v2, and it made it so their macro game decisions were way easier. There's that pentakill that we were talking about for LWX as well. Great to see him popping off, especially like you said, when he's going up against Hope, who I feel like has had a phenomenal split. It has honestly surprised me.
Yeah, it's been incredible. And, when you're looking at Hope, you're hoping to snowball, because at that point, there's a lot of snowball potential from a player like Hope, who has been showing that he has the mechanics to stay toe-to-toe with a lot of the top teams in the LPL. And yes, a lot of it comes off of Ezreal, but that's okay.
And like you were pointing out to LBX, it's a nice contrast to someone who was playing a bit of everything to Hope, who's really leaned on one champion. But when I think back to when Hope became the starter for EDG in 2020, he was much more of like this team fight or cleanup AD carry, very good at his job. Wasn't someone I thought, coming out ahead in the 2v2, looking for those 2v2 kills. And it really feels like him and Missing together have just stepped up their game. Heck, they even put EDG's bot lane in the bin when they did take down EDG. And right, we saw JDG play against TT in their recent series, and still a lot of it coming down to Hope and Missing having a phenomenal series. And we talked about LWX getting a pentakill. This guy also got a pentakill in his last series. Hope just absolutely popping off recently.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the TT series itself from Hope, from JDG, and stroll down memory lane, I feel like, for a little bit. But it is so important to highlight that it will come down a lot to these two ADCs. It will be focused on what they get in draft and how they play around, because again, on both sides, there's such a propensity to carry both these guys.
And for JDG, right, I feel like we've seen Kanavi putting more resources into bottom lane. When I think back to Kanavi before, he was someone who would like to play a lot around his soul lanes. Maybe not give too much like ganks to someone like Zoom, but still like get into the enemy jungle, look for those river skirmishes on top side, and much more play for himself. To where, right, he's been ganking for 369, but he's been giving attention down towards Hope and missing as well. It's been allowing for Hope to have some of these standout moments where he is getting in the team fights, executing on these kills, and delivering pentas.
Delivering the pentas, hot and fresh, ready to go from JDG. And I think, we put a lot of focus on the ADCs going into this one, making sure that there's a lot of comfort in that aspect. See if the Ezreal actually gets through this time for Hope, unless they try to ban it out for the side of FPX. But a lot of that is going to come down to what I see in my eyes as a crazy legendary matchup. Maybe a little bit less so this split around, but Clid versus Kanavi is going to mean a lot to where they want to put the resources, where they want to put the focus. And it's such a fun matchup because on paper, both these guys pretty aggressive.
It's also pretty cool because, right, we think back to Clid, like, Clid, when JDG came into the LPL in 2017 summer, Clid was their jungler. Clid spent a year and a half playing with Yagao on JDG, and now for Clid going up against Kanavi, who, has had some bad games, but I still feel like overall having like a phenomenal regular season, to where Clid has been way more hit or miss. But Clid to me still feels like the defining factor, whether an FPX game ends up a win or a loss. And in the games it took against top teams, it was Clid, deciding the pace of the game, linking up with Care, heading down towards the bottom lane. But we haven't seen that as much. So when you go up against JDG, we're going to need to see a phenomenal performance come out from Clid if FPX want to pick up a win, which you guys already hit on it earlier in the day. I just want to reiterate it because I think it's hilarious that Ox predicting FPX to come out with a win. So not everyone's a non-believer, but I mean, this JDG is just a tough cookie to crack right now.
I think so too. And it comes, again, I said at the beginning of this setup for the series in terms of they get control and they don't let go of it. It gets really oppressive in terms of the way that Kanavi pilots jungle, but as well the way that the team kind of forms up around him. And that's something that has been lacking for FPX. And as you kind of said, Clid has had these bright moments. If they do win, it is by the sword of Clid. But I think you're also looking for a step up for the rest of the roster. As we had already mentioned, LWX, they've got to find something down in bot lane, but there are 3 other members on the team that also need to be a part of this, and especially looking at Hung on the bottom lane to pair up with LWX is going to be so crucial for them to find any steady ground.
Yeah, I feel like FPX's bot lane is what I'm least concerned about. Like what Hung's gonna do. Hung's gonna look for the plays. He's gonna look for the aggression. Has tapered it down a little bit, just in terms of like some of the picks that have come into the meta. Like we've seen them play things like Descent of Tahm Kench, which I feel like is a bit out of their playstyle wheelhouse, but still able to pilot it. The one I'm concerned about out of the other 3 would be Shalahu, because I feel like Shalahu has, very similarly to like every split he's come in, he's had some like great games. I remember like some performances on Fiora and Kale so far this split where he's like split pushing a side lane, taking inhibs while like his team is juggling pressure with Dragon. But then there's times where he's getting killed in lane, he's really struggling and just really not able to find an impact. So when you're going up against 369, who I feel like thus far is having the best split he has had, is going to be a little bit rough. But still, I think it's definitely doable. I think champion-wise it'll be interesting because we've seen Shalahu lean a lot more on those like side lane Fioras, Kales, Camille's, to where for 369, his champion pool's very 369-esque. We've seen the set, we've seen the Kennen, we've seen the Gragas. He just loves to go back to these like flavor picks that he's always been comfortable on.
By the end of the split, I want to have like 3 tanks that 369 plays, and then 6 assassins, and then 9 bruisers, and we'll just have the list. It'll be perfect. But it all.
I definitely don't want 369 playing any assassins. So please.
Why not? Come on, spice up the champion pool a little bit there. I feel like. But in terms of that aspect, right, the champion pools and looking into the draft that hopefully we'll be getting into pretty soon. I think
Mazel, hit the button.
Hey,
casters.
I've been pressing it this whole time. You don't think 3.5, 4 hours in, I'm pressing this button? I'm pressing the button, Lyric. But in all actuality, like the pick differential between these two teams, the amount of picks that these two teams are willing to whip out in this situation, it's always so fun because, again, we're still feeling out this meta a lot. Now, as we get a little bit set up in some ways this week, right, you still see a lot of the adaptations that can come through, right? The Amumu rising in priority. I know we had a conversation about that in the first series with Dagda, but it is interesting when you look at both of these rosters and the amount of champions that they're willing to play as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy, right? I think you look at the things that have been played in the LPL so far, it's just absolutely insane. Just kind of like looking at the list here, right? We've had the Shyvana, we've had Amumu played in the bottom lane, we had Brandon mid come out from Knight, we've had Doinbeast Kled already, we've had Scion mid, we've had IG going towards like numerous tanks in the mid lane. There's just been such a wide berth of champions that teams are willing to play, bringing out those niche counter picks. I remember Knight's case of the brand, he just said like, a lot of people were playing it in, high Korean solo queue. I saw it work against Swain and, it made sense. It works. So it's really cool getting to see that the adaptation coming from players pulling from solo queue, seeing what can work, and willing to bring out these picks. And Nasus, I don't want to forget to mention that one as Q. Having two phenomenal games on that.
I do hear that Ban and Pick is ready to go for our first game of this second best of three.
It was actually lineups.
Oh my goodness, I heard wrong. But it is
a
beautiful lineup here of FPX.
You have been, you had a log for a series, so
it feels like two series.
Understandable.
Right? It feels like two series. But JDG
on the lineups, right? It's the same old, same old. We don't have Summit coming in today for FPX. It is Shalahu. For JDG, right, they've been running the same roster every time, 369, Kanavi, Yagao, Hope, and Missing. So nothing out of the ordinary today. We are getting both rosters that we expect. Again, just to reiterate, JDG coming in definitely as a favorite, still undefeated in terms of series. FPX only picking up one win, but FPX have looked better than their series score shows.
If they go 2-0, they can maybe catch up to V5, who took that first position with the game differential. Hey, who knows? There's still some things to fight for. At least in terms of the undefeated seasons. I think that's such an interesting conversation when you see the duality of both these teams. And I think it's a bit somber to talk about FPX's, their half of the duality, but it again, back to the beginning of the conversation, like they just got their first series win. They've just gotten onto the board. There's still a little bit of a season left to play. I would say a long season left to play, and I think there's still a lot of growth you want to see from this team. But then you look at JDG's side, and there's no way you don't look at this like a David versus Goliath kind of situation, because JDG have looked so darn good, and they have shut teams out completely in series, although we do see a propensity to go 3 games sometimes.
Yeah, it feels like JDG have one game every series where I don't even know how to describe it. It's like they throw their hands up in the air and they just
Jesus, take a wheel.
Exactly. They just throw everything at the wall. And when you throw everything at the wall, I mean, your wall just looks like absolute garbage, and then you lose your game. So for JDG, hopefully we get a more dominating performance coming out for their side. For FPX, right, you're hoping to challenge at, but already straight in. And I just want to say, Mazel, I am so happy that Zeri is banned. I get so triggered anytime this champion is let through. It is absolutely insanely strong. Thank you, JD Game.
You know what I want to thank for? What I'm thankful for? Getting to cast is another series with you, Lyric. Thank you for being my co-caster here with you. Just gonna get a little wholesome.
That's pretty all right, Mazel. Pretty right.
Senna is the final ban though for JDG, as they will find themselves on the red side. Wukong though gets through. This will be the first time in the day that we see it make it through the ban phase, and FPX will be picking that one up for Klid.
Klid has only gotten his hands on this pick once so far in the split, so going to be nice that FPX are able to get it once again. JDG, with so many AD carry bans going straight towards the Aphelios, it's a bit surprising, right? Us highlighting how much they have leaned on that Ezreal, but bringing out the hyper carry, right? Something that was recently buffed, and then Kanavi going back towards the Viego, the typical answer to come out now for FPX. I'm really curious to see where LWX and Hung go for their bottom lane picks. You'd expect them to look to match here. Jinx, Xayah being 2 picks that are both open, the Ezreal as well, something we highlighted, but just going to bring us back to the old days of early spring Jinx versus Aphelios hyper carries.
Do you remember when everyone said they loved Arcane? But Renata is a potential here. I think could pair decently well with the Jinx. I still wonder, okay, they're just going to lock in. I was going to beg some questions there to see if maybe they wanted to go in another direction, but they do lock the Renata in with the Jinx. So the combo has been achieved for LWX. And again, you got to look for LWX to boom, or you're going to get a little bit of a bust from FPX.
Yeah, now I want to see where JDG go with this one. It's just for support. It's
Let's
just gonna
go.
instead up to lock in top right now. 369 bringing up the gangplank. He's also gotten a pentakill on the split. A lot of pentakills between these two teams right now. But looking at support, 4 missing. Things like Nautilus, he hasn't even gravitated to at all this split. Hasn't even played a single game. I think an area like that brings frontline would be like what you're looking towards. He's played a lot of Leona. Hasn't played any games of like enchanters like Lulu, has brought out the Karma, so I'm kind of curious about where he's gonna want to look to go in terms of bot lane. But JDG for now, not caring about bot lane, just banning out some of these answers that they don't want up against the GP. Always happy when Gwen is taken off the board because we've seen how impactful that pick could be.
Yeah, getting a lot of the late game scalers. If there's anything to note from JDG's bans there on the red side, right? The Zeri, the Senna, as well as the Kale and the Gwen. I was going to call her Gale. I don't know. Maybe that's a new name for Gwen. New skin. But as we go to the second phase of bans, we do see the TF as well banned by FPX and the Silas. So a little bit of a change up in that direction. And now JDG's on the table here. Still looking for the support and mid laner.
I feel like Nautilus would be the best option. We just highlighted that Missing has not played it yet this split. I mean, you have like the all-in potential if you bring Kanavi down to look for those ganks and to try to out 3v3 them. Now for the side of FPX of where Shalahu and Care will look to go. A lot of blind pick mids off the table. Things like Galio are still up. You have something like Wukong if you do want to be able to bring it into the back line. You have teams that are willing to blind pick Lissandra. The obvious one being Xiaohu, who just seems like he's comfortable picking it into any champion. But FPX are just going to default to the Galio that we just hit on. And when you have Xiaohu in the top lane who loves these side lane threats, you could set up beautifully with this combo.
Nicely done by FPX. They get a huge wombo combo in terms of the Camille Galio, but as well as the Wukong. Like, that's a great setup for the heroic entrance as well onto the back line. So we'll see how they pilot this.
You even have Renata, right, to like peel and keep your Jinx safe, so it's not just like, okay, everyone jumps in and then see LWX, fend for yourself. No, Hung will be right there, right beside him to make sure that everything is fine. And now for JDG getting the Yagao special of LeBlanc. This was his go-to bread and butter pick back in 2020 when we think of so many of those defining games that JDG had against top esports to be able to pick up their own trophy. And yeah, I think both interesting comps coming out from both sides, right? For FPX, you hit on it, the Wombo combo able to come out. Very easy dive access to the back line when you have a very immobile AD carry to play against. So for FPX, it's all about those 5v5s. For JDG, I mean, they definitely could team fight, right? But feels like we want to see more of Yagao, Kanavi linking up, trying to find some of these picks. Circumventing Care from being able to move or have agency on the map to set his AD carry behind.
I know we were looking at or at least hoping for the Hope snowball, but at this point it feels like a snowball potential for both sides. We're in the Rocky Mountains at this point, and both teams are on either side trying to build up a big snowball for themselves, because a lot in that bot lane, we could get a very easy game, nothing going down there, but if we do get, kill to the Jinx, things start heating up, getting excited, and we could see some things turn on its head. But at least to the start of this series, I would expect a little bit of confidence from JDG, maybe a little bit of respect from FPX themselves, as I think we've gotten a very topsy-turvy draft in terms of both teams getting a lot of what they want, but as well as still the cohesion that needs to be crucial, right? You have the movement from the Yagao LeBlanc in the mid lane trying to match the Galio on the other side and trying to, I guess, weave between the composition styles for both these two teams. And I think in this first game, it's going to tell us a lot of the way that the series meta itself is going to pan out, right? Will Klid just pop off on the Wukong? Will this pick be permanently banned again? We'll find out as competition is anew. It is FPX versus JDG.
FPX picking up their first win of the split in their last series against RA. Would love to keep up that momentum and more by delivering JDG their first loss, sitting 6-0 right now. Again, in their wins, they have just looked immaculate so far, but getting an evade coming out from FPX.
I like the five-man grouping that they had, all in sync, all in line, ready to go, but nothing going to come of it. It's good to look for these early advantages, but nothing too much. I will point out, though, cold start for LWX, so a little bit more in that farming department there in the bottom lane, and rightfully so, I feel like.
Yeah, already kind of knowing what they're angling for, right, in terms of scaling, able to come through in that bottom side. They're going to have to be a bit careful, right, because if Missing's able to land a hook, if you're able to trade summoners with the bot lane of FPX, I mean, they're the squishy range champions who are going to want to be walking up, pushing the wave in. It will just set them up very nicely for some easy ganks to come through for Kanavi. But both junglers going towards opposite sides of the map so far. Clid kind of recognizing, heading down towards that bot side, to where Kanavi going to play up towards top for 369.
I'm going to stay in a bit of an aggressive position up in this bottom lane here as Hope and Missing come to lane. Looking some poke on them, but it is the opposite side starts for both junglers here. See what that leads to, as Kanavi would not mind getting 369 a little bit of an advantage in top lane if he can do so, but it's going to be Clid potentially looking towards his mid bot.
Yeah, and I think for this top lane matchup, we can already see 369 using his level 1 advantage in terms of just having that parlay that's only on a 5-second cooldown. Your passive, incredibly strong as well. Shallow, of course, going towards the first strike, something that has been pretty common on Camille in a lot of these easier matchups. Gives you the burst necessary, but also being able to stack up that gold is Shallow so far getting absolutely dominated.
Not having fun. I will tell you that much right now. Here comes Kanavi, though, with some unique pathing, going for some aggression against Clid, but Clid will not have that today. They're going to fight over some chicky nuggies in the parking lot.
Yeah, and you can see, right, he feels confident because Yagao has pushed in the mid lane, and he's hovering down towards his bottom side, just in case anything breaks out. Kanavi not able to get the big raptor, but still gets some nice damage onto Clid before he decides to back out. Just going to walk through. Oh, no. No, we got baited.
We got baited.
We didn't get baited. He's going back.
Oh, he is, and he has first call on this bottom lane. Hung and LWX are pushed up very far, but I don't know if this is necessarily something that JDG can capitalize on with the state of their wave. They'll try to, though. Flash from Missing. They get the nice little pushback with the handshake. LWX has to flash, but it's too little too late. They're looking for the flashes themselves. LWX, one last kill, and it'll be a reset for Kanavi. He's not going to take it, though, because all he needed was the blood.
Kanavi holds on to his W, waits for LWX's flash to come through to guarantee the CC, and JDG are able to pick that one up. You look at all lanes right now, 369 winning in top side, Yagao keeping up Prio in mid, and with JDG able to find that kill in bot, everything just working out wonderfully. Is we're going to go pretty far back in the replay. I guess they want to show us the vision of what Clid sees. Oh. Doesn't even notice Kanavi going. I was going to say, right? You would assume they didn't notice, or I feel like FPX's bot lane wouldn't have been playing like this, and Clid would have roamed over sooner. But
that
glad
last
we got the
step
observer
up
to
from
confirm.
LWX there, just the 1 foot forward.
And like we saw there, right? Kanavi holding onto the W, the flash comes through, able to lock him down, and it guarantees JDG picking up that first kill on the bot side.
Nicely done from JDG to get the early advantage in the bottom lane, or at least get it for Kanavi so he can continue to focus towards this bottom lane, as we have put so much onus on both of them to be the carries. So far, now FPX looking for their own advantage here, but this time in the mid lane as they had roamed up Hung as well, but they won't find anything. Clint going for some aggression up here, though, into the blue side jungle of Kanavi.
But look at the mini map. Look how much vision control JDG have. They have a complete ward line going from top river to bot side river. So they know every move that FPX is looking to make. We do see Clid able to steal away Gromp, but should be able to. Oh, actually, not even able to steal away Gromp. And Kanavi's on his way down.
Oh, come on. Oh, feels bad. They spent so much time down here. Clid will get out with the blast cone, but it's still a little bit of wasted time there for FPX.
I'm not going to be able to find anything, and now it sets up a potential gank to come out from Kanavi.
Is
Remember,
still here.
LWX has no flash.
Yeah, and LWX is definitely in the wrong angle here. They're trying to get Kanavi into distance, though. The stun's not going to come through. Look at that minion wave. And JDG pull off, but they might be looking to go back in. They aren't on the minion wave just yet. Care was on his way, though, with Yagao right behind him. Nothing else going to come of it.
Yeah, Yagao had just gone for a reset, right? So he got back to his lane, was going to catch the wave, so Care having the ability to move first. Also really nice by Hung, constantly staying in front of where Kanavi was, so no W can come through, no hook can come out for Missing, and really just body blocking, not allowing for the play to happen. As, force up the flash, because if you look at the minimap, Care was actually hovering up. They were trying to set up Hextech Ultimatum into the Galio ult to just take down 369, and now 369's wave pushing into Shallow, who he's in a really awkward position.
Yeah, he is. I love that they were looking for the early movements, right? You draft this composition for a reason. You got to see the cohesion between the top trio and seeing that combo come off. We haven't seen it just yet, but they are looking for it at least, as Kanavi himself looking for first dragon of the game.
Navi doing good, kind of noticing with that play coming out. Care leaning up towards the top side. That's probably where Clid would be as well. So JDG going to pick up their first dragon, and I think this is really good against FPX because FPX have been so insane about picking up first dragon this split and kind of using Soul Point as a bait to be like, okay, we're on Soul Point, we now give up Dragon, and we turn that into a Baron, or we turn that into a top lane inhibitor. And I feel like it's been one of the ways that FPX have been able to find game wins. So the fact that JDG are the team to start stacking up Dragons so early on feels like a huge success.
All right, love to see it. Also love to see Kanavi up in the jungle here for JDG, at least in terms of early game advantages. They have found a little bit of something, but Clid, he's still on it, man. He's still on the invade, still looking for those little bits that he can grab, even if he is behind Kanavi.
The big thing is 369 has no flash now, right? So they want to capitalize on this, look for the gank. You can see them angling and even pinging for it to come through. Clid being very patient. Shallahu would need to land in Abscond Abduct, but even then you have, the remove Scurvy from 369. So it looks like FPX just going to decide to back off. And, the first 5 minutes, I'd say be, like, relatively, maybe not slow-paced. We'll say moderately paced. We've got some action. We've seen JDG playing incredibly well. Heck, already having about a 1K gold lead. But now with Herald coming up, we see teams moving over, Mazel.
We do. We got a reset coming from LWX. I wonder if FPX are going to want to pull them up here, but it looks like we'll just get Hope in the bottom lane, so there needs to be a response from FPX, and they will do so. This means a lot more pressure for JDG around the Rift Herald. Should be a free objective for them. Oh, nope, they're going for kills. They want to go for pressure.
We can see right now, 4 FPX are sending LWX back down to the bottom lane. This now opens up a window to where Hope can move to mid and even just, like, hover over in Fog of War, not let FPX know where he is if they wanted to start this one out. But JDG being very slow on pulling the trigger for this objective.
A little respect coming out early on. Missing not level 6 just yet. Hong isn't either. Rift Herald's already started up by Kanavi, but here comes FPX. Clid goes in for the Cyclone. Has the bailout on him. They find Missing. Oh my god. FPX just take him out.
Yeah, I mean, that was so confusing too with what Missing was doing. But JDG is still going to be able to get the Rift Herald off this play. They're going to back off. You lose 1 kill. And LWX, huge, going to be able to get some plates onto himself. Also make sure you can deny some minions down in bot lane. Ooh, 2 plates. So yeah, LWX definitely sitting pretty in this one. But we'll go straight into the replay because FPX want to be the ones that aggress. Looks like Missing just trying to get some damage down onto Care. Clid finds a knockup. Looks a little bit dicey, but once the taunt comes through with Shallahu waiting in the wings, they're able to guarantee that they find that kill.
FPX back looking in mid lane, trying to catch out Yagao here. Handshake goes wide as well. So Hung not able to land the engage there, at least so far for FPX. We'll be looking at where this Rift Herald is going to go, though, for Kanavi. He's back onto the map here and wanting to try to find advantage with it, right? I would love to see it transition down to this bottom lane, but it's going to be a little while till he makes his way down that way, and Yagao and Care just going at it in the mid lane. I would wonder where do you think he should utilize this, Lyrics?
I think bot's definitely where I'm looking at, especially once you take into consideration the fact that JDG's bot lane has already breaking down a plate, and even halfway through a second one as well, as we get a replay of what happened in bot lane.
A lot of cooldowns.
Yeah, a lot of poke coming out from Hope, but it does look like Kanavi's going to move down towards that bottom lane like we're hitting on. Look to give gold over to your Aphelios, who's already doing quite well, and then setting him up to be that big carry in these team fights that you know are going to happen, right? Because FPX have the tools to start up a fight anytime they want.
They do indeed. The question is, do they feel confident enough to do so? We'll check in on the bottom lane again. Cole is getting close to completion there for LWX. I will say 369, though, himself has completed the Essence Reaver on the top side early on, about 240, I believe. 1040, rather. 240 would be a little bit crazy. 1040 rather. And I don't think that's too bad, at least on trying to get some item spike potential there in the top side. We have 40 seconds till the next dragon spawns, though. And with that being said, JDG pulled the trigger on the Rift Herald in mid.
Yeah, kind of interesting that, you know, using the reset timing to opt into looking for this one. I mean, it will set up really nicely for second Herald to be able to break down this turret, right? Especially when you do have a Jinx in mid-game, and you think about the way that lane allocations are going to end up once we get some turrets broken down, which will just be LWX in mid clearing out waves, could be quite annoying. So for JDG, we'll be looking at that one as, I mean, missing. Not going to care that the rocket stops him. Isn't going to be able to get us back, though. Nice job, Mr. President LWX.
Is he Mr. President now? Is that the name we're giving him at this point?
We respect LWX on this broadcast.
We do respect LWX. I think JDG are doing so as well.
Yeah, LWX typically going for those big highlight plays that we love to see, but FPX right now looking to be a little bit cheeky.
That is
oh my god, but look at 369.
He's just hacking away up there on the top side. Xiaolahu will come up this way to respond in that fashion, though. But Dragon still not going down just yet, as Kanavi is this way. Maybe he'll go ahead and focus on the wave clear.
Wow.
He wants to push up into Xiaolahu, who doesn't have a lot of health. And this is monumental gold going to 369.
And you gotta think, right? We've had almost no outside interaction on this top lane. As 369 once again gonna respect because Care not showing on the wave. They probably saw him move up towards top side on the minions that were in lane. So not wanting to give range for the Hextech ultimatum to come through, but yeah, there's been very little. Yagao.
He was playing close to Kanavi. Big heroic entrance there. Clit still very, very low. Heartbreaker not going to be able to connect the damage there. Care tanking up a storm as well himself. Yagao does not hit the chain. Somehow Clit gets away.
Yeah, Yagao kind of overestimating his damage. Flashes in, throws one Sigil of Malice on a Wukong, gets like 25% HP. So I'm not quite sure what he was seeing there. Maybe thinking he could like land a chain or something to be able to follow that up. Wasn't able to do so, though, so Clid does get away. But I still think the top lane thing is way more interesting, way more hilarious, because, again, we've had almost no interaction, right, between, like, other members and the top laners. We've seen Care hover up, which has forced 369 to play a bit reactively at points, but nothing else. And now 369, by himself, just going to be able to pick up this top lane turret and give JDG so much pressure.
That's crazy.
3,000 gold lead, 13 minutes and 2 dragons.
I mean, that's absolutely crazy. Even with the Cole for Xiaolahu, like, he didn't get any plates on 369's turret. And that is incredible. Like, look at the gold difference.
Yeah, 369. Looking for another series where he is rolling all night. He's able to just outright back and buy a full item. Mortal Reminder coming out.
He hasn't even used his biscuits. The man ain't even hungry.
This is going to be a fun one to see as well, right? Because playing GP up against the comp that is going to be running into always feels quite nice. Feels like you could get a good setup to land these huge barrel chains onto multiple members. So 369's a member who's going to have to be pivotal for JDG. And, I mean, heck, JDG are completely fine with how the pace of the game's going so far, right? We've had a lot of isolated lanes with Kanavi kind of going into enemy jungle, showing his face in some lanes to cover, but it's allowing for these 1v1 laning phases to just be able to pull through, where we see Yagao winning out, where we see 369 winning out. And the only lane he has to think about facilitating is this bottom lane. And with LWX and Hung pushing up once again, maybe it sets up a window for Kanavi to look towards his bot side.
Again, going back to the top lane pressure, though, it feels so bad for FPX because you're literally just, like, open, pretty much, naked, if you will, in the top side at this point, with everything still being up.
Naked?
It's so difficult for FPX to find, especially around this Rift Herald, any safety. And I think that makes it a lot easier for JDG to approach these next few minutes in terms of decision-making.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to be naked on broadcast.
Absolutely not. I've had dreams like that
out there.
ends up in nightmares, so, you know.
Oh, not. I was going to say,
like, you know, when you have the dream
like
of
that,
going to
thank
school
God.
in your underwear or whatever, it's kind of like that. All right, well.
No, I can't say I ever
Oh,
did,
no.
but.
Did you go to school,
You know what?
Lyric? Did you go to school?
You know what? I don't have to answer your questions, Giselle. You know what? We're just going to move forward. Look at this Rift Herald.
my
It's
God.
getting taken down by JDG. And look, Rift Herald's little brother just spawned the Rift Scuttler. Xiaolahu?
Yago going back in though. Cannon Barrage
going,
is
Rizzo,
used
he's going.
well as well. Oh, Kanavi coming over the edge. Shalahu, the Hextech ultimatum brings him to his doom, and Kanavi's going forward now as well. Care in some trouble. Heartbreaker not enough, but they'll take down yet another tower, and the floodgates have opened. JDG are moving forward continuously here with the Rift Herald now spawn. Hong has to flash over the wall. That'll be a tier 2. That'll be 2 tier 2s. They get everything.
After that first series, JDG are trying to get us back on schedule with this absolute stomp coming out so far. And this has not been some super bloody fair, right? We're 3 kills in 16 minutes, and JDG just outmaneuvering them on the map. Shalahu not able to find the lockdown onto Yagao into any type of combo. JDG reacting very nicely, especially with Kanavi able to come in, kind of force the Shalahu back in. And hey, I don't have to talk about it because we're just going to get a replay of what went down, knowing that there's nothing to do on the top side. Shalahu looks for it, but Distortion countering the dash, able to come through. Yagao with a really nice chain to lock him down. And then right there, right, Kanavi ulting over the wall to get in range to throw out the Q and try and find the kill, which forces Shalahu to just kind of say, screw it, I'm dead regardless. Let's go and let's see if we can find something by time. Wasn't able to do it.
That interaction between the Justice Punch and the stud, or I guess like the knockback from the hook shot, was very weird. He's still I don't know. Maybe I'll stop talking about that. But it's still an interesting occasion because going back to the top of the day, the conversation we had was JDG have looked dominant. They've given up games in some of their series, but when they control the map, they literally stranglehold you into submission. And it seems like we're getting a reiteration on that.
I mean, JDG are definitely a team that knows how to play from ahead, right? If you give JDG a lead, JDG know how to close it out. And now looking to choke out FPX with these Dragons. Sitting on 2, this would be sole point for them. They have Care playing off to a side, but JDG putting that ward down, now know where Care is. JDG are taking it really slow, though, because look at what LWX is doing on the minimap. He's trying to push in bot wave, trying to kind of pull JDG out, but JDG aren't moving.
Shalahu, he has to get away from that one. Hookshot over the wall. We'll see the hostile takeover do some serious work. FPX just buy time, though, because the rest heroic interest coming on the back like Clid is cycloning it up here. Mega Death Rocket's not going to hit the damage that he needed. Care gets 369 somehow. This fight's all over. Clid goes down. Kanavi gets the resets. And now he's coming to task on the rest of FPX. He really wants to get those resets. He has the Heartbreaker, and there you go.
Oh,
That's another one. That's 2 for Kanavi. Can he get a Penta here? He's looking for it. He's got the Jinx. He's got the Heartbreaker still, but it's not going to be so. He can clean up the rest of FPX, but he will not be given the Penta today. He'll be given a triple kill, and it's a double for the side. Or it's a full ace for the side of JDG into a Dragon, into a Soul Point, into a 6,000 gold lead.
It might have looked a little bit dicey to start off the fight, but Kanavi finds the resets. JDG pick up the Dragon, and now for JDG, 369 already TPing back on the map to keep up pressure towards this top side. You'd expect JDG to start maneuvering more members up towards that top side, getting vision down with Baron coming up in 40 seconds. And now, for FPX, what do you do, right? You have a composition that can really only go in, and now you're so far behind. We'll go straight into the replay. You were hitting on it, Yagao forcing out Shalahu from the initial play on Dragon, and then JDG looking for the engage with missing going in. Nice ultimate coming out from Hung to make sure that they aren't able to find their way onto the back line. Yagao gets some nice damage, but this is where the fight kind of splits into 2 parts, right? We have solo laners of JDG on one side, with Clid actually doing a lot of work on the back line, missing with a really clutch hook into a stopwatch right now, which is going to keep him alive. But still, LWX able to find some kills on the other side of the fight. Sadly, though, they are all very low. Kanavi's still full HP. He's taken over Clid's body, and it is a reset city.
Yeah, it's crazy that missing, after all of that, like, that's some MVP level play from that one. Saving hope at the last second there, being able to turn it around, stop watching to not give over the kill, then surviving through the whole thing. I think JDG are just performing to a T at this point, and it's just a matter of time, it feels like, till they round out this game. Almost 7,000 gold in the lead. Baron is on the table. Dragon in 3.5 minutes. I don't even know if they need that.
No, especially 369's picked up. Oh,
going
wait,
for
engage.
Missing gets caught in the chompers, though. We got a TP coming in. Hostile takeover, not going to do too much for Hung. Care is here. LWX is just trying to run away. He gets the bailout on him, but he dies anyways. Hextech ultimatum. Double knockup back on Klid. It's still Kanavi getting resets. It's FPX being burned down to the ground, and there is no home left to revive from. It's Kanavi continuously looking for it. Will find Hung under tower here. Bailout, again, will not save you today.
No, but now JDG just going to take everything away from FPX, stealing away their camps. Sadly, they don't really have the setup to turn onto a Baron, especially considering this fight was in bot side jungle. But coming into this fight, off the resets, 369 picked up another full item. So he is 3 items compared to only 1 full item for the side of Shala, who actually going for a bit of a burstier Prowler's Claw build coming on through. But I guess we're going to go straight into the replay. Like you said, JDG just looking for the aggression, closing so much distance. Kanavi doesn't even care about any of the damage from the ult. Uses it to close the gap onto LWX, and then he just runs him down. On the opposite side, though, Klid does get on top of Hope, so they have some nice damage coming out from the 2 members of FPX to be able to get him low and take him down in return for the 80 carry. But the problem is, I mean, for JDG, they don't only have 1 Fed member. Their whole team is huge right now, so Kanavi able to keep running down Hung, while 369, Yagao, and Missing are able to pick off the Wukong and the Camille on the other end. So JDG,
oh my god,
stats diff, money diff, just absolutely everything coming through right now. They're just too big in terms of the items that they have built in comparison to FPX.
Yeah, 369 just got another tower in the side lane as well. His lead is so big. He's at 50 CS differential.
Mazel,
what?
I was hoping for another full item to come through.
I was hoping
it's
too.
Not.
It's
he
not.
just got a BF sword.
He's a
and
failure.
stopwatch. Not important.
He only has boots. Come on, if you're rich, you gotta have good shoes. I feel like you still haven't bought the boot. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox. It's fine. It's fine. Because JDG are fine in this situation. They're cruising. All right, they're having a good time. And there's still about a minute for the next dragon to spawn. I would expect they wait a little bit of time for that, get the red buff for Hope, and set up vision around this objective. Or, since they have had complete dragon dominance, give FPX this one. Take the Baron. They have everything they could ask for. The world is JDG's devil oyster.
I think for JDG, you don't need to opt into doing that just for the fact that, like, you know you're stronger in fights. So, if anything, I'm interested to see if FPX are going to be the team who are like, hey, guys, maybe we should try and, like, rush Baron while they do Dragon. I don't think they have the damage. I actually don't think they can look for the play. But FPX are definitely the team who have to weigh their options of, like, do we risk contesting a fight that we should almost guaranteed lose? Or do we look to try to pull them elsewhere?
369 waiting with some barrels in the bush as 5 members of FPX come up. This is looking like a setup for 369 to get another pentakill. He's got barrels aplenty, but the rest of FPX are going to move away from the engage. These tight chokeholds are not a good place to fight for FPX unless they can get the wombo combo off that we know and love.
Yeah, and they're trying to find their way onto Hope like that consistently is Klid. Going to be able to escape with the clone, but JDG now just going to start up the dragon right away. They have the position with Yagao playing off to the side, and even a barrel set up 4-3-6-9 to try to land a huge combo.
He had to use the Mimic there, but the dragon's already going down. Klid's into it, though. Is he going to look for the dragon? He's staying by it. He doesn't get it! The heroic entrance comes through, but FPX now are trying to take this fight. It's all one-sided, though. Look at the difference. They're slapping them with their gold bags right now, Lyric. I can't watch. Hung is going to be dragged out by Kanavi. That's Dragon Soul, and that's just the game at this point.
Yeah, this one has definitely felt over for a little bit now. Yagao going to keep going forward to find the kill onto Colette. Ooh, Kara. Guy's still dead.
Oh, no. He's just breaking ankles. He's breaking ankles. I can't do it. Oh, he throws up the Nico.
I was so scared that Kara was going to outplay him so hard and Yagao was going to look like a fool. But in the end, Yagao picks up a double kill. They are taking Baron as well as it looks like they're going to be able to threaten 2 inhibs at the same time. My God, what a smashing coming out from
This ain't
JDG.
good enough, Lyric. This ain't good enough. We're 25 minutes in. It's going to take at least another 5 minutes. This ain't good enough after that first series. That's all I'm saying. JDG, shame. Shame. No, in all actuality, it's continued dominance that we've seen from JDG in terms of how they approach games, their strategy coming in, and the wonderful execution that they end up pulling off.
Yeah, we kind of come in. JDG already set up right. Barrels in place. Yagao looking to come in from the side. You see FPX's plan, right? It's to get onto Hope. They bring Shalahu in. They have the Galio there to follow up, but not able to get any damage on him. Here he's going to flash over the wall. He's going to get away safely, and then you're just in a position where, like you said, right, it's just JDG kind of hitting them with their bags of money. Hope able to take down LWX, 369, buying time for Yagao to be able to help him out on the other end of the fight. And then, as always, JDG having the ability to run down the members of FPX to guarantee the objectives they need. Now with Soul, now with Baron. You know what we're going towards? We're going towards game 2.
Hey, they didn't get the inhibs, all right? They didn't get the inhibs. Look at the damage profile from JDG, though. They're all right there in the neck of things. And, Care, you're no longer with them. Ooh, flash from Kanavi. Oh, my God! The bailout! It's not, Kanavi is just walking at people right now. I don't know what to say. He's just absolutely monstrous at this point. 9, 0, and 5 on the Viego. This is just a moment of time for JDG.
Yeah, Kanavi just absolutely taking everything this series. And, you know, this feels like a good part as the game's about to end to remind everyone that Ox predicting FPX.
He did.
You know, not looking so good so far, but this is a series. It's not a best of one.
It is.
JDG have lost games before.
It is indeed. JDG always lose one, it seems, and they'll finish off this game slowly but surely. 27 minutes in, we'll get the finish from JDG that the world would have expected. They need a couple more kills potentially. They want to try to find a hung. They're just ending the game at this point. Care almost low goes down, and it will be the last touches to the Nexus. JDG come out with game number 1.
Beautiful game from JDG. Beautiful game from Kanavi. We were hitting on it before the game, right? That Kanavi has had a great split so far, kind of barring his Vi games. Everything else feels like Kanavi just in the regular season, right? Kanavi always so solid, always looks like a stud. And in those team fights, he was doing so much with the resets, running down members from the side of FPX. And for FPX, sadly, they just weren't able to get it going, like all the way from laning phase, right? We saw 369 with no intervention, really, no help. Just completely out-trade Shala, who dominate him, take turret by himself. In mid lane, Yagao does have a matchup with pressure, right? You're playing like range into melee, was able to poke him out, but still like had a lot more pressure than I think you can assume coming out from this. And then in the bottom lane, Kanavi was able to influence that so early on that the whole map was just winning for JDG from the start.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the conversation we had about putting so many eggs in the bottom lane basket for both these teams. And coming away from game 1, it was LWX or bust. It was bust that came off that time. I don't know what to say much more about that, but I think that's the interesting thing going into game 2 is how do FPX adapt to this? How do they try to actually play through their win conditions instead of drafting a composition that looks good on paper, but then being a little bit amalgamous in the game and not really finding the direction that they wanted to?
Look, since like I feel like there's a few problems, right? Obviously, like the early gank was really nice. Clid not spotting that out, not even expecting that to happen. So kind of outplaying Clid in that regard. And we talked about Clid. We definitely need to come in and have a great series today and be able to shut Kanavi down to win. But also, we're gonna just need to see a better performance just in individual lanes, right?
Absolutely.
For FPX, I wonder if they'll swap over to red side. I feel like teams have obviously been opting a lot more into blue, considering that red feels like. You definitely should ban Zeri, but then, right, you can justify banning Wukong. There's so many things at red side it feels like can or has to ban right now. But, I don't know. I'd like to see FPX get on the end of some more comfortable champions, considering, again, they just struggled so much so early on.
And, yeah, it wasn't for lack of trying. I feel like, as you had said earlier, right, the early attempted skirmishes and ganks by Clid, it just didn't work out. The Wukong, not necessarily looking like the kind of pivotal champion that has been calling all the bans to it. And I think that going into the next game, I wouldn't mind seeing this composition again from FPX, but it's about the execution because they ended up in a 17,000 deficit by the end of it. And that's never something you want to write home about whatsoever. Look at, by the way, no big deal. Kanavi with 5 out of the 6 stats top on his team, no big deal.
I mean, right, like Jungle's damage percent is usually somewhere between like 13% and like 19% on the high end. Our only exception in LPL is Shun, who does like 26%, which is crazy. So yeah, this like almost 28% of your team's damage as a jungler is like incredibly, insanely out of this world. It makes sense, right? Because we even saw in the fight that JDG, we'll say quote unquote, almost lost, right? Like where they actually did lose 2 members. Kanavi was able to then clean everyone up, and heck, you were even speculating like, are we going to see a pentakill from this guy? Because again, he's just able to do so much. It feels like for JDG, they had so much burst coming out for the initial kill, right? You have things like the LeBlanc, you have maybe a GP barrel connecting, bam, 1 member dead, then this Viego, able to just go and run free. So now for FPX, we're going to see if they can adapt in game 2, if they'll change sides, which I don't really expect them to do. But I would definitely think they're going to change their game plan coming into game 2.
We'll see what that game plan adaptation is. And if we go the distance with the second series of the night, FPX versus JDG will return right after this break.
For Gake on top
Oh
side.
no, Allah. No. Oh, wait, what? No way! Wait, no! This is the most big brain play I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh my god, they're bringing him too. They know though the ward will spot out Yagao, but they're gonna go for this. This is a dive in the durability patch at 3.5 minutes. They get Aki as the electrocute comes down. Shanji will not go down. The tower shots are huge. Kanavi getting the last one, and they beautifully execute that tower dive. That minion wave is gigantic, and JDG come out 2-0. They just go straight for the engage. Tarzan has to use the Crescent Guard already. He's still caught out, though. They're doing so much damage, and the cast comes through, but it separates them. A killer instinct from Abel! He goes straight in. He's got the GA available as well. He goes down, but OMG, they might have just found the fight. Cold is down, but Allah is in the back line. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. Where were you when OMG got their first series win in Summer Split? They take the fight against LNG, and they are dominating this game.
You pointed out that a little bit before here with Cole. So we're going to be watching out. It's bottom lane, Botic without his support. Gala flashing forward, yep.
People are trying to start the conversation of JDG is the best team in the LPL because we see games like this where it just really doesn't work out. Oh god!
Oh, I missed the Void Seeker. Oh, that feels bad, but it will be. Oh! No way! The killer instinct to go through the True Shot Barrage to get the outplay.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Street fat beats downstairs rockin' soul in the music factory stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
We're free. I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. We're free, in love with life. With me, perfect night. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like
我们经常会打满3局嘛，然后主要原因也是因为我们在练一些英雄吧，然后一些配合，然后玩起来也不是我们平时擅长的，或者说会有点难度。希望就接下来我们能配合得更好吧，把那些我们所不擅长的玩得更好。下一场就对战 FunPlus 嘛，然后最近看他们比赛好像那个状态不是特别好吧，但是也是能看出来他们前期还是打得非常不错的，就希望我们前期能处理得更好一点。
Welcome on back to the LPL, and some interesting words from Yagao himself. I think the synergy looking pretty good. Lyric.
I just love that he comes in and says, "Yeah, we always go to 3 games because we are just practicing and trying out champions, and that's whatever." Like,
Hey,
whether true or not,
more
right?
stage games, like honestly.
Yeah, exactly. More stage games, more time for your sponsors, more time for everything. It's a big win, but
It's a big
Mazel, let's just get straight to the MVP because
Who could it be?
we all know who it was.
Yeah, I
we all
think
know who it
couldn't
was.
we just like walk past it? Because we all know who it's gonna be. It's Kanavi.
Yeah.
Who gets the
Yeah.
MVP for game number 1 because he showed out on the Viego.
Like we said, right? Huge damage numbers, involved in pretty much everything the team was doing, setting up very early on for when he went for that play, isn't spotted out on vision by Clid, looks for the bot gank, and then in skirmishes, he was absolutely massive, popping off so many resets of the ulti able to come through. And then for the side of FPX, even when they would take down numerous members from the side of JDG, Kanavi was just so large that they weren't able to do anything. It was this fight in specific, right,
Yeah.
where it splits up. Some members actually get taken down on JDG's side, but Kanavi able to find the first reset and it turns into a chain of events that FPX wish would have never happened.
Yeah, and it all started with that crazy first gank, you know, playing with the vision, knowing where he's spotted on the map or not, and playing to his strengths, I feel like, in that aggression that came out on top. And I love to hear from Gal. He's like, you know, I think they play great in the early game. Well, if you play like this for JDG, there is no early game for FPX to play. Because, yes, there were a couple tight moments where JDG forcing their hand a little bit. But all in all, it was map domination. It was control. It was the likes the JDG we see every week, it feels like.
I mean, right, like, you could say FPX are good in the early game, which I actually feel like they've struggled at this split as compared to last split, where the early game was, like, insane and they were always able to find leads. But JDG's early game also quite good. But, Mazel,
we got a big old change here, Mr. Lyric. We got Summit subbing in for Xiaolahu in the top lane for FPX. This will be his first game in the LPL. And we got cupcakes ready, baby. We got cupcakes. I'm so excited. Haven't seen him since the LCS. Very, very, very warm welcome to Summit in a bit of a warm environment, it feels like, in FPX.
Yeah, and after Xiaolahu just got completely dumpstered by 369 in lane, feels like the change you need to make. Yeah. I'm really interested to see how Summit does, right? Obviously played for Cloud9 in spring. They weren't able to do too well. They weren't able to win out in playoffs. And it felt like one of the reasons was, like, Summit people putting attention up towards top lane, just camping him nonstop, getting banned out with his, like, signature champions. We saw in LCS and playoffs, things like Gnar and Jace were banned every single game, and Summit didn't really get much of a chance to play. But if there's one thing that can work in LPL, it's these, like, really aggressive, play far forward, ignore jungle, just play to dominate your lane opponent top laners, right? Yep. Well, maybe it doesn't always work, but we have plenty of them. We have people like Ala in the past, I guess, Bin, like Wayward, all these guys who want to play aggressive, who want to look for the kills. So I at least feel like Summit will fit in just fine. How will he do? You know, yet to be seen. 369, like we said, having a great split so far, so it will be a true test.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. I just love seeing another incredibly mechanically gifted player being graced into the LPL, but as well, on paper, the record, don't look at it. This paper roster with Summit in is kind of schnutty, Lyric. Like, it's kind of nuts to see the likes of Summit and Clid being duoed on the team, and Care, LWX, Hung still being able to round it out. I'm very excited to see, even if it's going to be a rough first game, even if the communication isn't on the level maybe you would want, to see what this roster brings to the table here.
And I think the biggest thing I'm curious to see is if they switch up where they like to put their resources early, right? Because we hit on how FPX have always loved to all in on the bottom half of the map. But Summit, definitely a player who kind of demands resources be given to him. We don't know if maybe that's changed in terms of, like, maybe like their scrims or how they've practiced or so on and so forth. So you're right. This FPX team, I mean, could be a completely different beast. I will say on paper, I don't really expect it to be much of an upgrade over Xiaolahu coming in. We kind of hit on Xiaolahu. Yeah. He's had some great games. Yes. He's had some poor performances like we just saw. Summit, I kind of expect to be in a similar vein to where, right, I expect Summit to have some phenomenal games in LPL against top laners who probably just aren't up to stuff against him. But then again, you're in the LPL. There are some tough top laners that you have to crack here.
Yeah, there are. Even, you know, the light, and I don't want to bring any flame, right? Because I still think the guys are
bring flame, Mazel. Come on.
But, you know, even the likes of Nuggery coming out of the LPL. Now we get Summit's iteration, see what he brings to the table. What is another South Korean top laner going to be able to accomplish in the LPL, especially with the likes of the aggression that we see. And I think that's going to be an interesting one going to 369, because you would expect them to try to play to the strengths of Summit, try to play to what we saw from him on Cloud9 in terms of the aggression, in terms of the top lane dominance. A lot harder to come by, especially against 369 coming off a game where he was just popping off against Xiaolahu.
I mean, it's going to be rough, but I actually want to bring it back to you bringing up the Naguri point, which I feel like is super interesting because, right, it's been pretty heavily documented on FPX's side. Like we've had, you know, the YouTube series, we've had things like that kind of showing the behind the scenes of that. Nuggery just really never acclimated to being in the LPL correctly. He wasn't able to play up to the level that you know he can deliver at. And that's even going to be a barrier for Summit, right? Like can you acclimate to a new country, to a new team environment, to new food, to all of these things that can just keep your, like, general life happiness, your stress levels down, and allow you to focus on the game and play your best. Even things like that can be hugely detrimental to this roster move coming in. So, who knows? We won't speculate. Let's find out, Mazel, because we're already
going to find out, Lear. We're going to find out. We're going to do it together, my friend. We're gonna do it together. All right, JDG on the blue side, FPX on the red side. We got the Senna band, the Renata band, the Wukong band, and the Zeri band.
And we already see, as well, FPX moving over to the red side. So some bands going to stay the same. Zeri, of course, staying as a red side band. FPX not wanting to give the Wukong over to Kanavi. And then JDG completely swapping up their bands other than the Senna pick being able to come through. And now for JDG, I mean, heck, 2 of the highest prio junglers taken off the table. We still have things like the Kalista Open, the Lucian, which Dagda was saying earlier on in the day that he feels is kind of like a little bit of a bait, right? We've seen that there are plenty of answers to it. It seems like JDG feel the same way.
All right, well, hey, we get the aggression from the bot lane at least. You're hoping for a snowball. Well, snowball comes from the Kalista. Maybe it looks like Fate's call, but not a snowball. I do want to see that aggression still be the name of the game for FPX, though. I want to see something that Klid can maybe, I would say maybe feel like more of a playmaker, but at that point, like, Wukong is a playmaker, and he wasn't able to make it work. So the Lee Sin comes through. I think that is absolutely huge for the comfort and for the playstyle of FPX.
I mean, especially for Klid, right? I mean, when you think of Klid, you think of Lee Sin.
Exactly.
So if there's a champion that, like, he should have a good performance on, it is Lee Sin. Sitting one of their wins is on it, sitting 1 and 2 on the champion right now. Also bringing out the Aphelios to match into the Kalista. Could be a bit of a rough time early on in laning. If the Kalista can find all-ins with, pending on the support matchup. But later on, obviously, Aphelios feeling quite good. Should be easy to find Moonlight Vigils onto such a low-range team. And JDG keeping it simple by bringing out the Gangplank now. Now, I wonder if they match jungle or if they just opt into taking support now. Of course, you expect the engaged support to come out. We've been seeing we've been seeing some Amumu's come out recently, but with both Leona and Nautilus on the board, that's kind of the expected go-to for the side of JDG.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go with some of that forward aggression. I think 369 will be very happy on the likes of the Gangplank, the comfort coming through, the gameplay coming through at that point, just the gameplay diff for 369 himself. But I do like the Nautilus here paired up with the Kalista. Now it's the question of how FPX respond. What is Hung going to go for? They get the Ahri for Care to start off with as we go into the second phase of bans. Also, FPX ban away the Lissandra.
Yeah, so Care was a bit of a one-trick on the Ahri in spring. Not only in competitive, if you look at the solo QID, his games on Ahri was like 4 times the amount as his next most played champion, something he just feels incredibly comfortable on, trying to set up for this mid-jungle 2v2, which, like we said, even though Klid has not had a good split really by any means, in their few game wins, a lot of it really did come off Klid and Care linking up and then moving down towards that bottom lane. So at least there really is no better duo in terms of champion comfort, even just strong early aggression in the early game for them to gravitate towards.
Yeah.
But FPX, now I want to see what they ban out for their second pick. Lissandra really being the only thing that comes to mind is one of the matchups you really don't want to go into as the Ahri. Obviously things like Veigar, which we were seeing a lot of in spring, have kind of fallen off the board. But when you're going up against the Yagao, Care's still going to pay respect to the LeBlanc.
Hey, respect is due, my dude. You gotta take that off the board there. We'll see what JDG's last ban is going to be. It's the Thresh. It's a little bit of engage there. What I love here from FPX, they're bringing in Summit as some reinforcements for Xiaolahu to come in and change things up for FPX. The LCS Spring MVP, and they're also in his first game in going to give him the counter pick. This is the setup that FPX would need if they are going to try to make a comeback in this series.
Right? I mean, Summit kind of getting handed it as well with JDG just picking GP on second rotation on blue side.
Bring it, bro.
Yeah, they're not gonna pick up Braum, so they will at least be a little bit short of engage, pending on what they decide to take in that top lane. We'll rely more on JDG coming into them, which there's a Kalista and a Nautilus, so it's something you can count on. They also do have the ability to play for pick so far with the Lee Sin and the Ahri. But now for JDG, where do they go with jungle? We've seen the Vi a few times. Not a big fan. I feel like Kanavi has really not looked comfortable, but he has had some phenomenal games on Graves. And we've seen what Graves can do, right? If Graves can get ahead early, if you get a very early Umbral Glaive, you just completely take over the map in terms of vision control and are just able to shut the enemy out from the get-go.
And we're speaking of comfort. Graves is comfort for Kanavi. He will find advantages in his own right, and I think it will rely a little bit more.
Oh, this would be comfort, Mazel. This would be comfort.
Yes! Let's go. We got the Yagao Zoe coming through here, and now all eyes on Summit's pick.
Yeah, Summit, where will we go? Kale, obviously being one of the things that was banned out in Game 1, was one of the early answers we were seeing to the Gangplank when the split started off. Just being able to answer in lane and pretty much just handshake, scale up for late. If they decide to go for this, which they do, so they are leaning into the peel, the disengage role coming through, right? Having things like the Braum ultimate, having the Braum shield, able to protect your AD carry. You have the explosive cask now, able to knock enemies back. We're going to have what I'd assume just the continued Gragas build that we've seen, just all leaning on the ability haste, so you can just spam your abilities. And yeah, two different compositions, right? FPX about peel, about kiting, about playing for LWX. We're on the side of JDG. I'd say having a bit more options, right? You have the engage able to come out. You still have some range coming through with your Zoe Cannon Barrage, very good against immobile AD carries. So I think JDG will have some options with how they are able to play out the game.
Yeah, it's still such an interesting game to kick off for Summit in his own right. You see him in the chair, you see him ready to go, but also coming off a game for FPX where JDG just literally throttled them. And they're going to have to like recoup, revamp, and get right back into the game, because it's going to be such an interesting transition to see how many resources get developed in this top lane for FPX and how their strategy kind of changes here, Lyric.
Yeah, because Gragas is not really a champion you typically really need to put a bunch of resources into, right? Like, very self-sufficient. You're kind of fine in most matchups. You can clear waves from a range with your Q. It's very hard to dive you with your E, as well as once you hit 6, the R as well. Just feels so incredibly impossible to go against. But still, you also do have gank setup. I mean, you go in with something like an E flash. You have the cask post 6. You hit them closer to your side of the lane. So for FPX, I wonder how much resources they'll put into, maybe not necessarily put into Summit, but just put into what they bank on is like, hey, 369's on this immobile champion. We have setup. We have ways to take him down. Let's look to punish 369, set Summit up for a great game, and then kind of take over from there. Because for FPX, I think it's definitely a lot more about their 5v5s than it is about maybe seeing how these individual lanes go. But after game 1, I guess we do got to keep our eyes on how those individual lanes go.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm looking at a redemption arc here for Clid in this second game. I think game 1 was a bit rough in his direction against Kanavi, and Kanavi, if he could upend Clid in this situation, make him look just as he did in game number 1, it's a big statement game and big statement series from not only JDG but Kanavi as well. And as we get into the second game, it's a potential for JDG to remain undefeated and close us out our second series. FPX just want to find a hold in this series, find another win potentially in their belt. We'll see what happens, as early game is not looking good for Summit. He's like, wait, I'm not in the LCS anymore. I don't need to be focused. Stop. Don't look at me. He gets almost all of his health bar taken out, but he will make it out alive. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, had Yagal's bubble lasted another second or two sooner, that even could have just been a kill or a flash right there, right? If he had to walk over it or had to flash around it, as they're still looking to keep him down, but not gonna be able to do it. He will be able to get his back off. Will return to lane a little bit late, so they at least do get something out of that. FPX answered with a ward onto Kanavi's red buff, so they'll have matching information of where he is, so both teams will at least have some semblance of information about where junglers are starting and where they're pathing towards.
Indeed, they will, as they will watch Kanavi take his entire red buff here. I do like that we get the same side starts, though, for the junglers this time around. I do want to see, how does this 369/Summit lane peter out, but especially still looking if we get any of those crazy starts on the bottom lane, see how much the snowball can be developed for Hope or LWX, more so looking at Hope, obviously, on the Callista. But 369 right back to what's going on in game number 1, just smacking whoever walks up to his face in the top lane.
Wasn't able to land the trial by fire onto Summit.
That's a
But
fail.
still, for JDG's going to hit on. I want to see a lot of interaction between mid jungle. You have the Zoe, you have great gank setup. He started bubble level 1.
See if he can get into range here. Kanavi doing a decent amount of damage. Paddle Star into the line, not going to connect. The bubble lands, but there's no follow-up there. So very close, but Care not going to burn anything.
But look at what Kanavi's doing now, realizing, hey, I have pressure in my lanes, going straight towards enemy Raptors to look for the counter jungle on that one. So Clid gonna have to accept a little bit of punishment coming through.
Lyric, that's why this guy is so devastating in the jungle. He always just has these aggressive passes. Yes, sometimes every now and then don't work out for him, but a lot of times he just gets that little bit of extra, that little extra push that's going to help him further on in the game.
And you were hitting on it in draft, right? If there's one thing that's covered for Kanavi, it is Graves. I think back to 2020, where Kanavi was like the first jungler in LPL to go, wait, the best thing to do right now is not help my lanes at all and just power farm. And right, that was when Kanavi was having like standout splits, and JDG were able to pick up their first title. So Kanavi getting back on a champion he's very comfortable with is definitely boding well for the side of JDG, and 369 as well. Doing great so far in this laning phase.
He's giving him a nice warm welcome, I would say. I mean, I know he's on FPX, but I don't know if you got to give him that heat, 369. I mean, come on.
Look, Mazel, I'm not as familiar with, NA League as you are, but I'm just going to take a guess that, the top pool is, quite a disparity between LPL and LCS.
I'm not going to contest you on that one.
No disrespect meant, but yeah, coming in, is heavy trading coming out in mid. Yagao having to be careful, but Care not actually having much mana and already blowing all corrupting potions, so tons of heavy trading going down in the mid lane so far. But pivoting back to jungle, as other see clip on our screen, I want to hit on that. Kanavi, I feel like the two places we should be seeing him most, right, is around mid, playing out through mid jungle, but then also linking up with your bot lane. Like, sure, FPX's bot lane has like some safety in terms of having the Braum there, being able to peel back and making sure that hopefully you are able to escape even when you do have the push, but you have the engage and the gank setup come out from missing, especially when you're in a champion like Kalista, who does love to get ahead. Would be huge for Kanavi to really impact his spot lane.
So I'm just pointing something out. Hope has not connected to missing just yet. He still has the spear in his inventory here, so they have not yet pulled the trigger on who they want to connect with Hope. And I think I've been hearing rumblings of holding on to it until it actually really is the big difference maker in terms of like getting set up for fights around objectives, things like that. But we'll see how that all works out here at the bottom lane. I thought Kanavi might be pathing more towards there. He's going to be doing his chicken nuggets and backing out as the dragon spawns.
Yeah, Gal's going to hover over, so just kind of playing Fog of War is going to make FPX have question marks. But if you look at the minimap, FPX actually have a lot of vision around their bottom lane. So LWX and Hung feel completely safe pushing this lane in and kind of keeping their pressure going forward. And not a whole lot of interactions between junglers in their lane so far. For Kanavi, you're on the Graves. You kind of expect it, right? You don't have any gank set up in top lane. 369's pushing in. And mid, we've seen attempts, so JDG, I think, doing well so far to their strengths. Klid is the one right on the Lee Sin you kind of hope to see a little bit more from.
Exactly that. And Kanavi's still looking for those aggressive paths, trying to find Klid out in his own jungle. Will be spotted out, though, in that transition. Goes ahead and throws out his own control ward. We'll be playing a little bit of vision game there. See you re-engage there on the bottom lane, though, as Hung able to tank a decent amount, and that's the power of the Braum Aphelios combo. I think something we'll have to revisit a little bit later. But now FPX starting up the dragon.
And we hit on this in the first game, right? That in most of FPX's series, FPX take dragons extremely early. Like 5 to 6 minute mark, FPX love to start up dragon with the fact that their bot lane typically is able to generate some pressure, and then just start the stacking so early that they're able to make these. They're able to like force the opponents to have bad choices, right? It's like, okay, we're on soul point. We don't necessarily need dragon anymore, so we have some breathing room to trade for gold, take away your camps, maybe trade for like a Baron bait, trade for split pushing in sides. Just a lot of different options that opens up for them. So FPX at least getting off to a comfortable start in terms of how they usually play the game. Sad to say that usually hasn't amounted to a whole lot of wins. But hey, after this series, FPX will have played against 5 of the 6 teams in our top 6. So still a bit of leeway in my mind in terms of the schedule that they've had.
Yeah, and that was the whole conversation at the beginning, right? The difference in schedule that we've seen, a little bit polar opposite, at least in terms of the way that they were looking at the early parts of their season, but also in the way that their opponents were looking in terms of strength of competition. But now we get it all come to a head here between JDG and FPX, where FPX are needing to perform in the moment, needing to step up to the occasion. So far in the series hasn't been the case, and JDG want to just continue cruising on undefeated and maintain a little bit of dominance over V5 in those terms.
Yeah, and we see JDG now, Kanavi angling for that bot lane gank that we were hitting on that we would expect to see, but doesn't look like FPX's bot lane is going to fall for it. Oh, I'm wrong.
Oh, close. It was not going to be, though. The back switch come through. Kanavi goes ahead and gets his. The lane pushing up for FPX, and Hope will stay.
Ah, Mazel, that was the perfect time for some prime action. But JDG are going to opt out. Now, Clid having a bit of a tempo advantage in terms of being back on the map first and up towards his top side. You can see FPX trying to cement some amount of control up here now with Rift Herald being up. JDG, though, do still have a decent amount of vision up towards that top side, but it looks like both teams opting to move over now.
They are at least positioning around that way. Clid wants to continue to get some objective dominance. Hung up this way as well, but missing. Roaming on his own right. And got a ping from JDG. They want to fight potentially. They're asking for a little bit of help. Unbreakable will be there for Hung to block some damage there, but look at 369 getting position in front of the Rift Herald pit, and Kanavi will come up to contest as well.
FPX, oh, they find 369, but nice flash.
Might be in some trouble though. Cannon barrage now. Cask comes through 369, and Kanavi are in a 1v2 against Summit, but here comes Karen Hung. JDG, you're in some trouble, and they find first blood for FPX. Now Kanavi will go down potentially a second blood. Yakao trying to get in here, though. He's in a 1v4. Is that going to be 3 quick kills? Yakao gets 1 back for JDG, but he'll go down to 2 kills to Care, Rift Herald to FPX, and this is the early game.
Yeah, I'm so surprised Yagao going in off the back of that to just try and find a kill onto one member, and what would almost be 99.9% of the time certain death, opens up the Rift Herald to go over to the side of FPX. And he looked at the minimap, Hope not even in position to capitalize in terms of trading for plates.
We'll look at the replay of that one and how it all panned out, but it was a bold start for JDG here.
Yeah, 369 just kind of walking in to get the ward, but FPX had their own vision, and they fully commit on to 369. He's initially able to get away with the flash, but Clid gets the kick flash into Summit. You look at the minimap, and members of FPX are already making their way here first. So Kanavi and 369 left in a pretty bad position once Care is able to get over the wall. Kanavi nowhere to go, and then Yagao completely committing with the flash to be able to take down Clid, but now you're surrounded by the other members of FPX. So sorry, Yagao. Don't know if that was the best call. And
it's the
FPX,
one kill, right?
Take the fight.
It's the one kill. He didn't even have Dark Seal, so I was going to try to make a play for that, but it's not going to be the case. Care, on the other hand, has 5 stacks on his Dark Seal. Feeling pretty good on that one.
And double buffs.
And double buffs. Yep. And Clid also still just got the red buff as well. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds or so. Could be an early stacking advantage for FPX.
And FPX are huge. I mean, you look right, Summit being incredibly close to his mythic. We can see Care sitting on those 2 kills. They want to use this. They want to use that strong mid jungle.
Nice timing from Yagao to get there and see Care in the transition. Kanavi does have Umbral Glaive now, so he's had that little 1-item power spike that you were looking for, Lyric. But is it going to be enough to really turn the momentum of this early game? Care is looking to turn the momentum himself, tries to flash for the charm, does not hit it. Missing is over the wall, but has everybody chasing him as well. LWX is here, and you're still waiting for Hope to get in this fight. Yagao goes over, he might just die, and this is catastrophe for JDG. Clid gets the kill. It's a double for the jungler of FPX. And maybe it's just the Summit buff. He's not even a part of it, but FPX are looking like a different animal.
You know, the fight on top side, okay, 369. You don't expect, you know, that Gangsta to come over the wall. You don't know they have vision. This one, JDG, kind of opting in for, you know, they saw members like Care hovering around this brush. They don't know where Clid is on the map, and they end up getting punished. Once again, numbers advantage for the side of FPX now opens them up for this Dragon. And we'll go straight into the replay because Kanavi missing heading down. I mean, heck, right? They knew their bot lane was walking through Tribrush. They had pings coming out from them, but missing gets engaged on. And he gets an ult out, which, you know, is able to lock up Care, but no one's here to be able to get damage down. Yagao as well, flashing in. Tries to get away because he was able to pick up a flash as well, but still, Leeson on the enemy team has the mobility to follow you. And then the other members of FPX cleaning up Kanavi. 2K gold lead, 2 dragons on the board for FPX. this early game going significantly better than game 1.
LWX has the Rift Herald. He also has Gale Force now completed. So the Power Spike, at least in the first item, coming through for the bottom laner of FPX. And also the win condition that we had set forth for FPX here at this point. So huge stuff from them to start this game out. And maybe Yagal's words coming back to bite him a little bit. This second game, the early game, definitely in FPX's hands. We'll have to see if they can continue to pilot that forward, though, because that is a strength of JDG, is the fact that they always know a way to get back into the game. They always find a way to get back into the game.
Yeah, JDG have been one of our teams that, again, have been, I think, a little bit more cerebral. Still have struggled when playing from behind at times. So things don't bode well for JDG in that regard. And now just going to push down through the spot lane because LWX, one with Herald, very easily signals where it is going to go, and FPX even using Care's pressure in mid to lean over and make sure no one can answer this play.
Gonna see what can happen here. Care almost hits the bubble, or gets hit by the bubble. Ooh, very close. Moonlight Vigil comes through. The tower not going to fall. Just more plates for FPX as they grow their lead to just under 3,000 gold. And I think now, as you see the transition to this bottom lane, the tower will fall, be even more gold to FPX's pocket and more gold to LWX.
Yeah, FPX actually had Summit rotate to mid lane, push that wave in to pull Yagao back towards mid. It does end up giving some gold over to 369, but opened them up to being able to take that first turret on the map. So we're going to see different lane assignments coming out now for FPX to be able to maximize this advantage, try to break down top tier 1, try to break down mid tier 1 as well. And JDG, I think it's going to get a little bit rough, right? Playing things like the Kalista into champions like Braum and Aphelios to feel really good with you coming into them, having numerous ways to lock you down. Zoe as well doesn't feel like she'll be all too impactful. Zoe, I mean, like, you can play Zoe from behind, right? Throwing paddle stars and bubbles over walls, trying to force your way in, but that feels so much more impressive when you're ahead, when you have control of space, when you're using Fog of War to find bubbles and poke people out. So I think JDG's comp going to lose a little bit of steam playing from behind, to where FPX can have so much momentum, especially now with Mythics coming out across the board. 4 Mythics for FPX already.
And also 9 pages in the Magi's for Care, so that's going to be a little bit of something to focus in on, at least towards this mid lane for FPX. We're getting set up for the next Rift Herald here in about 25 seconds. You can already see FPX putting a lot of bodies around that way, committing Summit to the side lane. He will not have TP, so if he wants to join the fight, he'll have to walk there, but it's going to be FPX in pole position right now for the next objective.
I'm curious to see if Summit does commit to walking up. Does look like he's going to head there now. He even could just take Scuttle Crab and, like, be around mid lane. As long as he's not showing on a ward or showing in lane, then, I mean, JDG have to assume that he's around that top side, right? So for Summit, using the lack of or using information to your advantage, but actually setting up for a bit of a play.
Walks right into the bubble, though, and Gal's going to welcome him to his lane at that point. Nothing going to come of it too much in the mid lane, at least at this point. You do see Clid hovering around that Rift Herald. It has spawned. Kanavi going away from that. Okay, I guess he's going to go ahead and back. So this will be Rift Herald for FPX. Even more objective control. At this point, it's 100%.
I think JDG were smart not to contest this one, though. They know right now that FPX is stronger on the Rift. They had 369 in bot lane already. Just look for the cross map, get a bit more gold with that turret going down. You don't even have your Mythic on your Zoe, who feels like she's one of the members you would want to be incredibly impactful and strong in a skirmish right now. So JDG ultimately making the right choice. Herald goes down, but the bigger thing feels like the fact that Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds. This would be sole point for the side of FPX. Their reset's already coming out, and JDG look like they're just going to give it. They actually have pings coming down on the top lane turret.
Yeah, they do. Very interesting decision-making here for JDG. And do have a bit of a power spike here for themselves as they've gotten some item completions. But again, they are not going to opt into it. Instead, go for the side lane tower. Try to get their second tower of the game while Clid, Summit, duoing the dragon as we speak.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a fight could potentially break out here. Doesn't look like it in the end. Hey, I want to bring this back. I want to bring this back to coming into this game. So if anyone missed the pre-game interview, we had Yagal coming in saying, yeah, we go to 3 games a lot because we like to practice a lot of new champions and, again, use those stage games for experience. Mazel, this does not count as one of those games. We have Zoe for Yagal. We have Graves for Kanavi. We got 369 on the GP. these are not practicing new champions. So this is just straight up FPX. I mean, right? FPX won 2 skirmishes, and then since then, FPX have just been in full control.
That's what's so crazy to me is, like I said, it's literally like a different beast at this point, a different Phoenix. I'm not even saying it's the reborn Phoenix at this point, because it's just feeling like a different kind of control from FPX. And I would say there's still some very tight-knit things to be dealt with as we go further into the game, because it's still pretty early, but it's been looking good so far for FPX. And as they almost catch out Yagao, they overextended, and Summit will die. And unfortunately, first time in the LPL, first time at least in the series, and it hasn't gone Summit's way.
Mizzou, all that matters is the result, because if FPX can pull this to the finish line and win, then this roster, then Summit is undefeated in the LPL.
He is.
So, this one death means nothing on that pressure. Oh my God, LWX!
That's a huge gravitum. The charm also landing onto Konami. He's just dead. The kickback, but into the Fate's Call, and that's an unfortunate end for Klid. He thought he had the miracle play, but he did not. And now JDG are onto the mid lane towers. How do they just get away with it? We thought FPX were so far in the lead. Now they chose to not go for the 3rd dragon. They chose to go for the side lane tower, and now they chose to go for mid lane. Easy.
I mean, like, LWX just makes such a hero play, goes in with the Gale Force, throws out the Moonlight Vigil. It is huge. And then Klid, oh, we're going back this far. Okay, they're taking red buff. We're gonna see.
They want to show
Goes
Summit's
for the
first death in the LPL. That's what they want to do.
Now they think they're able to find this pick onto Yagao Zoe, but goes golden, buys time, and then Summit just getting completely bursted out within a second, having no way to answer. But then here, right, we see FPX coming back to mid lane, LWX having the Gravitum, huge Moonlight Vigil onto 3 members. Kara then able to flash forward to guarantee the kill, lands all the CC, but Klid here, like you said, thinking he finds the hero play, but gets absolutely one-shot by the members of JDG, and ended up just running it down.
Summit not able to do any damage in that last fight. Feels bad, but it's okay, because you're still sitting with a nice Ari in the mid lane. 4-0-3, 13 stacks in the Magi's, now having completed Zanya's as well. It'll be a nice little power point for FPX as they use the Rift Herald in mid lane. See that picture in picture?
Yeah, hook on. Oh,
okay,
forcing Summit's flash.
Yeah.
That's why Summit having no summoner up, but FPX does guarantee the charge to come through. Are just going to go back. We have 2 minutes until Dragon, so you'd expect to be seeing, potential resets coming soon. Answering side wave pressure coming out now. You can see Summit pushing it top and just making sure you have that control to be able to threaten the fact that you could be picking up Cloud Soul.
Cloud Soul, everybody has their own conversation about how Cloud Soul makes them feel, but still in terms of control, dominance, at least map objectives, would be very, very clean for FPX. Get the 4 dragons, get full objective control in terms of neutral objectives, and continue to steam forward. But we see the moments that JDG are still so terrifying, right? Like a shark lurking in the water at any moment, in any fight, it could just turn around on its head. You're a little bit scared for FPX.
Yeah, and you definitely have to respect the fact that JDG going up towards the top side just took vision control and can threaten the trade for it Baron, right? Having the Callisto with the Rend, having the Graves, so be able to put out some decent damage as well. So JDG so far doing a decent job. And now once again, 369 going towards his Prowler's Claw, so going for a bit more of a burstier build. Not as much scaling able to come through, at least early on, right? Still going to be able to go towards things like the IE and get that crit and become a monster, but being a bit more of a mid-game power spike, which is where JDG really want to come online, and they actually force FPX out because LWX and Hung going for the resets a little bit late.
They're here so early.
Yeah,
they're the early birds.
But still, they were able to force vision control. Now it's going to be FPX the ones who have to give up bot side river and play up towards the top lane. They are the ones with luxury, though, right? They're the ones on soul point, so if they lose one dragon, it won't be the end of the world for their side. But we see on the minimap, just no vision down in bot side river anymore.
Yeah, and that's where I feel like FPX should be okay with giving this one up if they need to, right? But at this point, we're going to get a little bit of a pause. But at this point, right, they can feel okay giving that one up, maybe looking to try to burn down the Baron, try to push the attention of JDG, and they're in the driver's seat. They need to feel that way. I feel like that's something that may be lacking, is the fact that they still know who they're facing. They still realize that the way they lost game number 1, and some of that control might be slipping through their hands.
Let's just remember that it's very hard for their comp to force something, right? Because they drafted that way. They drafted to be able to peel back, to kite back, to just be able to control and like win out from a range. Their only real engage, right, would be like individual pick tools, right? It'd be like Care going in, finding a charm. I guess it could be like an E-Flash, Body Slam coming out from Summit or something along those lines. But committing those tools that could maybe be better used, setting up for LWX to be that primary carry, feels like the way to go. And for JDG, they've kind of pivoted, right? They've been playing as a tight-knit unit. We've seen them forcing into bot lane river as a 5-man core, making sure you're all together, not really giving those windows for those single target CC pick opportunities to be able to come through. And now we're at a point where JDG, on objective first, controlling vision, have things like the Zoe that we were hitting on earlier, that when you're in that position is just so threatening. Bubbles coming out from Fog of War, barrels in Fog of War as well. So for FPX, I think it's going to be a bit of a rough one. They can just try and transition up towards Baron, like we talked about, but still they haven't even started setting up their own vision control or sweeping for any wards that might have already been there from JDG side. So I think FPX a little bit behind on the play, and I think this could be the opening for JDG to find the pick or to find the engage that they've been looking for.
So I guess as we'll figure out what's going on, hopefully get an update for everyone. When we do, I promise I will share it immediately. I'm not holding the button next to me this time around, but I want to go back to a little bit of the win conditions that we set up, right? At the beginning of the day, we were talking a lot about bot lane. And at this point in this game, yes, I still think there's a lot of potential to carry through the bot lane, but we're looking at these mid-game skirmishes right now to really decide how this game is going to pan out. And I feel like it works in FPX's favor, right? We've seen complete objective control from them, at least until this point. We're about to see if that changes. But I think that with the way that they prop themselves up, they should feel okay and feel confident to finish this game in terms of like being able to take fights, being able to scale to your advantage. But again, there's always that nagging question of like the one miss up, the one slip up, the lack of priority on a target, and that can come up to bite them.
I mean, heck, we've already seen that, right? In terms of like, well, Summit gets picked off, and then you're left in this 5v4, and then Clid trying to make a play gets caught out. Yeah, so one mistake can really snowball into just a winning scenario for the side of JDG. I mean, heck, that's how FPX found the game in the first place, right? Taking advantage of one mistake coming out from 369, or maybe not even really a mistake, right? Because FPX got the vision set up. They spotted him out there, but one play setting the tone for the rest of the game has given FPX this advantage. So, yeah, you got to stand your toes as both teams right now going into... Hopefully, when we come out of the pause soon, please, Mr. Caster.
I've tried.
Game.
I've tried, man. I've tried. But I do think that, it didn't feel like anything had happened. But I still feel like there could be something that maybe happened off screen or something along those lines. I feel like we were just getting set up for the occasion.
Yeah, you're right. It really did come out of nowhere, right? I feel like usually the pauses, there is like something that leads up to it. You're like, that was a little bit sus.
A little bit strange, a little bit sus.
That was a little bit more sus than an Among Us game. But that game, we're just like,
always
we're
the
talking,
reference,
we're vibing, and suddenly we hear back to
Hey,
you.
I did hear, as we have gotten a little bit of word, LWX did have an in-game issue of some sort. Get it all figured out and hopefully move forward. And I guess when you're looking at this game, I know I've been talking about FPX a lot. We're still saying, JDG have a chance. How do you think, like, in actuality, that JDG get back in?
Oh,
hey, we're back.
time?
Oh, whoa, it's skipping around. We got a team fight. Summit killed Kanavi. I don't know how that just happened.
What happened?
I don't understand. Dragon, we skipped forward in time because the Dragon went to JDG. Somehow, Kanavi and Missing are dead. Baron has gone to the table for FPX. All right, we're caught up.
We missed a whole lot of shenanigans. Okay, JDG, now going to try and contest this, but going to be rough. 369 is going to have to pull off a miracle because Hope has no HP. Yagao not able to provide all too much.
Oh
my
the
God.
barrels! The Baron goes down to FPX, but their health bars just got obliterated. I'm getting deja vu from previous iterations of this 369. At least Gangplank, but it's still a Baron on the board for 3 members of FPX.
That damage was so surprising coming out from 369.
He slipped in the third barrel at the last second, like the literal last possible second.
Okay, which three player? Okay, so we actually get to see how this fight happens. JDG give up the posturing on mid and just start dragging outright. And then FPX doing a nice job forcing Yagao out as a multi-man team. And then it leads into the situation where for the side of JDG, they find a nice hook onto LWX. But still, it's a 4v5. You look at where Yagao is, he's zoned out of the fight. They throw in missing, but then this is where FPX's comp is able to thrive, right?
Oh, wow.
Barrel comes out, you separate the members of JDG, huge coming out from Summit, and then just all in onto those two members from the side of JD Gaming, and it opens up the barrel, but...
Let's look at this damage
barrel,
again.
That barrel from 369.
The thing is, we've seen this so many times from him, and it's even this season. And he's setting them up, man. The last second addition at the end. Oh!
Like, that is 60% HP, right? That was like a 60% HP of Felios. He took away about half of Clid's health bar as well. I mean, he's who you're praying to right now. If you want JDG to win, you are all for the
those
Church
nines up,
369.
man. Throw those nines up. Better do it now. Hopefully it gets some help because Clid and Summit want to take him down. Nice little flash after the Scurvy Orange. Ooh, nice little barrel back to FPX on their way here. Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands. Missing, trying to go for the engage. They just want to catch out Hung here. Looks like they might be able to do so. Flash comes out from the FPX support. Mid lane is under siege, though, as Kare is taking him down. And honestly, I know we've put focus all over the place. Kare is still terrifying on this Ahri, right? He's still unkilled, still has the Magi stacking up, and he's been split pushing this whole time.
And no one having the confidence to match him. We see this four-man core of FPX. The Unbreakable from Hung just absorbs so much. Like, Yagao feels like he does no damage in this game right now. So FPX doing a nice job playing out through a two-lane setup, just trying to choke them out in regards to vision. But it would be nice if they started taking some of these wards that JDG had and, you know, not letting them just walk into their jungle and contest. But still, with the Baron buff, they will be able to guarantee some more turrets down and just try to further enhance this gold lead that, you know, isn't all too big. Like, JDG definitely not out of the game with where we stand now in terms of golden items. But, I mean, still, FPX time and time again finding nice punishes. And heck, like, again, just kudos to Summit for that last barrel in the team fight that we almost missed. Really doing so much to break up the members of JDG.
That Baron tower play was very close to not being really anything for FPX, but then they get the couple towers, the side lane tier 2, the mid lane tier 2, and all of a sudden they extended that power play a little bit further. But it's right back on the carousel here, Lyric, because we are on to Dragon in 55 seconds just about. And FPX need to set this one up at this point. I feel like they will want to fight over it. There's not another Baron for another 2.5 minutes, so a little bit far out in terms of the double spawning. We'll see how they can get themselves set up here, because you know the JDG are going to be there. It's just a question if FPX are.
FPX going for recalls now, so they will have time to be able to make it. Should be able to get their vision control set up. You know, I can't get off my mind the fact that, like, FPX right now in the lead, like, in position to win this game. The fact that Clid's in position to win this game after that egregious, egregious mistake. Like, my God, even watching your guys' first series, even watching what went down in LPL today, that still to me takes the cake for, like, what was that?
Hey, it is what it is. It do be what it do be. I'm just going to keep saying that. As JDG looking for the side lane pressure. Hey, they're opting out of it. They're going to give it away. They don't care about the Cloud Soul. They're going to go for the side lane tier 2.
Yeah, now for FPX, not even having to commit many resources to take the Dragon. They know they could have good soul that one while having LWX and Hung keep pressure in mid. Really no objectives they could take in mid or bot right now. I think it'd be really hard for them to just brute force onto an inhibitor turret, so they will just reset and look to kind of reinforce Summit on that top side. JDG do get a tower traded for the Dragon, so not all is lost in the end. But Cloud Soul going to be feeling pretty good, especially for champions like Ahri on the Rift, too.
Yeah.
Going to be getting tons of value out of that one.
Can I just say, though, underlying all this, I was saying there's sharks on the side of JDG. Well, there's only one, I feel like it. It's 369 at this point, who is fourth item completed, waiting on his last item, way in front of everybody. And it's crazy how often it comes down to 369. Even though we put a lot of propensity on Hope, when he gets these Gangplank, when he gets these types of champions, he can't carry his own right. Kanavi has to flash there. That's a big cooldown.
Yeah, that's huge. And look, Hung doesn't have to respect him, can just walk forward knowing he has a safety
Oh,
care.
that's huge as well. Nice little engage, but it's all done. Dragon Rage Crick on a 369 though, and he goes down himself. That's 1 kill already. Ooh, flash away from FPX. As now LWX flashing forward himself. He's looking for kills. He's got the chakrams, and FPX, they're pushing us the distance. JDG, they always give up one. And this game, too, will be the one they give up. A double kill for the newly minted top laner in Summit for FPX. And it was the change that they needed as we're going to game number 3. I can only hope for a full 9-game night at this point.
Summit coming in. This FPX roster is now undefeated. NA Imports undefeated in LPL. At least ones that come from last split, because I don't know if there's any more off the top of my head. But there we go. That's the headline. FPX with Summit got it done.
The LCS Spring MVP coming in, working tightly knit with Clid and finding success for FPX. They already found 1 series win, but as you said, this new roster, this new iteration, it is looking real darn good. And I can't wait to see more. I can't wait to see what JDG come back with. At this point, I feel like JDG were okay with giving that one because they get the distance. They get the games that they wanted, and now we get the little bit of life for FPX that I feel like is so important.
You know, also, I just double-checked to see if my statement about NA being undefeated in LPL right now is true. And I guess it only determines, and obviously that's a meme, right? Someone obviously not from NA, but if Sword Art counts as NA, now that he is back from there, because if so, then no, then I guess, they're not undefeated. But, that's
the caveats.
That's
the caveats. Let me get
FPX won. What I'm saying right now doesn't matter at all. FPX found the win. A lot of it stemming right from those 2 early skirmishes. It felt like ever since those, FPX were just found full throttle, picking off 369 and Kanavi in that topside skirmish. Yagao kind of overcommitting for 1 kill, gives over another kill as well. The same fight happens in bot side jungle as well, with them able to pick off multiple members from the side of JDG again. And then it felt like momentum was finally evening out. And then that 1 team fight, again, that came out right after the pause, where they're able to separate the members of JDG, kill them 1 at a time, really is what cemented the game to being in favor of FPX, despite Clid having a very funny moment in that game.
He did have a funny moment. Hey, everybody gets one, all right? Everybody gets one. But in all actuality, the conversation has to lead to, this was not one of those games where JDG were trying something, right? This was a lot of comfort, a lot of standard for JDG, and they just lost wholeheartedly. I mean, some of the fights, definitely some questionable decisions made, but in all actuality, it just felt like FPX were renewed. They found their win condition. They played to it. Summit, most damage on the team there, and not too shabby for his first game in.
No, definitely not. Like you said, Summit showing up. Care, I mean, obviously being incredibly low in terms of the damage, right? But he had some incredibly impactful like Flash Charms or Everfrost coming out this game, just doing so much. And Hung, oh god, it didn't even feel like they did any damage. Hung always just standing forward, absorbing everything coming through. Like, sure, Yagao's damage numbers might be, a moderate amount higher than Care's, but Hung was just absorbing all of it with the Unbreakable. Really felt like once we got to mid-game, it was coming down to 369, being able to take over, was able to find some nice barrels, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. It is a team effort, especially when this game revolves so heavily around 5v5s, right? Every game-defining moment was a 5v5 skirmish coming out between these 2 squads. And Mazel, you already said it. We're kind of angling for a long 9-game day. I don't think it'll happen.
You're on the tilt-a-whirl now. You gotta get tilted.
We're at least hitting 6. Well, I guess we're at least hitting 8 because we do have a third series.
Yeah, I was gonna say you called it off a little bit early, I would say. But in all actuality, I'm just glad that we get these crazy. First series a little bit different, but this one at least we're seeing both teams come up with something that they can flesh out on the Rift and come out with a success. So FPX pushing JDG the distance, as is always the case, it seems, with JDG. We'll see if FPX can actually hand them their first series loss right after this.
在沉默中妥协，困住翅膀，也要飞得更远，尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点，勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言，算多少次摔倒过，让独行总有一天会被看见，想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜才耀眼，悲叹血液换来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。承受了冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。算多少次摔倒过，但独行总有一天会被看见，想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜太耀眼，沸腾血液何来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不怨，流的泪受过的伤都会终结，被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延，一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇，每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。 that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. Alright. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There's nothing I can do, baby. My hands are tied.
这个赛季我们队拿到2个5杀，我也是比较开心的。然后我们这个赛季目标的话，就希望能进到世界赛。觉得 Populous 是一个比较有实力的队伍，虽然他们现在成绩不是很好，但我看了他们的比赛都很可惜吧，就是前面打的也是挺好的。然后我觉得我们要很小心，要很谨慎。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL here as we crest into the final game of our second series of the night. FPX versus JDG has gone the distance at this point, and it is Care who picks up MVP for game number 2 and for FPX.
Yeah, Care, I mean, like we said, he was the big playmaker in that game, right? He was flashing forward, landing charms, hitting the Everfrost, and just really setting up for everything FPX was looking to do. Maybe not the highest in terms of the damage, but he was getting things done when FPX needed them to be done. So great to see Care stepping up once again ever since he's come onto the roster, replacing Gory. It really feels like FPX finding a bit more vigor and them having someone who is willing to play aggressively, is willing to go forward, and is willing to link up with their jungle and enable the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and talk about enabling. It just felt like the whole squad was enabled at this point for FPX. And you see a lot of the early plays, Care just stacking up that Magi's every single time he was able to get into these early game plays. But it was just the team fights that FPX, with the lead they had, just continued to take over and over again, right? We jumped to like 29 minutes in. They have all 4 dragons. They find a way to pick apart the fight from JDG, and it was a lot of aggressive tendencies from JDG in this game.
Oh yeah, JDG were, constantly trying to find their avenues. And heck, that's not too surprising for JDG. I feel like JDG always try to force the play, force the action, find the avenues to win the game. But heck, if FPX can find the win here, that would be huge, right? FPX sitting 1-5, JDG 6-0. I do gotta say though now, FPX have now taken a game off of JDG, Top Esports, RNG,
Into your little rabbit hole.
Yeah. The only top team they got 2-0'd by was V5. They also did get 2-0'd by IG, but still, I think it just goes to the point, well, what we've been talking about, that like, yeah, FPX are struggling, they're in trouble. They're 16th in the standings right now, but I mean, they've been able to put up a fight against everyone. So hopefully this is where the script changes, and it's not only we took a game off a top team and they can take a series, but they will be back on the blue side, but not really back, because Summit wasn't on the blue side game 1. We're saying this is a new squad. This is a new this is an undefeated FPX roster.
I saw Kelsey Moser shout out on Twitter saying, I can't believe they did that to Shallow, they gave him the Camille and then they gave Summit the Gragas. Well, maybe they give Summit the Camille this time around. Guess we'll find out as the bans are coming through. We get some very high-profile bans as well as some bans from these last 2 games that we've seen. The Wukong, Ari, and the Gangplank banned away by FPX. The Zeri, the Senna, and the Renata banned by JDG.
FPX making huge adjustments from game 1, right? Not banning out the Kalista or the Lucian this time. The GP and the Wukong are what will be off the table. and it's opening up the Viego first pick to come out for Clid. Now, looking at where JDG can respond, I mean, if they want to go back towards the Callista, even if it didn't work in Game 2, is still there, is still, you know, one of the top priority AD carries. Aphelios obviously being, you know, what we've seen consistently do well throughout this series. The Ezreal, once again, though, kind of just going through picks and bans so far, and Hope, I mean, 10 games on it coming into the series, but JDG going to feel comfortable with what they have.
They are indeed. They get the Lee Sin for Konami this time around. It'll be pretty important to pilot, as well as the Aphelios. Not that early game skirmisher, but at least the late game potential carry that you need to have in your back pocket for JDG. But there's still a lot to be decided. And Lucian locked in for FPX. Hey,
yep, there we go. The standard Lucianami combo able to come through. The domination that they're able to find, especially once they hit that level 3 mark, will be crucial. And now FPX clearly going to stick with the status quo, right? Playing down for LWX and Hung. Hung not going to be on a super aggressive playmaker. It's always a little bit disappointing because you love when he goes forward, but obviously playing the Braum last game, had a great performance. And now JDG, knowing they're going up against Lucianami, we have the Lulu coming through. This was a lane matchup we had quite a bit at Worlds, if you like think back, right? Having teams bring out the Lucianami, then Aphelios, Lulu, always what was the answer. And now both teams going to go into second rotation looking at solo lanes.
Looking at those solo lanes, we got the Silas banned by JDG. So lose a little bit of start on that mid lane in those terms. But again, it's very interesting to see how FPX pick out these last 2 picks for themselves, right? What the Summit get for this second game in the LPL in the summer split here, and especially like how they kind of go about picking and pulling that, as they do focus mid lane with their first ban in the second phase in the LeBlanc. Maybe it's just mid lane focus all around here. Lissandra, the final ban for JDG.
Taking that one away. We kind of hit on it of that being one of the things people are comfortable in blind picking, but even could set up for a number of picks, right? Galio typically is another standout kind of premier blind pick that we do have coming through. Yagao brought out the Zoe last game, even if it didn't find such success. Is another pick that you just know he is comfortable able to bring out on the table. But no, JDG going to go straight towards the Gnar with Gangplank off the table. This was one of Summit's highlight picks back in the LCS. They will not let him have his hands on it.
They will not. 369 going to be piloting that one this time around. Would love to see a little bit of that communication, a little bit of that synergy come through for this composition for FPX in terms of that top side of the map. And this Galio would ensure that, at least between Care and Clid, and they do lock it in.
They're going to do it, Marcel. They're going to do it.
They're going to give it. They're going to do it, aren't they? I hope they do. I hope they do. I hope we get to see the reiteration.
Ooh,
it's not going to be against the Gangplank, though. But no.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it would not be the same, right?
We
would not be able to judge it. We would not be able to judge it evenly, but so far kind of hovering. I mean, all of these would be decent lane matchups, right? Things like the Irelia would be explosive and exciting. I'm disappointed. I wanted the explosive, exciting Camille, the Irelia. I wanted Summit to come in and lay down the gauntlet. I guess it would be kind of annoying getting into mid-game, though, and playing, like, let's say, really up against, like, Lulu on the opposing side. You jump in, the ultimate comes out, and then you feel like you do nothing. But, hey, we now ensure some scaling for the side of FPX as the game goes later. Not really having any targets that they can really use the Galio ult on does feel a little weird. Like, sure, Clid can jump in. You try to set it up that way, but JDG's comp now being incredibly comfortable with that scenario. Heck, they outrange FPX, right? Victor, Aphelios can be able to do so much from afar, but they're also fine with you jumping in. Victor puts down the gravity field. We've already hit on Aphelios being able to throw out the Moonlight Vigil. Lulu ult able to come on top as well. So for JDG, I mean, I feel like we're going to have to see them play with a little bit more tact than we saw in the last game. But for FPX, kind of hitting on it, right? Just a bit confused with the identity of what they're aiming for to come through. Very clear they want to snowball through bot side, right?
Yeah.
Like, I guess that's the plan. Have Galio just constantly hover over, snowball through bot side. Don't even let this get into, like, mid or late game team fights. But if it does, I guess you're just banking on Summit being the person who could look to 1v9 the game.
Little point here. It's interesting to me, the conversation that we've had about JDG, and even hearing from the players, right? It's like, oh, we want to try some stuff out a couple times, you know, every now and then. Well, hey, we got new champions for both 369 and Yagao, at least in the summer split here. And so I'm very interested that JDG choose to pull this out in Game 3. Obviously, a lot of things were banned away from them in terms of the draft going into Game 3. But now that we've gotten the win conditions, at least, we've gotten a little bit of the strength that we've seen FPX grow over the beginning part of this series and now into the third game. It's all about execution. It does still come down to a lot of the win conditions we set out at the very beginning of the series, but all the way down here in the third game of the series, I think it's interesting to see how far we've come and how the differences will be. Summit will be the late game carry for FPX in this one.
Yeah, and even just hitting what you just said, right? The mistakes that can define it. We've seen mistakes define game 1 and game 2.
We got 5-man stack for JDG. Let's see if they want to get anything early on as our final game of Series 2 kicks off now. FPX versus JDG. Remember, we still have our match of the week coming after this. Weibo versus Top Esports. That one's going to be a fun one. But make sure you stay locked and loaded for this one. Who will come out on top? Will FPX find yet another win? Guess we'll find out.
For FPX, they're the team that we said we want to see making plays. They will have forced some rough laning phases coming out, especially in the mid lane, right? Victor just going to be able to bully out the Galio so ferociously, constantly autoing him down. Your Q so strong at level 1, the laser able to come through. He can't even like look to walk forward or aggressively taunt you or set anything up, I think, without having to blow flash post 3, just for the fact that if he does just walk forward, right, you put down your W, and then you would have to commit that summoner. So gonna be curious to see what FPX look to do. JDG don't have much set up in their lane, so right. I feel like Kanavi is looking a lot more to be in Klid's face, find out where he is, and then allow for those isolated laning phases to come through for JDG where they know they can thrive. Especially for JDG where you want a slower pace game with less action to get to that mid game just fine. Have the Victor Aphelios Lulu take over, and then 369 and Kanavi kind of play a facilitating role.
Which is an interesting position to be in the first place for JDG, but a lot of propensity to carry through the bottom lane for both these two teams. As we'll get that a little bit of early aggression, although he misses the glitter lance there. Get a little bit more back from LWX and Hung, but again, you got to watch that level 3, the big tick up in damage and the burst potential this bot lane will have, as we also see the opposite side focus for both these junglers. Ooh,
already nice job of the brush control coming through for FPX as well.
He's got level 2. He pinged over here. He might be looking for that early gank. The cheese. Oh, no.
Oh,
Hope's going to walk right into it. He flashes away, though. Won't have the flash to get over the wall, but does have the Severum, so the healing comes through.
Still really nice by Hope, right? To like have the instincts and the reaction to know to flash towards his jungle rather than, I guess, doing what might feel more out of like habit of like flashing in your lane towards your tower or anything like that, right? Not getting caught out by the bubble, nothing being there to anchor him down. In the end, it was summoner versus summoner as well because Hung committed his flash onto that play.
Kanavi tries to go find some chicken nuggets, does not find any. Klid has already eaten them all up. Gobble, gobble, gobble. That's the turkey, not chicken. But hey, same thing.
Yeah, not exactly the same as Zell. Very close, though. Is Klid now going to go hunting?
This is so funny. They've both literally just been hunting each other. Like, Kanavi goes finds the chicken.
For Klid is prio in his lanes, and Care started boots, so Care's going to be able to get here incredibly fast.
Trying to have a little bit of fun there, but won't be able to get the Gromp. Kanavi has to go out of his blue side jungle, lose his blue buff here. There's 4 members of FPX strong in this enemy side jungle. We'll be able to find that at least maybe the fight afterwards. Oh, Klid in some trouble. Both junglers forced to flash away. Bubble lands, so nothing else will take place.
If Kanavi could have found that kill, that would have been so huge, right? When we're hitting on for FPX, looking to kind of snowball early through this bottom side, we could have shut that down early, have Klid on the back foot. I feel like that would have given JDG a lot of momentum as we come up to the top lane. Summit so far doing incredibly well, spamming and trading with his Q, forcing 369 under turret. Both do have fleet footwork though, so I don't really think this lane should ever be in a scenario without like huge over aggression where we should see solo kills coming through. But both top laners can get back up here with TPs.
They will indeed. And it's going to continue to not be the big fireworks show maybe you would want in the top lane between 369 and Summit. That was last game. But now this time around, it's just Summit trying to get to his win condition, trying to get to the late game, and trying to bridge, at least have the rest of the team bridge the gap for him at that point. And we do have Dragon coming up quickly. Would wonder how much FPX are wanting to put those early objectives in for themselves to ensure that they can get that timer to the late game. But it's a little bit difficult when you're pushed in so heavily.
Well, you need to remember, right? Even though you're hitting on like summits scaling specifically, as we see a lot of trading coming out from these top laners, they're like JDG feel great. Like JDG have Victor Aphelios. They're definitely gonna be thriving as well. Especially, I feel like Yagao can have such a massive impact in this game if it does go later on. Just being able to zone them off with the laser, how much the Chaos Storm will be able to do as well. So, looking at JDG, who again are fine with a bit of a slower paced game, able to come out. FPX though, small advantage in bot lane so far from the fact that they were able to force that flash. Looks like Hope will have some minions to catch, so it won't even be a full wave of advantage, but still, any small advantage you can find making your way towards your mythic. Gale Force Mandate is when Lucian Nami just feels like it can become unstoppable. Gale Force in your face, Lucian having all the damage in the burst, and then being able to take control of the game.
Yeah, and you're looking for that control for FPX, especially early on in this bottom side, so that you can get the control of the objectives and continue to at least try to scale up in some fashion. But if you can get the snowball potential, that is a huge advantage that you can have for FPX. As Summit hits 6 first, pressuring 369 off, and 369 gonna have to walk back to lane.
Now Summit not only gonna get his ult right, but is gonna gain that bonus range and be able to clear more safely and even just be able to bully out 369 a little bit more. So good on him, and I love it. Neither team really looking for any early interaction.
We vibing.
JDG look like they might start up Dragon, which they will. And Care does have TP if FPX want to contest. He's TPing back to tower.
Clid did get spotted out on the ward, but yeah, FPX are moving in here. Dragon already going to go down to Kanavi. He's taking it away, but now he might commit his life. Flash from Hung, double bubble, and here comes Care with the triple taunt. FPX, they found the early fight. And that's missing, also getting chased down by Clid. FPX are on a roll. This new team, Summit, coming in. What is this? It's a different beast. I already said it, but at this time, it's a monster.
I love how he had no part of the play, but you still tie him in.
Dang
bringing
right.
the morale, bringing the momentum, but Hung with the flash bubble to set everything up. It was gorgeous. And then the other members of FPX just funneling in. They might not have been on Drake first, but the fact that they had the TP on the Galio, so he could get here, has his ultimate available. And then JDG, right, they were committed to the Dragon, so they're left in this position where Hung lands the flash bubble onto 2 members. They burn Yagao's flash as well. Care able to follow through with the taunt, and then Clid finishing the job with the Sonic Wave, and doesn't end, is might get a gank on top. 369 though, not going to be caught out.
We wanted an early advantage for LWX. It's LWX or bust. And at this point, 2-0 on the Lucian Nami. They are going to have all the want they can have, at least in the bottom lane, in terms of when they can be aggressive, when they can look for timings. Speaking of looking for timings, though, right as the Rift Herald spawns, we get another fight. Heroic entrance coming through, but Clid gets Divine Judgment onto him. Survives with the flash over the wall. Care in some trouble here, though, as they're trying to chase them down. The Chaos Storm is huge. Kanavi overextends. The overextension paid dearly here in the Heartbreaker. JDG's heart is shattered.
I love how Kanavi sees what Clid did in last game, and he's like, no, I could do it better. Thinking they have the damage once the Chaos Storm comes out, decides to follow through with the Q. And I'm calling it, oh my god, Ox was right. Ox said FPX were gonna beat JDG today. We laughed, we clowned him, and like,
and now you're crying.
I'm not crying. Huge lead for FPX. I might love JDG, but it's great to see FPX bouncing back like this, punishing the mistakes coming through from JDG.
It survives. I can't believe he survived in all of this.
I mean, to be fair, right, they walk in, no damage coming through from 369 to start off. Care actually being the one to come through. And then Clid, like you said, flashing away. But still a bit of a stretch committing onto this one. And then Clid perfectly timing the stun to come through, so Kanavi isn't able to find even a single kill. And then Reset City coming through for the Viego.
The flash, that feels so bad. The damage had already calculated, and the resets just come through. And now we were talking about 2-0 lead for LWX, but at this point, it's a 6-0 lead for FPX. They've got kills across the board. Everybody's been involved at this point, and I think it's actually incredible the lack of respect, I guess, that JDG has shown early on.
And now it's pretty ridiculous, right? Because we have 1 Divine Sunder for Clid over just Iron Spike Whip and 2 Long Swords for Kanavi. So huge, like, contrast in terms of dueling potential able to come out in favor of Klid. But I think more importantly, it's the Gale Force on LWX, because now, I mean, it is so risky for Hope to just walk up and hit the wave. Sure, you have shields coming from missing, and you have the Wild Growth to come through to make sure he doesn't ultimately go down. But the fact that one Gale Force combo or like one Gale Force culling can force so much to be used from JDG is terrifying.
It really is. And now at this point, Snowball is coming to town against JDG. And I thought maybe Klid might feel okay with a bit of shenanigans bot lane, but again, there's no reason to throw away the lead that they've gotten this early on. They know that they're in control here. They can wait for a little longer, look for the skirmishes that really matter to them, as we saw Kanavi actually visiting up towards top side of the map this time around. Try to see if you can get something for 369 up there. It is all towards bot for FPX and towards this dragon, but still 45 seconds till it spawns.
And JDG gonna try and find a way to get in here, but feels like ultimately they might just give up the objective.
Chaos Storm used.
Gonna be fine.
Yeah, that's a decent cooldown by Yagao there. Mid lane, we're just trying to get some pressure. If Kanavi could follow it up, that's an easy pickoff against Care. Focusing the semi-globals, but again, because like they are just looking bot lane. That's all they need to do. They know their win condition, and here we go.
They even have the Rift Herald still, which they will finally drop. So it's going to guarantee first turret over to FPX. LWX going to get even more gold injected straight into his veins, Mazel. Golden veins.
The golden veins.
First. And heck, I mean, right, it's only 11 minutes in the game, so plate's still up as well. Going to be even more money. And now for JDG, they have to look to cross map. They're going to try and play out through this top side. Kanavi might be able to steal away some camps, but it looks like that will be about it. But, oh, Summit might say no.
Try to steal it away. Oh, just the fleet footwork. Hey, got a little healing there at least. We did get first mythic completed for Yagao, though, in mid lane for JDG. And JDG themselves looking at top lane here. Not going to have much of a wave to work with. Just trying to get a couple plates and back away.
JDG not going to be able to find too much. Makes sense, right? I think it'd be very hard to dive Summit at this point in time, especially with the fact that the resets had already come out from the side of FPX, so multiple members should be looking to come up here, start rotating LWX and hung around the map, and start just breaking down more turrets. Get more plate gold on them as well, considering you still have a minute and a half to be able to get that done. Care's ultimate back on the board really means that FPX probably going to be looking to just double down, heck, triple down on their aggression. Make your way into the enemy jungle, control some of this vision, work your way up towards that top side, and allow LWX to probably get one, maybe two more plates at most, is I think what you can hope for with 1 minute left. But heck, maybe not even that, with the fact that JDG bringing Kanavi up here as well, if you look at the minimap. Even 369.
Yeah, I was going to say, a lot of people up this way. You still have Summit split pushing in the side lane, exactly what you would want him to do in this situation. 369 caught out a little bit early here. Will be stacking up the Meganar, though, and Klid needs to be careful.
Not going to be able to find anything, but still going to guarantee that FPX can't go and be the aggressors on the top half of the map, considering that JDG do have more people allocated towards that side. But still, Summit getting the free time with the bot lane turret pushes that one in. You're denying some EXP, some gold from 369. And now you can just look to pivot your jungle and mid back up towards top lane like they're doing now and play around this solution. Gale Force active still available. Now Mandate built on Hung, so the combo only got even more deadly.
As we do have red-white for Hope, at least now as a fighting tool for JDG. Kanavi looking to defend against this top lane push. Again, trying not to give up as many objectives, at least to LWX. The plates will fall now, but it's still a side lane tower that could be in a bit of a rough shape against the bot lane for FPX. At this point, though, you got to start thinking for JDG in terms of, how they want to allocate the rest of these resources, how they want to respond to the pressures that will be coming for FPX. Because the thing for FPX is, we talked about the Kale a little bit, but with this advantage, you would expect them to put the pedal to the metal, push it up, keep going against JDG, and not let them fall back on their laurels of the late game scaling that they would like to.
Yeah, for FPX, I think you're really going to be looking a lot at this next Herald being able to come through. I think as FPX, you would hope that you can just naturally break down top turret without having to use any intervention. And then you can take Herald, look to drop that one mid, break that one down because you do have a Victor who's going to be incredibly annoying clearing these waves consistently, and then force your way into the enemy jungle, look for picks.
Summit's level
and
11.
really snowball the game through there.
He's level 11 now, so a little bit more strength, but not enough to deal with 3 potential members coming your way. Summit in some trouble here. Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
A little too quick. Too quick. Gotta be quicker than that.
Not able to land, and this is going to open up for Clid to just solo the Herald and go for the sequence we were just hitting on, right? Commit your bot lane to just taking top turret by themselves. Oh, is Hung going to find this?
Oh, tidal wave just a tiny bit off. It's okay,
I think,
though.
So it looked like he was hoping to throw tidal wave that way, zone him into the bubble, but with the fact that Hope had the Gale Force, not even a chance of doing that. But hey, you get a turret plus Rift Herald for free. You can now turn towards mid lane, drop the Herald like we just talked about. And JDG, they maybe get bot lane turret, but now with other members walking towards mid, Summit might feel fine to just walk up and clear the wave.
As we watch the tower go down, more objectives for FPX, who are still in terms of this game very much in control. Over 4,000 gold in the lead. They're stacking up to their win conditions in terms of getting objectives early for LWX to bridge the game into Summit, carrying the rest of the way. Kraken Slayer now does get completed for Summit, so his stacking is on its way. Next thing is where this obviously mid lane focus comes through with the Rift Herald. We have Dragon coming up in about 35 seconds or so. And we see Clid actually heading down towards that pit first to try to maybe make sure the vision game is there and make sure they're set up and stable.
Yes, that's one benefit to JDG committing to the bot side of the map and not going towards top, is that they were able to establish vision control, right, because they weren't contested for it, so we'll at least be able to spot FPX. The problem is, when you're behind, it doesn't really matter if you can spot them out, especially when they have this Herald and are just going to drop it down on mid lane turrets. So JDG is going to have to accept their fate and wait for 369 to start stacking up this Mega Narbar, even if they opt in deciding to want to look for a fight.
And he's trying to stack it up now. LWX does use the culling there, so decent cooldown. But now it's into the Dragon Pit for the fight here as Care trying to go around the side, make sure the vision is okay. He might be looking for over the wall. Big Todd, 4-member Todd, and Care makes the game changing, but it's a big AoE combo with JDG. They're throwing it right back at him. Look at Hope. He just goes for the Gale Force. Yagao gets stunned up, locked up, and maybe he's just dead here. As now it's another kill for the ADC of JDG. It's turned back as the Chaos Storm. But just like that, you blink, you miss it. JDG back in the game and now taking their second dragon.
It sucks for FPX because Care had that perfect flank, but JDG having even better setup with 369's ultimate leading to the dragon. We'll go straight to the replay because right from the outside, it looks like FPX had this. Care over the wall. You're going to be able to land yourself on multiple members. Goes in, finds the taunt, but the kick comes through, and then the Mega Narbar, right? 369 hits Mega, gets a flash in, and just lands absolutely everyone to come through. Yagao follows through with the damage, with the Moonlight Vigil layered on top of it. Like, my God, you could not have asked for a better scenario for 369, and JDG able to clean up off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the 4-man taunt was absolutely huge, but then you raise them up one with a 5-man Mega Narbar ulti. No big deal.
Mizzell, that's a top 5 play.
That's a top 5
play
right there.
Top 5 plays.
I definitely will have to be revisiting that one. Absolutely huge from JDG to stem the bleeding, even if not a lot, just a tiny bit.
Still 4K gold behind, but right. What heck? When you're like 4K gold behind at 12 minutes, you take what you can get.
A flash is a dub. Like at that point.
But FPX, now to get back to reality though, hard forcing down this bot lane tier 2. Once again, JDG not feeling confident in trying to opt into a fight. Looking for the cross map, having Missing and Kanavi up towards his top side. Kanavi counter jungling, stealing away camps, and they will at least be able to get a turret in their favor up towards top lane. For FPX though, being able to extend those side lanes feels really good when you have this tail who is going to win out in that 1v1 and just give her more breathing room and more like ability to push 369 even further back and open yourself up to even deeper vision in the enemy jungle.
The vision game does need to be on point, as we saw is the case for last. I mean, I guess in the end for FPX, the vision game didn't help them out too much. They still lost the fight. We do still need to see the at least bits and pieces being put together. Baron is coming up on the table about 15 seconds. Hope caught out, but double TOP. Okay, JDG. I know you like hope. Maybe a little overzealous.
Not able to find anything off that. Just going to force their way into mid lane right now. No objectives on the map really feasible for JDG, so feels like this is just where you go into turtle mode, catch waves. You already have vision control set up on top side that would spot out any sort of Baron shenanigans that go down, but with that FPX's comp, you don't really expect that. FPX should probably now start looking for picks, but TP coming out from Care.
They're looking for picks. They're looking for picks. 369, they taunted down Everfrost there. He's got Meganar and the rest of the team. Meganar back, and now Clid is way far away from his teammates, but there is the Divine Judgment and the tidal wave back in. FPX are looking to take down 369. LWX finds one. Summit's gonna find another one. No, it's a double kill for the ADC of FPX. Yagal's on the side here with the Chaos Storm, though. You gotta be careful. LWX goes overextended and dies himself. That is not what you want for FPX. As now Clid comes back in, smites the Gromp for a little bit of help. They gotta get out of here, and it looks like they will do just that. A bit of wonky play from FPX. They make it out.
Both sides, right? JDG trying to overcommit onto members like Summit and Care coming through once 369 finds the ulti, but then FPX going a bit too far forward and allowing for Yagao to be able to get his damage down, clean up that fight. Really nice play coming out from Yagao to punish LWX and Hung. We'll get a replay here. TP coming out from Care. They think 369's overextended and want to punish, but the other members of JDG are making their way through at the same time. Nice hop, get some good distance off. And then here they're hoping to be able to burst the members down. Great kick onto Clid. But Clid ults away, gets the kill as well to make sure that he doesn't go down. And this is where Summit and LWX just start cleaning up. Yagao's still not here. No frontliner in sight with Nar going down. But Yagao throwing out the E in the Chaos Storm. Hung just getting 100 to 0. Then LWX eating in. Felt really bold. And Kanavi punishing that move. Still, you love the flair from LWX. It's something he's always had. It's something you hope he will always keep up. And, I mean, heck, gold lead, pretty much the same. FPX still sitting at that 4K, 4.5K advantage.
Air might be caught out here, though. In some trouble against Kanavi. Does get the taunt off. The rest of JDG back away. So, a little bit duped there by FPX as JDG. But now FPX looking at the Baron.
And that's what FPX want to do, right? FPX are trying to force aggression now while they're on such a strong power spike, and heck, even having the Kale here able to whittle this down. But JDG catching on quickly. FPX decide to back off, and seems like they're hoping that JDG just walk into River so they can try and find a pick, but aren't going to do it. Now FPX is going to be able to rotate back down towards bottom side, but JDG are the ones with full vision control of the River.
Nice little move there. LWX again using the culling early just to whittle down the health bars a little bit, but FPX will move in to try to claim vision. LWX needs to be really careful though. He's out on his lonesome. JDG gonna pull the trigger towards Baron though. They will be fine giving up this dragon. They could just force the hand of FPX.
Looks like that's what they're going to do. They're going to have Summit solo this one. Summit does have TP as well to be able to join up as soon as possible. I mean, we have all the big ultis up. We have all flashes available. We're going to see if Care can find the engage.
This is a burger if I've ever seen one, and it's flipped!
Oh,
Clid gets the smite! And JDG are in some trouble. They are completely surrounded. FPX just need to close the pincer. The heroic entrance not going to go through for Care, but it does not matter. No one cares. JDG is moving down. Hope tries to get the plays, tries to get Summit. They've actually turned it. And 369 is back, but 369 goes down. Hung and Clid, they're trying. The resets for Clid. Oh, he can't get the fourth one. It's not going to be the Quadra, but FPX find the fight yet again. Oh my God, he still finds it. No way. He's got the red buff. He's got the damage, and he clean aces JDG. What a fight, and FPX are alive and well.
Huge fight coming out for Clid with the resets. They're able to steal away the Baron as well. Massive smite. I mean, that's I can't say how big that is. Again, we've been hitting on Clid and how it's been a poor split for him. And the fact he's able to come through this fight, finds the steal onto the Baron, able to get right into the pit. Smite comes on through, and then Care taunts him up. Bit of a split fight, right? We see Care actually ending up going in one direction, split off from the rest of his team, but but Summit able to do a lot on the back end of this fight. You're kind of trading, right? 369 gets low, Yagao gets really low, 4Care going down. But this is where things get a little bit dicey. Hope going forward, he's able to delete Summit. 369 comes in, we quickly realize, hey, wait, that's a Viego. I'm low, I'm just giving him another target to find a reset off onto. Beautiful bubble from Hung, and then they're just able to keep that momentum going forward. So I gotta call it, Mazel, at this point, right? It feels like a done deal for the side of FPX. It would take 2 huge miracles, 3 rainbows, and 4 pots of gold for JDG to come back in this.
Well, JDG going to be looking for it, but I don't know if they can find it. FPX pushing in the top side now with no real hope to get into it at this point, because the fights have been really difficult for JDG to process in the moment. It feels like the burst damage is getting very hard to deal with that FPX is putting out, and the combos are just terrifying at this point.
And right, we've seen how JDG can win a fight, because it's definitely possible. If 369 finds the big ultimate, you set up for Yagao and Hope, I mean, it's there, but still, there's very tight-knit spaces where that can work. You're hoping to fight in chokes, you're hoping to fight against terrain, and it also relies on FPX kind of running into you group as a ball, so not the easiest setup able to come through, and I would say a bit reliant on FPX to be able to give you that engage angle.
Yeah, exactly that. Just trying to find the engages, trying to find where it really matters. But in the end, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because the tidal wave's coming in now across the back of the board. Kanavi goes for the kick, doesn't find the kill on the Hung. 369's coming in with the Mega Nart, ready to rock and roll. If they don't find what they're looking for this time around, it will be FPX that gets out.
I mean, for Kanavi looking for that play right, you know you're very far behind. You can feel, you might not see the gold exactly, but knowing that this is a dire situation, you need to look for every opportunity you can. Almost able to take out Hung, backs off in the end, and ultimately JDG don't lose anything for committing to that play. So we're on 3 items for Yagao, only 2 items so far for Hope. We're really looking towards if he can get that Infinity Edge built in time for the next fight, and then really start dishing out the damage. Nice to see 369 as well, turning into a bit more of a front line by committing to that Randu in second, but still, I mean, FPX are on their power spike. AD Kale feels like, you know, the one time you really outpace AP Kale is at the 2-item mark, not scaling as well as her, definitely not taking advantage of your full kit, but at 2 items, able to be able to get out more damage. And the rest of FPX's comp, like Lucian, this is where you thrive. You're a mid-game champion, able to get that damage down. Same with Care, considering that you are a utility champion who doesn't build damage. You already have your core utility items built. Like FPX are thriving.
They thriving.
Dragon's up in 40 seconds. I almost said 40 minutes, but it's been a long day.
Don't do that to me, Lyric.
Especially for you. But I mean, the fact that it's 6 a.m. here and we still have 1 series left, absolutely crazy.
It is actually crazy. I was just thinking about that myself, but it is the fact that we are getting these very tightly contested series in totality. I think it's very fun to keep track of, even if it is, you know, a little bit mentally weary. It is still really nice to see, you know, especially in this series, the comeback, the revitalization of FPX, just alone in this best of 3. But as a whole, finding their first win, now coming in here and pushing JDG to the brink.
Yeah, and then it lets us push narratives. It lets us say that this roster is undefeated, which, you know, sounds really funny, which is why we'll say it. It's also just factually true, but, you know, factually true in a nuanced, like, hey, they changed 1 member sort of way. But Mazel, what we need now is some action. What we need now is for FPX to keep doing what they're doing.
Wait,
oh my
Care.
God, Care.
Oh, I mean, he is pretty tanky. They're going to TP. Okay, this is just going to turn into an all-out barn brawl as both teams using a lot of ultis, but backing away.
Yep, we don't need no barn brawls in our LPL. We don't have barns. All our barns burned down 2020 with all the bangers we had. But right now, FPX going for resets. You know they're going to look to kind of reset their top wave state, get that pushed in, get into the enemy jungle, get some vision down, and FPX already angling to look for a bit of a Baron play once again.
Another piece to the puzzle has been assembled. Level 16 for FPX Summit on the Kale.
Yep, permanently exalted, going to be dealing massive amounts of damage. JDG now. Last game we said they need to pray to 369. This one, there's no one. This one,
this one they're praying to emptiness.
Well, this one, like I said, right, they have that setup available. But we need to see something out from 369 comboing into that damage. But for FPX, that would take them giving them that setup. So that's why I feel like for JDG, it is quite dire right now. Luckily, you do have all your flashes up, and summoners are there to be able to try to reposition or disengage out from a fight and then maybe find a better angle, considering that you are the team playing with the range coming through. But Care, with this Predator, has continuously been able to find the angles. Even Hung, right? Hung has had such a phenomenal game. The bubbles this game have been on point. Here we go. FPX starting at the very end. Another bubble!
Oh, Kanavi gets about half his health bar taken out just by the combo of Hung and LWX. Baron was started up. They pull off in terms of trying to get the pressure in mid lane. They might just turn back, though.
Yeah, they're going to keep going. I mean, right, FPX want to abuse this power spike they have over the enemy team, so going to keep trying to force.
Oh, they're catching him out. Yagao is almost dead already. Divine Judgment comes through, and that's it. That's it. FPX, they're going to hand JDG their first loss. Lyric, this was all worth it. The time, the wait for FPX. The team has come together, and apparently it's just Exodia time over there because Summit comes into the roster. They hand JDG their first series loss of Summer Split, and they do so in dominant fashion. It's 10,000 gold in the lead. Screw the Dragon Soul. It is all about the wins for the Phoenix.
What an absolutely huge victory for FPX. 1-5 coming into the series up against a 6-0 JDG. We've been saying since the start of LPL that FPX have looked better than what their scoreline has shown. They've had a very hard schedule. They've played against 5 out of the 6 teams sitting at the top of the standings right now. Finally able to take one of them down after bringing Summit in. Summit overall having a solid performance. Hung in this last game, though, beautifully done on the Nami.
I just want to point out one thing we've seen in both post games so far with Summit. They're talking so much between the two. Obviously, both from South Korea makes it a little easier, but I think that is a true unlocking for Klid, to have somebody he can feel confident in talking to and communicating with across the top of the map. And we just saw such a different version of FPX in this one in both games, right? Like being able to see Summit could do both. The Gragas, the Kale, they all work out, and JDG, as we said, fall in. Yes, they got their 3 games, but it came out to a loss, and now they will take sole possession of second place.
Yeah, and I feel like JDG made a ton of mistakes. I feel like more so in game 2, but even in this game, a lot of the timings that they were looking for in terms of contesting objectives were just really rough coming through. They'd won beautiful fight, right?
They did.
Which was kind of FPX giving it to them when FPX thought that they were finding that beautiful engage with Kare's flash over the wall, but it just laid it up for 369. But still, kind of disappointing for JDG. Not the end of the world. Like,
it isn't,
I mean, you're a team who was 6-0. You are now 6-1. You lost to FPX. Like, you don't even know if FPX will be a team that makes it to playoffs at the end of the split. And I feel like wins against playoff teams are always, like, right, they're more important because those are the teams you're going to continue to play against.
I feel like that's going to come back to bite you in the future, Lyric. I don't know. I just have a inkling.
Wait, I didn't say FPX aren't in playoffs. I said we don't know if FPX will be in playoffs.
We know what you meant, Lyric. But also the fact that
Whoa. I said on the last hit, I said the last hit 2 weeks ago that I think FPX are a lot better of a team than their score shows. I was saying on the broadcast every week. But right now making their way up to 2-5 is a hard hold to overcome, because typically you can make it to about 8 losses, and that's like your top safe spot. Anything more than that is a complete gamble. So FPX don't have a lot of breathing room, but it's great to see the bounce back of the momentum continuing, right? Beating RA the other day, now beating JDG. Hopefully we don't have to talk about, the 8-loss number anytime soon for this FPX squad. And, hopefully we get to keep seeing them develop with them bringing Summit in onto the roster for the first time and looking solid.
Yeah, I think that's the thing for me is we got to see, at least in the last game, an early game composition drafted, obviously, and then executed on. We got to see at least the Lucian Nami actually come through instead of, parts of it being banned or not chosen, and come through with abandoned, right? Like Hope and Missing didn't have a chance down there. And it was so interesting to watch the game unfold where Kanavi was still looking for these engages. Yagao was putting out so much damage from the mid lane. But in the end, again, I'm going to stick to what I said in the game. It didn't even matter because FPX just seemingly had this advantage that was uncontestable.
Yeah, never able to lose it. LWX and Hung. I mean, right, it started with the bottom lane. It started with kind of supplementing that bottom lane, playing with Clade in the enemy jungle, just really honing in on that pressure. And that's been the FPX story. It's kind of been, if LWX and Hung are able to get ahead, that's when FPX look like they know how to play League of Legends. If that first thing doesn't come true, that's when FPX look like a little bit of a mess. So when FPX come in, they set their bot lane up for success. The coin flips that they typically look for, like, come up heads.
That flip, man. That flip. That was so clutch for Klid, but so tragic for JDG and the Baron.
Yeah, it was a rough one coming through. I mean, for this, right, we're talking up FPX a lot. For the side of JDG, I will say, like, we still saw, I'd say, good moments from either certain players or the team in each of the games. Obviously, like 369 coming to mind in game 2, and then the team fight this time around. So for JDG looking forward, it's like, cool. You have your very set picks so you're comfortable. And you even highlighted messaging me in that game of like, okay, let's be real. All these guys know how to play the champions they're on.
They do,
but
absolutely.
Four of the champions they're playing is the first time for them this split. So not something, at least, they've shown a ton in stage games. But you're playing Gnar, you're playing Aphelios. Like, these are champions you should know. But still, we'll give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt.
Exactly that. And we also got to give benefit of the doubt to the man, the one, the legend, the Ox, who comes through with the clutch prediction.
Yes, Ox said
Absolutely
Ox
crazy,
said,
man. Like, I don't even know what to say about that.
Look, when this is a strat. You just make a ton of bold predictions, and then, you know, some are bound to come true. That's why I made not really a bold prediction, but a prediction of, like, up top 8. If it happens, I look great. If it doesn't, you just like, okay,
Sweep
well, that
it
guy
under
just
the
made
rug
a
and
dumb
come back
prediction.
next split.
Exactly. But still, I don't want to discredit Ox. Ox called it. Ox is the only one who said FPX are going to come out.
Didn't know Summit was coming in tonight, unless he had some crazy backstage information.
That's true. He knew. We didn't know. What could we do?
I don't know what to do at this point. We're just waiting for the next game to start because it is match of the week coming up here, Lyric, and I think it's going to be a very fun one, and we'll get to that in just a little bit. But I will say, you know, it's been very promising to see a lot of the things that we set out in the beginning of the day for FPX work out in their favor, even if it was a tough time to get there, right? We were saying, you know, LWX or bust, but in actuality, it seems like the whole team came to play today, and I'm very excited to continue seeing that journey. As you said, a little bit of a tough journey. JDG just take us a little slap on the face and have to walk away. That being said, though, do you have anything to say about our match of the week before we get to it? Do you have
Wait, real quick.
What?
I just want to say, as Klid,
we did it.
Klid MVP.
He did it.
But for FPX going forward, right? FPX play LGD next. Very winnable series that I think they're favorites in. They play LNG, another team that, honestly, I would say FPX are favorites over. Sorry, LNG. But that was still a rough one. Then OMG, AL, like FPX have an easier time going forward. So hopefully this man on our screen can continue to show good games and like bring FPX to victory against some of these teams. Because again, even in game 2 where he had the funny mistake, it's like other than that, he's still a solid game. And Klid overall having a solid day today, especially this game. We saw, I mean, following in the footsteps of Kanavi from game 1 and just setting up Reset City.
That's what I was going to say, is the amount of times that our camera was following these two junglers running around each other and following each other around the map, trying to get each other's jungle camps and trying to find any little advantage. This is the kind of jungle matchup that I know and love in the LPL. Both guys are willing to sacrifice, but are willing to skirmish as well. And this time, like, obviously, Klid had such a I feel like, renaissance performance for him in this series comparatively to some of the trials and awfulness we've seen in some sorts of times in the previous games. But I think seeing this, it renews that hope in a player like Klid, who does have a legacy, who does have a lot of strength in his past that needs to come forth.
I don't know if I've ever heard you call anyone awful, Mazel.
It wasn't awful him. It was some of the awful play decisions. There you go. I'll get the caveat in there.
Also, I don't know.
You're disappearing. I don't know what's happening over on
I was
your
gonna
side.
say, I don't know if this is just for me or if Dagatron is eliminating for everyone.
Well, before you take over the internet with whatever virus you have over there in terms of a connection, it's been a pleasure to cast alongside you again, Lyric. But I'm gonna have to bid you adieu as we head into our match of the week: Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports. Ashin will be subbing in right after this.
Like hip-hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm knocking straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you guys to go or get knocked through a brick wall, all she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite roads, bombing those. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out your throat with these tentacles. Everybody else grows so identical. I'm abominable, so contemptible. Yo, we won't sympathize with anyone. No, no, no. We roll just like a rolling stone. Get blinded by happy love. Oh, we're rising up. Don't just stand in our way.
I'm unstoppable, like holding on to 6 infinity.
He tries to get out safety. Tavar actually going to work, and the Shy makes it happen. The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime.
The LPL are kings again.
Every player has heard the legend of the Shy, the prodigy who turned the top lane island into a top lane kingdom. A fearless warrior who ascended to the highest of highs and made his name known across the world. But for the last couple of years, that legend has felt more like a myth, and we've been left questioning when or if we'd see those highs once again.
Wait, they're just gonna go for it. The Shy is looking to take a 2v1. He goes for the one, he gets the response, the redemption arc is started.
But this year, it seems the wait may finally be over.
I am your salvation.
Hostile takeover, that's on all 4 members, and now the righteous judgment to save On's life. iBoy can't get excited, and Weibo move forward as 5. Yellow card connects, cleanse too early from iBoy, and he falls.
You make a normal tier list, and then you make 4 when you're facing the Shy. Because then you have to suddenly put a lot of new picks up towards the top where, we can't give him Jace, we can't give him this.
Which one do you give him? I always have to check my eyes when I'm watching his matchups, because he always locks in like Vladimir into these really bad matchups, like in the Jason Rise, and comes out with like favorable trades, solo killing at times.
Weibo, bring it back against RA. The Shy blind picks Kale, and he's able to pull it through this time as well.
When the Shy is on form, the whole world braces, because they know the king is coming for his crown. But standing in the way of the top lane kingdom is a man with ambitions of his own.
He's trying to get LWBX, fails a little bit here as Knight now TP's in. Darren Frost uses matches as Wayward with his flanking angle. The MVP we talked about from last series in the perfect place at the perfect time. It's Wayward and Knight stealing the show. While he might be a little bit low to that old mid laner, the top esports are still the ones to get blood.
Wayward and top esports have cut through their opposition thus far and continue their rise to the top. And if he can climb the mountain that is the Shy, his position as a top tier top laner will be cemented across this world.
The Baron start instead. Wally is still unavailable on the map. We'll see what Top Esports can do. Wayward currently running over.
Yeah, for level 13, Gwen, remember this guy's been big in the team fight so far. It's FPX again. They shouldn't be in, now making their markers. Speaking of the devil, the ult blinds the Baron pit and Hung has to get away, but Jacking Up takes him down in a close corridor. Wayward is having the time of his life, and Top Esports bringing blood to the parade once more. LWX the last sniff, and Orcs, man, close corridors really hurt FPX. That was Wayward all the way.
Mojo, Mojo, Mojo. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are into our final game of the day. It is the Battle of the Mojo. My name is Ushi, and I am joined by the illustrious Lyric, and we're going to be bringing you through our third, hopefully, not too long of a series of the day. It's been a bit of a marathon for you, Lyric, especially because you have to be awake for so long.
Yeah, I mean, luckily I wasn't on the first series, right? Because that
That's
one,
true.
I mean, Dagda
Dagda.
actually lost his mind. But like you said, this is the Battle of the Mojo, and Munchables, the father of Mojo, is supposed to be here.
Yep.
And I consider myself the first disciple of Mojo because we came up with Mojo
The first
on a
son.
cast on a cast together. And when we're talking about Mojo, we got Top Esports, Sheen. Got Top Esports, the kings of Mojo.
Yeah, well, I got to ask the question, is it strength or is it schedule? Because if we look at how Top Esports have actually played so far this split, yes, they have gone up against, JDG right at the start of the split, but they haven't really hit any of the heavy hitters as such so far.
No, yeah, we've seen them come out and like they faced JDG. JDG did take them down, but WE, IG, BLG, I mean, even like BLG and LNG, right, do not look impressive whatsoever this split. So we haven't seen them face any, I think, solid competition. But I feel like the JDG win in my mind, or the JDG close series, the loss, is enough to know hey, this team's legit. And TN especially, I feel like has been looking really promising this split. And TN in my mind is always one of the bigger question marks on the Top Esports roster because he could just be so hit or miss, right? TN could be the best jungler in a split, or he could be towards the bottom in some games. So I feel good about TES, but they are going to have to show up against a team like Weibo, who, sure, Weibo don't look like one of our top 3 teams right now, but Weibo are still a legit team. They're in the top 6, and if TES can hold them down, I feel like Top Esports fans should feel really good about their split going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And even looking at some of the Top Esports, plays as such that have happened throughout so far the split, we can see that there are moments of brilliance. There are also moments of just kind of what the hell was that? They like to have a little bit of fun every now and again, and it's very Top Esports. It's a very much their style of gameplay. They very much like to have those hands dip situations, but it does get, when you, as we mentioned earlier, you get towards the Weibos, the RNGs of the tournament, hell, even the likes of the JDGs that they've already faced and lost to, that's when you're going to get punished.
Yeah, so this one will be a big one. So far, really well, continuing what we saw in playoffs in terms of smashing through the early game, generating these huge leads, and being able to close out. I do feel like their mid game has looked improved this split from what we saw in playoffs, to where, I'm right, they were amassing 5 to 10k gold leads and just not able to close it out. But so far, they're grouping up. They have a better understanding of side waves than it seemed like we saw in spring split. And they've been able to take down teams, specifically their last series, which was against LNG. They just completely 2-0'd LNG and honestly made LNG look like a bottom feeder, which, sure, LNG have looked weak. LNG have not looked like a top or mid-tier team whatsoever. But, I mean, at the end of the day, they've still been able to find wins and beat out the teams below them. So TS doing it in such a convincing fashion, I think, is a big statement.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for TES, it is very feast or famine for them sometimes. Sometimes they look unstoppable. Very much other times they can be a little bit flip or no. But on the other side as well, looking at Weibo, very similar setup. It's why we say Mojo. These are teams that when they get the ball rolling, it can work very well for them. For Weibo, it's pick a style, figure out what you want to do and work with that. Because right now, apart from the Viego being almost the anchor for their compositions, everything else is kind of all across the board.
Yeah, it seems like Weibo have 2 things set in stone in terms of pick Viego jungle and then have some kind of side lane or split push top. But still, it seems like every comp functions a little bit differently, right? We see against JDG, strong 5v5, having the engage come out from the Nautilus and the ball set up from the Orianna. So against WE, leaning into more of pick. Bard, a champion who wants to roam, get on the map, find the Tempered Fates, who have single target CC coming out from the Ahri as well. And then kind of the RNG game, I think being a bit of a mishmash of both being able to come through. Strong 5v5, but also the Pictols able to play up through 1-4. So, yeah, for Weibo, it's kind of nice that there's a bit of consistency, but still seems like they're trying to find what they're best at. And I feel like Weibo have definitely been a team, even though they've been more proactive this split, as we can see from some of their clips from their recent games. It still seems like they rely a lot in terms of like the Shy being able to come out aggressively ahead in terms of laning phase and having that pressure to play around, or bot lane finding the same thing with picks like the Straven.
Yeah, and I think the Shy, I love how you mentioned him as well. He is very heavily favored the KL so far this split. Picked it majority of the times. It is his most played champion so far in summer. But again, like you said, they are relying on that aggression. They are relying on the fact that they can just go ham. And honestly, for SOFM, we saw in those three compositions, it's Viego, very, very comfortable on that pick. But it does feel like they need that initiator, they need that aggression in order to kind of come together as a whole.
Yeah, for Weibo, I mean, when Weibo's active, like, Weibo looked legit. Weibo looked like a team that, I mean, fans and all of us can respect and be proud of. It's the times where Weibo kind of fall into this lull where SOFM just full clears his jungle. The lanes are just kind of left to their own devices. Angel not moving all that much to Shy. Definitely not someone you think of as like roam, hover towards mid lane, abuse Fog of War. That's when Weibo look very suspect and where it's like, okay, Weibo, what are you doing here? But I mean, one of the members who I think has been pretty consistent so far this split has been Huanfeng, and they haven't put a ton of resources into him either, but he's still been standing out and shining and being that AD carry from 2020 that we can remember being such a huge highlight of Suning.
And that's why I love you bring him up as well, because right now we're going to be looking at that bot lane. It's Jackie Love versus Huanfeng. Huanfeng, like you said, hasn't been given a lot of time, not a lot of resources, but you look at some of the numbers he's putting out right now. He's going to be first in KDA, first in kills plus assist at 15 minutes, second in XP difference. The man is just boom, 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 and it's not as if he's the focus of this roster either.
No, and I feel like that's a lot of why. He's not one of these players like we just saw from LWX. He's going to Gale Force forward and start a fight. He's going to play back. He's going to position safely, trying to get off as much damage as he can. His experience, I think, is quite high because Weibo, a lot of the times, leaving him towards that bot side to not pick up heralds. But that just kind of shows, like, leaving him on his own, but trusting that he could take over and deliver a game. Jackie Love, kind of the same because I feel like TES are very fluid with their pressure. Tien can play to either side of the map, but for Jackie Love, we know it's much more about the aggression in the 2v2s. And right, this is Master versus Apprentice coming through, right? Jackie Love and Huanfeng, IG and IG Young back in the day.
Yep.
So always a fun matchup when we get to see these two go head-to-head against each other, especially being two of our premier Draven players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these are the two guys that when you think Draven, you think of these two. Maybe Jackie Love a little bit more. I always have very fond memories of Hysterix' call of adoration when he was back on IG. But it is these two guys where we look towards, you know, how these two teams are going to perform. I feel like when Jackie Love's getting caught, top esports are struggling, and there have been a couple of games this split where we've looked at top esports and you can see Jackie Love caught out by himself, being very, very greedy and liberal with how far up a lane he can actually be, and teams have punished it. Same could go on the other side. Huanfeng's just been a little bit more reserved, and it does feel like this is going to be the bot lane. This bot lane matchup is going to decide a hell of a lot in terms of how this matchup plays out.
Oh, yeah, and that's why also when we talk about AD carries, right, it feels like support's such an important topic as well, to where I feel like On has kind of struggled once again this split, to where On still looking better than like when he came in and we all heavily criticized him, but I feel like not looking as solid as maybe towards the end of like summer of last year or even in spring, to where Mark, I feel like Mark and Jackie Love go hand in hand, to where Mark has exceptional games and Mark has terrible games. Lately, Mark has been, I think, looking hot. I think Mark and Tien, kind of the two biggest up and down players on the side of TS, have really found their form, have really been looking to their own. You know, Knight is a player you can rely on and will always be stable. And I think of Wayward as like an X factor. Like, it doesn't really matter in my mind if Wayward falls behind, but if Wayward gets ahead, it could be a huge boon to TS, which is kind of a great position to be in, right? You're like, cool, I can lose lane. It doesn't really matter because he's the type of player who will find impactful moments. So to me, it's like, cool, that's our stability. Top and mid, we know what to think. It's about jungle, support. I would say Jackie Love, as you've already hit on, but since you know Jackie Love's going to have those bad moments, it's like, that is consistent. That's reliable. You know what he's going to do.
It's consistently inconsistent, as we always love to say it here. But yeah, honestly, I think it is going to be important to see. Again, I think across the board, we could have picked up any kind of matchup, really. It's going to be head-to-heads, and even Wayward versus the Shy, kind of the old guard versus the new. This is very much, again, a similar situation to bot
That's
lane.
a mojo matchup, Machine. That is
a big mojo matchup right there. I'm surprised it wasn't the one we went with, because honestly, Wayward has just been that very pop-off, top laner that we know and love the Shy to be as well.
Yeah, and to where I think the Shy should be able to come in, find CS leads, just be able to outplay Wayward. Wayward, maybe not the best like managing the wave and finding advantages that way. Wayward's still going to look for solo kills regardless, though. Wayward, in Wayward's, first split in the LPL, he was like averaging maybe like -7 CSD 15, but led the league in solo kills. So he's a player is going to be looking for the aggression, especially up against this man right here.
Yeah, it's a big test for Wayward. I think this is one of the few top laners, that I remember watching the LoL Esports hype clip for our match of the week, and it's this Fishio saying, when we make a tier list of top laners, do we include the Shy or do we not include the Shy? Because he's that kind of a player that he is going to redefine his own meta. He's his own little setup, his own little island, and you have to play differently around him. I feel like the Shy, when he finally gets a pick like the Kale to come into meta, he dictates how you play around that. It's very different to most, if not all, other top laners in the LPL.
And we've even seen within a series him go like 1-8 on Kale one game and then come out and smash on Kale the next game, being able to readjust if his team is able to put resources in around him. I feel like that is when Weibo's like the most successful. Is when SOFM is hovering for the Shy, you leave bot lane off onto their own island, because Huanfeng, like we said, very self-sufficient, and you just make sure the Shy isn't falling behind. You're counter-ganking, because you know he's going to win out in the 1v1, and then Angel's going to be there to link up for skirmishes. So hopefully we can see Weibo do that again to combat the aggression coming out from TES.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. We are going to jump straight into picks and bans and get this match of the week set up. It is Weibo Gaming coming up against Top Esports, and already we're starting to see some pretty heavy bans towards that bot side. The Zeri and the Wukong, not surprising. The Senna has crept up in priority as well.
Yeah, sent off the board. I'm just so happy Zeri's gone. I said that last series. I'm going to say it again. Should be taken away all the time. Now for TS, I wonder, do you take away the Viego? Because if not, you would expect that is the first pick for SOFM, considering he's 10 games on the champion, by far his most played. Second is Lee Sin at 3. So TS, Viego's the first thing that definitely jumps out to mind in terms of what I'd want to ban, but still obviously having things like the Lucian available as well. And no, ultimately going to go with the Gwen. This is a pick that the Shy never got last split after being undefeated on it for the first few weeks.
Yeah, they will go with the Viego, like you said, and we mentioned it a little bit earlier. SOFM has had, I think, about 10 games, if not more, so far this split. It's absurd the amount of times he's played this champion, and he's just super comfortable on it. I love the Jax ban as well from the side of Weibo, because they're saying, look, we know what we can give the Shy. Yes, the Gwen is something that he is incredibly prolific on, and you need to be wary of that. But the Kale, the Jax is fantastic into the Kale pick early on, before obviously she hits level 16. So this is kind of telegraphing to me how they want to end up playing the game. And for Top Esports, they're going to go to Renata. I don't believe Belveth is enabled so far, so I don't think TN's going to be able to go for it.
I don't think so either. To my knowledge,
watch us be wrong. He picks it. We're like scrambling for notes.
Look, if that happened, we would be in trouble. But I'm most positive, not enabled yet. Lee Sin is going to come through for TN. Signature TN pick coming through, which, surprisingly, he's actually only played it once so far this split. He's really liked to lean on the Trundle, but gonna give them some strong setup towards mid, depending on what Knight picks up. But you could always rely on Knight to come out with one of those strong picks in terms of enabling his jungler. We've talked about the Shy's Kale so much. He just seems so comfortable in terms of playing out this lane in top side and then scaling up to, have options, right? Because Kale, you will win out in sides, but you also are an incredibly strong team fighter who also offers some peel with your ult. So definitely some versatility. Seems like they're all inning on a style to dive backline, considering they've now put Angel on the Lissandra pick.
Yeah, and they're obviously moving Huanfeng down the list as well. That bot lane is very much kind of saying, like, whatever, we don't really care. I will say that Sejuani is a nice little pickup here for the side of Top Esports, gives them a good front line. Also, the Shy was solo killed as Mordekaiser by a Sejuani in one of his most recent series, so definitely hopeful if you're a Weibo Gaming fan that he's learned the trading patterns against that particular champion.
Yeah, and we've seen Wayward completely dominate on Sejuani as well. Sejuani just seems like such a strong laner against like the matchups you're willing to pick her into, the Kales, the other tank matchups, things like the Ornn to come through. You're going to take the Ignite as well. So So for TS, I mean, we're already kind of setting up that Wayward's going to want to look for some of that aggression, and he's definitely going to be finding it this time around. 80 carry bands coming on through, TS taking away the Ezreal. And right, both teams wanting to look towards 80 carries. We hit on Jackula versus Wanfong. Feels like it will be the most important matchup. Aphelios still being open is what jumps out to me for the side of TS, especially considering how much prio we've had on it throughout the day. Last series, it was pretty much the go-to 80 carry every single time.
Yeah, really, really was. I found it very interesting as well. Weibo were kind of saying, look, we're kind of happy if you want to go Kalista or Renata. That's the feeling I'm getting right now. They want to try and limit the things that can roam with or deal with the Lissandra. So like you mentioned, the Galio being banned away. Would not be surprised maybe even to see the Talia maybe. We've seen Knight do exceptional things with that so far this split. So things that can kind of roam with and have a high impact in those side lanes are kind of the way you would end up kind of following in the same line as a Lissandra. But the Rakan banned away, the Rai is going to be there. So it does a similar thing, but Top Esports, they've got plenty of options here. And honestly, they've kind of left the bot lane open. I feel like right now you want to be locking in your mid lane, maybe even leave Lady Carry for last pick to try and get that bot lane wherever you want it to be.
I feel like you could either go towards like Aphelios plus maybe like a long-range control mage like Victor as your last 2 picks and then play out from a range and have like the turn potential from Sejuani. Or you could go, like you said, I mean, if you want to go aggressive, things like the Kalista are there, and you could opt into what in my mind would be like a subpar lane matchup or something like a Talia, which, I mean, you could go toe-to-toe with the Lissandra and be fine, but so far the Aphelios is going to be what comes through, so I feel like that gives TS a lot more options in terms of what fits in their composition in the mid lane, because pretty much any long-range control mage will fit, give them that range advantage, be able to kite back, peel, and just set up for Jackula to be a huge carry.
Well, as you mentioned, the Aphelios, he does get locked in. That's going to be a big carry there. The Kalista going to be locked in here now for Huanfeng. So giving them a little bit of early agency as well. Combo that in with the Nautilus. A lot of hard engage coming out here from Weibo on the bot side and kind of saying comboing that up, that kind of 3-man combination, of course, with the Lissandra, the Viego, and the Nautilus. They've got a lot of ways to kind of set themselves up if they do find themselves an opportunity to catch Jackie Love out.
Yeah, and I assume that's what's going to be locked in as it is now. Still hoping for my own game of a Mumu because I have not yet gotten one. And now for Knight, I mean, we hit on the Victor. We've hit on Talia being something that is there as well. And kind of just scrolling through his options, I really feel like a lot of these would fit the comp quite well in terms of just being able to synergize. Oh, that would be cool. That would be a fun one considering for Weibo. Weibo's comp really short range wanting to come in, but no. No more Swains. I still see Swain in other regions. But sadly, Sheen, Swain kind of falling off here.
They're not World Championship or MSI champion regions, are they? So there you go. That's your answer. That's your answer, Lyric.
If we're talking about ever, yes.
Yeah,
but
ever, obviously, that's fine. Well, except for NA. But, you know, it's kind of like for us, right now, reigning world and MSI champions, we don't believe in the Swain. Do believe in the Talia. I mentioned a little bit earlier about Knight. Knight has had exceptional performances on this pick, and it does open up to roam alongside the Lissandra with that Weaver's Wall. You're able to put yourself in very good positions. And also just even things like having the W to be able to put down to kind of say stop a Nautilus from going in on top of you. You've, of course, got the dashes from the Viego as well. You can do an awful lot of damage while also stunning people when they're trying to get onto primary targets.
Yeah, right, and just fits the comp well because we're playing kind of kite back. We're playing from a range. You have the Renata ultimate. You now have all the abilities from Talia setting up for Jackie Love to be able to play safely. And then even Sejuani, you're an engaged champion, right? But even just throwing out your ult to like dissuade the enemy from coming in or locking someone down while they're looking for the engage works. So I feel like TS having some flexibility with their comp in terms of like they have range advantage. They know they're going to scale extremely well. Both Talia and Aphelios scaling incredibly well. And then they have the turn potential from the Sejuani for where I feel like Weibo are a lot more shoehorned in terms of like we need to see action. They have Lissandra, they have Kalista, their damage later isn't going to be the most insane. We'll still be fine, especially considering they have the Kale up in the top side. But a lot of their champions really only have one button, and it is like, go forward, go in, find these picks. And a lot of it going to be down towards that bottom side. So the 80 carry matchup we highlighted going to be incredibly relevant.
Incredibly relevant indeed. We are going to jump onto the Rift. It is game 1 of this best of 3, our match of the week. Weibo Gaming up against Top Esports, a battle of the mojo. And I'm hoping for an absolute fiesta right now. I'm hoping for both teams to be locking horns from level 1. But the level 1 is just to cover up any other entrances into your own jungle. It's a little sad. It's a little passive.
Yep, the normal Actually, it's not the normal 5-point coming through for the side of Weibo as we see their bot lane kind of positioning aggressive. Oh,
Jackie Low doesn't see him, and he's very close. He's going to have to try and flash this one. Gets caught out here. Mark is around the corner, but Mark's been cut off by Angel. There's going to be the cleanse coming out to stop the ignite and the flash. Jackie Low for survive, but he loses a hell of a lot.
And when we've hit on Weibo wanting to find these early game advantages, that is huge. Jackie Love, no summoners at all. One hook from on, and I mean, he should just go down. And this sets up so easily for SOFM to want to commit to putting resources down into the spot side. He's going to start off on his red buff, but still, we'll be able to find initiative on making it down here. And now, Hanfang and On gonna try and be a little bit cheeky.
I mean, you can be cheeky here because the Viego's totally safe and fine to do this. And Mark, you may lose your summoners too here, buddy. On's going to look for the hook. He's not going to find it. Mark, he baited him. He baited him out and said, I'm walking forward. Never mind. I'm not going to go for it. And actually, 2 minions missed there by Hanfang. I will say, though, the experience lead still goes over to the side of Weibo. They're still feeling good about that particular trade.
Oh, of course. Weibo are doing great. I mean, you can see now Pink's coming out onto TN. They know exactly where he is because they spotted him doing his Gromp and now making his way over to his Wolf. So full information advantage to the side of Weibo. Just overall early game coming out strong, and they're still playing to capitalize on the flash that they blew earlier on, to where for the side of TS, you can already see them ankling up towards the top side, right? Knight just put up his ward towards top. Wayward already having his ward down. And we hit on some of the aggression able to come out from the Sejuani in that top side matchup. So might be getting a bit of a cross map in this game.
Bit of a cross map. Both junglers will be on the top side, though, as On. You still need to be careful. You got a lot of very good damage available to you as the Aphelios and the Renata combination. Of course, her passive giving you that extra little bit of damage on the things that she has already auto-attacked. So, good combination there if you end up using it properly. But for SOFM, where do we want to see him focus? Obviously, the bot lane is a big key focus for them. Very difficult to really catch on to the Aphelios and Renata when they're this far behind their turret.
Yeah, I feel like bot's just the answer, because when we see like mid having prio for Knight, the fact that you're like Sejuani, Lee Sin, Talia, strong early skirmishers up against like a Kayle on the opposing side, I feel like for SOFM it would really just be a lot better to put all of your eggs into the bot lane basket, give them vision, look to counter jungle, look to invade on the respawns. That would do them quite well. To where for TN, this is what you want to see, right? You want to see them playing up towards top side. SOFM probably pathing up here now, look to cover the Shy in his first wave, and then he can start pivoting down towards bot.
Or is he? Tien was thinking about it, but that wave hasn't crashed just yet. Now Tien gonna go forward with Wayward. Remember, Wayward takes the ignite on the Sejuani. They will flash away. The Shy actually stops his momentum backwards because they feel like they can maybe turn this one back in their favor. They'll get the root down as Wayward now has to go into full retreat. It's a little bit tentative. No one's gone down just yet, but again, Summoner's being burned left, right, and center. You can see the power of the skirmishes. We're not done just yet. They re-engage. The ignite goes down onto the Shy, but that's not really the target that's going to be going down just yet. You can see SOFM just staying in front of him, but never mind. The Sonic Wave lands. He won't take it in just yet. He holds his trigger finger, and we can breathe for another moment.
Yeah, so SOFM pathing towards top, expecting the aggression to come out, covers his top laner. Again, you're not really necessarily looking too much to be like the aggressor looking for a huge win yourself. You have done your job to Shy. Huge CS lead so far. Now you're synchronizing recalls with your bottom lane as well. You're going to naturally path towards your bot lane because that's where your camps are respawning, and sets him up to be able to play around that half of the map, especially with Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. So SOFM so far, really nice being able to cover the Shy. It's should we said for so long for SOFM, his big problem was really linking up with his laners, playing for his laners, covering for his lanes. The fact that this split, he's just been doing so much better at that, I feel like it's just a huge accomplishment.
Very big accomplishment. And I will note, we did see in the picture-in-picture, actually Mark losing his flash in that bot side. The power of a Kalista Nautilus, just a pure DPS that can get down alongside that CC has to be respected. It's not eking out into a major advantage, but definitely enough to see Weibo maybe have priority over this first Drake. And already you can see the Viego hovering around that area saying, look, there's a freeze going up in top side. We're not going to be really under that much pressure. And we have the push in bot.
Yeah, they have absolutely everything, which sets them up to be able to take this crab. They could even probably just look to transition to an early Drake if they want to. They might not go for the risk, as we see SOFM looking to potentially head towards mid first to look for a bit of a gank. Because Angel just hit level 6, so CC now on lock for Weibo. Very strong mid jungle be able to come out with that CC involved.
Gotta give props to the Wayward. He actually stopped the wave at a really awkward position for the Shy. Really like to see top laners being smart about it and kind of making sure that they're giving themselves as much of an optimal setup. I will say, once he's able to get that Glacial Prison, you have to be very, very careful in this matchup as the Shy, because if he lands that, they might just try and put TN up here on top.
Yeah, still though, the Shy having so much vision. It seems like SOFM actually not going to play for his bot lane at all. Is just going to constantly look to cover the Shy and make sure the Shy doesn't fall behind, having confidence that his bot lane can just outright win in the 2v2. And that, I mean, if you're matching pressure coming out from enemy mid-jungle, right, I mean, you could theoretically just win everywhere. The thing they got to be careful of now is covering 4 top could become a bit more annoying, considering that Knight now has that Weaver's Wall coming through, so it could very quickly just become a 3v2, where Angel's nowhere close to being able to follow up.
Yeah. You can see the Shy, he desperately wants level 6, and they know it on the side of Top Esports. Tien is spending an awful lot of time here. He's not losing anything in real kind of sense. He now has access to the Dragon's Rage kick as SOFM has joined up. He knows that something is up. The ultimate misses completely wide, and they're going to back themselves away. They might look to try and re-engage this one. SOFM feeling confident as the Shy hits 6, but everyone just backing themselves away. With that big ultimate down, Top Esports, they know they can't lock him down for long.
Oh, On though might be getting collapsed on from both sides.
Oh, Knight's there. On's probably going to have to flash here once he sees the seismic shove, and that's exactly what he ends up doing. A little bit unfortunate there.
We're still here?
Topside.
What?
We're still here. Still a 2v2, and now we finally get a full fight coming out. The Shy does have access to his ultimate. There's the Heartbreaker down to try and disengage. The Dragon's Rage used as well. Mark gets caught out by a great hook, and they're going to try and use the Fate's Call. Completely whiffs on it, but I don't think it matters, as Mark is going to be going down. Very easily done there by the Weibo bot lane. There's been action all this time, but at 7:45 we will have first blood.
Huge coming out from the side of Weibo. Their bot lane has been delivering. Tien caught out by SOFM.
Ooh, Tien, he thought. SOFM thought about it. He had Angel in tow, but would have been a bit risky considering Knight was there with the Weaver's Wall. Could have ended up getting separated. But again, Weibo kind of going toe-to-toe, calling a lot of Top Esports bluffs. And with this lack of jungle attention from both sides in bot lane, it's just Hwanfeng and On who own the lane.
Yeah, just benefiting from the matchup, from the level 1 especially, that was able to come through and just cement their lane control going forward. TES are able to win out the top side in that skirmish, kind of like we theorized coming out, just with the picks that they have coming through. But still, they weren't able to find kills. They just were able to get one plate, and it sets up to where On makes the rotation first towards top side, and Weibo will get the first Herald. So they're able to keep just hammering on this lead. And even top side, right, where the Shy has been getting focused, he's still up about 11 CS. So everywhere Weibo are winning, we're going to go instantly into the replays. It just looks like Mark in an unfortunate position as Jackulov makes it back to lane with On wrapping around from the corner. Doesn't matter if the Fate's Call doesn't end up knocking him up. You still have enough damage in CC between the two members, and Mark goes down.
The bailout just delaying the inevitable right now, and Weibo have themselves about 1,000 gold lead as we come up to about 10 minutes. Still no dragon taken, despite the first herald of the game being secured by Weibo as well. Knight, though, with Tien in tow, saying, look, we've got ourselves a Weaver's Wall. We might be able to make something work here. And they're going to look for a dragon themselves. This is a good proactive play from Top Esports. They had the push in bot. They have got the resets from mid, and they're going to be able to pick themselves up their first drake.
Yeah, great by TS to finally be able to find, you know, something on the map. Feels like that'll be the only real leeway they'll have anytime soon. I think finding ganks in mid could be quite hard against Lissandra, who not only has some mobility, but just having the CC to be able to lock you down and then setting her up for the escape. We've already seen top. It feels like top, if they can execute correctly, is On.
Oh, Mark. He thought he had the handshake, but sadly was not to be done. And that's going to be Mark without his splash. We've seen how easy he is to take down. And Mark, if he gets caught out by a dredge line, will be in a lot of trouble now. Moonlight Vigil comes out just to try and maybe put down some health bars and clear this wave. But Top Esports, they're trying in this bot side. It's just not quite sticking.
Yeah, I feel like throwing that out, trying to chunk them a little bit low, wanting to back off. Because, I mean, Hwanfeng's ult would definitely be back up again, as we could see. And On just hitting level 6 as well. With Mark having blown that flash, he is a sitting duck. And it feels like any time they even walk up to a neutral position in the wave, that Mark will just be dead. So they're going to keep leaving their bot lane down there. Knight's hovering.
He is looking for it. Yeah, might be. Tien, though, is going to find himself in the 3v2. They flash in. They get the Frozen Tomb down. He is bursted out. Now, the Sejuani is here. They've already got the tanking going up. It's between them, three of them. They should be able to do this. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming out here from Weibo. And that's going to be 3 kills to none. Top Esports, they're looking a little bit dry.
Yeah, Top Esports getting punished on both sides of the map so far. And, I mean, for Weibo, the fact that they just kind of knew they could commit to covering top early, like, sure, we're not necessarily going to find any kills, but we'll scale up. We'll be able to win on the bot side. We'll be able to get some gold back in terms of things like the Herald, and then just be able to commit Angel to this top side play. They dropped a wave, had man advantage, were able to get it done. Has just been beautiful. We see here Tien waiting in the wings. They don't even, no hesitation from Weibo. Flash right into the CC. Wayward left all on his lonesome. The Shy still has his ultimate as well, so you feel really fine looking to tank this turret and commit to the dive. And all you lost for it was 1 play in mid tonight.
Yeah, 1 plate, 2 flashes, and 2 kills. And this is kind of why we're seeing Weibo just put such a priority on this Viego. You can see just how comfortable SOFM is on it and how proactive he can be. We talked about it as that when SOFM is being proactive, when he's moving around the map looking for opportunities, that's when this team tends to do well. But he's going to get caught out a little bit here, kicked back, and might be in a hell of a lot of trouble. Jakilov picks himself up a kill, and that's a nice opportunistic moment there for Top Esports.
Yeah, Top Esports will take anything they could get at this point. Only 1.5k gold down, but still, the amount of control that Weibo have had on the map has been immense, and now dropping it down this Rift Herald in mid lane, going to try and give some gold over to Angel, break more plates down, extend that lead even further as the Shy.
I mean, he could end up dying here. He is definitely going to die here. You got to feel like one more Arctic Assault should be enough to do it. Does Wayward want to go under? He does, and he picks himself up. And this is kind of the duality of the Shy. He will be your angle and your devil.
I wish we could have seen how it started off. One bong.
Well, we're going to see how this one starts off. Jakilo flashes away, but they're going to fully commit to this one. The cleanse comes out, but it's a little bit late. But On's underneath the tower, and he goes down. They trade it 1 for 1, but you got to feel like that's a good trade for Jakilov.
Yeah, I mean, Jakilov gets the kill right when he's so far behind, so he's happy, but still...
You have no flash here, Huanfeng. You're dead, and there's not really a lot else you can do about it. The seismic shove does enough, and that's going to be Knight just finally making his presence known around the map.
Yeah, if that didn't happen, I feel like you could have felt okay as Huanfeng, because you're like, cool, at least I can force in the wave. And then, like, we traded 1 for 1, but the animated carry died. He also lost a wave of golden XP. But now with the fact that Knight comes down, picks up a kill, and now makes the reverse happen, definitely favoring the side of TES. So TES showing they are not down and out just yet. And with 50 seconds until Dragon, very close to Rift Herald, you know something's going to come through. But now we get to see how all of this goes down. We see the Q does land. My God.
Just runs him down.
Yes. And I don't know why this is so surprising at this point, because we literally see this every Sejuani game, right? We see this every Sejuani game where Sejuani connects everything. You have like max HP damage coming out from the passive, just pretty decent base damages all around. So much CC able to come through, especially in a long lane like that. Comes out ahead. And I feel like this kill's way more straightforward, right? They committed, they dove. On tanking so many turret shots to allow the kill to be able to come through, and then Knight, of course, following up. But both sides so far, both picking up 3 mythics, so we're at least not too far out of like the realm of, you know, Top Esports being down and out. Definitely very close. And Dragon and Rift Herald coming up at the same time, Machine. We get to see where teams prioritize.
Well, looks like you can already see where the junglers heading towards the Dragon, excuse me. That is going to be the priority here. Tien's going to start off just the moment, but they haven't gotten full vision control or any real kind of a semblance of control, excuse me, as they do end up pressing this one down. TB's going to come in, but very late, and honestly, they might try and look for the re-engage. This is just going to be Mark sacrificed for the good of the Dragon stacking. Top Esports will get themselves onto the second Dragon. They do sacrifice their support to make it happen, but they need to try and find an inside track here to make sure they can defend their mid-tier 1.
Yeah, they're trying to get over here. Wait, are we going to go for this?
I mean, they're looking, they're hunting. There's 5 members here, and Sejuani hasn't moved. Sejuani doesn't have TP either, so they're not quite afraid of this one just yet, but Weibo not able to make a stick. I will say, though, with the Shy hitting level 11 very shortly, they should be able to take down this turret, which is almost going down, but they've traded it so far. Flash and a cleanse from Knight as a hook comes in on the Jakilov. They get the ultimates comboed up just a little bit too much, and they end up taking down the Aphelios. Tien flashes over the wall. He smites for some help, but he will not fall. until the Viego does join on top of him. Knight trying to defend his turret, but nothing he can do. And while that's been happening, Wayward's playing PvE.
Wayward, like you said, sticking up to the top side. I think TS just thought that the engage wouldn't have been able to come through. The fact that it's dive, you still have 3 members around in mid. It was taking so long for the side of Weibo. As SOFM now needs to be careful. Should be fine getting out. But yeah, I think TS are just assuming that, you know, they could have outplayed the situation. They were under tower. They were fine. Weibo coming out and at them from so many different angles, starting off with On's flash, forcing Knight to flash away, instantly a hook into Ejaculate, Angel following through magnificently to make sure he goes down. On the opposite side, Knight, Tien tries to get on the one farm, but you're jumping in to 4 members because On was already out. So he just pretty much gave up his life himself. And even had he not gone down, right? Like, you're just trading summoners and all these things for a play that realistically doesn't even look like it can work out. As it seems like maybe I've lost Sheen.
No, you haven't lost me. I just forgot to unmute after I sneezed. I did this yesterday as well. It happens, okay?
I was ready. I was ready!
You're always ready for a solo cast. You really want to do. Like, the funny thing is that you'll do it and you'll be like, I did a solo cast, and then you'll immediately go into our chat. It's like, I never want to do that again. That was so hard and so exhausting.
That is
and then
not
a week
what I
later,
do.
and then a week later, you're just like, that was sick. I'm so happy I did that.
What I do is I go into the chat and tell all of you how much superior
that is, you know what,
I
that
am
is
for
true.
for having done. See, my ego massive after those moments, which is what I want, and you've ruined it. But hey, we can't talk about that because SOFM is just gonna walk away and tell Wayward to have a nice day, sir.
Yeah. Tips the cap, on you go, no problem at all. We did see Top Esports drop the Rift Herald into mid, so they have cracked back the mid lane turrets. So the map's getting a little bit wider, a little bit harder to control on all fronts as the Shy, with level 11, is going to start pushing himself in a side lane, becoming a bit of a nuisance. And he is getting to a point where he will become a little bit untenable, someone you cannot contain solo, and you will have to commit multiple resources to stopping him from split pushing.
Yeah, no, they need to do that even right now. He's definitely strong enough to beat out anyone in the 1v1. But Weibo, they don't even care about that. They're collapsing.
They're collapsing. TP's going to come in. The Sejuani's going to be in a little bit late. They're trying to go in with the hostile takeover to disengage. There's Wayward coming in. They do catch him out, but it is going to be the Fate's call to bring him back after getting the KL ultimate. But what? Why would you go back in? You had no safety, and now everyone from Weibo's got to back away. Top Esports gifted an opportunity, as we can see the Weaver's Wall, to try and separate Knight. He can't get back to his house, his home, and everything else. He's going to be forced to flash, but right into the waiting arms of this Sejuani. Wayward is just frontlining right now, and the Shy can't really go anywhere else. Wayward gets his second kill. Top Esports, it's too early for the Baron, but they get themselves several kills.
I feel like we saw both supports completely flop there. Luckily for Mark, his was just, a very unimpressive ultimate. Hits no one. The angle's kind of weird. For On, though, like you said, what was that choice? Weibo wanting to look for this, needing to back off. Tien coming through with the kick. But sadly, hostile takeover not doing anything for Mark. Again, I feel like Mark having a really bad game. But yeah, he just misses the knockup. But still, I feel like even if you do connect, I feel like that's a fight that the Top Esports still find that initial kill and then will be able to take. Weaver's Wall comes through, leaves the Shine in an awkward place where he has to flash, and still ends up close enough in range to where the rest of TS can run them down. But I feel like more importantly, Dragon coming up in 12 seconds, both teams wanting to fight this.
8 seconds still Dragon. We're going to see a full-on engage. Wayward going in, has got access to the Glacial Prison should he want to. That's a great Ring of Frost there from Angel to try and dissuade everyone from Top Esports from helping out their top laner. It's fight after fight. It's Mojo versus Mojo, as both these teams are looking for blood. So that's OFM on the flank, trying to see if he can catch someone out. But look at this little clump of death from Top Esports. They're very healthy, and they know what damage they have available to them. There is a ward, so they know exactly who's on this side of the Dragon. Top Esports looking to try and re-engage this one. Angel maybe on a one-way mission, a suicide mission, if he can flash in on top of the carries. And exactly what he's gonna do! Gets on top of Ejaculate as the Dragon goes over to the side of Weibo. It's stolen, and they continue to try and make this fight work for themselves. Finally, the Fate's call does land, and Ejaculate is the only one left standing. He flashes in with a great Moonlight Vigil, gets himself 2. Knight, though, with a cleanse. Maybe enough heroes. On flashes forward, gets the dredge line, the golden status of Knight. Will he be able to fight this one back? It's so close.
He does!
Knight is a monster! He's doing it!
What?
Knight, you're a god!
What was that coming out from Knight? Still goes down in the end, but my god, brings the team fight back for the side of Top Esports. I can't believe that. That was a 4v5.
Unbelievable there from Knight. That was absurd, and it keeps the game close. Yes, it's a 3,000 gold lead, but Lyric, break this down to me, because it looks like Top Esports shouldn't be contesting this, but they go for it.
Yeah, they go for it because they still have hostile takeover from Mark. They think that can dissuade the other members and not have to worry about any flanks. But Angel still gets so much done, especially with the ultimate coming out from the Shy. Tien trying to secure the Dragon left in an awkward place, but Jackie Love here guarantees 2 kills. Flashes forward, kills the Shy. Moonlight Vigil comes out, and this was just absolutely insane. Stun coming through. Huanfeng was also stunned on the stones left down by Knight, so he couldn't get any closer any more quickly. And then coming out, flashing away from Huanfeng once again, stunning him to guarantee the kill comes through. Finds the last kill on the On before the Ignite comes through to make sure that he goes down with him.
Oh my god, Knight time and time again. Just
we love the LPL, buddy.
Yeah, he's in the LPL. Shy, though, might be going back to the great screen. Honestly, they could fully commit to this. Wayward, come on, buddy. But it does not matter that he misses his ult, because they have enough damage there with Knight. 4-1-4 on this Talia. I mentioned in Sham Select, but this pick is becoming a speciality of Knight, and Top Esports are reaping the benefits from it.
I've already made this reference once before on cast, but I still gotta say, man, I feel so bad for X-Smithy getting so much like crap over one ult when like Wayward's ults repeatedly every time he picks
Wayward
Sejuani.
emotes, and that's the difference. Wayward emotes, and everyone's just like, he was trolling. It doesn't matter.
Every time I've seen Wayward play Sejuani, like he looks for solo kills, does well in lane, like has some like good team fight moments, but always misses at least 4 to 5 ultimates in a game. But hey, that's
minimum.
He's not afraid to throw them out, and that's why at some point he'll hit one that is incredibly high impact.
Yeah, absolutely. You miss all the shots you don't take, as the saying goes. But now Top Esports with that pick on the bot lane means they are only about just over 2,000 gold behind. Weibo trying to just scale themselves up. They've got a Rift Maker alongside the 2 items of the Calista. Very powerful moment here, and you can see the gold right now. It's Knight versus Huanfeng. They're the carries of their team. Knight with 3 items so far on this Talia, already at level 14 as well. Top Esports, they're thinking about maybe they can try and catch someone out. SOFM 6-0-1, funny enough, is still doing very well for himself and needs to be feared.
I mean, one person going down, one reset could just lead to SOFM completely taking over the game, like we saw from both Kanavi and Clid doing in the last series. So TES definitely have to be careful. Hopefully we don't see Wayward maybe going a little bit too aggressive like he did in the last fight, because definitely feels like you're not in the position to where, I mean, if you can just make sure that Knight and Jackie-Love are untouched, that you have the damage to be able to take down Weibo. You have the CC to lock them down, as we saw from Huanfeng getting locked down numerous times in the last exchange. So for TES, they have all the tools that's needed. We just need to not see those mistakes come through, even if they are a little bit behind in gold. Dragon gonna come up in a minute's time. That would put Top Esports on the sole point. So Weibo trying to get some vision down now towards the top side objective. Maybe kind of pull Top Esports out of the base, make them clear that, pivot down towards the bot side, and start setting your own vision down for the Dragon.
So setting down your own vision for the Dragon. It is only a second Drake for Weibo. Would be sole point for Top Esports. And honestly, a Mountain Drake, very, very valuable for both sides, having that extra survivability. Even if Weibo get 2 or 3 Dragons stacked up, those extra resistances in the later stage of the game could be very significant, considering there's a hell of a lot of burst available to Top Esports. Would mitigate that quite a bit. Well, both teams now setting ourselves up. Lyric, we're going in again. It's going to be a 5v5. I didn't expect them to take that Glacial Pass for Angel, as do not have the Shy with them just yet. But Top Esports, they're back in the ball of death.
Yeah, they're trying to find this one. SOFM, though, playing off to a flank. He's on vision, so they do spot him out. Jackie-Love's flash is just about to be up, so if they could buy 15 more seconds, they'll have a lot more safety to play with.
Yeah, all summoners would be available once Jackie-Love's flash is back up, which should be there in a second.
5 seconds.
Now, Top Esports, they don't want to start this one just yet, and Weibo are allowing it. Weibo are probably assuming it's up, and there it is. They've got access to full barrel of flashes. As Top Esports, they actually separate SOFM in the pit. He hasn't really got anyone to go with. Angel goes in with the Glacial Path and goes straight into Stasis. Mark gets caught out, but it's a great hostile takeover, which is immediately cleansed by Huanfeng. It is going to be Mark going into the bailout as he finally gets taken down. That's Kale picking up the first kill. Look at the Shy on the backside of this fight. The Shy is untouched, and the Shy is putting in damage. It's going to be 2 kills, 3 kills, maybe even 4. 5 for nothing, and that is a full ace coming out for Weibo.
And now Weibo can so easily turn to the Baron, having every member up. Angel has TP, so after he pushes this wave, he can recall and join the squad. And for TES, I just don't know how it happened. Knight ending up by himself in the back of the pit, getting taken down by the Shy. When he was the big carry stepping up, the Shy taking down so many members. Weibo should be able to launch into a huge gold lead off this, start breaking down tons of turrets, especially from the side pressure that the Shy can put up. But going straight into the replay, we'll see. Knight's going to start it off with the Weaver's Wall to try to break them apart, focus only the Dragon, and focus down SOFM. But Angel zoning off 3 members, Knight, Mark, and Jackal taken down. But then Knight left in this kind of awkward position between the members of Weibo. And left between a rock and a hard place. The Shy on one side, SOFM on the other. The Shy able to bring it through. And for Top Esports, right, they were trying so hard to play, like you've been saying, that death ball composition, where it's like, stick together, front to back team fight. When it breaks off into like a series of like chaotic skirmishes like that, Weibo's composition definitely feeling a lot better, especially champions like Kalista being able to just jump around, the Viego as well with his ultimate. So Weibo, just kudos to them with how that fight ended up playing out.
And the Shy is 1 wave away from level 16, even at a Banshee's Veil alongside him. So he is very much hitting that big late game carry that we all know and love. And for Weibo, 8,000 gold lead now. They have got priority over all of these waves. I will say you are still very short ranged on a lot of side of Weibo, so it's very hard for them to actually siege down these turrets. Even with a Baron, which helps, it's still not going to be perfect.
You know, if they just go in, dive them under turret, say, you know what? Screw sideways, screw playing the map correctly, and just go, it can be done. You just Angel E in, pop your ulti, kill everyone. Simple.
I mean, it's as simple as that. That's all it is to it. And this, you know, fantastic game of League of Legends that we call our job.
That's like every player interview we get ever. Is like, oh, so how'd you win that game? Well, you just play better. You just play good.
Yeah, it's like, or like if you get the LEC version of like, yeah, no, that guy was kind of inting, so like I just won, and it's just like, cool, thanks. It's always my favorite thing when you get perks and stuff, just saying like, you know, that's kind of int, so yeah, no, I just win that trade. It's like, cool, thanks, man. That's really good insight. But with 2 towers now down, 1 in mid, 1 in bot, you can see Top Esports, they are desperate to try and make sure they don't lose their inhibitors. They don't get their base cracked open, they will have survived the first onslaught, but already 10,000 gold down. Weibo making their presence known in this game 1.
And Weibo, I mean, huge so far. We talked about the volatility of Top Esports, to where Weibo just feel like they have been ramping up so far, but the Shy might be caught out.
He might be caught out, but Wayward will take a lot of damage here. They're going to try and jump back on top of him. There's a good kick. That was so big. Brain from TN. He waited until the Lissandra was there, so he knew he could get the knock-up. That was huge.
Yeah, and straight into the Renata ultimate for Mark as well. Mark, a player who's been struggling in this game, finally able to find a huge, impactful ultimate, but all of it coming from the setup from TN, who also feels like he's had a rough game, but TN, so far this split, I feel like has been strong. Great to see a flare of that excellence again in this play, and we'll just kind of see how it all pans out. Top Esports, I mean, Top Esports map is so small, right? They're playing at the limits of their base, so they're like, okay, we don't care about top, we don't care about mid, commit to this. Like, so the Tien goes for the kick once Angel comes over the wall, straight into the hostile takeover. It just sets up for 2 members to go down. Once Knight joins in with the Weaver's Wall, SOFM forced to flash as well. A lot of summoners, a lot of spells used in that fight, but Top Esports coming out ahead.
I mean, Lyric, it's 50 seconds until Dragon time. That's, you know what that means. We're going to have another full 5v5. I love these 2 teams. They are not afraid. They are unhindered. But you've got to take a note of some of the big summoners right now, and even some of the big items. You've got Stopwatch on top of Tien and Jackie Love. Oh, never mind. I'm going to stop myself right there. As On goes in, he gets chunked out very low, but he immediately goes into the Fate's Call, and they're going to be able to take down Mark. Mark goes down, followed by the Sejuani. A flash away by Jackie Love keeps him safe. Tien is off to the side, but is still Weibo looking very strong. That's what Fem still hunting down this Lee Sin, but Tien, he can't really walk near this pit.
No, and it seems like Top Esports, no, the plan is to just abort. We can't fight them. They have numbers advantage. Whoa, TN?
Yeah, TN might be in a little bit of trouble. He is delaying it quite a bit. SOFM is going to get 1v1'd until it turns into a 3v1, and that's going to be another kill, staggered death timers, and the Dragon 4 Weibo. It's starting to feel a little bit harder, a little bit impossible for Top Esports. The scaling and just the kind of, team fight prowess of this Weibo gaming lineup is just proving too much.
I do gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised that Angel decided to commit to the flash for that kill on TN, but like you're saying, the pressure just too much on starting this fight off, just really having no fear of the damage, able to come out from the side of TS. Instantly, Mark goes down, and then all the spears stack into Wayward. Rend comes through, the Shy free hitting the whole time. And then, I mean, here's where it looked like for the side of TS, hey, we need to back off, but sadly, Tien caught recalling in the enemy jungle, ends up going down as well. So, I mean, 10k gold lead, right? This should definitely be a game that goes over to Weibo, but can they close? Top Esports only need one lucky smite on a dragon to be able to guarantee soul. But for Weibo, it seems like play up towards top side, look for these picks in enemy jungle. If you could find one, you could try and convert that into a Baron and just end the game without even thinking about that next dragon.
Oh, he gets caught, but they completely miss Wayward's ultimate. SOFM needs to completely disengage. The kick is good onto Angel. Hostile takeover. It's fantastic. And that catches out everybody. It's a double kill coming in for Knight. They get 3 more. The Weaver's Wall says, you are not leaving here. You are trapped, and you shall have to commit every bit of resources that you thought you had to get away. Another fantastic move from Top Esports, but Weibo, they're just throwing it a little bit away.
I mean, poor Weibo must be so annoyed. You're constantly walking into all 5 members of TES holding hands. They do everything as a unit. It's so depressing to me that Wayward could have such egregious ultis this game, still be rewarded thanks to likes of the hostile takeover coming out from Mark, Knight then throwing out his full combo to get the damage down, the Moonlight Vigil layered on top of it, and now this is turning into a Baron for the side of TS. I was just saying how this is Weibo's game to win, that they should just be able to close it out easily. And Top Esports showing why I shouldn't say anything. Get Ox on.
Ox gonna get the ruler out onto Wayward in a bit. He's got high expectations for this guy, but you can see here SOFM just doesn't respect that. Like you said, Top Esports are playing as a death ball, and you have to recognize that's just how they're playing.
Yeah, right there, the hostile takeover coming out.
Oh my
straight
God.
into the Moonlight Vigil. Angel as well being kind of kept at bay by Tien, who was 1v1ing him. And then this Weaver's Wall forcing on an ultimate and a flash. Like, my God, Top Esports got so much out of that fight.
Yeah, they got so much to the point of which it's now a 5,000 gold lead. It was 10,000, it's now 5,000. That's how much of a swap of gold there was. And this is why, honestly, it does feel like you're seeing the limitations of Weibo's comp. You're at a level 17 KO, 4 items. It doesn't matter. If Top Esports don't play the side lanes, they don't let you just slowly build out these big waves and get towers, you have to fight them. And honestly, Felios and a Talia have just got more options than a Callista and a Alessandra.
Like, for TS, if they get those sort of grouped up team fights that we just saw, their comp just has so much AoE damage, right? Both the Felios and Talia, tons of AoE. You can just nuke numerous carries. It's just all up to if Mark and Wayward can set that up, or if they're the ones who start the fight on their terms, right? Because we've seen a lot of times that Weibo are typically the ones, like, on going forward, throwing out the hook. He's tanking everything, so TS don't really have multiple key targets to throw those abilities out on. You can really just throw them out on, and even if on goes down, you have used enough to where Weibo can win the fight. So I still feel like it could be a little bit tough for TS, though it feels like this game is kind of back to 50-50 in terms of it is anyone's ballpark to win, but we need to see similar setups to what we saw from TS last time.
Crazy thing is, despite SOFM getting caught out in that last fight, he's still 7-0-4. Still unkilled and absolutely massive.
Still a stopwatch that isn't broken.
Yeah, I was going to say, still has a stopwatch as well for the next potential fight. This would be soul point for Weibo or soul for Top Esports. And already Top Esports setting themselves up in that mid lane. Angel setting himself up onto a flying. Kong gets flicked back, but he's got himself two items, actually, excuse me, and a stopwatch. So he's actually in a pretty decent state in terms of health. So he should be fine to kind of take 1 or 2 more of those trades. He won't want to, but he's all right to do it if he gets caught.
Yeah, has stopwatch. We already hit on SOFM stopwatch. And then the GA coming out for Huanfeng could be a difference maker. But Jackie Love having one of his own. Both AD carries feeling incredibly safe. The big difference is Flash is on the side of Weibo. Wanfong's is down.
Ooh, look at those crits. 1,000 damage on Jackie Love. He is online and ready to party. Even got a little bit of a crit cloak just in the inventory before anything else. Now the Dragon's going to be spawning in 20 seconds. Lyric, it looks like Top Esports have control over the area for now, but Angel's on a bit of a flank.
Yeah, again, keep Wayward in front, play out, look for the huge AoE abilities to come through. On probably going to look for the hook. You know that's your time, but Angel, if Angel can find that same zoning,
they're going to go for it there. They're going to try and look for it. Angel's on the backside of this. They don't know exactly where he is, and now he finds himself his mark. He gets kicked back and goes straight into the frozen tomb. Keeps himself safe and alive. There's a hostile takeover there, but the Shy, again, is untouched. These health bars are getting low, but nobody's going down just yet. There's a lot of stasis. There's a lot of GAs. There's a lot of people finally falling as Diego gets killed up, but the Shy goes big. Eventually gets taken down. Tien is there, but Jackie Love is bigger, and Jackie Love will push through Weibo, and they can look for the end.
Top Esports playing around their carry, peeling for Jackie Love. He takes down his ex-top laner, and like you said, somehow Top Esports bring it back, and looks like they're gonna take the game.
It looks like it. You've got Angel here. About 20 seconds until really, about a little bit more than that, until anyone else is really here to defend. Angel, it's all on you. Are you going to be the Guardian Angel or the Angel of Death for Weibo? We'll have to wait and see. Wayward is low, but he lands the one ultimate that matters for Top Esports. He finally hits the mark, and that's Top Esports on the most unlikely of circumstances going 1-0 up in this series.
What was that game? Like, you're right about the last ulti. I guess Wayward finally connected the ulti when it matters. Even TES find it hilarious. Even they're laughing. What is this? What is this machine?
Again and again, we're seeing the caliber of Top Esports, the hands difference coming out
Mojo,
from these guys.
It's Mojo!
It's Mojo, baby.
It's
That's
real.
what it is. It is so real because, again, 10,000 gold up. I can't wait to see the gold graph, by the way, in the post-game screen. But the 10,000 gold up, I think they even end the game slightly behind. That's how much of an advantage Weibo had.
You know what? The whole night of games is worth it just for this moment. What? Yeah.
Energized. That's what you
I
are.
don't know. For the side of Weibo, a lot of things were going so well early on. The first 15 minutes of the game, SOFM covering for top side. They're not going down to any of the ganks that Tien and Knight are putting up there. They're turning those ganks around. Weibo's bot lane, my God. We said Master and Apprentice, but the Apprentice was spanking the Master. Huanfeng and On were coming out and really just giving into Mark. Mark and Tien were not having a good game. And it just felt like the longer it went, Knight, Jacula both had hero plays to keep the game going. Then sadly, that one face check really is what opened the game up for TES. But just those fights, they were able to bait out the key abilities. They had all the AoE damage, and I'm still kind of mind blown. I can't believe TES did it.
Still reeling from the result as such. Let's have a look at it there. Yeah, literally, they were never ahead. At any stage of the game, they were never ahead, and that blows my mind.
Someone tweet this right now. But I gotta say, right? Think about this. Top Esports are a team who could not close games with a 10K gold lead in playoffs. Just won a game with never being in the lead. That is,
and a 10K goal deficit. That's the difference of this team, and it's why we have such high hopes. Yes, we do look at them and be very critical, but the reason why we're so critical is because they can put off performances like this. They can just completely throw out the rule book and say, no, you play to our rhythm, you play to our drums. And they come out with this. Knight and Jackie Love, time and time again, yes, they will randomly throw the game into a fire and say, God, I hope it survives. But every now and again, it comes out of that fire looking like a beautiful diamond. And it's just so good. And just even looking at the KDAs and like that, Jackie Love had 10 kills at the end of it. I can't even remember him getting 10 kills.
No, I mean, those guys pulled off the hero plays. Knight consistently plays at a high level. He's a player we never have to doubt or worry about. He's always in the top 3 pool of mid laners in the LPL. And Jackie Love, I mean, we never include Jackie Love in our bot lane tier list of who's the best AD carrier bot lane, because Jackie Love goes into his own category in terms of what this guy's able to do. And we saw this game, them both able to pull it off. And yeah, we get to go to game 2 and see what happens.
We do indeed. We're going to send it to a break, though. And when we return, game 2, I cannot wait. We'll see you soon.
As he tries to get out to safety, Devar actually going to work, and the Shy makes it happen. The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime.
The LPL are kings again.
Every player has heard the legend of the Shy, the prodigy who turned the top lane island into a top lane kingdom. A fearless warrior who ascended to the highest of highs and made his name known across the world. But for the last couple of years, that legend has felt more like a myth, and we've been left questioning when or if we'd see those highs once again.
Wait, they're just gonna go for it. The Shy is looking to take a 2v1. He goes for the 1, he gets the response, the redemption arc is started.
But this year, it seems the wait may finally be over.
I am your salvation.
Hostile takeover, that's on all 4 members, and now the righteous judgment to save On's life. iBoy can't get excited, and Weibo move forward as 5. Yellow card connects, cleanse too early from iBoy, and he falls.
You make a normal tier list, and then you make 4 when you're facing the Shy. Because then you have to suddenly put a lot of new picks up towards the top where, we can't give him Jace, we can't give him this.
Which one do you give him? I always have to check my eyes when I'm watching his matchups, because he always locks in like Vladimir into these really bad matchups, like in the Jason Rise, and comes out with like favorable trades, solo killing at times.
Weibo, bring it back against RA. The Shy blind picks Kale, and he's able to pull it through this time as Zell.
When the Shy is on form, the whole world braces, because they know the king is coming for his crown. But standing in the way of the top lane kingdom is a man with ambitions of his own.
He's trying to get LWBG, fails a little bit here as Knight now TP's in. The Frost uses matchup as Wayward with his flanking angle. The MVP we talked about from last series in the perfect place at the perfect time. It's Wayward and Knight stealing the show. While he might be a little bit low to that old mid laner, the top esports are still the ones to get blood.
Wayward and top esports have cut through their opposition thus far and continue their rise to the top. And if he can climb the mountain that is the Shy, his position as a top tier top laner will be cemented across this world.
The Baron start instead while he's still unavailable on the map. We'll see what top esports can do. Wayward currently running over.
Yeah, it's level 13 Gwen. Remember, this guy's been big in the team fight so far. It's FPX in the game that they shouldn't be in. Now making their markers. Speaking of the devil, the ult blinds the Baron pit, and Hung has to get away. But Jacking Up takes him down in a close corridor. Wayward is having the time of his life, and top esports bringing blood to the parade once more. LWBG the last snip, and Orcs. Man, close corridors really hurt FPX. That was Wayward all the way.
솔직히 말해서 별로 안 친하거든요. 그러니까 이게 안 친하다는 게, 그러니까 서로에 대한 그 교류가 적다. 그러니까 솔직히 나 서로 좋게 생각할 것 같은데 별로 안 친해가지고 그냥 좋게 생각하는 동생이라 그냥 저는 항상 좋게 생각하는 사람이랑 게임할 때 서로 잘했으면 좋겠다는 생각입니다.
Breaking my heart. That was
Aw.
beautiful. That was so
It was.
wholesome. It
It
was so
was.
wholesome. But yeah, welcome back one and all to the LPL. We have just come off of an absolute banger, in the
Yes.
great words of Mojo Munchables. And honestly, Top Esports, we didn't think they could do it, but they did it.
Yeah, I gotta say, if you're like just tuning in or maybe tuning in at the end of that game, like you need to go watch that game, or you at least need to go watch the night clip of him being a Chad on Talia. Everyone in chat should be like linking their friends that clip. That clip was so cool, and unsurprisingly, who would have guessed he is our MVP? Not me, not you.
You're the
I think you're
MVP
actually
of
that
my
way.
heart. You're the MVP of my heart, Lyric. That's how it always is. But yes, Knight, the MVP from game one. Again, even when Top Esports were down X amount of gold or X amount of setups, you know, he still was putting out ridiculous damage, ridiculous stats, and just keeping his team in such good positioning, even when, honestly, they had no right to be.
No, he was just getting off so much damage with his Qs. He was stunning and knocking so many people up over his Unraveled Earth, getting the CC, chains locked down. That's how we saw him outplay Huan Fong on this Callista. He locked him down twice in this exchange where he wasn't able to do anything and just able to find the kill. So, great to see, because again, I'll always just remember just that tweet from Kelsey Moser where he said you call players consistent when you don't have anything nice to say about it. But Knight's a player we could call consistent and mean it in the good way. We can mean it in the way it's like, yeah, this guy, almost every game, you can rely on him to be the big carry. Really, almost never underperforms, and showed why this roster has been built around him time and time again.
I mean, look, even in this particular play, it's an absolute cluster mess of everything, and he still lands the seismic shove onto Huan Fong, who is in the back. I mean, how do you have the presence of mind to be able to kind of go, right, this guy right here is the guy I'm going for, and it's exactly what I need to do. But we'll see now what ends up happening. Again, these are Mojo teams, these are momentum teams. For Top Esports, they have the momentum right now, and for Weibo, they've got to try and bring it back. Top Esports going to be on blue, Weibo on the red. We're going to see the Renata, the Kale all banned away. Things that Weibo like to go to, not going to be available in Game 2.
I gotta say, though, Weibo's bans being a big shift from what we typically see on the red side. Top Esports in Game 1 banned the Wukong, banned the Zeri, and banned out the Gwen. I wouldn't be surprised if the Gwen ban maybe still comes through, considering you're playing up against the Shy. But Zeri, oh, wow. I'm surprised.
Wow.
TS afraid of Weibo actually leaving that one open, and I guess not wanting to pick it, valuing other picks, maybe wanting to see things like if the Wukong comes through.
Yeah, honestly, this is a pretty big moment here for the side of Weibo. Do you still ban away some, the things that you banned away in Game 1, or do you look to try and ban away the Wukong? Again, Wukong's so powerful, especially when we look at the two junglers in this, SOFM and, of course, TN. These guys are people who can make full use out of that pick, and no, Wukong will be left open. I think TN's going to be playing it this game.
Yeah, Wukong, the first thing that jumps to mind. Gwen obviously being let through as well is something that I do find quite interesting. The Shy has not played it so far this split. It has been banned almost every game against them. Not every game, but it is the most banned champion against Weibo. So, yeah, that is always an option for the Shy. Stop
Always an
trolling,
option.
Wayward.
Yeah, I was going to say, they thought about it. I think they were just trying to give themselves more time to see what they'd be picking on this one here. And honestly, I think the Aphelios is good to try and get that off of Jackie Love. Had huge damage on it. And again, SOFM proves I don't need to play anything else. I'm happy with Viego.
Yep, goes back to the stock and standard, hoping for Reset City to be able to come through. 80 carries now for the side of TS, hovering the Kaisa. Things like Jinx still available. Feels like what we typically see matched into the Aphelios. Just kind of bringing back the throwback to spring. But, yeah, for TS, I feel like this really kind of defined how their draft goes. Going to go with the Ezreal. So once again, opt into playing out with a bit of range able to come through. And they will decide to take the Glen for themselves, not allow that to go over to the Shy, and have some mixed damage in top jungle.
Yeah, mid and mixed damage, very potent combination. Of course, we've seen Gwen a million times at this point now. Now Weibo got to find out what they want to put into it. Nar can do pretty well into the laning phase, and with that ultimate, very powerful. If you can catch people out, we'll see if they want to lock that in.
Yeah, and it would definitely very much be like the Shy pick. I think it was last year where we weren't seeing too much Gnar in the meta, but the Shy was one of the people who would just consistently fall back on it when he didn't really have anything else to go towards, just because it is just I kind of view Gnar as like a generalist champion. Like, you have a fine laning phase, you have a fine team fight, like you can split push and like win split push and side lane against certain champions. Kind of a jack of all trades, master of none. It's just very safe. Obviously, we'll do pretty decently into the Gwen in terms of having the range. I still feel like we usually see the Gwen come out ahead in this matchup, like when the all-ins start being able to come through and Gnar not really being able to deal with that. You really have to take advantage of your Mega. But now with top jungle and AD carry being picked up, we're looking at support bans coming through for the side of Weibo.
Yeah, support bans for Weibo. Funny enough, mid lane bans coming out for top esports. Angel, a prolific Twisted Fate player. We've seen it a couple of times this split already, where he's able to just kind of put himself into fantastic positions with that Destiny Gate, where he's safe, but also getting onto the primary target. And now, Weibo, you imagine they're going to go ahead and say, right, we'll ban another support, get our first pick support, whichever one we want, and then maybe look for a solid matchup into the mid lane. Could be the angle they're looking to go into here, but no, they're just going to ban away the Silas and say, okay, we feel like Knight, again, if you think of Silences, especially in the LPL, you think of Knight on this trip champion, especially I think it was last split or maybe even the split before, where he was on that champion and he's defended 1v3 and was able to keep the game going for top esports.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see where Weibo do go with that fourth pick, right? Because they can just opt into something more standard and pick up like a Nautilus. Obviously gives you the point click CC with your ultimate, which is always really nice to have when you are going up against an Ezreal. But you could blind pick mid, opt into countering support, which could give you more options in terms of being willing to like bring out things like an Enchanter, like a Lulu, pending on what TES end up going for on their side. Still things like the Galio open, Azir is there as well. Just a lot of different things that would provide safety, but it seems like Weibo going to go the opposite direction, and they will just pick up the Rakan for on.
Rakan for on, good engage, good kind of setup to kind of follow up something like the Gnar and the Viego should they go into the backside, and good defense in the laning phase for the Aphelios to be able to stack up to his first item. We'll now see what the response is going to be here for top esports. Putting Mark onto Leona definitely feels like one of his kind of champions, and it's exactly what they want to go for. A lot of good all in here on the bot side for top esports. They've got some good kill potential should they be able to find that Zenith Blade.
Yeah, now for mid laners, hovering the Ori now, but you still have things like the Talia as well if they would just want to go back to that and kind of have the same pressure with the Weaver's Wall. If they go for the RE, I was going to say the Lissandra would be the obvious answer to come out, but Top Esports going to circumvent that and just go straight towards the Lissandra themselves. They've already drafted this comp that just wants to dive backline with most of their carries. Jackie Love will have his self-peel just with his E to be able to play for himself. And now Weibo looking to where they want to go with the last pick. So far, hovering the Swain. Both of these picks, pretty decent against like short-range champions in terms of being able to lock them down and fight in the middle of these comps. Only Jackie Love really being the thing you'll have to worry about. So they do go with the Swain. Should be able to get a lot of value from the ult with all of these champions trying to dive onto your backline.
Yeah, again, you want things to be short range that are on top of you and you don't have to chase them down as much. I would expect to see the Imperial Mandate build. Again, good sticking power alongside that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, but we'll wait and see. The Leandri's Torment has been slowly making its way up through the ranks as a more optimal damage build. We'll wait to see which way they want to go for it. But for Weibo, they've got engage options, even if they are, you know, a little bit limited in the early game. Once they hit 6, they are starting to see some very good, you know, kind of big ultimates available to them. And for top esports, like you mentioned, it's dive, 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 and if you're not diving, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, and for TS, I kind of expect the early game, like pre-6, to look like utilizing the Prio and the push from Lissandra to play aggressively with Tien in the jungle. Maybe not too much link up in the lanes themselves, but going to the enemy jungle, stealing away things like the Raptor camp, piecing out. Level 6 comes around, and that's when we're really going to see the side lane ganks and the side lane dives that you were just setting up, right? The definitely fights for Rift Herald. First Rift Herald is something TS will want to compete for. So where for Weibo, I think it'll be a little bit slower in terms of what we will see. I feel like a little less set up from your lanes to allow for Viego to be able to get in there, but still skirmishes around objectives, incredibly strong with the Swain, hopefully setting up for resets to be able to come through for the Viego.
Yeah, the resets are going to be very big, and we've seen it in the last game. SOFM, I believe, died once throughout the entire thing, so still very good and powerful thing. And as well as that, you know, the Viego is one of those champions where it's not just how well you can utilize him, but it's how well you can utilize the champions that are given to you in those resets. Things like the Wukong can give you those gap closers, get an extra little bit of damages. And Top Esports, they're expecting someone to be maybe going a little bit too far forward. As On sneaks himself up into this top side. Hasn't dropped a ward just yet, but we'll now see Mark and the Gwen, so he's going to back himself away.
Yeah, they don't decide to follow through on this one. They will just back. I love how cheeky On is being with this recall, saying, hey, you guys aren't going to engage on me. I have people waiting in the wings. Nothing that can go on here. Wayward will just sit up top side by himself. They're going to have to be careful, though, with SOFM now showing.
Knight is still here, though. The Shy eventually coming up, maybe to make something else work of it, but Weibo do dissuade any sort of aggressive behavior from Top Esports on the top side. I cannot really stress how important this game is going to be. Tien actually not going to be able to take that ward himself, but should be able to gift it over to Jackie Love. No, they're actually going to have to use two sweepers. That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, bit of a sad moment for the side of Top Esports. Sad moment should be coming out from Wayward anytime soon. And heck, even just the fact of not able to get any of their own vision down in the enemy jungle as well, right? So no information gained on what SOFM is looking to do. Wayward, though, gonna look for a little bit of a cheeky level 1 trade. Does have the E, so would like to find the all-in where Gwen is incredibly strong.
Well, the Gwen's already popped the ghost, and we're gonna see the Shy seeing a little bit of an unfortunate trade, and that's exactly the power of the Gwen level 1. You get that extra little bit of range, extra little bit of damage as well when you pop that Q, and just being able to chase down something like the Dinar who has very little, if no armor at all, especially at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, even with like the nerfs coming through, which I guess level 1, you know, your ECD refund being reverted to what it was before, still not really meaning too much in terms of your level 1 strength being able to come through, especially into the Snar. You do quite well. And we can see for Top Esports, right, prio up towards the top side. That's why Tien's pathing up there, going to guarantee himself that scuttle, maybe enable Wayward a little bit to where SOFM doing the opposite. We can see Huanfeng and On having the push down in that bot lane. Should be an easy time. Level 1, Huanfeng having the Calibrum up against the Ezreal shouldn't be able to contest all too much. But Mark's fishing for it.
Yeah, he's fishing. He wants to get a big old bass before he goes back for dinner today, but sadly was not able to get anything. Got himself a red herring, and was
I
just
think
kind
they
of
got
wait
themselves a magic carp machine.
Yeah. Funny enough, actually, do you know where red herring, that like phrase comes from? Do you know why it's called a red herring? So red herrings are very small fish, but they're traditionally very difficult to catch out of the water. They're like surprisingly strong, so they feel like they're a much bigger fish than they actually are. So people always kind of say like, oh, I've got a big one, and then you reel it up and it's like this, like, you know, 3-4 inch fish that's not really that impressive at all.
I was picturing that like sea monster episode from Angel Beats where it actually is a giant fish. Wait, but so you're saying you're saying the red herring has the strength of that, so it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, exactly, the exact same.
Oh, engage machine fights.
I don't think Mark wanted it. Yeah, Mark's gonna lose a hell of a lot of health off the back of that. They will get the ignite off of On, but they might look to try and engage this one, and with more damage being peppered down, they don't know that SOFM is here.
Yeah, he's actually going to stick around. If they can get a little bit more heavy trading, this will be quite nice. Jackie Love and Mark still above 50% HP, so I feel like
this is tough.
This is outplayable for them if Weibo would commit, and I like that Weibo deciding to back off. I feel like you would have needed a little bit more heavy trading to come through, you know, get those HP bars into like 30-40% for the dive to be able to go without a hitch. And instead, they'll just keep up their pressure in bot lane. Reset comes through. Both junglers going to go up towards their Krug camps. And we kind of hypothesized, right? For Weibo, not too much like aggression from jungle, really looking like it can come forward pre-6. And even for the side of Top Esports, where it's like, hey, we kind of thought maybe you can play out with your mid-jungle. Their comp definitely still hits hardest once they get those ultimates online, especially for Knight and Tien. That's where they will be at their biggest. And look at the minimap On. Actually kind of hovering on the mid lane right now.
Yeah, he's hovering in the mid lane. Will spot out Tien, so fine to let that one go. Says hello to the Monkey King. Backs himself away. But again, this is good from Weibo, and this is honestly something that I like seeing from supports in general. Having that knowledge to say, look, I don't need to recall right now. Him getting a recall now probably gets boots, not really a lot else. But being a nuisance to Tien is definitely a lot more valuable. And honestly, just keeping tabs of where this Wukong is gives the side of Weibo so much, you know, information to work with.
Yeah, especially Weibo being the team kind of buying time for when they want to come online and when they are strong. Just knowing that Tien isn't off, you know, in top lane, looking for a gank on the Shy or impacting the map elsewhere is incredibly valuable information. We're still a few minutes away from the Rift Herald, so I wouldn't be surprised if we still see the action kind of stay at a little bit of a lull until then. But we see SOFM already kind of making his way down towards the bot side.
Well, SOFM going to start off the dragon, but immediately pink warded by Mark. Means they're not going to be able to get anything from it, and we should see just both waves, both teams just ping-ponging the waves for a little bit. Level 6 being hit by both mid laners literally simultaneously, so they have access to that big form of survivability for Angel, and of course the CC for Knight. And right now Tien's thinking about something, but he can't really make something work. Again, very difficult to really burst down a Swain even this early on.
Yeah, I mean, he has his ult as well. They were hoping he would overextend. Knight having his ultimate available, thinking that they could burst him out. Now both teams going to try and fight over the scuttle, but Top Esports have first move from both their lanes.
First move and a smite. Tien is not going to be worried about that, so he picks that up for himself. And now you can see Huanfeng still has not gone back, by the way, so he's still just sitting on a relic shield. Maybe looking for a bit of a reset, but recognizes probably not in that brush would be the smartest idea. He did just see the Wukong. And for Weibo, we can't really stress enough how important this game is going to be. You can see the scorelines on your screen right now. 4-2 to 5-1 for Weibo and Top Esports respectively. Very big difference between 5-2 and 4-3 for Weibo, and honestly would be a huge boon for them to kind of bridge that gap. 5-2 would put them equal, if not slightly ahead, depending on game difference with them on Top Esports. So this is a golden opportunity for them to really kind of stamp themselves as a playoff contender.
Yeah, and I mean, right, just being able to pick up more wins against teams that you should expect to see in playoffs later down the road. Competing for higher buys is Mark going for a bit of a trade. Yeah, teams are going to be competing, right, for those buys. You want to move up every spot you can, play less games to come through. We have seen some teams go for the long runs, though, from, like, earlier rounds of playoffs and be impressive, but definitely always seems like a bit of a gamble.
I mean, of course, during a single elimination, we did see Top Esports do it in spring. Of course, we saw LNG and WE do it in summer 2021 as well, very famously getting themselves up for WE.
FPX got really close last year when they made their into finals from like round 2 or something like that.
Yep. I mean, it happens. Again, I always mention, whenever we talk about playoffs and the LPL specifically, I always say, check out I Will Dominate's video on why he thinks the LPL's playoff system is so good, yet so grueling, because it kind of develops championship teams, because you have to win so many best of 5, so many great teams you have to go up against, and even
every style of team too, right? Every team in LPL plays so differently.
Exactly, so different, so, you know, there's not just one style that everyone's playing and some teams happen to do it better than others. It's like, you got Weibo and Top Esports, the Mojo teams, you got the more kind of, you know, smart teams like RNG, you got the Hands Diff teams like EDG. There's so many different versions of teams that you have to try and go up against. And even then, you know, I always gotta make reference to WE, because WE played the most best of 5s and didn't even get to go to Worlds.
Yeah, but we do see both teams kind of finally posturing for action to happen. Ults are up across the board now, right? And it feels like for the side of TS, really looking at Knight and Tien to be able to make something happen. Seems like they're stalling and buying time for Jackie Love to be able to get here. And if Mark can hit 6, that would also be a huge boon. But no, hitting 6 first.
Hitting 6 first. Scuttle being taken by Tien on the top side of this one, as both teams waiting for all 5 members to be available. The Shy has not joined his team yet. He has a Narbar, but he hasn't joined his team just yet. The Rift Herald has been started, but Top Esports not fully committing to it just yet. Huanfeng making sure the wave is in favor of Weibo, and you do have access to the quickness, finally have access to the solar flare. The Shy is going to get Mega very soon, and this is a bit of a difficult situation. On goes in with the quickness, trying to find out if he can catch someone out there. It's going to be the stasis coming out. Wayward, though, onto On, trying to see if he can take him out, but On just about survives. Eventually, the Swain will fall. It's a trade of Wayward for Angel. The Shy, though, is being taken out on the backside of this. Huanfeng trying to make something work here with SOFM, but it's a 2-kill Wukong now coming back in for this fight. 4v3. I don't know if they're going to be able to take the Rift Herald. We might have a repeat in about a minute's time.
I'm surprised Top Esports is going to commit to it. With health bars, I thought maybe they would have gone for a reset, but feeling confident that they can look for it. And now hopefully could be able to turn this objective into some nice plate gold. Probably for someone like Jackie Love would be ideal. Wayward now TPing straight down to bot lane to try to force that wave in. we'll go straight into the replay of how we got to this situation, right? Because Knight actually getting pulled by Angel. I thought this is where things would work out. On pops the quickness, immediately goes in. But Tien preventing the Shy from being able to find that impactful ultimate onto numerous members. Does finally get it once he is already low, and Wayward has gone down as well, but Tien taking out one member on this side of the fight. The fact that, sure, Angel found the initial grab, but pretty much immediately went down with Wayward jumping in and causing so much chaos means that TES were able to pull through. So for the side of Weibo, right, just the fact of the fight getting so separated, not being able to find, you know, that huge Gnar ultimate immediately, I feel like kind of really hurt them.
Yeah, really did. And like you said, just as the Shy finds the 3-man Gnar ult into the wall, it doesn't matter because they've lost so much health bar. No one can really go in on that. And the thing is that you want Angel... Oh, let's stop myself. Knight is in the spot side right now. He's kind of separated and alone. He will have the Glacial Path, so should be able to keep himself safe. Tien going in onto Angel himself, who has to pop off his Demonic Ascension. Solar Flare will land, but now we can see on the backside of this fight. Doesn't have the quickness just yet. Huanfeng still waiting on the Moonlight Vigil. They're getting some decent damage there with the Inferno. Knight, though, goes straight back in with the Ring of Frost. Wayward is here to try and make this one work as Angel falls again. This is Top Esports picking up the pace and pushing the gears.
Really smooth coming out from TES. Tien going in, baits out Angel's ultimate. They back out. His ultimate times out. The second it ends, Knight goes in, finds the angle to allow for Wayward to get the damage down, find the kill, instantly turn it into a dragon. TES so far, huge objective control, almost a 2K gold lead. And heck, they still have the Rift Herald. So, you know, you would expect that gold lead to keep expanding, especially once they find an angle to go for this is on. Tien will be fine. He can jump over walls.
Yeah, he's got the decoy to get himself over the back of the Baron Pit, but or maybe he wants to go for a full engage. The quickness has to be used as the Cyclone would have put on into lethal, and honestly, that's a big engage tool no longer available here for Weibo.
Look, Asheen. Do you know what we call what we just saw on our screen? Do you know what that was?
Mojo.
That was some mojo right there. That was the mojo. The mojo that Munchables sells. Munchables, the mojo salesman. I'm
the mojo merchant.
Yep, the mojo merchant. I am the top seller in the office other than him, but I'm also the only seller in the office. We see here again. Swain ult baited out, instantly disengage, right into Knight being like, this is my time to go in, lock numerous people down, beautiful ultimate to come through, and then Wayward pops the needlework. Angel goes down because doesn't have flash after trying to escape it, slow able to come through and bring him down, and just really nice engage coming out from Knight.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing Top Esports just kind of putting down the pressure here. JackieLove going head-to-head right now with Huanfeng. Huanfeng gonna take the True Shot barrage. He needs to completely leave, as we can see the Solar Flare comes in as Han went over the wall, only to find the rest of Top Esports were waiting for him with gracious arms. The mojo is not with you, but it is with Top Esports, and they are starting to crush Weibo.
You know, after game one, I kind of figured this is how the series would go. I
feel
like
we knew it would go.
Yeah, like when TS won an egregious game like they did in game one, like a game you're like, TS should not have won this game. There's no way, no world, no universe. If you did not see the gold graph, they did not have a lead at any point in game one. They would definitely stomp in game two, as they are so far doing. Hopefully I don't jinx that and they don't throw egregiously as well.
Well, so far so good for Top Esports. Maybe it's a little bit of a trade back. The Rift Herald will go down, but I don't think you can defend this as Top Esports. This actually might lose its charge completely. Yeah, that's not a great moment here. They will still get the bot lane tier 1 all to JackieLove's self, so he is very powerful. Already got his Essence Reaver. Might even after this wave be have enough for a Muramana, or a Manamune before it turns into a Muramana. So he's going to have a huge 2-item spike as we hit the 14-minute mark. I'm not quite sure why Weibo are posturing so aggressively around this Dragon Pit. It's 2.5 minutes away.
Yeah, not really able to do anything else. Not feeling confident in like committing to bot side. They've already committed the resources to mid to be able to stop the Rift Herald. But I really like your point about JackieLove, because when you look at Weibo's comp, the one thing it will struggle to do is lock down JackieLove. It's going to take on, I mean, either coming in from like a side angle or a flank, or really being able to close some distance with JackieLove, stepping too far forward for him to go down. So the fact that he is one of the huge members on the side of TS, despite not picking up any kills, I feel like is really going to play into their favor when we get to, you know, second Rift Herald spawn or Dragon in 2 minutes.
Yeah, Huanfeng is going to go back and hopefully have his Gale Force when he returns, but he is, as of right now, an item and a half behind JackieLove, and the Shy It's all a big bait. It's all a big bait, the Shy. He is going to have to use the Mega Gnar and the Hop. We do have the Needlework coming out. He will get a stun onto Wayward. Wayward, you need to be very careful, but Tien is here to try and make this a 3v1. SOFM doing his very best to try and reenact the top lane shenanigans that they had in game one where he defended the Shy so adamantly, but the rest of the team will come in here. Honestly, I don't know if you're going to be able to move in to try and defend this one here. It's going to be very difficult to try and make it back, but Tien recognizes he doesn't have the full support of his team, and they should be able to keep that tower alive for now.
Two big things there is the fact of one, just the wave, right, being gone under turret. And Huanfeng just back, so not wanting to commit to topside for too long. They could go for backs, they can get some tempo, especially when the Wayward is on, looks for the engage.
I mean, you're 3 levels behind Tien, but Angel's feeling confident to go on top of him. They will have the flash. They do not need it just yet. He flashes, gets the blast cone away. Will they land the boulder? They will not. Jackie Love, though, gets caught out, brought back, and shut down. Now Tien needs to try and run away. He smites for help, but it's going to be 2 kills over to the side of Weibo. Now they're looking for Knight. The Heartbreaker is good. Do they have enough damage? No, because Knight flashes away. This is Weibo punching back at Top Esports.
Asheen, we just said that Jackie Love is supposed to be the one member that Weibo struggled to lock down. They can't find a way onto him, and he delivers himself on a silver platter. Weibo finding everything they wanted. Tien almost doing such a good job to escape as well after getting caught out, right? Initially a mistake, almost able to really not let it punish him too bad, but goes in. Numerous members of Weibo are here, getting taken down by Angel, who pops the ulti and then commits with the flash over the wall, uses the blast plant to get away, and then Jackie Love nowhere to go, getting locked down by the E from Angel, and then oh wait, SOFM.
SOFM! He's gonna end up falling down here. He will get taken out by Mark's Ignite, so we come back in straight away to a kill. Wayward trying to be a nuisance off to the side of Weibo, but a good pickoff means that this is going to be second dragon, you would imagine, for Top Esports. Without having their jungler on the side of Weibo, there's not really much of a contest, really, and those missing shots are hurt.
At least for Weibo, they were able to pick up Rift Herald, so, you know, Rift Herald, second Rift Herald, not as impactful as first because no plates, but still going to be able to help you to break down an annoying tower that you're going to be struggling with, try and get a push somewhere, and equalize the Scold where you aren't really too far behind. So at least they get something for their troubles. The fact that TES are on 2 Drakes, and now we're getting Infernal coming out of the Rift, so it will be an Infernal Soul, I think it's feeling, you know, I've said feeling good too much. It's feeling pretty snazzy.
Snazzy, yeah. I see you've been hanging out with Mazel. He loves those kind of like snazzy words, or the kind of like the hard
okay, you know what?
SHs.
I'll be a degenerate. Top Esports feeling pretty pog.
Oh my god, you're gonna win so many internet points for that. It's unreal. It's pretty good. But yeah, again, Top Esports, 2 dragons up. It's an Infernal Soul, so they're going to be very happy with that one now. They're 2,000 gold up, pretty much exactly, as Weibo need to try and find opportunities. And this is the thing, when you've drafted a composition like Weibo's, you are going to be the one that has to find the opportunity. You're going to have to be aggressive to catch people out, because if you let Top Esports just continue the way they are, they're going to do this. Get the Lissandra and the Gwen in the side lane. There's not really a lot you can do about it.
Even in terms of, like, if Top Esports are fighting into you and, like, you want fights, I just don't like the idea of like letting Top Esports dictate how the engage goes, right? Considering you have a Lissandra, you have a Wukong. If they're the ones starting up the fights, they're getting onto Huanfeng, they're locking him down, he's getting bursted out, and then you look at Weibo's damage, a lot of it's gone. Because with Imperial Mandate Swain, a lot of your damage is relied on your teammates being able to constantly proc that damage and are not going to do too much. SOFM, he's doing like pretty well, so he'll be able to get some damage down, but still, then you're just relying on a Viego to take out a whole team, so Weibo really got to invest a lot in making sure Huanfeng's protected.
Yeah, it was a while ago. It was inspired for Rogue back when he was in LEC. Getting that pentakill with the Viego. But Top Esports is saying you cannot bully Wayward no more. You must try and deal with the rest of our team. The charm comes out. The Mega Gnar used to try and disengage from Wayward. He will get a double stun, but Knight's already cut off his escape. Mark going to force SOFM into an immediate Heartbreaker, and on just about getting away with his life as the True Shot Barrage sails by. You do get a kill here for Top Esports, but you can look on the mini-map there. You got the Aphelios and you've got Angel on the Swain pushing in the side lanes, so they're not losing out as a whole.
Yeah, it seems like TES kind of consciously being like, hey, mid lane's going to go down regardless. Whenever Weibo decide to like drop sides or just 5-man commit to mid, or even if they push out sides first, this will go down. Let's try and use this period to drop waves elsewhere, make a play, and try to get more than what we will lose. So in the end, not really able to get too much in terms of picks off it, but still feels like that mid lane turret was going to go down in a matter of time anyway. Does give Weibo access to easier quadrants of the enemy jungle if they are able to get the push going, but should be pretty hard as we're going to see the replay here. Like you said, they do not want you bullying their boy Wayward anymore. Tien comes in, he ignores On because he knows On can just W and escape over the wall, so he goes right onto the Shy. The claw comes out from Knight to make sure he's able to follow up, and oh wait,
Yeah, we gotta go back to live as Knight has to flash away, still has access to the Frozen Tomb, doesn't use it, a rare mistake there. Exhaust goes down on the TN, On trying to join in with SOFM, doesn't quite have the quickness just yet, so they can't really fully commit to this one here. They get a Rift Herald charge, and Weibo starting to fight back again. These turrets leads, these gold lead, not exactly sticking for the side of Top Esports. It's a lot closer now than it was 5 minutes ago.
It is definitely like neck and neck. I mean, 1K gold lead really doesn't feel like all too much in the grand scheme of things. Like you said, Knight not opting to use that Frozen Tomb. The fact that Dragon's still minute 30 away means he definitely would have been able to like ult him and ult himself and then still have that for the next fight. So not really quite sure why he didn't do it, or if just not estimating the damage correctly, getting bursted out before he thought he'd have to. But will come back onto the map with a stopwatch, which at least will have a lot of impact in that next fight. As we see how Knight was caught out, he stayed bot next to that tier 2. Angel comes in, and the Shy able to follow through with a TP, not able to dodge out on the slow from the W. And then, yeah, the proc of the passive from Nar, the 3-hit passive into the boomerang, means that Knight just gets absolutely obliterated.
Yes, he does. All right, 30 seconds till Dragon spawns. You would imagine Weibo, the way they're posturing and going for it, they have hit massive spikes. Ryland's Crystal Scepter alongside the Imperial Mandate and a stopwatch for Angel as well. Bloodthirster with the Gale Force for Huanfeng, and of course the Force of Nature and the Triforce for the Shy. Right now, Weibo are going to feel very, very powerful, and honestly, I think Top Esports are smart if they don't want to try and contest this.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, because TS definitely could, if they could find the right setup, right? You want Tien kind of coming in front to back with Knight coming off the angle, attacking on multiple fronts, allowing Dracula to hit from behind. But I feel like Knight really has to be the difference maker. And no, not able to find it in time, so they just back off.
I mean, the big thing there is that Knight doesn't have access to Flash. He used it to try and get away in that last fight as On finds Mark. And now has to try and back himself away. So you gain a Dragon, but you lose your mid lane tier 1. So it's 4 turrets to 3 in favor of Top Esports at just under 2,000 gold. 2 Dragons to 1 in favor of them as well. As this game is starting to get a little bit tentative, we can see now both teams respecting the power that either side is bringing.
Not wanting to go for it just yet. I mean, both have some scaling under their belts, right? Weibo obviously having this huge Aphelios later on. Swain, despite the fact that he won't be like a huge damage dealer in his own right, the fact that you just enabling others, you're a drain tank, so you're going to be able to sustain so much, tank so much, and overall do so much throughout an extended fight. Really feels like they're fine kind of banking on that one. And for Top Esports, you have Gwen. Gwen is...
What's the word? What's the word? It begins with an I. I think it's Ox's favorite thing about Gwen, I believe. I believe it's Ox's favorite thing. Oh, that's right. Gwen is immune. Gwen is immune to lots of different things, and Gwen will be able to 1v5. I will say, though, Wayward has found himself, in bad situations in the past on Gwen, specifically into the Gnar. And very much, not respecting the damage. And it's still the Shy, The Shy is a coin flip at the best of times, but he is still the Shy. I'm actually just noticing there, On picked up an elixir. Welcome to On's, second house shop, where he's just picking up half items all the way around because he hasn't even finished up anything.
No, you're right, On. Incredibly behind in terms of items being built. But still... I hate that we keep getting this, semi-posturing coming through from both sides. Both sides kind of angling, thinking about setting up for the pick, but not wanting to overcommit too much. Seems like both are kind of happy to get to their item breakpoint. So, I mean, Jackie Love, probably the strongest he'll ever be relative to the opposing side, considering he is, at that 3-item point, to where Huanfeng still hasn't finished off his Infinity Edge just yet. So, this would be an ideal time to fight in regards to TES. And heck, even stuff in things like stopwatches, Unbroken, on both Tien and Knight gives you a lot of leeway to look for an engage right now. They're trying to get deep vision in enemy jungle, hoping to pick someone off, but Weibo not really giving them the angle.
Not giving them the angle, but you can see how Top Esports are posturing. They're kind of figuring out, just like you, that just like you said, that they are at a very powerful point now. Off to the side, was looking for maybe a little bit of a flank, but letting these waves just crash into Huanfeng time and time again is going to start to bite you. He's actually got himself a 15 CS lead. Yes, he's still behind in items, but that's mainly due to the fact that, you know, all those turret plates right at the start of the game went to Jackie Love solo, so he kind of picked himself up nearly 2.5 kills worth of free gold. As Top Esports, they're not quite pulling the trigger just yet, and I think we're not going to see much for the next 2 minutes. I feel like the next fight is going to be around that dragon.
Ashin, please don't tell me we're devolving into dragon fight. Wait 5 minutes.
But that was
Dragon
great
fight.
in the last game because they 5v5 deathballed. It was really fun.
I feel like we had a lot of fights even outside of Dragon.
We
though,
did,
right? Like,
we did.
We had fights like posturing for Baron Vision and in mid lane when someone oversteps and here and there. Here it's like, okay, we're ping-ponging waves. We're waiting for the setups to come through. Angel's walking forward. He's staring aggressively. We like it, the aggressive stare. It's like when The Rock does that thing with his eyebrow that looks very intimidating.
Oh, the kind of like, are you sus? The are you sus eyebrow.
As I call him, DJ, because we're close friends.
Of course, you and DJ hanging out with him and Golden Boy on the Titan games. But we're going to see Mark losing his flash there, so that's a big cooldown that's not going to be available in a minute. I will say, though, it does cost the quickness, but the quickness is quickly coming back.
Yeah, that cooldown definitely not going to be too long at all. Already almost a quarter of the way through. So Mark not going to have that for the next dragon, right? And that could be really impactful considering if you would have had to or wanted to look for like a flash endless play onto the enemy AD carry. Huanfeng is going to be incredibly safe as well considering the fact that he has both flash and cleanse still available. Also having the Gale Force. Should be sitting on a decent bit of gold. So I'm wondering how far away he is from his recall. I guess must not be close enough to have it in time for dragon. Oh yeah, only 800 gold. So not going to have it in time for Dragon, but we are going to get the fight as Knights waiting off to the side.
Knight, Tien, and Jackie Love kind of being the first 3 men here. It's actually mid AD carry jungle all together while the top laners try and deal with the side waves. Tien now, Jackie Love going to try and jump onto SOFM, who immediately goes off into the stasis after the Heartbreaker. Beautifully used there to buffer off that CC, but now he's lost his flash. Now we can see On getting re-engaged upon. One Mystic shot brings him down to below half. Now the Shy and Wayward having their own little bit of a fight as they're in a little bit of a 1v1, but you have no longer got the immunity here for Wayward, and he's not going to have anywhere to go. He's no flash. He needs to try and kip and skip and snip, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it. He's nearly getting himself away, but the dragon kind of helps him out. SOFM picks up that kill, and now you're in a 5v4. Knight, though, not willing to let this one go. He's going to look for a glacial path over the wall. Doesn't have flash and doesn't feel like he can go for it without the safety of his ultimate. So Weibo now 2 dragons, and we're back to farming the waves.
Oh my god, Ashin, we're having a reverse of the last game. Top
Really
Esports
is.
gold lead the whole time. Weibo randomly start coming ahead in terms of fights and objectives, and the team that's winning is messing up, and the team that's losing is doing the opposite of messing up. And
succeeding.
We're gonna have a 10-hour broadcast day. 10 hours. 10-hour LPL day. 10 hours of LPL.
I think the LEC is starting. I don't want to say that because we might lose viewers, but like I think it is actually starting.
No, it's not. It's not starting. It's not
started yet. Not started yet, but what was
Look,
it? Yeah.
The league with Knight, Jackie Love, the Shy, SOFM, Huanfeng is playing, and Wayward. You know where you need to be.
Yeah, you know where you be. I mean, again, World Championship, reigning World Championship region, reigning double MSI region. And Knight, you know what the crazy thing is? I don't even think, I can't remember who was our third team who was the third team to go to Worlds last year? Oh, it was FPX, that's why I forgot. Neither of these teams went to Worlds, and they're still this good.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say.
Neither team as good as Knight. Looking for the angle once again, but my god, never able to find it. Weibo playing so defensively until they need to come out of their base to fight for these objectives. And the thing that Weibo's doing well compared to TS is anytime they're kind of pushing for vision, they have members in a closer proximity than like when we saw the engage from TS, right? It was that like 3 to 4 members that jumped out. Wayward was nowhere nearby. So Weibo right now aggressively pushing forward. You look at where Angel's on the minimap, very close by. If any fighting broke out, even the Shy kind of being the first man into the enemy jungle to just check for any movement coming out from the Gwen.
Well, 3 minutes till the next dragon spawns. Both teams now on 2 dragons apiece, and it looks like Baron is the next real objective. Black Cleaver for the Shy. You're getting up towards Azanya's for Angel, who still hasn't broken his stopwatch, i.e. for Huanfeng. This is starting to hit critical mass for a lot of these carries. You're starting to get to a point where one big fight will end this game, and it becomes less about gold leads and item leads and more about execution. This is where games get scary for the team that was in front, because again, by all means and ways, this should have just been Top Esports having a very good go of it. On, though, is by himself, will have a blast cone, but buddy, that's a little risky.
I mean, heck, that's why this has always been one of On's best champions, because Rakan is one of the most forgiving champions in the game in terms of being too far forward or getting caught out. TS try to pivot to Baron after chunking On out, hoping, I think, to force the Shy to have to TP or at least stop pressuring down on that bottom lane turret. But the Shy keeps it going. He's still in bot, and he's trading with Knight heavily.
I mean, the Shy is trading with him heavily, I think is the way you want to put it, but they've already committed someone down there. Jackie Love gets caught out, and Jackie Love gets killed. On returns the favor of the damage done, and now Weibo, they flipped a switch. They're actually coming out on top of this bot lane trade as well. If the Shy can survive, he won't. He will end up falling down, but they've already lost Tien and the Flash, and Tien's bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Top Esports have to start making their way to topside. Wayward's already here. Knight has TP, so they will be able to contest, but I don't think Tien can make it.
I don't think Tien can make it, but definitely Wayward can do a lot of work here. They're going to try and go for it. There's going to be the smite. It was very low, but it doesn't matter. The Knight goes over the wall. He forces the all the way back over. Now they can try and turn back onto Wayward, who falls. Swain will not die. It's a double kill for Huanfeng as Weibo take complete control of this game.
Weibo find the kills. They get the Baron. They're still trying to find Knight, but he will be able to get away in the end. And sadly not able to find the steal to come through, or even any of the kills, right? Wayward getting into the pit, not able to do all too much. The Leandries, Lissandra, you get in, you pop your spells once the burn's there for a little bit, but it really doesn't feel like it's doing all too much. And yeah, I mean, rough game coming out from TS so far in this mid game. Not able to find anything they want. And here, Jackie Love just going to get caught out. Quickness popped straight into the Flash, and the W coming out from On. No time to even react. Jackie Love had the Flash, but I mean, just really quick play coming out from On.
It was really good as well. It baited it out as if he was going towards Mark and then just completely turned it back onto Jackie Love. Really well done by him. And you can see here Knight trying his best. They think they can maybe get onto the backside, but it doesn't really matter at this point because Angel's just too big and too tanky, and red and white, let's fight for Huanfeng.
Especially when Jackie Love has felt like one of the big damage dealers in these skirmishes, right? We've seen how much the missing shots have been doing in terms of poke. With him down, not having that available. Now TS losing a ton of their base, trying to keep pressure and pull someone from Weibo back by having Wayward push up in topside. But this potentially allows Weibo to just all in on a wave mid or bot and start pushing down these inhibitor turrets. But Dragon's up, so you'd expect Weibo to at least potentially send one member back to go pick up that Dragon.
Yep, Dragon is up. You think it's going to be this tower probably secured first, and then they'll turn their attention to getting themselves onto Infernal Soul Point. And even if they don't get the Infernal Soul, having the extra damage and ability damage available to you is going to be huge right now. Triple Dragon stack, especially Infernal, is so valuable. As On just kind of keeping Mark and Jackie Love away. The Dragon is secured. Weibo now 1,000 gold up. A Dragon up. They're starting to really suffocate Top Esports as SOFM around the side. We're looking for something here. They're going to jump onto Mark, who has no flash, no real way out. He's going to use the Zenith Blade, but it's only to delay the time of which he will fall down. That's going to be a kill, and now 4v5. Top Esports in a lot of trouble there. It's going to be Ultimate Wayward, forced to go immune. Does get his back stopped, but Weibo still in control.
A little over-ambitious in my mind, trying to go for the second pick onto Wayward. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? They already gotten the kill. They've already gotten the objectives. They can push these waves in. I feel like maybe they could have capitalized a little bit more off it, potentially tried to play out this slim 20-second window for a tower had they just gone straight back to the wave before. But Weibo aren't going to be too bothered by it. They're on Soul Point. They're stacking on 3 Infernals right now. We've seen that Top Esports just don't have the damage to be able to take anyone on Weibo down, especially Angel. It feels like Angel just is soaking up so much in that front line, and that Top Esports kind of rely on these long, drawn-out fights where Jackie Love's getting off a lot of Mystic shots, but On's never giving the chance.
Yeah, I think On has been exceptional, has always been exceptional on this Rakan pick, and I mean, like you said, it's, you know, the long kind of mystic shots that are going to be the big winners here as Knight half held from what? 2 auto attacks and a Q coming out from Huanfeng? That is absurd. And it feels like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if Weibo can just keep Huanfeng alive, that's it. There's top esports that they need to kill this Aphelios.
And it's going to be rough. I definitely think you're right. If they can't kill Huanfeng, I mean, it's just over. And he has Flash, he has Cleanse, he's about to have his Moonlight Vigil up as well. He already has his IE on top of GA, making his way towards his LDR. Like, he is so huge, right? When we talked about Jackie Love being at 2 items compared to Aphelios at 2 items, it's like, cool. That's when you're, like, feeling comparatively better than him. At this point, I mean, Huanfeng is feeling like he's in a much better position, despite the fact that Jackie Love is actually full build.
Yeah, he's fully stacked out right now, and even then, you won't be trading in the boots. You do love the ability haste on those Ionian boots' lucidity for the Ezreal to keep constantly getting those arcane shifts, and of course the W's out as well. But Knight, they know you're here, buddy, and it's a little bit of a figure out where he's going. They don't know exactly. The Shy not gonna guess, but the... Ooh, think they get him? Think they get him? They do! Knight, you're in the wrong part of town. They're going to let the tower do the job. They're even going to let it go for it here. The Shy, you know what? You can pick that one up for yourself. Nice. Goodbye, my son. And that's going to be a little bit of unfortunate. Again, Knight trying ever so hard to try and find these flanks. And honestly, I don't blame him for that. He needs to look for an opportunity because otherwise, top esports aren't going to get one.
No, right. They're trying to do anything they can to pull the members of Weibo apart, to not push down this mid lane turret and mid lane inhibitor, but I mean, they're just opening themselves up to more picks for the side of Weibo to find, and Weibo instantly default back to playing out through 3 lanes, right? You send Angel up the top side, you have Gnar in bot, and you keep making top esports just react, especially with Baron coming up soon, even Dragon a minute 40. They're not giving TS any chance to find any control in this river.
Well, it is a Super Saturday. That means we are going to 9 games, if all things are considered. We have gone to 9 games on quite a few Super Saturdays, and today is currently looking to be no different. Top Esports able to come back in Game 1. Weibo doing the exact same. Maybe not as in such dramatic fashion in Game 2, but they're still doing it nonetheless. Huanfeng, full build, picks up the Lord Dominic's regards, as he's going to be maybe sending his regards to top esports, because again, I think the whole way this game goes is if Huanfeng's alive after the first 10 seconds of the fight, I think the game's over.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like the reverse as well, that if they can take him down, that a fight should be manageable for the side of TS, but Angel picking up a Spirit Visage, so
here we go.
Wayward and Knight gonna do a lot less.
And the Shy looking for something here. There's going to be the Vision of Empires. The end does get the dummy to try and box some of that damage. The True Shot Barrage right between the posts. That's 3 points going over to top esports. If you're a fan of rugby, you'll know exactly what I was referring to there. But Weibo now posturing themselves near Baron. They've got red and white. Those chakrams are going to be able to burn through this Baron. They have vision of this on the side of top esports. They know what's going on, but can they do anything about it?
No, they got to wait out the Shy's Mega Gnar. It's about to time out, and then they should be fine. But Baron already gone. Top esports gonna try to find the fight.
They can try and get onto Huanfeng, who drops down the Moonlight Vigil. There's the True Shot Barrage to try to jump on top of him. Does Huanfeng die? Yes, but he has got a GA. Tien threw everything. Knight threw everything. And it's still not enough. Angel is huge. Huanfeng with a double. And they're going to keep pushing them down. Keep getting these kills as Huanfeng just cannot die. Double, boil and trouble. Weibo get themselves 4 kills. The never move on the TN, so he cannot defend the base, and you gotta feel like that's gotta be it.
Sadly for TES, there's just too much protection coming up for Aphelios, but not enough protection for you.
You are the protection. Nobody protects you, but it does delay the backs, and that means that Huanfeng and the Shy can continue their crusade into the base. We are going the full 9 games, and this is going to be 1-1 in the scoreline between the Mojo Masters of top esports and Weibo.
Weibo able to bring it back after top esports held a gold lead for, I'd probably say 70-75% of the game. But if there's one thing this series teaches us, gold is a lie. Money does not matter.
It's a
not
bait.
whatsoever. So if you have money out there, just throw it away, because it'll just lead you to
just
bad
give it to Lyric.
choices.
Just give it to Lyric.
No. I'm not.
Yeah,
we're not
that's what you're
scamming
saying.
you. No,
that's
stop.
what you're saying.
Stop.
That's what you're saying, right?
I said throw it away. I'm not in their dumpster, their trash can, but
they
back
don't
to
know that.
the point.
I know how you live.
Back to the point, right? Yeah, going the full distance. Weibo able to bring it back. Their team fighting just superior in this game. I mean, TES just couldn't find a way on the Huanfeng. We saw in mid-game when we're hitting it like, okay, this is when TES want to kind of like push the pace in terms of they have this lead. This is when they should feel like at least a little bit stronger, a little bit more comfortable to find these angles. And that's when Weibo just kind of started playing, I'd say, more as a unit. Like they were more willing to, let's say, drop whatever wave Swain was pushing, rotate the Shy over. You have 5 members. TS are answering waves. Like, well, damn, how do we force onto this comp and constantly over and over again trying to find an angle to bring Knight in? And Weibo never gave it. And even when they did, like, end up finding those, top esports weren't able to get multiple members on Huanfeng. So it was always able to be able to get away from the fight just fine, whether it be with a flash, a GA, or so on and so forth. So I really feel like that was a nail in the coffin for TS in that game.
Yeah, and then right at that last fight, you saw it. Yes, they killed Huanfeng, put the GA, like you just mentioned, and that meant it gave time, it gave moments to be able to kind of, the rest of Weibo to say, look, we can corral around them. And again, you can't discount the damage from the Shy. Like you mentioned when we said, if you don't kill Huanfeng, you don't have a chance. But as well as that, it was more, you didn't say if you kill Huanfeng, you win the game. It was more just say, if you kill Huanfeng, you have a chance. You can manage the rest of the damage dealers coming out from Weibo, but they just couldn't. Without killing Huanfeng, the rest of the damage dealers came in. I think Angel played very well on the Swain, and we saw why it's so powerful coming into this meta, because he just doesn't die. He's so hard to actually burst out in these situations. And there is the gold graph, just a massive jump down. Just like a sheer drop right there, as you can see where Weibo just kind of came back in and won the game.
Yeah, right when Huanfeng got online, started getting those items under his belt, things like the IE and the GA coming in very late, but able to be the difference maker. I mean, damage profile very similar coming out on both sides, but ultimately it wasn't about one team like finding massive advantages, right? It came down to the quality of the team fights, the target selection, and your ability to actually be able to get on the target, which for TS wasn't there, and for TS was the more important part, right? You are the one playing like the dive, being able to get on the back line in the AD carry. So Weibo are happy with you doing that. Aphelios loves that.
Yeah.
Swain's like, cool, you're coming into me, and I don't have to chase you down with my ultimate. Sweet. And then On, like, again, I feel like On had rough moments, but On this game definitely felt way more on point. Looks so much more comfortable on the Rakan than any other champion. And that's what Weibo need to be able to pull together. So nice to see that Weibo still like showing signs of life, of like being in that top team conversation. Honestly, should have won game 1 and now picking up a game 2 victory.
Yeah, they kind of redeemed themselves a little bit, to be perfectly honest. And like you said, On just honestly just had a better showing. Looked a lot more impactful than even Mark, regardless of the pick he had. And yes, he had some flub moments in there, but realistically was exactly what he needed him to be. So we'll have to wait and see if that Rakan does get picked up again, but we are going to send it to a break for the last time today. We will return very, very shortly, and we will have the 9th game of the day, the 3rd game in this series. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Brigade on top
Oh
side.
no, Allah. No. Oh, wait, what? No way! Wait, no! This is the most big brain play I've ever seen in my entire life!
Yeah,
oh my god, they're bringing him too. They know though the ward will spot out Yagao, but they're gonna go for this. This is a dive in the durability patch at 3.5 minutes. They get Aki as the electrocute comes down. Shanji will not go down. The tower shots are huge. Kanavi getting the last one, and they beautifully execute that tower dive. That minion wave is gigantic, and JDG come out 2-0. They just go straight for the engage. Tarzan has to use the Crescent Guard already. He's still caught out though. They're doing so much damage, and the cast comes through, but it separates them. A killer instinct from Abel! He goes straight in. He's got the GA available as well. He goes down, but OMG, they might have just found the fight. Cold is down, but Allah is in the back line. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. Where were you when OMG got their first series win in Summer Split? They take the fight against LNG, and they are dominating this game.
You pointed out that a little bit before here for Cole. So we're going to be watching out his bottom lane. Bojic without his support. Gala flashing forward. Yep.
People are trying to start the conversation of JDG is the best team in the LPL. Because we see games like this where it just really doesn't work out. Oh god!
Oh, I missed the Void Seeker. Oh, that feels bad, but it will be. Oh! No way! The killer instinct to go through the True Shot Barrage to get the outplay.
自己相较于之前的话，就心态上面还有赛场的经验增加了吧。这次拿到最佳新秀，然后还有 MVP 的话，就感觉实至名归吧。下场对阵微博的话，我觉得德赛是一个就是很强的选手，然后他的进攻能力很强。我跟他打的话，只要对线不崩就行，然后等躺。
We're back. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our 9th game of the day, our 3rd game of this particular series as Weibo equaled up versus Top Esports. I'm still just Oshin, and he is still very tired. You all right, Lyric? You doing all right?
Look,
I always love seeing the sun coming out through your windows. It's always fun to see that transition.
It's not 9 a.m. here just yet. We'll do fine, because this game, we're gonna get 2 early game team comps, and we're gonna get blood. We're gonna get action. We're gonna get that insane level 1 that's like in that funny moments of Dom reacting of like top lane of everyone dying. That's what's happening in this game. But first, we need to talk about MVP. Machine.
Yeah, MVP. It was on the Rakan, is how I got to say that particular one. Honestly, did exactly what he needed to do, and historically as well, if you look at On's champion history, he has always performed so exceptionally well in this pick. It fits exactly what he wants to do, and what Weibo want to do as well.
Yeah, he's very good at pulling the trigger, finding those long-range engages, not allowing a chance for the enemy team to react. Caught Jackie Love multiple times in this game going forward, and like, even to like the downsides of On, right? I feel like this is a very forgiving champion. Rakan, just one of the best champions that, like, if you're going too far forward for vision, or if you end up in the face of the enemy, you just have so many tools and abilities to be able to escape, Wing over wall, flash, the quickness to be able to get away a little bit quicker, Eing to your ally, like, such a forgiving champion, gives you the agency to make plays. Like, it feels like it just does a little bit of everything to not only enable On's strengths, but cover On's weaknesses. In this game, we definitely saw a lot of those strengths.
And that's the big thing. I love how you mentioned that, to kind of cover the weaknesses, because again, no team is perfect. Every team has ways of getting exposed and stuff like that, but it does feel like certain players on certain champions, be it on Rakan, can just cover a lot of the issues from there. And honestly, that's the kind of a makings of a very, very good team, because we saw it even from the likes of RNG last year in 2021, where they weren't an exceptional team, but they had a lot of picks like the Gallios, the Twisted Fates for Crying, which covered an awful lot of stuff that would go wrong for them. So now coming into 2022, now into summer, we're fast forwarding. We're going to come in on, shall lose the Rakan, Weibo on blue. They're going to keep the Silas and the Senate ban. I wouldn't be surprised to see if they keep the 3 bans as well, just that they had in the last game, because they feel like they don't care about the Wukong.
Yeah, Top Esports, though, completely changing up their bans from when they were on Red Side the first time around. Ooh. They banned Wukong, Zeri, and Gwen. Now they're just going to have to be able to pick, banning out one of those champions. It seems like Weibo are trying to bait out the Gwen pick by banning out the GP. So for TS, are you okay giving that over? Or do you just open the Zeri and say kind of screw it, throw down the gauntlet, and be willing to play against it?
That's the question. Are they going to be willing to play against it? We still see wait and see where Top Esports want to put their final ban. It could be the Gwen, but no, it's the Gnar. Wow. Okay, so what started off as a bot lane focused ban phase is now very quickly turned into the Shy and Wayward.
And we have so many high prio picks open, right? Zeri, Lucian, the Wukong just taken away, Gwen being up on the table, Viego still open. You would expect the Viego to probably be what comes out for TN. We still do have the Lee Sin up as well. But of course, when you think of TN, especially the past 2 years, I think it is the Viego that comes more to mind than anything else. So probably going to lock that one in. And then I wonder if you just go towards the Aphelios, because Aphelios, I mean, today Aphelios has been so successful. It has won out both games in this series so far. I believe it also won 2 games. Yeah, it won 2 games in the JDG FPX series. But with the Zeri open, I was wondering if both teams would maybe not want to go towards it in fear of something, but no, Top Esports are going to be like, cool, you left it open on red side, you didn't first pick it, we will just take this away.
I mean, apart from the Senna, there are no real AD carry bans here. You could go with the Callisto or Nada. You've got ways of kind of making that one work for yourself, Weibo. Toying with the idea of maybe an Enchanter. So they're going to take away the Yuumi and the Twitch as well. This is something we've seen as a very good counter, depending on which series you watched most recently, into the Zeri. The Twitch Yuumi is something that has been seen as most teams as a way of saying, look, this can deal with the Zeri coming into those late game team fights.
Yeah, for Twitch, right? Early game, not super strong. Once you do get to mid game, once you do get to late game, having that kind of assassination potential show up, run the Zeri down. Huge AoE with your ultimate also extending the range to be able to make sure you can deal that from a safe distance. And it looks like for TS, matching Enchanter with Enchanter, putting Lulu next to Zeri, giving her more movement speed, giving her a bit of a shield, can allow for JackeyLove to try and play on a bit of a knife's edge.
And that's how JackeyLove loves to play as well. And we'll say, though, it sometimes can burn him where he doesn't exactly anticipate some of the damage coming in. But now we start to see those solo lanes being banned away as the bottom half, including the jungle, has been locked in for both teams. We're going to start seeing the Twisted Fate being taken away. The Gwen, wouldn't be surprised maybe even to see something like the... oh my god, it's completely lost from my mind.
Sejuani?
Yes, thank you. I was just about to say the Sejuani taken away from something like Wayward.
Yeah, if we have Sejuani taken away, like, we are really going down in the depths in terms of top lane champion pools. Our top five most picked top laners would be banned. Sejuani is our 5th most picked top laner, the only one up across the board. Then we're getting to the depths of, like, things like Jace. We haven't seen as much. Fiora was something that it seemed like a lot of teams were leaning into blind picking for a little bit. Or even just bringing out, like, a generic frontline, right? We know those tanks able to come through, but the Ahri banned away in response to the Lissandra ban. They don't really want to go against that pick with no answer. You could pick the LeBlanc into it, but that is a bit of an annoying 50-50 matchup that seems like Angel isn't wanting to lean into. So now for TES, again, I'm curious to see where they go in terms of top lane. There's a lot of blind pick mid laners left open. We've kind of hit on some of them already. Things like the Talia, which we saw early in the day. Knight having a fantastic performance on that is still up. Azir, another champion that's up, but for TS, gonna go away from the mid lane blind. They're just gonna go to the Sejuani, which we thought maybe Weibo would ban, but they didn't, so Wayward has it. And here we are, Ishin. Here we are in the pivotal moments of Game 3, the last series of the night, match of the week. Top Esports vs. Weibo.
And Corky is going to be sadly part of it. We might even see the Azir on the other side of this one. If we get 2 tanks top and 2 scaling mids, I'm going to be real mad right now. If that Ornn gets locked in, I'm going to be mad. I will say it's the Shy Zorn. And if you're
Doran's Blade start, baby. Yeah. We've seen him do it before.
We have seen do it before, and we have seen him solo kill the likes of, Jaces and such in the backside of certain fights.
Wait,
but
it was when he ran that, it was against Suning. He ran that, he solo killed Bloodfog, and he solo killed Bin.
I mean, it could happen. We're starting to become a little bit of LPL historians. We've been here for so long, but the victor has been locked in. Tank tops, scaling mids, and AD carries.
I'm done, Sheed.
And this game is going to be slow.
We came in and we said we'd get 2 action-packed level 1 shenanigans, but okay.
That's what we hoped for. That's what we wished for.
Look, this game, you don't win cons. This game, we're getting 5v5 team fights. Better
100%.
hands, better winner. There we go.
And this is why you get to do the international events. This is the hard-hitting international level analysis that I expect from no one else but you. So you know what? Kudos to you, sir.
That's what we got Oxen Dag to there for. No,
that's true. That's true. We actually had a lot of representation at the most previous international event, which was very cool. But yeah, it's a tough one.
The thing I really want to see, I'm most interested in when I look at these drafts, is a top lane matchup, right? Because we've seen Wayward loves to play aggressive in the Sejuani. Like, you go for those 1v1s, you look for the aggression, and you hit on it. It might be an Ornn, but it is the Shy's Ornn coming out.
Yes.
So actually would not be surprised to see a lot of aggression put up to this top lane matchup, which is a little bit surprising when you think, like, both these champions can function like very low resources. They are fine staying on their island. Level 6, they are both very hard and very annoying to be able to take down, but maybe early game would be surprised to see like a little bit of attention put up there, but then we're definitely going to get into AD carry territory, right? We have Twitch, we have Zeri, we have like Enchanter supports. It's all about enabling these AD carries to take over. So even though the bans ended up panning out to this being a very top lane oriented matchup, it feels like we've ended up where we started, where AD carries going to be the star of the show. Master versus Apprentice.
I mean, that's kind of how it's been. It's why we highlighted JackeyLove and Huanfeng right at the start of the day to say these are guys that are going to be pivotal to their matchup, and we're not going to waste any time with any crazy intros. We're going to jump straight onto the Rift and Top Esports. They're set up for if SOFM does end up overextending just a little bit, but for the moment, SOFM happy enough to let this one go and just kind of keep himself at arm's length.
Still, Top Esports just going to go for the recalls, knowing nothing has come through. Weibo also, not so far at least, getting any deep vision into the bottom side jungle. Seems like Huanfeng and On being very respectful about the potential that the members of TES are still able to be there. And Huanfeng buying a call, just going back to signaling, again, kind of the more scaling orientation of this matchup that we expect to come through. Once we get to mid-game, right, Weibo, great tools to be able to run TS down. I mean, on top of SOFM. SOFM gets into the Cyclone. On pops his ultimate to Shy with the Call of the Forge God. If TS ever mispositioned, Weibo are definitely going to be able to capitalize on that and find the kills.
A lot of if, buts, and maybes, and the only thing that we can say for certain is that there is going to be a Twitch going invisible in this bot lane. This is a pretty standard affair. You try and get that little bit of a early setup. You can see already Mark was having the sweeper available to him, saying, look, if he tries to come within our zone, we'll catch him out, we'll know what's going on. And both these supports trying to just gain control over these brushes. I will say the Zeri Lulu at the early stages, especially first 2 or 3 levels, will be able just to kind of continuously get the push and pressure down. As Huanfeng has also gone towards a Cole, so he's looking just to kind of farm, maybe get his first item a little bit sooner than Jackie Love.
Exactly, like you said, right? For Huanfeng and On, they're definitely going to be playing on the passive end of this laning phase. I feel like for TS, it's actually the one area where their comp kind of outdoes Weibo is they definitely have stronger laning phases coming out. Like we know Victor wins against Corki for exactly what we just saw, being able to constantly out-trade him with the range advantage we have through. Sejuani being stronger than Ornn in the early game as well, because it feels to me like Weibo's, even though both comps have a lot of scaling, and like, again, it'll be down to execution, I feel like Weibo definitely kind of went out on that scaling side with the champions that they picked up.
I think it's going to reset if they don't start securing it very soon. No. It's going to be TN picking that one up. Neither jungler willing to commit a smite to it. But with the push in bot side, Mark and Jackie Love were able to kind of back up TN right there as Wayward goes in. We're going to have a wet noodle fight up on this top side. There's going to be a lot of slaps.
Yeah, we can see Wayward kind of acknowledging the state of this top lane, not bringing the Ignite in this matchup like Sejuani's do in a lot of matchups so far. But Knight actually going to be completely fine. They're going to back off because the missing ping's coming out around the bottom half of the lane. Oh, Wayward.
I mean, it's still the Shy. Still have to respect it. Now SOFM going to find TN, and they're going to have to duke it out after the red buff was actually stolen here by TN onto SOFM, and they will get the gravity field down. So that's a hell of a lot of damage. SOFM may be forced to flash here. He's going to get lasered, but there's not enough damage off of the red buff or the passive there. So very scary moment here for SOFM, but he's going to go straight back in. He's going to, all right, you're going bottom, go straight into your red buff.
You know, really good job, though, from TS so far to utilize the lane pressures that they have to constantly keep up the aggression. Like you pointed out, that Weibo ultimately should be able to find something here with SOFM being a little bit cheeky, going straight towards the enemy red. Maybe not something that TN expected with how low SOFM got chunked out. But, right, that's kind of like some of the tells of you know, elevated jungle play, right? Being able to do things that your enemy can't act on or expect to be able to come through is the Shy. Canceling Wayward's back. Oh, and SOFM's actually making his way over. Sheen, did you mute yourself again? Huh?
I did. I have to sneeze. I have terrible allergies this time of year, but we are going to see a bit of a movement forward here. Flash forward. Flash is returned, but the Wukong staff comes down, and that's first blood to Weibo.
Woo! Weibo finding a kill, finding the action on top side, but Tien. Oh.
I mean, does he fancy a 2v1? There's going to actually be a 2v2 as the TP's going to be coming in. SOFM very, very low, but now Tien needs to be very, very careful. He flashes in, but doesn't quite get the damage. Never mind, he gets it, but he trades in a 1v1, and honestly, I don't think that's worth it for top esports.
No, the Brittle Proc able to come through in the end. I thought Tien played that on the knife's edge. Even like looking at that going into the play, seems like he was hoping to burst out SOFM right away, be able to get the possession, and then turn that around, especially knowing that Wayward having the TP to go into the play, but not able to do it. SOFM with a really nice flash, as we're going to see in the replay. She's going all the way back to Wayward, getting taken down. Knockup comes through from the Shy. There's the damage to be able to come through with a bit of a grasp proc as well. And SOFM, for the fact that he did go for the red buff steal after getting chunked out so low, left him in the perfect position to capitalize on Wayward being so far forward. But we don't get the replay of seeing Tien try to be an absolute hero and failing spectacularly. A lot of Marvel movies. A lot of Marvel movies are about heroes that, you know, fail spectacularly. I guess it's DC movies. That shows how tired I was going to say. Because Marvel movies, usually great, but at the same time, There's been so many now, kind of too formulaic, kind of getting boring, but still
I was gonna
better
say,
than DC movies.
I'm kind of bored with Marvel movies, right? Or even just superhero movies in general. Even things like Invincible, the animation on Amazon Prime, and even The Boys. I love The Boys, and it's very, very good. But even I'm just like, okay, I get it. You know, like it's like I understand this. You know,
the Batman was solid, but it was too long. Too long.
Oh, yeah,
Peacemaker, not a movie, banger show though. Great show.
Yes, John Cena's great in that actually.
Surprising to say, but yes.
Anyway, coming back in, there are no superheroes. It's like, anyway, coming swiftly back into the game. You do have an ultimate available for Wayward, but the Shy has his as well. There's going to be the Ornhorn coming in, and they're going to try and make this one work. The Shy is tanking up, and Wayward is going down. They haven't got the kill just yet, and they will eventually get it. SOFM will just about get out of tower range, and now Knight's going to be in a little bit of trouble as they're going to say, surprise! Have you had a smell that you could feel? This Knight in a lot of trouble. Forced to flash away, but he's followed in by Huanfeng, who cleanses the polymorph and gets himself the kill. Nicely done by Weibo as they pick themselves up. Oh, the Airy! The Airy actually gave up the ghost! The Airy actually gave up where Huanfeng left. That's so unfortunate. They know they're in trouble.
Did they find another?
So they're gonna try it. They're gonna try and turn onto Mark, who flashes away. Is the poison enough? I don't believe it is. And now the Tom and Jerry combination will end up falling, and that's 2 kills going over to Jackalope. That is the most troll thing I've ever seen in my life.
That was so depressing to come out from Weibo. And now Jackie Love being set up in such a good position with these 2 kills. If there's any member you'd love to have it would be the Zeri coming on through. For Weibo, everything was going so smooth, having such a massive advantage. We'll go straight into the replay. I love it. Huanfeng using the opportunity. They've already got the wave pushed in bot, knowing they can move as a unit to the mid lane. Damage comes through. Poison stacking up. Even flashing forward to be able to chase him down. Does end up getting locked up in the end. But, like you said, Huanfeng gonna get chased down, revealed from the side of TES. They spot him out right here. And then knowing, hey, we have to try to go for this kill at the end of the day, they're almost able to find it, but not enough in the end. And they give 2 kills over to the Zeri.
Yeah, 2 kills graciously given to Jackie Love. He's going to be very happy with that. And honestly, that's a big problem for now for Huanfeng and On, because not only, yes, they did get a kill in mid lane, but the kind of thing is you go in, you get yourself pushed up, and you lose a bit of CS, but you gain a kill and pressure on the map. Because you gave over 2 kills and 20 CS and a load of solo XP, Jackie Love is so far accelerated compared to this Twitch. It's going to be very difficult for Weibo to really kind of do anything in this bot side now.
Yeah, I'm already having 2 plates down as well. We can see Tien making his path down towards his bot lane. So definitely looking to capitalize on the advantage that Jackie Love has been able to find by punishing those mistakes. And, right, can he get a lot of damage off? W over terrain, try and be able to chunk Huanfeng out and maybe set up for Tien to make a play down towards his bot lane. To where we look on our mini-maps, SOFM looking for the complete opposite right now. Ping's coming out around mid, and it looks like Weibo wanting to try and find a gank onto Knight, but Knight's playing extremely close to his turret.
He's playing extremely safe. Tien seeing if he has an opportunity to invade on this bot side. Good vision control here for Top Esports. They actually have a fairly decent idea of where everyone is or where they will be going. Should be able to get a pretty easy steal now onto this red buff. So Tien putting a lot of hurt here onto SOFM. You do love that early red buff, especially on something like a Wukong that could just really kind of, stick to you when he's trying to move forward as well. So the Shy pushing in this top side. I will say the Shy has been getting an awful lot of attention, despite him being on the Ornn. It's the Ornn carry for now, for the moment for Weibo, as Wayward thinking maybe he could take on the big Freljord god.
Yeah, definitely feeling confident in doing so. And, right, we projected that this game would be a lot about when neutrals come up and the 5v5s that are able to come through. So that's why not seeing too much action just yet. Have had some kills, right? Have had some skirmishes, but no big fights where it feels like that's where the Shy and Wayward are really going to be able to take over with their game-changing ultimates. Feels like the next thing we're keeping our eyes on is where SOFM's going to opt into dropping this Herald. Top lane turret is incredibly low, but right now, members of Weibo heading towards that mid lane.
Wayward taking a very bad trade. Is just trying to maybe get the wave in a good spot so he can reset, get his TP back. Dragon not up for 40 seconds, but with level 6 now hit for Mark, you would imagine the advantage will be here for Top Esports. That being said, though, Weibo are roughly in the area. They'll have push in mid as well, but Jackie Love is getting so much solo time here. He's going to have a full Immortal Shield bow when he goes back.
Yeah, and it looks like Weibo going to try and find a way to take advantage and capitalize on TS's bot lane, playing so far forward.
Yeah, but they've been spotted. Mark was there to try and maybe stop him out, and that's why they are able to make a full retreat on the side of Top Esports. You can see there was not there anymore, but there was a ward right at the back of the Dragon Pit. Jackie Love still keeping himself safe from harm. Now, the Dragon has spawned. Weibo feel like they have the pressure, but Tien is in the area.
Angel's package, though, it feels like Top Esports are going to be able to contest this. Angel bringing too much pressure right now. Oh,
there we go. Huanfeng already down to about half HP. TM not really touched. They will secure the Dragon, and there's the Cyclone going in with the package. We will see the final chapter as Mark is taken out. They take out the Zeri as well before the Twitch can fall. TN gets himself over the top, but they're not quite done with this fight just yet. Knight now has to be very careful if he wants to try and keep his life, but he is being slowed down. He's forced to flash, as does Angel, because TN found himself on the backside of this fight. At the end of it all, it's Dragon and 2 kills that go over to the side of Weibo.
Weibo still ultimately able to come out ahead in the end. The package being the difference maker. Also at the same time, the Shy popping the call to Forge God top, just seeming like trying to keep Wayward at bay from being able to look for any kind of TP or reset or get involved in the play. That worked out. Herald will be dropped mid and get a nice bit of gold injected onto the Corki. And right, we've kind of hit on Twitch going to be such a monster. Corki as well, having the range later on to be able to deal with the Victor. But in this replay, Dragon goes through. Cyclone comes out perfectly timed with the package. Sadly, not more members locked down in that one. But it does separate Knight. You can see Knight struggling to find a way to be able to get into the fight, which allows for SOFM and Angel to be able to take down some more kills. And Knight not able to find the impact that he wanted.
No, not at all. You can even see there, Zeri not having the damage that she would really like to have in that fight. And honestly, it kind of comes down to the resets. Top Esports weren't able to get Jackie Love to get his Immortal Shield bow before that fight, which he has now, but it's being relatively equaled out by the back. You know, the other side of this is Huanfeng picks up his Blade the Ruined King. And so right now, Top Esports, they are still behind about 1,500 gold. They need to be careful with which and where they take these fights. Jackie Love's in a very good position to try and maybe make this, you know, about him being the carry. But they have to make sure it's all about him and not just, you know, going for silly fights.
Yeah, they need to find a way to translate this into objectives, or at least into vision control, so some more plays.
SOFM feeling very confident, goes in with the Cyclone. Doesn't actually do any damage really to TN. And that was a bit of an interesting one there. Emphasis on the int.
As both teams still going to look to posture around bot side. But the fact that Knight is the one hovering around means that Weibo are just going to have to back off. And Top Esports still going to get another plate of gold onto Jackie Love. For Weibo, they feel fine with this exchange going through, because if you look at the minimap, the Shy is still winning in that 1v1 up against Wayward. Has a bit of a CS lead, was able to take a bunch of plates, even though plates are going down now. So if they can just cover down in the spot side, wait for the next neutral to come up, wait for your next package timing, that is what they're playing for. But Huanfeng maybe could be a little bit sneaky. Aha, there he is!
There he is. He's going to pop himself back up, but without the extra armor plating on these turrets, it means that that turret will fall in favor of Top Esports. So they get themselves their advantage in bot lane. Jackie Love playing a little bit far forward, but he has the luxury of doing it. Again, Mark on this Lulu is going to afford him quite a lot of luxuries as a Shy. Now feeling very confident in 1v1 Wayward, because he's got a level 11 and Wayward does not. So Tien now running back up. This is going to be a 2v1. You have no support here. The Shy trying to see if he can make this one work. The flash from Wayward. The Shy's doing his very best, but that was just a little bit greedy there from the top laner of Weibo.
Even trying to flash and then hit the Call to Forge God even closer, just trying to get that guaranteed knock-up and then follow-up damage onto Wayward so we can at least take one with him. Isn't able to do so, so just ends up going down and blowing flash, but still, for the side of Weibo, shouldn't mean the end of the world, because the Shy does have teleport if a Rift Herald fight breaks out. Would very easily be able to join up. But, I mean, considering the Shy doesn't have ult, feels like Ornn would be pretty unimpactful in this fight.
Okay, SOFM with the Yuumi on top of him does get the final chapter out. That's a lot of your kind of disengage and re-engage done. Wayward TP's in. Shy is here, but the Rift Herald should be going down to try and re-engage in this. SOFM trying to see if he can use this with the Yuumi, but look at the rat-a-tat-tat in the backside of this one here. The exhaust comes out, but this Huanfeng combination is just tearing through these health bars. No one can touch this rat, and he is a smell you can definitely feel. Jackulov trying to kite this one away as the Shy fancies himself a 1v1 collapse with the hammer, and that's Weibo taking full control of the top side of the map.
There's something so satisfying about seeing the Shy's Ornn running down Jackie Love's Zeri, able to pull it through. Huanfeng and SOFM doing so much. And now the Shy just going to ignore Wayward, get some damage down onto this turret. Going to stand with his minions. Or, oh, is he? Is he?
Oh, he can't really ignore him just yet. Wayward. Oh, nicely done. The Shy will not get the Ornn Horde. It's very close between the top laners, but it is not enough for them to go down.
Hey, Wayward said he just didn't want to get clapped by the Shy, and so far he's not, as we see just coming through. SOFM and On trying to find the engage with On popping his ult, but then TS really wanting to find the fight onto SOFM, try and secure themselves. Rift Herald not let the smite come through. Cyclone comes out. They all go up top side towards Knight. The Shy zoning off Jackie Love on the opposite end of the fight. And then you said Huanfeng with the ultimate, dealing so much damage through a pretty clumped up group of top esports members. And then here it is, former teammates, former brothers, best friends, he said. Bam! Jackie Love. That's how much your friendship means to the Shy.
The clapping has been happened as the Shy does get a kill off onto his former teammate, but now we see another fight breaking out. Wayward trying to see if he can make this one work, but you're not that tanky just yet. You need to be careful. There's going to be the wild growth, but is it going to be enough to keep him alive? He's ticking. He's not quite gone down. The shield will be just enough. He doesn't have a TP to come back in on top of this, but he does enough for top esports to secure their second Drake. This is starting to get me vibes of the first game now, Lyrics. It's fights all around the map.
Yeah, vibes of the first game, which for top esports, if it completely has first game vibes, are happy, are chilling. But so far, I doubt that that's how this game will end up, especially with the composition that Weibo have drafted. I feel like it's going to be really hard for TS to be able to break through the front line of Weibo. Oh, SOFM!
Dayan gonna catch out here. There's the Ornn Horn to bring him down, and that's gonna be good capitalization here from Weibo. Weibo just not happy with the pace of the game. They want to increase it. They want to try and put top esports in the dirt, because I think they know the longer this game goes, the harder it becomes. The Shy now is being chased down by 4 members. He's being run down by Jackie Love, who said, hey, you remember that kill you got me on the last fight? I need to try and return the favor. You have nowhere to go. I've got my team behind me, and here is your return kill.
Yup, Jackie Love running down the Shy after what happened on the top side. Weibo, they salute him. They know he's going out. They're gonna pour one out for him right now, but they at least get a tower in the top lane. But TS quickly moving to mid.
Mid lane turret, a kill as well, and we can see it's just kind of a tit for tat, push and pull. Both teams not willing to go for it, and I love seeing this from teams, because normally when we look at, not so good teams, it's a reaction, they let it go, Tien dies, oh, that's very unfortunate, but top esports don't let it go, and they look to try and re-engage.
Yeah, we see them start to move out. Well,
never mind, we're not going to see it.
we don't see them re-engage.
We do not see the re-engage, but we know it happened.
Observers just wanted to show us Tien's mistakes and to pay for his sins. Hashtag observers against Tien.
A tale as old as time. But we come back into live. It is a 2,000 gold lead. Dragging that up for 3 more minutes. It is Top Esports who currently have the objective lead on that way. We're going to walk into SOFM, who's taking away a red buff. Should be easy enough, as Tien had to actually drop down the Rift Herald on that top side, and thinking that we're going to be able to take away the last of these outer turrets, because they don't really have position to defend this one. So all 3 outers going to be taken here by Top Esports, but only 2 taken by Weibo. So a little bit of a positional advantage here for the side of Top Esports. You can see how hard it is for this Twitch to get close to put damage onto this mid lane turret.
Yeah, kind of a rough situation. We see on the left-hand side of our screens, Rift Herald going down for TS.
I love this.
Will he be able to
This
get
is so dumb. This is so dumb. Neither of them are going to kill each other. They both have a frozen heart, or sorry, frozen fist, and they both have a frozen heart. Actually, yeah, they do have a frozen heart and a frozen fist. So neither of them are going to kill each other. It's just going to be basically, unless someone else comes in, no one's going to die.
Do we have any other frozen tank items that these guys are able to buy?
Thimblewinter.
Yep, Thimblewinter. We got that. I think that's about it.
Yeah, I think that's it. Freljord's known for being tanky. You know, known for having all the different tanky guys because you have to be strong and tanky in the Freljord.
But I would love a full Freljord build, but a full Freljord tank build. I mean, we could say, you know, Force of Nature is blue.
It's blue. It's a blue build.
Exactly, and you know, the Cosmic Drive gives 200 health. Tank type.
I mean, you're not incorrect. I'll give you that for sure. I don't know. I'm trying to think about it. I will say that the Shy has already ruined the tank builds because they've gone for Ionian Boots of Lucidity, so it's not blue.
Yeah. Also important to note for the Shy is finally getting his first upgrade, right? Getting upgrade on his Gauntlet, so we're going to start to see that scaling for the side of Weibo, you know, really continue to outshine what the side of TES has. They have, you know, more options to engage coming out with Yorn and the Wukong, even the Yuumi as well, you know, providing with the ultimate. You have the sustain from the Yuumi, which could just make SOFM especially an unkillable monster on the front line. So where TS, it feels like you have a lot less safety. Like the Lulu's going to be great. You have some zone control coming out from the gravity field. Like Wayward's going to be fine, but it still feels like the tools that the side of Weibo have are just a little bit more than what TES has to offer.
Okay, I'm assuming that's Angel coming in as the Dragon is spawning in 25 seconds. Has got the package available to him, and you know, honestly, I don't know if Top Esports are really in a position to fight this. Yeah, they got to back away.
Yeah, I mean, they're all moving down now, but if they fought this, I'd be really surprised. You have everything up for the side of Weibo, but the fact that that package is up as well, looks like it could be a little bit dire, but okay, Top Esports, let's go. You want to fight this?
I mean, do they want to fight this? SOFM certainly does. TN gonna have to use the Heartbreaker as the Cyclone was used. Both teams now backing away on Did Summoner Heal, so won't have that available to him. The package is timing out fairly soon, so they've got to use it or lose it right now. As you can see that Weibo are angling around this Dragon Pit.
Yep, I was totally wrong. They want to fight it, which is great. That's actually the preferred situation right now. Top Esports are looking for the fight.
Dragon's gone.
For TS, actually just going to push through mid, make their way up towards top. They'll be able to guarantee themselves a scuttle, maybe get a few more wards placed down, assuming On has some in his inventory, and at least have vision on Baron. I mean, second Dragon for the side of Weibo, right? Wasn't the end of the world for TES. I was actually surprised TES were angling for it, but now looking for a pick. They're looking for it.
They're thinking about it, but the Shy is very tanky. He's going to be the first one to walk forward. He actually dives straight in and forces Mark to flash away. The Ornhorn shall not get its return pass. And now Top Esports, they may feel confident to go straight for this Baron.
I love how confidently the Shy just dives into that brush with no fear, gets brought down. Now we're going to see if Weibo can do it.
No Cyclone. No Cyclone, no final chapter. Wayward goes in. A flash and a cleanse there from Huan Fong keeps him safe, and the Baron acting a bit of a sixth man right now. Jackie Love, though, aggressively
he finds it!
Huan Fong is dead. On couldn't reattach, and that means that he falls down too. You are still very low, and this is still a Cyclone coming up very shortly here. SOFM might feel confident. They've already popped the Animal Shield Bow. Couple of seconds till Ornn comes back, and the Shy can TP back into this. 4,000 HP. It's going to be very close. They go straight in. SOFM with the Cyclone. They will not go down just yet, but the Baron's doing some decent work. Nobody will fall. And at the end of it all, it's going to be Top Esports with 4 kills and a Baron.
And Jackie Love going forward to find the kill on Huan Fong, setting it all up. I will reiterate, gold leads are absolute scams. Do not believe your wallets today, because TES have somehow managed to once again find themselves back in the driver's seat of a game where they have been behind. We see the Shy, I mean, just literally sending it. Like, there is no better way to call what he just did. And now going to look for the play, knowing they can't just give up the Baron for free. Huan Fong pops the ultimate, getting a solid amount of damage down, but the gravity field from the Victor, finding a beautiful stun. And then Jackie Love and Knight following up with the flash to be able to guarantee that he goes down. And here, right, SOFM has to try. He's going to go for it. Feels like he goes a little bit, maybe a touch early, but still goes in because of how low the members are. And heck, gets them incredibly low. Looked like maybe the Baron could even finish them off, but sadly, in the end, it does not. And TS just find themselves sitting pretty with a Baron buff.
With a Baron buff and going back to the tried and tested of game 1 of a death ball. Keep together, don't let anyone go by themselves. I will say, though, this time around, you have got the Shy on a bit more of a tank. I'm going to give a Shy some pro advice. Don't do that. Don't just walk into 5 members thinking you're not going to die, because you're isolated. You don't really have the position. Now we're going to see Top Esports looking for another fight. Jackie Love goes over the wall, pops his ultimate as well. TN trying to see if he can do something here, but he's very, very low already. Now Wayward off on the backside of this. The Ornhorn in to re-engage. Lands on the 2 as Wayward's just kind of soaking up all this damage. The super tanks on both teams doing exactly what their job is in these team fights. But at the end of it all, nobody dies, and the bot lane tier 2 will fall.
Yeah, Top Esports able to get an objective in the end, but still, the fact that Weibo are able to absorb so much, so mind-blowing, and such a good sign for them, right? Because, sure, the enemy side is a Baron, they're going to be able to get a few turrets, get a bit of a gold lead, but I don't think it should be able to expand too much more than what it is now, and Weibo are still in a spot where they're getting those free stats from the Ornn upgrades, and again, gold-wise should be about even when all is said and done.
They're all engaging on the Shy. Needs to be careful. He's already flashed away now, so he's not going to have that available to him. And this is the thing. Yes, you are very tanky, but you cannot be by yourself because your tank stats are to enable the Corki, enable the Twitch to just get those auto attacks off. And honestly, right now, Top Esports, this is looking very similar to Game 1. They were behind. They were looking like they had fallen off a little bit too much. But now, 4,000, well, not quite 4,000, 3,000 gold up if I could do some simple maths. And they are in control.
Yeah, I will say, so we both said it, that it feels like Game 1. It at least wasn't as extreme as Game 1. Game 1,
True.
right, was the 10K. I mean, heck, Game 1 was the game where
so
TS...
much fun.
Game 1 was amazing. Game 1, highlight of everything today. Wonderful. Top Esports won without even a gold lead. This time around, Weibo set at about like a 1 to like 2.5K gold lead for most of the early game. Found a lot of the kills, but, oh, the Shy... You're getting punished again,
no flash, and he gets caught right in front of them as well. Wayward going to jump in on top of him. They will get the Ornhorn down. They might try and turn this back one around, but Jackie Love and Mark just keeping everyone away. Beautiful ultimate straight onto SOFM, and he's dead. That's a double kill. The stopwatch from Jackie Love, because he knew it was good. This Rat-a-tat's doing a lot of damage. They have to respect the Twitch, who's on 3 items. They do lose 2, but Top Esports can't get any more.
No, but still constantly finding kills onto the Shy. Not expecting the members of TES to still be around on the bottom side of his jungle, right? Not even extended all too far. Still gets brought down. And Wayward hitting an ulti on Sejuani. Those are the kind of improvements that we live for.
Like Smithy is turning in his wherever he is. Don't know how exactly he's doing. I hope he's doing all right. But yeah, this was just the Shy doing the Shy things. He kind of just overextends, but I want you to keep an eye on Honfong. Yes, we do know the SOFM dies, but look at the damage. They're all incredibly healthy, and then a couple of auto attacks later, this becomes very scary for Top Esports.
Yeah, I thought Jackie Love here potentially was going to be able to go down, but with the shield, with the movement speed is... Ah! Shane, why'd you pause the game?
I was waving to the camera being like, hi everybody, and then you just scream. You just scream in my ear. Yes, it is 9 a.m. Sadly, we are going to be hitting a bit of a pause. We do apologize to everybody there. We wanted to make sure. Honestly, it's actually just part of your test, Lyric, all right? We don't know how committed you are to the LPL right now. I know you've been here for like 2 and a bit years now, but like, how committed are you, you know? Can you deal with this? How long can you stay past your bedtime?
Hey, the people might not know, but you know.
I know, I know.
But point is, right, this game, incredibly close.
Sorry, go on.
TES having full, maybe not full control, TES having control right now. They have control of the Shy. They have control of the Shy's mind. They keep forcing him to walk into them by himself in topside river, in topside jungle, in bot side. They're like, you don't know we're coming, chill. And then they find these kills, and that's where we're at right now. So.
I like how it's like a spooky, chill, relax. Sorry, we're all getting a little bit loopy. I'm not used to. Yeah, the mojo. It's like, it's just scaring yourself. It's just munchables as a ghost.
Okay, we actually have the update. Top Esports Network problem. Investigating now.
That's actually kind of huge. That is not good to hear. That is not a good thing to hear. So hopefully that does get resolved very quickly. We do hope, and if we have any other updates, we will of course let you guys know. But the game's at a very tentative point because despite Top Esports, like you said, being in in control of their destiny. They're not in total control. It's not a wash right now. And that last fight, as we were mentioning just before we came back out of the replay, this Twitch is getting big. This Corki and the Rockets, you know, you think about some of the ratios that come in. Once this Corki hits level 16, the 75% conversion on those Rockets is huge coming into the late game. So the poke and the consistent auto attack damage from the Twitch is going to be very real.
Yeah, and think about it, right? For Weibo, we haven't even really seen them 5v5 together. Like, all the last few fights was like the Shy either getting chunked out or someone getting caught or someone getting picked off and really being taken out of the fight before all 5 members were there and present. And like, you have Ornn up front tanking for Huanfeng, you have the Wukong jumping in with the Yuumi, both ulting at the same time and setting up the play. If that happens, like, I'm really curious to see how it plays out, because in my mind, I feel like that's a situation where Weibo should be able to win, especially if they have the package on top of it. Like, that should be a fight win for them. But this patch, Zeri, kind of interested to see how far that Jackie Love is able to push it in terms of circumventing some of those tools, or even just keeping up match pressure and constantly looking for picks in enemy jungle like they're doing now, and maybe not even looking for those full-on, like, front-to-back 5v5s that Weibo would want.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Weibo, it is just putting your Twitch in a good position. I think it's all on Huanfeng. If Huanfeng can find an opportunity where he's untouched and putting out DPS, that's where they're going to find success. The poke is going to be very good. Of course, I mentioned the Rockets, the big one, doubling that as well. You get from 75% of your AD on top of the initial damage to 150%. That's when you're starting to look at, you know, a third of your health going off in one rocket.
So, I'm sorry, but I just got in my own head and thought to myself, why am I complaining so much? It might be 9 a.m. here. What time is it in China? Oh, it's midnight in China. Feels bad for the players actually having to go so late. I mean, they could all thank our first series of the night. They could all thank LNG. They could thank LGD for how we ended up here with those. I think we had 2 50-minute games to start off the night. I think it was game
LNG.
1 and game 3 were 50 minutes, and I think game 2 of that series was the stomp that was able to come through. So, yeah. Sorry, Top Esports and oh my God, who are we casting out? Weibo, there we go.
Wow, there was a legitimate moment there where your brain just lagged and you were just like, who am I? What am I doing? What am I talking about? But yeah, again, it's kind of the grueling setup of the LPL. Funny enough, fun fact, if you're ever wondering, you actually play more best of 3s in the LCK as an individual team than you do in the LPL, despite there being 7 more teams, because they do a double best of 3, double round robin best of 3. We only do single round robin. So you play 1 extra series. We play 16. They play 18. They play 2 extra series. But yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to kind of come into this one, and this is the mental fortitude you need to require yourself. As we come back in, the TPs are already there. The network issue has been figured out as Wayward is waiting in open arms for the Shy, who does not have flash. But everyone comes back in. Take a breath, Lyric. We're coming up to the final fight, which feels like the final fight when this Baron spawns in a minute.
Okay, we're getting psyched.
No talking. Take a breath. Okay.
No, we need to take a breath by talking. That's how it works when your job is to talk. Because we need to get ready. We see resets coming out of Sheen. Knight staying in mid lane, but look at the Shy and how intensely he's posturing forward. Oh wait, we have a replay of something. Oh,
yeah,
we obviously flash.
Oh, Huanfeng missed out on his flash, and that's why we actually saw the full engage coming out. It will mean, though, mid turret does go down. That opens up a bit more of the map for Huanfeng. But like you mentioned, no flash on him. He does have his Ornn upgraded Kraken Slayer alongside his Runan's Hurricane and the Bork. So this is starting to be the moment here for the side of, for Weibo. They are in a position to take this game should they find the right fight.
Yeah, and we kind of hit on it for Weibo, right? The tools that you have necessary, wanting that kind of straight up front to back, SOFM jumping in, Call of the Forge God popped at the same time. Ideally, you would want package, of course, but if not, just setting up to where Huanfeng is sitting safely back, being able to auto, even just Wayward.
That damage! These are the rockets I was talking about. You land the big one and it will do that to the backline. This Corki is online. And now this game is starting to get a bit scary here for the side of Top Esports. You were in control, but if you take another bit of poke like that, you're done.
Yeah, I mean, the range advantage able to come through. The Rocket's definitely going to be a lot easier to be able to get down as Wayward finds his way in.
He found his way in, but SOFM gets himself out. You do not have Huanfeng or On here, so you're without the Twitch and the Yuumi in a 5v3. Weibo are holding firm.
And I mean, Wayward uses ultimate right there. Wayward ulted the clone, not able to find it. Nice move by SOFM, so it's one tool down for TES.
It is down. Huanfeng gonna go into his invisibility, but he was spotted out on a ward on the lane, so they know what's going on. Top Esports back themselves up. That poke from Jackie Love doing a lot, but this is the power of the Yuumi. She will heal up a lot of this, and that's why it doesn't really stick. It doesn't really count as much. As SOFM starts to move forward, they recognize there's not really a huge amount of vision around the Baron itself.
Yeah, but ooh, TES having some nice wards to be able to spot out what Weibo are looking for. Huanfeng not going to be able to sneak up on anyone, but you made a great point about damage not necessarily being able to stick. The Yuumi going to be able to provide so much, but TES, no, they need to all in. Oh, the Shy. Oh, the Shy might go down again solo.
He's fine for the moment. The flash in, the Cyclone on the Jackie Love, that's going to force him away from the fight, but he's over the wall, putting out the Qs, putting out the damage, and the GA has been popped. The Twitch is dead, and Weibo thought they had an opportunity, but they do turn back quite a lot of this damage. Is down now on top of the Shy to try and keep him alive, but it's not going to happen. Top Esports finally find their fight and finally get themselves their win.
Yeah, Top Esports pushing down the base so far. 25-second death timers from Huanfeng should be long enough for TES. We've done it. Top Esports have done it. The audience have done it. Everyone has done it. TES somehow pulled through again.
They've pulled through again. Top Esports will move themselves up to 6-1. They will equal out JDG's record, and they keep themselves in the conversation for top 2.
TES.
Oh, look how happy they are.
Pull through. I mean, after that game, like we said, right? It's midnight over in China right now.
Go to bed.
So they're, which I mean, right? They're gamers. They would be up regardless. But still, having to play official matches till this late, definitely mentally taxing. So props to Top Esports. 2 games. There are 2 games tonight. They were able to win and be able to pull through from a deficit. Game 1, massive deficit. This game, a smaller deficit, but still, we saw the inklings. We saw the tools of how Weibo would be able to pull through, the rocket damage coming through, the heals from the Yuumi, the Twitch. But at the end of the day, TS were decisive enough. They were able to find the fight. It was actually after SOFM engaged onto them at the very last moment. Jackie Love flashing over the wall, hits a huge W. And I think Knight was the other big damage dealer that deleted Huanfeng. I'm honestly not sure how Huanfeng got deleted. I saw the W killed Angel. He was in GA, and I'm like, cool. Where's Huanfeng? Oh, Huanfeng's gone. I guess Knight must have.
It felt, it felt a little disconnected right at the end there for Weibo. You had the Shy backing away because he was getting engaged upon. You had, you know, SOFM going in as if they had this great opportunity, and then you're kind of left with your 2 very squishy carries kind of going, wait, where's our bodyguards gone? Where's our front line gone to kind of keep us kiting? And it might have just been straight up like, you know, with the GA down from Corky, Huanfeng, who had no flash because he lost it in that previous engagement where the TPs came out, was just left on an island with no one to save him.
Right, and that's why it's so critical to be able to burn those flashes and those summoners in general before a fight is able to break out. So TS, I mean, even just the whole day in general, right? I feel like even the last series, and of course the first series, you just like to find by mistakes. Whoever could punish on that one critical moment got out ahead. We saw it FPX JDG game 2 with the Rift Herald skirmishes. We saw all throughout this game, game 1, a great example in terms of TS finally being able to find that one fight that gave them the game. And same thing this time around. I think you nailed it perfectly earlier when you said, like, no team is perfect. Like, every team in the LPL, even the best team in the LPL, has flaws, has weaknesses, and I think a lot of it just comes down to the fact that our region, our teams, all in on like specific aspects of their gameplay. So it's not like, hey, let's be well-rounded and be great at everything. It's like, no, we're really good at this. We're going on this to 100, baby. Put it all on black right there, and screw red. And, you know, it leaves us.
And then the other team's like, no, screw black, go red. That's how it works in the LPL. Everyone's just kind of plays their own game.
And then one team is like, oh, wait, green, red and black. And then one team is like 0 and 0. And exactly.
There's like so many people. I don't know why we're playing roulette, but we are, because that's what the LPL is. But yeah, this was a tough game for Top Esports, and honestly, a deserved win. And it kind of keeps them afloat. We talked about it right at the top of the show. When we were coming into this series, is it strength or schedule? Because it was very much, apart from JDG, a slow burner for Top Esports against some of the not so impressive teams. Weibo were a good team, and importantly, Weibo were a team that showed up today, and Top Esports just a little bit better on the day.
I still think Weibo have like massively surprised me from where I expected them to be coming in, because Weibo have been that team that in my mind has been underwhelming, has been like, well, they have better players than some teams, therefore they're able to beat them. And like every few series they'll have like a good series, like a pop-off series, to where I feel like every Weibo series I've seen so far, I'm like, cool, like Weibo are being like proactive, or Weibo have an idea of like how their win condition and how their comp plays out, and we're seeing SOFM do things, and like it's coming together. Sadly, at the end of the day, it's not enough against some of the very top teams, RNG, TES, EDG, but I still think it's a team that if like they've already grown this much, if they can keep growing, like I'm actually excited for this Weibo team, which in the first episode of Last Hit, I said they were my least, like they were the least fun team for me to watch in the LPL, and they quickly proved me wrong and turned that around. So
I think that's the thing though with Weibo, is that you look at the names on it, some of the tenure you have, you know, Huanfeng, the Shy, you know, even Angel as well. They've all had and shown absolutely fantastic ceilings, but especially in spring, it wasn't really something we saw a lot out of them. It wasn't something that we were able to kind of, you know, grasp consistently and say, this is what makes this team good. But now coming into summer, they have been working on a lot of the issues. They have tried to find a style, be it many of them, that works out for them, and they are slowly coming together for it. It isn't terrible news. Obviously, a loss is still a loss, and it's going to feel bad, but 4-3 on the standings isn't going to be too bad. And again, they've played against some of the bigger teams in the league.
yeah, they're definitely one of the, I mean, right, they've played against EDG, RNG, and now TES. So they've played against 3 top teams. Their other games, Up and IG, both respectable teams as well, they were able to beat. And they beat the 2 teams that, you know, they should beat every time, which is WE and RA. So I definitely feel like Weibo are, like, they're at the spot where you would expect in terms of who they're beating and who they're losing to, but the games themselves look much better than expected. And for top esports, I feel like TES are, like, they still have that energy. They still have that mojo that we talk about of, like, crazy shenanigans. They can come back from a deficit. They can throw a huge lead. But I still feel like overall, this far, this split, it has looked a little bit more tame, a little bit more control, not as bloody, not as aggressive as what they were at least trying to do in spring. Also not throwing nearly as many mid-game leads. But as we saw today, right, not always able to find the early game advantages that they were finding every single time in spring.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. And then top esports in spring, I'd argue, were probably the best early game team in the world at the time. They were obsessed with just getting so much advantages. And then RNG exposed that and said, cool, your early game is exceptional, but your mid to late game is just not quite there. And of course, where RNG are coming in and saying, we're not a very good early game team, but we are exceptional towards the mid and late. That's where we start to see the differences coming out. And for top esports, they are showing very good development, similar to Weibo, where a lot of the weaknesses we saw from them in spring are becoming their strengths in summer. We're seeing a late game decision making, and it could be the patch, it could be how they've adapted to the patch. I'm not quite sure. We'll figure that out later on, but it is starting to look good for top esports. And again, every single year, we always hype up this team. We always hype up Knight as someone who should be at the top of, you know, challenging the likes of Faker and Rookie and Xiaohu at the international titles. And sadly, he's only ever gone to Worlds once. He was denied a couple of times. He hasn't really found the best of luck. It does feel like Knight is eventually, he has to go. He has to prove to the rest of the world just how good we know him to be and how, you know, how much we, considering how much we talk about him.
I think that's like clearly a top 3 mid laner in the LPL. Rookie Xiaohu Knight kind of being, for my money, Scout. Kind of being up or down. I think on Scout's good day, Scout is, you know, Scout can be clear number 1. But I think Knight, just Knight's like level of consistency. Like Knight always shows up. Knight always has good games. It feels really hard to take him out of that conversation. And like Rookie being the extreme and Xiaohu being maybe the more supportive element of, you know, the mids, but still incredibly good. So yeah, it kind of sucks that Knight didn't get his time to shine at the 2020 Worlds, which, right, it felt like Knight underperformed, but at that tournament, it felt like no mid laner stepped up and shined despite the quality of mid laners that we had at that tournament. So it would be nice if TS can keep this momentum going forward. We know that we say this every split, that typically it's like 8 or 9 wins is what guarantees you into playoffs. It won't lock you this early into the split because, you know,
Nine's pretty, yeah. Nine's a pretty solid, safe bet.
Yes. It's I think it's always been 9, and then sometimes it's 8, and maybe even one split it was 7 wins. So the fact that TS now are sitting on 6, and right, I mean, we look at TS's schedule going forward. They still play OMG, they still play RA, they still play Up, TT. So many teams they could beat. But we have an MVP, Sheen.
We do have an
Mark.
MVP. His name is Mark, and he got the MVP, and that's going to be a nice little accolade to him. Honestly, I think, again, Mark, someone who hasn't really been stepping up as much, but on the Lulu looked very, very comfortable, and yeah, just really kind of solid play. You can even see there one of the few stats we have for supports that actually counts wards placed per minute, 2 every minute. So every 30 seconds he was putting down more vision, he was clearing it out. Very well played by him. And even just stuff like this where he just kited him out so well. I still find it so troll that Huanfeng got trolled by the summoner Arion on. That's so unfortunate.
I just love the look on Mark's face at all times. It's always just like the most apathetic, I'm trying to be cool guy look ever. But the thing is, you know he's not trying. Like, you know that's just how he looks.
That's just his resting I'm a cool guy face.
Yeah, like no, like his existence is just I'm a cool guy, I'm better than you, get over it, nerd, then like pushes you down and gives you a swirly or something. And you know, I don't advise anyone do those things, but the fact that Mark gives off that energy, you know what? I'm down with that.
We gel with it. We vibe with that as such.
Yep.
But yeah, and I think Mark is, you know, again, it was Joe last spring split, but now Mark's coming in and obviously having a much better time than he did on LGD. And honestly, I like the redemption arc we are seeing for Mark coming out. But it has been a very, very long day, Lyric, and I want to get you to bed as quickly as I possibly can. Hopefully you have blackout curtains. We're going to show the results of today, and if you're just joining us, first of all, you've missed everything. Go watch Game 1 of Weibo versus Top Esports. That was an absolute banger. Completely ignore LNG versus LGD. You see the result there. Move on with your lives. And FPX, actually a big result for them. The master of predictions, the Prophet Ox, predicting a upset, and he got his wish.
Yeah, Ox is an absolute god among mortals. We do not deserve to be in his presence. He called it. FPX able to do it. Sad to see JDG, fun team to watch, but great for FPX because FPX did not feel like a 16th place team. They can now start making their way up. I mean, heck, even right now, right, 2 wins, they're done the same amount as up in OMG. Those are 2 teams who, if schedule ended right now, they'd be playoff teams. So good to see that FPX now kind of putting themselves hopefully back into that range and into that conversation.
Yeah, and again, look towards the top of the table. Top Esports now equal on wins and losses with JDG, but ahead on game score because the game difference makes a difference. Despite them losing to JDG, JDG's games have gone to 2-1s quite a lot. You can see the big difference that makes. V5, of course, sitting pretty at the top of the standings with 6-0. We got to talk about what's going to be happening tomorrow as we move into the final day of week 4. We are almost halfway through the split already as we have RA versus WE, a battle up for the wooden spoon down at the bottom. WE still looking for the first, and RNG looking to bounce back again after their loss to V5 and continue to make themselves known throughout the top 6 of the LPL.
Yeah, I think the second match is going to be incredibly fun. Ultra Prime still don't know where they could end up, and RNG, another great test for them to be able to prove that. The first series, it'll be something.
It will be a couple of games of League of Legends. My heart tells me it's going to be 3. I really hope it's 2 because I'm casting it tomorrow. So,
are you?
Yes, I am. I'm casting yesterday, today, and tomorrow because I need a couple of days off next week just to cover some personal stuff. But we are coming up to the end of our broadcast. I'm going to wait for the go-ahead from my producer. But Lyric, there it is. Thank you so much, Charlie.
You don't get to ask me anything.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Thank you so much to everyone who's watched us all the way through. And even if you just joined us, go watch LEC. They're on right now. I believe it's Rogue versus SK Gaming happening right now. And thank you, of course, to all our fantastic production who had to stay through an entire near 11-hour broadcast. We'll see you guys on the same channel at the same time tomorrow.
Bedtime.